Chapter 1 The First Check-in, The Chaotic Divine Body. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has arrived at the destination. The Supreme Check-in system is being activated. Yuan-Shu Realm. Hongmeng's Sacred Land. A sweet feminine voice forever be rated with an asphere of consciousness enveloped in darkness, as if shittering eternity of time. Simultaneously, a wisp of confusion, accompanied by a sense of bewilderment, begun to awaken at this moment. Where Ami? Did not already die? Ding. Detection confirms that the host has been reborn on a third. The Supreme Check-in system has been bound. The initial check-in destination is being generated. Swish. Upon hearing the continuous notifications from the system, through a spa of consciousness and the darkness suddenly halted awake, finally reacting. What does this mean? Imnit dead? However, Hebrip lies sensed something amiss. Yet before he could ponder further. In the next third be it. A dazzling beam of light instantaneous light said through the darkness before him. Immediately after, Heffeltaz thought his body had been liberated from constraints, becoming incredible light. Much like efficient turning water. Then, he heard a series of status exclamations. Hesborn. Through a fast given birth. Next, he experienced a dizzying sensation, feeling semio-nitsasant lipiding his backside. Following that, Hezen said his body beings weefla moved, onlito binvlapeden apero large hands. To his astonishment, Theoner Rofto's hands spin this little dragon. Ha. What a delightful surprise, a boy within a scendoment. Congratulations, Holy Master, congratulations. Holy Master, congratulations. As she heard this surrounding jubilant shouts and congratulatory remarks, Qin Suan finally comprehended the reality. Hetrally was not dead. Moreover, had been reborn? And hey Devon bound semi system? Am I dreaming? It distinctly remember that back on Earth, a cataclysm occurred, and I was battling against Rankly and Powerhouse, only to be obliterated, after which I lost consciousness. While Qin Suan was still sorting through his thoughts, those nearby continued to catter incessantly. Holy Master, it seems the little Holy Son. An elder spoke, appearing semi-wathaceitant. The numerous elder sand servants had originally gathered around Ulsa med tona to see something, exchanging glances. Observing the changes in the crowd, Qin Hao Yu gradually subdues her joy and scrutinized disinhibitions. Themore he looped, Themore his brow furrowed, until it formed a deep frown. It shone Bulakethasai, Qin Hao Yu, a dignified master of sacred realm, and me wife, a peak heavenly realm powerhouse, how could Dorson lack any qualifications and possess only a mortal physique? Qin Hao's expression was one of incredulity. As the master of Amajor's sacred land in the Yuan-Shu realm, he understood better than in Yon what type meant for a person to lack any qualifications. This realization was exceedingly difficult for him to accept. He sentire ribigan to grossomi watten ruli. Those nearby trembled in fear. In the Yuan-Shu realm, prodigies merged frequently, many bearing immense fortune upon Thyra rival. The ancient clans and venerable sacredland sects habited signs of auspiciousness, benefiting Thirkin. They had anticipated that Thessanofam Major Sacredland's master would also bring forth such phenomena. Yet, unexpectedly, no ton did they witness no auspicious signs, but Thaber witnessed the waste. What hell? These ways a significant embarrassment. Here was the master of Hongmeng's sacred land, Azage, and disown turned out to be an utter lie incapable ways to Hakun Divin cultivate. These was soon doubted lie the greatest scandal in Yuan-Shu realm. Such a scandal would likely echo throughout Yuan-Shu realm for 1,000 years. In an instant, every ona felsolent, the ergazis fixed upon Qin Hao Yu, clear lie to discern how their holy master would respond. Alas! Qin Hao Yu glanced at Qin Zuan and sighed, forget it, with me see your father, even if I your remain immortal for our entire life, I shall ensure your joy full growth hand lifelong peace. Thecrode fell into contemplative excellence, to Kenneback that their holy master seemed sound concerned, not giving upon Qin despite any waste. Ding! The fierce check-in location has been generated Hongmeng sacred land. Wuldio Lakitakin? Suddenly awakened from his reverie BT system's voice, Qin Zuan returned to reality, perplexed. What do Eskekin mean? Ding! Indeed, the system is the supreme check-in system. As long as you arrive at the destination generated by this demand check-in, y'all will receive check-in rewards. The system's sweet voice resonated patiently in Marie. Chin Suin felt a surge of excitement checking in Kudai This was implied lightful. No need for combat mere lie reacting the destination, specified by the system kecken andresi of earwords, ways infinite, superiordo themeless battle earth. Ding, may I ask if this twilchicken? Of course, imis check-in. Immediately. Right now. Hurry. Chin Suin was overwhelmed with excitement, his body's aching with impatience. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in for the first time, and receiving the first check-in reward gift package. A gift package? The first check-in actually awarded a gift package? Open it. He hesitated tednet format. Congratulations, host, you have received super gift package in a chaotic divine demon body. Congratulations, host, you have received super gift packet of Opinga divine axe. Congratulations, host, you have received super gift packet Odic seed. Upon hearing these items, a look of ecstatic joy spread across Chin Suin's face. Chaotic divine demon body, chaotic seed. Penga divine axe. Thoth was soon certain of their true power, the fact that they birthiname chaotic surely indicateth their exceptional nature. A specialized Penga divine nakit was difficult to imagine, as sit belonged to the legendary Pengu, the creator of the heaven and earth, a weapon capable of cleaving gout was expanses off territory. Ding. Would Iowa like to absorb the words? Was that even a question? Should Heliovetham Tobreed? Absolutely absorb. Chin Suin slips trembled with excitement. Fusion complete. Check-in has been finalized, refreshing the next check-in location. The service now concluded 5-star review. See you next time. Wow. Chin Suin was about o sesamethan more, beauty twastalit. Suddenly, Chin Haoyu, holding Chin Xian, noticed that after Ziria's soft convulsions resembling a fit, Hissen's entire being bathed in abundance of purple golden light. Those surrounding them wore expression so fast astonishment, bewildered by what peculiar phenomenon the holy was about him and ifist. However, it seemed that something extraordinary was unfolding. Chapter 2 Celestial Phenomena, somewhat absurd. Boom. Boom. A tremendous soundy code from the heavens above, shattering themeless starry ever, shaking the entire Chu realm. A series of purple divine thunderbolts, the Kinto purple dragons, Dan said wild lie threw out to void off to Chu realm. Furious lie tearing at the fabric of space, Asif striving to escape it hashakles off heaven and earth. A this moment, the entire Yuan Chu realm became less under the onslaught of he's penetrating purple divine thunderbolts. What on earth is happening? Countless ancient clans, hidden sects, and the steamidolder saw various Caredlans felt a tremor of disbelief. The widened their eyes, collectively gazing at the heavens above, whereth purple divine dragons seemed poised to rend every heaven sasender. Then, the crowd witnessed. From the void above, a continuous cascade of purple mist descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire revoid of the realm. Even the purple divine thunderbolts in the sky were obscured. As for the cultsy, it truly appeared as a colossal purple dragon, stretching 4 miles, was soaring amidst the clouds. Purple Eurofilstheski, the dragon dan season the sea of clouds the celestial phenomenon of Fatruraga manifesting. Following closely, beneath the purple mist, countless stars flickered incessantly, forming enigmatic balsoft great Tao, transforming into layer soft starry pathways. Upon a celestial thought soared to an unfathomable height, a shimmering jether real figure emerged. With an unparalleled grace, it gazed down new pont the myriad realm. Thestarsis the path, the great Deus Thelator. What remarkable celestial phenomenon? What could it possibly? What estate the real figure's seat, dupont the mysterious journey at top, the celestialator? Countless powerful individuals from ancient familia swarty epla moved, their hearts taken. They immediately began to calculate source of this celestial phenomenon. However, before they could even exhale, a terrifying voice the treasonata throughout realm erupted from around the ethereal figure. Roar. A whoa. Chirp. Caw. Fortifying sounds that pierced through Hestari Iver erupted almost simultaneously, echoing across the Yuanshu realm, causing countless individual surdrums to throb painfully, their souls squeaking as if confronted with greater. Then, the crowd beheld, on the left side of the figure's seat upon the throne, a green dragon's theory Alamij emerged, riding the cloud sand mist, exuding supreme dragon might, slowly materializing, its length is unknown, shrouded in mist, with only its dragon head visible, comparably to a continent, instilling fear in the hearts of countless souls. Toits right, a magnificent whitager, a spectral embodiment of divinamite, chases thester sand moon, its spearsige seeming penetrating the heavens and earth. Above, a phoenix apparition, ablazine flames, spreads its wings, illuminating the vast expanse of the void, its proud head looking down upon all beings, radiating boundless auspicious energy. Beneath the throne, a colossal tortoise silhouette slow emerges, entwined by a massive serpent, akin to a divine dragon rising from the sea, or a sacred mountain descending, bearing immense weight and inner radiance. This, the four great sacred beasts stand guard. Hiss! What does this phenomenon signify? In that fleeting mint, all beings sent the primordial realm collectively gasped in shock, feeling gasons of suffocation. Their faces were reached with astonishment. What manner of existence could invoke the simultaneous guardianship of the legendary four sacred beasts? Terrifying, shocking, a thought-provoking dread. Nooni anticipated that within such a brief span, three celestial phenomena would manifest in succession. Moreover, the latter were unprecedented. In a secluded sect of ascertain world, it never expected that three great phenomena would appear again, and those at what had follow it are literally unprecedented, making them exceedingly difficult to fathom. In another world, within a supramahaland, summon people, investigate form. Itis imperative town cover the truth. Whether it be a prodigious or, them must ascertain what he truly is. Such occurrences transpired continuously across neighboring worlds. In an instant, countless forces surged into action. Certain special factions began to employ secret techniques, striving to uncover the truth. Yet a result yielded. Worry either blindness or bloodshed and fainting. Some even and dead to the heavens, riding Thecronestithuist. The previous light tranquil primordial realm began to steered at this sudden celestial phenomena, becoming bustling with activity. Amidst this, there seemed to be an unusual undercurrent. However, what no one anticipated was, after experiencing the precedented celestial phenomena, it appeared that everything had yet concluded. Rumble. Rumble. Just as numerous powerful beings and ancient masters intended to collect third hots and contemplate next course of action. Suddenly, from the boundless void above, a series of sounds reverberate Donsmarie. Like dawn breaking through darkness, a world-destroying thunderbolt cleaved thundersky, resonating in the heart so full present. At that moment, many powerful beings and countless prodigies felt their spirits tremble, swallowing hard in disbelief, gazing einastonish at the darkness shuddered bethethender. Could it cold through a stillbemore? Before theories, figures so fancient saints begin to materialize yoni after another. Men and women, a myriad of forms, each displaying gently expressions, smiles adorning their faces. Then the perform an act that'll to very one incredulous. Those ancient saint, figures gradual bent their knees, placing their hands on the ground, they collectively bowed towards Sakurta in direction. 1,000 saints bowed. Yet, what transpired next? Was what true lines to let a primal fear within their souls? Indeed, no longer mere vibrations or astonishments, but rather fear. A scene as terrifying that Tevin the sentient beings, who had lived through countless eras, felt a kill run down her spines. On either side of the celestial later paved with stars, multitude figures materialized. Each emanating Gonorad hat could shake the heavens, resembling ancient deities. Most astonishing go foul was that thesis spectral beings null to Ponanini, sink the same direction. A profound sound resonated throughout the ancient realm, resembling the cries of an infant. Orthoroeraphalion, echoing like thunder. Above a thevoid off te primordial Hollyland, A majestic horde ascended, spanning countless miles. Within the Tospishur, a sacred Bestrezombalinga horse shed, a deer's body, a dragon's tail, covered in scales and stepping upon dark flames. Thekkalin descended from the heavens. And at the moment Thekkalin appeared, a cascade of celestial phenomena erupted, like bamboo shoots after rain, each being to manifestamits teenless starry ever. In the primordial realm, their reflections surged wildly, never ceasing. The entire primordial realm was submerged in celestial phenomena, the terrifying Gao ray of the great path transforming into an endless starry ever, spreading throughout her primordial realm. All beings should long fall in Zealand, leaving gone lie the endless celestial phenomena flickering in the void. Exhausted, astonished, numb. Because, a this moment, all hoba hell thishna felt their lips quiver, their throat sparched, their entire body is stingling. Some even struggled to remain standing, completely disordered. In ascertain mysterious world, an elder sacros legadato pator that's imticin and earth, blood trickling from his close-set eyes. Since the ancient times, he have witnessed countless phenomena, but such terrifying celestial manifestations sersum beyond reason. Summon someone. Cynthian Gladian taught the primordial realm, and remember, Lethier. Chapter 3 The coffin lid cannot contain it any longer. Saint Lord, what about the young saint? Ha ha ha, truly, my son does not disappoint. I never expected such a grand surprise. Indeed, how could the offspring of Qin Haoyu be anything but extraordinary? My son, Qin Xian, possesses the potential of a great emperor. Qin Haoyu was immensely thrilled, his face flushed with excitement as he gazed at Qin Xian, enveloped in a radiant purple-golden light. Yet, within that brilliance, Qin Xian stumbled, thinking to himself, "Father, please be quiet. I remember the last time someone spoke like that. It ended terribly." Suspended in midair, Qin Xian was surrounded by the warm glow, feeling as if he were luxuriating in a hot spring, devoid of any anguish or suffering, akin to bathing in a vast northeastern pool. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Terrifying divine thoughts swept from the Chongqing pavilion of the Hongming sacred land, bearing down upon the Yangqing Hall. Among them, two formidable auras, akin to ancient beasts, radiated an overwhelming terror that rent the purple clouds above. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that our Hongming sacred land would give birth to such a prodigy? Truly heaven favors us. Just as I was preparing to exchange insights, a peerless genius has descended. I shall see if he is worthy of inheriting my wild decision. You two old fellows, do you wish to contend with me? The barbarian tiger, for a disciple? Regardless of whose offspring it is, they are mine to claim. Humph, old barbarian. If you desire my Guqin's disciple, let us see whose fist is mightier. I shall give you a leg, but will strike you with all my limbs. Boom. The space above the Hongming sacred land fractured like a spider's web upon the clash of a black fist and a silver palm imprint. Hiss! The arrival of the young saint has startled even the long-secluded ancestors. Indeed, the talent of the young saint is extraordinarily terrifying. How foolish we were to consider him a waste. Who could have anticipated such innate capability from the young saint? He is truly the son of the Saint Lord. At that moment, a peerless divine weapons phantom appeared above the Hongming sacred land, resembling an axe adorned with mysterious, profound Tao patterns, as if it were a creation weapon from the primordial era. Shaking the entire Yuanchu realm. It even pierced through the Yuanchu realm, bursting forth towards the surrounding worlds. Countless forces and mighty beings from various realms turned their gazes toward the Yuanchu realm, specifically the Hongming sacred land. Purple Qi descended from the heavens, and all saints bowed in reverence. Now, accompanied by the celestial phenomenon, an extraordinary divine weapon may well be a companion artifact. The Hongming sacred land truly deserves its title as the foremost sacred ground of the Yuanchu realm. This prodigy is likely to elevate the Hongming sacred land to new heights. Indeed, who knows, perhaps in tens of thousands of years, the Yuanchu realm may ascend under this child's leadership. This child possesses unparalleled talent. An emperor is to be anticipated. In the Yuanchu realm, within the Tian Yuan divine kingdom, a figure clad in a golden nine-dragon robe, radiating an air of supremacy, stood upon the stargazing terrace. Slowly articulating, The Hongming Sacred Land has always been a domain difficult for my Tianyuan Divine Kingdom to control. Now, with the emergence of such a peerless prodigy, I fear even the coffins of those old ones will struggle to contain them. Beside him, an elderly man in a 9-star robe stroked his beard and remarked, "Your Majesty, our Yuan Chu realm has been weakened since entering the divine and demon battlefield 1,000,000 years ago. We have only just begun to restore our vitality and have yet to make further advancements. The emergence of a prodigy may indeed be a fortuitous event, especially since the little princess is also about to descend into the mortal realm." On the other side, within the Hongming Sacred Land, as if affirming the emperor's words, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the Changsheng Pavilion. The Changsheng Pavilion is the retreat of the ancestors of the Hongming Sacred Land. At that moment, deep within the pavilion, coffin lids exploded, turning to dust. Withered, skeletal hands emerged from the dark coffins as the ancient powerhouses of the Hongming Sacred Land awoke, crawling out of their coffins, all because of Qin Xian. "Regardless of whose offspring it is, this is my disciple. Who dares to claim them? I shall deal with them." A domineering proclamation echoed across the heavens, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Terrifying divine thoughts and figures surged forth from the depths of the Hongming Sacred Land, carrying an immense aura. Countless strong beings stood proudly in the void, each resembling peerless war gods, instilling awe throughout the realms. These are the powerful entities of the Hongming Sacred Land. Outside the Yangxing Hall, as Qin Xian was soaking in the bath, he suddenly felt a divine wind swirling nearby, a terrifying pressure enveloping the entire hall. Before he could react, a figure approached him, attempting to embrace him. "What on earth is this? Has a skeleton come to life?" Upon opening his eyes, Qin Xian was startled by the sight before him and instinctively swung the Panga divine axe in his grasp. Pop! It was as if he had punctured a bubble, making little noise. Yet, the skeleton before him burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Splendid! 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 No wonder you are my grandson. You possess the potential of a great emperor. Not only is your talent extraordinary, but you also wield a companion artifact of such high grade that even I, in my oversight, have been wounded by you. Young one," Qin Tianyang exclaimed thrice, revealing his inner excitement. Those around him, upon hearing Qin Tianyang's words, were immensely shocked, directing their gazes toward the small black axe in Qin Xian's hand. A companion artifact. Indeed, it is a companion artifact. Who would have thought it could even injure the old ancestor Tianyang? How terrifying! What grade of artifact could this possibly be? It is likely at least a sacred artifact. After all, Ancestor Tianyang is a powerhouse of the Great Sage Realm in the Yuan Chu realm. There are 9 realms, including the 3 minor realms of opening veins, connecting orifices, and Qi Si, which constitute the Body Refinement Realm. Above the Body Refinement Realm lie the Cave Heaven Realm, Divine Mansion Realm, Transcendence Realm, Heavenly Realm, Saint Realm, Great Sage Realm, Emperor Realm, and the Legendary Supreme Realm. Similarly, divine weapons are categorized into 9 strict levels: Common, Yellow, Profound, Earth, Heaven, Spiritual, Sacred, Emperor, and Supreme Artifacts. It is well known that Great Sage Realm powerhouses are protected by Dao runes, making it nearly impossible for ordinary weapons to harm them, unless those weapons possess the power of the Dao, as with sacred artifacts. Thus, it is only natural for the crowd to presume that the companion artifact in Qin Xian's possession is at least a sacred grade artifact, or perhaps even an emperor grade, considering the young saint has just been born and cannot yet fully wield its power. Chapter 4: The Twin Prodigies of Hongming, Ancient Qinzhan. At this moment, the Hongming Sacred Land was bustling with activity. Not only had numerous ancestors emerged, but they also showcased the profound heritage of the Hongming Sacred Land to the contemporary disciples. Moreover, it was anticipated that it would not be long before the young saint completed his awakening, and the celestial phenomena would resonate throughout the world. Given the current manifestations caused by the young saint, it was likely that the entire Yuan Chu realm would reap significant benefits, as the birthplace of these celestial phenomena. The Hongming Sacred Land would undoubtedly receive even greater advantages. Thus, it was not only the ancestors who were excited by Qin Xian's emergence. The disciples of the Hongming Sacred Land were equally ecstatic. Saint Lord, Ancestor Tianyang, with such talent and a companion artifact, The terrifying phenomena we are witnessing may indeed attract the attention of other forces. One elder standing beside Qin Haoyu suddenly raised his head, a worried expression crossing his face. Upon hearing this, the crowd before the Yangsheng Hall became solemnly attentive. Qin Haoyu furrowed his brow, startled, casting a worried glance at Qin Xian before looking at the ongoing celestial phenomena above. Such a formidable celestial phenomenon is indeed rare, and Qin Haoyu could not help but grow concerned. After all, in this world, strength reigns supreme, and the law of the jungle prevails. Now that his son has been born with such extraordinary talent, it is inevitable that other forces may covet him and potentially engage in unscrupulous deeds. Humph! This old ancestor shall see which blind fool dares to lay a hand on the offspring of Qin Zhan. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura descended, instantly suppressing everyone present, including Qin Xian's grandfather and father, causing their expressions to drastically change as fear gripped their hearts, though they think that the people of the Hongming sacred land are merely pawns for them to toy with. Should anyone dare to reach out, I shall ensure they are imprisoned in the latrine for 1,000 years. Immediately following this, another suppressive aura enveloped the area, causing a multitude of figures to kneel, including all elders and disciples of the Hongming sacred land. Welcome back, Ancestor Qin Zhan from seclusion. Welcome back, ancient ancestor. Welcome back, Ancestor Qin Zhan from seclusion. Welcome back, ancient ancestor. At the moment when everyone knelt in reverence, two figures appeared as if they had teleported. Standing before Qin Xian stood his grandfather and father, who immediately revealed expressions of utmost respect and bowed to the two elderly men before them. Qin Tianyang. I pay my respects to grandfather and ancestor Huanggu. Qin Haoyu. I pay my respects to great-grandfather and ancestor Huanggu. The remaining elders, supreme elders, and disciples were all equally respectful, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Qin Zhan and Huanggu were the two oldest ancestors of the Hongming sacred land, having participated in the battlefield of gods and demons 3 times. Revered as the Hongming twin heroes, their cultivation levels unfathomable. It was said that together they could contend with those of the Emperor realm. They typically remained in seclusion, devoted to their paths, seeking breakthroughs from the shackles of their current realms. They would only emerge in the face of formidable enemies or dire crises. Unexpectedly, this time, it was due to the appearance of Qin Xian that these two ancestors, who had not shown themselves for tens of thousands of years, came forth. At this moment, Qin Xian, who was indulging in a bath, remained unaware of the changes occurring outside, as he was deeply engrossed in sensing the chaotic seed merging within his dantian. The Panga divine axe in his hand, after assuming its initial form, instantly melded into his body, hovering above the chaotic seed. A black golden axe pattern distinctly appeared on his right arm. Good lad. Truly a companion artifact. It seems of considerable quality. Old ghost, your offspring is indeed remarkable. Judging by its condition, it seems to be awakening its physique. Awakening at birth is quite extraordinary, resembling the legendary Chaos sacred body. Moreover, within this little one's body, there appears to be an unusual mystery, as even my divine sense cannot probe it. Should I forcefully investigate, I would feel a tremor of dread. Ha ha ha, truly a blessing for our Hongming sacred land. Who would have thought that the legendary Chaos sacred body would manifest in the progeny of Qin Zhan? It seems that in not many millennia, our Hongming sacred land shall witness the emergence of an emperor. Perhaps even the opportunity to step into that supreme realm is not out of reach. Qin Zhan and Huanggu exchanged excited glances, unable to fathom how two exalted beings could tremble with anticipation for a mere newborn. The onlookers, upon hearing the conversation between the two ancestors, were taken aback. Chaos sacred body? One of the legendary 10 sacred bodies? An emperor? A supreme? They were all stunned by the words of the two ancestors. At that moment, a radiant glow erupted from Qin Xian, soaring into the heavens and connecting with myriad celestial phenomena. Simultaneously, countless celestial wonders began to shatter, transforming into a cascade of auspicious spiritual energy that descended upon every corner of the Yuanchu realm. Above the Hongming sacred land, where the phenomena converged, a terrifying vortex of auspicious spiritual energy formed, resembling a colossal funnel obscuring the sky. with its base directly above Qin Xian in the next instant. An overwhelming surge of auspicious energy surged into Qin Xian's body. At that moment, Qin Xian officially embarked on his first step of cultivation. Opening the meridians, pop, pop, pop. What? Everyone present stared in astonishment at Qin Xian's direction. In an instant, his martial meridians opened consecutively, reaching 9 in total. It is known that while opening the meridians is the first step in martial arts, it is also a process fraught with difficulty. Cultivators must progress gradually. Each meridian requires nurturing and stabilization before the next can be opened. Typically, a cultivator who opens 9 meridians can attempt to step into the second stage of body refinement. Historical records indicate that the fastest to open 9 meridians took an entire day. Yet, for Qin Xian to open 9 meridians in an instant is nothing short of astonishing. How could his diminutive body endure the pain of meridian opening? Unbeknownst to them, Qin Xian felt no discomfort. Rather, he was left wanting more. 18, 27, 54, 63, 72. Is there more? It was truly terrifying. In a mere moment, he had shattered 72 meridians, akin to the descent of a divine child. Look, what? The once slowly rotating funnel suddenly began to whirl rapidly. Akin to a gigantic whale swallowing the sea, continuously drawing toward Qin Xian. 81, 90, 99, 108. One after another, the meridians opened, and in an instant, Qin Xian had opened 108 meridians. Qin Zhan, Huanggu, and all those surrounding them were left speechless in shock. In less than a single incense stick's time, he had opened 72 earth meridians and 36 heavenly meridians. Most importantly, this was at the foundational realm of meridian opening. It is said that if one can open all 108 meridians within the meridian opening realm, they would break through their limits and achieve an unparalleled foundation. Only by having all 108 meridians opened could one hope to establish an unparalleled foundation when stepping into the Qi connecting realm. Conversely, if the meridians remain obstructed, the acupoints attached to the meridians can never be opened, unless one encounters great fortune or opportunity. Yet now, Qin Xian, in such a brief span of time, had established an unparalleled foundation at the very first step of cultivation. Astonishing all, this was truly a phenomenon of the ages, and it seemed this was not the end. Chapter 5. Opening 1080 meridians. Is there a person growing on these meridians? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone around gasped in awe. Even Qin Zhan and Huanggu wore expressions of astonishment. Reflecting on their past, they had needed an entire hour to open their first meridian, while this newborn had opened all his meridians in less than an incense stick's time, achieving an unparalleled foundation. Qin Xian's father, Qin Haoyu, was filled with excitement, thinking to himself, "Indeed, my son is deserving of such talent, truly the potential of an emperor." Just when everyone thought it was over, on one of Qin Xian's 108 meridians, a slender golden vein suddenly appeared. What? This scene left everyone present, including all the elders, ancestors, and the Hongming twin heroes, utterly dumbfounded. Old Huang, what is happening? This child has already opened 108 meridians. Why is there a new meridian appearing? Old ghost, how many years have we been together? How could I possibly know what you do not? Both Qin Zhan and Huanggu were filled with confusion. No one could comprehend this phenomenon, which shattered all their understanding. In that brief moment, the enormous funnel of spiritual energy in the sky abruptly ceased its rotation, and then, boom, like a colossal beam of light, it shot downwards, targeting none other than Qin Xian. It completely enveloped him. A torrent of auspicious spiritual energy surged into Qin Xian's body, and on top of the original 108 meridians, 9 additional slender meridians sprouted from each point one after another. They emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. When dozens of slender meridians finally covered Qin Xian's cheeks, it came to a halt in the sky. Only a trickle of auspicious energy remained, which erupted and descended upon the Hongming sacred land. In an instant, all disciples immediately sat cross-legged to absorb the auspicious energy pouring from above. Outside the Yangxing Hall, as Qin Xian sat cross-legged, he opened his eyes, a flash of black golden light flickering past. The surrounding onlookers felt a jolt, their scalps tingling, their limbs growing stiff. 1,000. 1,080 meridians? There were actually 1,080 meridians. This was akin to a person growing on the meridians. Is this still a human? Could it be the reincarnation of a divine child? At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, two figures swiftly approached Qin Xian's side, each reaching out to lift him up, inspecting him from every angle. Wow! You two old geezers, how uncouth! If you have the ability, put me down! Qin Xian's heart silently exclaimed, criticizing Qin Zhan and Huang Gu for their lack of martial ethics. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. At this moment, he was completely devoid of any ability to resist in the presence of these two formidable individuals. Observing the situation before him, he began to contemplate the possibility that he had been reborn into a significant power. As Qin Xian, like a puppet, ceased his struggles and began to scrutinize his surroundings, he thought, "Is this man truly my father? And the skeletal figure that frightened me moments ago is my grandfather? Good heavens, I've uncovered a crucial piece of information. I am the sole heir of a lineage." With this realization, excitement welled up within Qin Xian. It appeared that this rebirth was quite favorable. Wait, this kid's chaotic sacred body seems peculiar. It doesn't appear entirely authentic. It bears some resemblance to the legendary celestial body, yet also resembles the celestial demon body. How strange. It shouldn't be like this. Nevertheless, the aura surrounding this boy is remarkably akin to that of a chaotic body. Furthermore, why does he possess so many martial veins? This is utterly unheard of. The two old men, treating Qin Xian like a chick, tossed him back and forth, observing him repeatedly. Both had lived for countless years and encountered numerous prodigious talents. Yet they had never seen anyone quite like Qin Xian. Witnessing this scene, Qin Haoyu's face displayed a pained expression as he stepped forward and softly remarked, "Ancestor, he is still just a child." Cough, cough. Upon hearing Qin Haoyu's words, Qin Zhan and Huang Gu finally managed to suppress their curiosity, clearing their throats and halting their actions. Qin Zhan, cradling Qin Xian in his arms, reassured, "Fear not. This boy has awakened all his martial veins. He is remarkably strong. His talent is unparalleled in history, not just in our Hongming sacred land, but throughout the entire Yuanchu realm." As he spoke, Qin Zhan exchanged glances with Huang Gu and surveyed the crowd and distant onlookers. Continuing, "I intend to mentor this child alongside ancestor Huang. 3 years hence, when his spiritual intelligence and roots are fully developed, he shall enter the Hongming Tower. What say you all?" The mention of the Hongming Tower caused the crowd to exchange glances. While only Qin Haoyu wore an expression of uncontainable excitement, almost unable to suppress a grin. Everyone understood what it meant if Qin Xian were to be sent to cultivate in the Hongming Tower. After all, Qin Haoyu had ascended to the position of sovereign after entering the tower, thanks to his exceptional contributions to the sect. However, Qin Zhan sensed the thoughts of the crowd but paid them no mind. At that moment, Huang Gu's aura suddenly erupted. "If anyone has objections, keep them to yourselves. Should anyone dare to challenge this boy when he comes of age, they may do so." He surveyed the assembly, his gaze landing on some dissatisfied youths, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. In his view, with Qin Xian possessing a chaotic sacred body, a companion artifact, and an unprecedented 1080 martial veins, he embodied the essence of invincibility in this era. Qin Xian blinked. "Wow, these two old men are quite impressive, but I relish this. Watching those weaklings suffer is truly delightful." However, Huang Gu is correct. None among this crowd could possibly rival me. I am destined to make this world tremble. Just wait, for I, Qin Xian, am coming. Ding. The destination for the next sign-in has been refreshed. Hongming Tower. Chapter 6. Why haven't you made a move yet? Sign in at Hongming Tower? The first sign-in brought a substantial reward, granting not only the chaotic divine demon body, but also the Pango Axe and chaotic seeds. I wonder what mysterious rewards the second sign-in will yield. With this thought, Qin Xian felt a rush of excitement. 3 years from now, he would discover the answer to that moment. Qin Zhan inquired, "Does this child have a name?" From within the hall, Wang Yuyan's voice emerged. "Ancestor, before the child was born, my husband and I decided. The boy will be named Qin Xian, and the girl, Qin Shui." Qin Zhan nodded. "If that is the case, then 3 years hence, we shall send Qin Xian to the Hongming Tower." "Ancestor Huang, We shall take our leave. At this moment, Qin Xian's heart brimmed with joy. He had not expected to retain the name Qin Xian in this life. How wonderful! Just then, everyone began to gradually disperse. They had received their benefits and witnessed the commotion. In the void, two figures remained, one of whom inquired, "Old man, didn't you say that anyone who dares to snatch your disciple would face your wrath? Why haven't you made a move yet as those two old codgers walk away?" "Humph!" The other figure scoffed, swaying as he made his way toward the Chongqing Pavilion, diving into a coffin. Meanwhile, in a certain space within the Yuanchu realm, a narrow fissure suddenly appeared. It gradually widened as if being pulled apart, and then two figures emerged from the rift, an old man and a young child. "Miss, we have arrived," the old woman respectfully addressed the child in her arms. In the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom, within the Imperial Palace's study, an elder dressed in a silver robe adorned with 9 stars slightly bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, the little princess has been born. I just witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon in the royal court." "What news do you bring?" Murongzhan's face lit up with joy, a smile gracing his features. Zhuge Xingqian also smiled faintly and promptly replied, "Your Majesty, the little princess possesses a natural 5-element spiritual body." "What?" The expression on Murongzhan's face shifted, disappointment evident. The 5-element spiritual body, while indeed prestigious among the 3,000 spiritual bodies, fell short of the sacred body. However, Zhuge Xingqian continued, "Your Majesty, do not be anxious. Although the little princess's constitution may be slightly lacking, she possesses a natural supreme bone." Pausing briefly, he added, "The 5-element spiritual body is not weak in itself, merely requiring more resources. The little princess is deeply blessed and has the supreme bone. With your protection, her future is boundless." Upon hearing that his offspring possessed a natural supreme bone, Murongzhan's heart surged with excitement, his previous disappointment transforming into a radiant smile. "Excellent! A 5-element spiritual body and a natural supreme bone. This aptitude surpasses even some sacred bodies. Zhuge Xingqian, heed my command. Your servant is here. In the next 5 years, you shall diligently instruct the little princess. 5 years from now, the Yuanchu secret realm will open, and prodigies from all realms will converge upon our Yuanchu realm. I trust those old codgers will be unable to resist letting their prodigy emerge as well." Zhuge Xingqian nodded. "Indeed, at that time, we shall allow the little princess to approach that prodigy. Our Tianyuan Divine Kingdom will not only gain an extraordinary talent, but may also seize control of the Hongming sacred land." "Your Majesty is truly wise." Murongzhan displayed a proud smile, declaring, "All resources of the imperial court shall be devoted to her in 5 years. I expect to witness her rise to prominence." "Yes, Your Majesty." Time flies swiftly, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye in the sacred realm of Hongming. A child, exquisitely crafted like fine jade, is sprawled over a small desk, sound asleep. This child is none other than Qin Xian. For 3 years, he has not ventured beyond the confines of the Hongming sacred land. The nature of the outside world remains a mystery to him, as he has never laid eyes upon it. Fortunately, during these 3 years, he has diligently absorbed a vast array of texts and delved into countless tomes, thus gaining a certain understanding of this world. The realm he inhabits is known as the Yuanchu realm, divided into 9 grand states where formidable beings abound, those capable of moving mountains and filling seas, cleaving oceans with a mere sword, and soaring through the heavens. Countless spirit beasts and ferocious creatures roam this land. Within the Yuanchu realm, there exists only one Tianyuan Divine Kingdom, alongside various aristocratic families, sects, and sacred lands, including some hidden clans. The current state of the Yuanchu realm, having endured protracted warfare, has seen the extinction of emperors. Yet, the Hongming sacred land, safeguarded by 2 peak quasi-emperors, remains largely unchallenged, allowing it to assert its dominance. Throughout these 3 years, while Qin Xian has indeed absorbed much knowledge of this world, he has indulged excessively in rare treasures and miraculous elixirs. Thanks to his father and grandfather, who treat him more like a prodigy to be nurtured than a mere child. They seem intent on exhausting the resources of the Hongming sacred land on him. The very thought of these treasures and elixirs often brings a sense of nausea to Qin Xian. However, as the recipient of such bounties, his cultivation has seen a remarkable ascent. he has effortlessly opened all 10,800 acupoints in his body, achieving the Tongqiao realm without any preliminary stages. At this moment, within Qin Xian's body, 1,080 martial veins form an immense celestial net, with torrents of spiritual energy coursing through them. Beneath this web, the acupoints twinkle like brilliant stars, each one shimmering with vitality. Yet, this is not the end of his transformation. Within his dantian, swirling around the chaotic seed, are 9 colossal whirlpools, reminiscent of 9 celestial nebulae, slowly rotating and emitting the sound of crashing waves, signaling a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. This is Qin Xian's Qi. Upon discovering that Qin Xian has opened over 10,000 acupoints and established 9 Qis, both Qin Haoyu and Qin Tianyang were left utterly bewildered. How could this be? Is he truly this extraordinary? The three of them fell into deep contemplation. It is known that a typical cultivator has 108 martial veins, 360 acupoints, and usually only a single Qi. This is the highest standard. Yet, Qin Xian consistently shatters their perceptions, leaving them in a state of confusion. Though Qin Haoyu and Qin Tianyang cannot discern the reasons behind this phenomenon, they remain relieved that there seem to be no other issues, especially after Qin Xian, at the pinnacle of his Qi, accidentally left a spirit beast of the divine mansion realm on the brink of collapse. Their enthusiasm only intensified. They seized every opportunity to feed him, much to Qin Xian's chagrin. Despite this, his cultivation stubbornly remained at the peak of the Qi realm. After more than a month of such treatment, Qin Xian's grandfather and father finally relented. Unbeknownst to them, although Qin Xian's realm did not progress, profound changes were occurring within him, particularly concerning the chaotic seed enveloped by the 9 Qis, which seemed to be undergoing a significant transformation, one that even Qin Xian was unaware of. Chapter 7. The 3-year deadline has arrived. Signing in again, little Saint Sun, young master. Who stole my little bear cookies? Startled from his slumber, Qin Xian leaped onto the desk. Upon seeing Xiaolan, who was covering her mouth and giggling, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wiped the remnants of drool from the corner of his mouth and adjusted his small white robe before jumping down from the desk. What is it? Hearing Qin Xian's inquiry, Xiaolan ceased her laughter and replied softly, Young master, the madam and the master are looking for you. Qin Xian nodded, pondering internally. The 3-year deadline has arrived. Those 2 old codgers must be eager to see me. He also recalled the new signing and location to be within the Hongming Tower, which made him feel a sense of urgency. He strode purposefully towards the door. In the Hongming sacred land, amidst a range of towering peaks, one particular mountain was adorned with numerous structures, the Qin family's main courtyard. Qin Xian and Xiaolan appeared in succession, and upon spotting Qin Xian, Qin Haoyu and Wang Yuyin smiled warmly. Wang Yuyin, her face radiating maternal affection, promptly scooped up the nearby Qin Xian. Xianer, come here. Let mother hold you. As she spoke, she planted a kiss on Qin Xian's forehead. This entire exchange flowed seamlessly, without the slightest interruption. Qin Xian made no resistance. No, it wasn't that he had not resisted, but rather that he found himself unable to, ultimately accepting the affection. After all, she was his mother, and he chose to overlook it. Qin Haoyu, however, interjected directly, All right, Yuyin, the 2 old ancestors are still waiting inside the Hongming Tower. He added, Besides, Xianer is not leaving just yet. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyin tightened her embrace around Qin Xian and slowly set him down on the ground, reluctantly whispering, Xianer, once you enter the Hongming Tower, be sure to heed the words of the 2 old ancestors. Understood? Rest assured, mother, I shall not disappoint them. When I emerge from the Hongming Tower, I will surely leave you in awe. Qin Xian declared, his voice brimming with youthful vigor, albeit with a hint of childishness. This scene brought a smile to Wang Yuyin's face. Yes, in my heart, Xianer is undoubtedly the best. With that, Qin Haoyu led Qin Xian away from the Qin family's main peak towards the Hongming Tower, leaving behind a wistful Wang Yuyin. Outside the Hongming Tower, a considerable assembly of elders and numerous disciples had gathered to witness the event. Qin Xian's grandfather, Qin Tianyang, had also arrived early to wait. Just then, the crowd noticed 2 figures, one large and one small, rapidly approaching from afar. Father, grandfather, Qin Haoyu and Qin Xian greeted Qin Tianyang. The latter slightly raised his head and acknowledged them with a grunt. Then, he called out loudly, "Old ancestor, Xianer has arrived." With a thunderous rumble, the Hongming Tower trembled, and a towering gate, several dozen feet high, slowly swung open. "Come in," a voice boomed from within the tower. All eyes in the vicinity turned to Qin Xian as he entered the Hongming Tower. Expressions rife with curiosity. Upon his birth, celestial phenomena had obscured the skies, and he was endowed with a companion artifact. Yet, 3 years later, why had his cultivation only reached the Qi-Si realm? What they did not realize was that although Qin Xian was at the Qi-Si realm, he was, in fact, the strongest Qi-Si realm cultivator in history, with an astonishing foundation. With 1,080 martial veins, 10,800 acupoints, and 9 Qi-Sis. Such a situation, if revealed to them, would undoubtedly lead to existential doubts, potentially shaking their very resolve, and their understanding. This was nothing short of absurdity, leading them to exclaim, "Impossible!" But this was the truth. The question remained. Were they afraid? Was it terrifying? Boom! As Qin Xian stepped into the Hongming Tower, the gate thunderously closed behind him. Inside the tower, an abundance of violet mist enveloped the space, accompanied by waves of energy fluctuations. Gazing upwards, the top remained unseen. While Qin Xian was assessing the interior of the Hongming Tower, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside him. "Qin Xian, after 3 years, your roots have fully awakened and your spiritual intelligence is fully activated. From now on, I and the ancient ancestor shall guide you," Qin Zhan announced, casting a glance at Qin Xian. In an instant, Qin Zhan's expression shifted from neutrality to shock, his mouth agape, and he began to stutter. Pointing at Qin Xian, the ancient ancestor, observing Qin Zhan's reaction, quickly inquired, "Old ghost, what is the matter?" Qin Xian had a vague understanding of why his ancestor was so astonished. It was likely due to an examination of his condition that left him astounded. After taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, Qin Zhan spoke, "Look at this boy." Hearing Qin Zhan's words, the ancient ancestor immediately unleashed his spiritual sense and began scanning Qin Xian's body. Hiss! Hiss! The sound of rapid inhalation escaped the ancient ancestor's lips as he exclaimed, "Good heavens! Is this lad even human? How could he possess so many acupoints and have opened 9 Qi-Sis? Your offspring can't possibly be a monster, can he? Not a monster, but close enough. This truly has me wide-eyed with astonishment. Excellent, excellent." Qin Zhan wore an expression of utter shock, but after the initial surprise, both old men were filled with excitement. According to ancient legends, there are 10 great body types, 3,000 sacred bodies, and 3,000 spiritual bodies, each possessing their own mysteries and wonders. Yet today, the total number of body types, sacred bodies, and spiritual bodies remaining in the world amounts to less than 1,000, with many having long since vanished into the annals of history. This young man undoubtedly possesses a unique constitution, far surpassing even the Chaos Sacred Body. After all, while the Chaos Sacred Body is rare, it can still be encountered every few millennia. It is certainly not as terrifying as this. Could it be that this young man is one of the legendary 10 Supreme Tao bodies? The 2 elderly gentlemen completely disregarded Qin Xian, engrossed in their fervent speculations, their excitement palpable. Observing their fervor, Qin Xian shook his head, realizing that they would likely remain absorbed in their discussion for quite some time. With a thought, he called out, "System, are you there?" "I am here." Commenced the sign-in. With a chime, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received a sapling of the Jianmu tree." However, Qin Xian was somewhat bewildered by the system's sweet notification. "System, what is Jianmu?" The system patiently explained, "Jianmu, also known as the Tree of Heaven, is vast beyond measure, with 9 spirals connecting heaven and earth. As for its specific effects, I encourage the host to experience them for yourself." Qin Xian felt a bit dazed but understood that this Jianmu was likely quite remarkable. "How do I use it?" "Simply absorb it directly, host." Following this, Qin Xian absorbed the Jianmu sapling into his body. In an instant, he discovered the sapling appearing beneath the chaos seed, sprouting delicate roots. These fine roots began to spread towards the 9 Qi-Sis, ultimately taking root within them. At that moment, the Jianmu sapling began to swell dramatically, rapidly increasing in height by several dozen meters before gradually slowing down, finally stabilizing at a height of 99 meters. Qin Xian also sensed that his qi seas felt somewhat different, whereas before he perceived the 9 qi seas as distinct entities. Now they seemed to merge into one. Previously, when engaging in battle, if he expended spiritual energy, he would draw it from each qi si individually. Now, however, he could unleash the spiritual power of all 9 qi seas in an instant. His attacking power had thus increased ninefold, if not more. This was certainly not a simple matter of addition. Moreover, Qin Xian felt that the effects brought by the Jianmu extended far beyond this. However, due to his relatively low cultivation level and the sapling's early growth stage, he could not fully grasp its potential. Unbeknownst to Qin Xian, as he immersed himself within his own body, the two elderly gentlemen outside suddenly ceased their discussion. Staring in astonishment at Qin Xian, Chapter 8. The Dual Emperors of Primordial Chaos, an era of great strife in the eyes of the two elders. A formidable aura of life erupted from Qin Xian, piercing through the Hongming Tower and ascending into the void above. Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, both Qin Zhan and Huanggu felt their robes fluttering, their white hair dancing. What is happening? Is Qin Xian about to break through? Huanggu inquired, perplexed. I sense an incredibly rich life force, imbued with the essence of the Tao, Qin Zhan exclaimed, astonished. After carefully attuning to this aura, he quickly urged, Old Huang, this aura contains a trace of the transcendent Tao. We must comprehend it at once. With that, he promptly sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate. Huanggu, realizing the gravity of the situation, also began to comprehend the essence of the Tao. As Qin Xian opened his eyes, he was immediately startled and quickly retreated to a distance. For at that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Mysterious runes encircled the two elders, resembling the very veins of the Tao, radiating an overwhelming energy that surged into the heavens. To Qin Xian's surprise, the runes on their bodies bore a striking resemblance to one another, though with subtle differences. These runes gradually increased in number. As if striving to form a perfect seal, the two elders exuded an extraordinarily powerful aura that soared to the skies. At that instant, the gates of the Hongming Tower suddenly swung open, and two streams of purple spiritual energy enveloped Qin Zhan and Huanggu, transporting them into the void outside the Hongming Tower, while Qin Xian remained within, seemingly protected by the tower's innate will. Boom, boom! Qin Zhan and Huanggu floated in midair, surrounded by countless luminous Tao runes that illuminated the sky. Within moments, the runes began to swirl rapidly, coalescing into two resplendent seals that pierced through the 9 heavens. At that moment, both elders opened their eyes simultaneously, their formidable auras sweeping across the Hongming sacred land and throughout the entire Yuanchu realm. In the surrounding worlds, numerous ancient clans, sects, and powerful beings emerged from their seclusion, all gazing toward the direction of the Hongming sacred land, their reactions ranging from shock to awe, silence to various contemplations. The Hongming sacred land first bore a peerless prodigy, and now 2 emperors have emerged. It seems that no one in the Yuanchu realm can rival them. The era of the Hongming sacred land has arrived. It appears I must once again enter seclusion. Issue my decree. All disciples are forbidden from leaving the sect without my command. The emergence of 2 emperors from the Hongming sacred land is indeed intriguing. Initially believing this task would pose no challenges, I did not expect such unexpected delights to arise. Excellent, truly excellent. Around the Yuanchu realm, dozens of smaller worlds sensed the overwhelming auras. Numerous powerful beings stood tall at the pinnacle of their realms, their divine brilliance illuminating the heavens, instilling fear in the hearts of all living beings. Every powerful entity seemed to perceive a subtle shift in the fabric of reality. Their hearts stirred with excitement. In a certain world, atop a tower reaching towards the heavens, an elder with closed eyes spoke slowly. For 3 years, various phenomena have emerged across the worlds, and now emperors are breaking through in succession. Is the era of great strife upon us once again? I wonder how Yaoer has fared these past 3 years. I hope there is a thread of causality. In the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom, at the stargazing platform, Murong Jian, who was discussing matters with Zhuge Xingchen, suddenly paused. then swiftly departed to the innermost part of the palace. Old ancestor, Murong Jian greeted an elder seated in meditation. This elder, known as Murong Wenba, was one of the royal family members of the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom. I initially thought that once I broke through, I could sweep away the Hongming sacred land, but unexpectedly, Qin Zhan and Huanggu have broken through first. Murong Jian replied with a hint of melancholy. What should we do now, old ancestor? Murong Wenba's expression darkened. And with a sense of helplessness, he said, at present, the Hongming sacred land is in a position of strength. We should observe the situation for now. Recall all the hidden dragon guards infiltrating the Hongming sacred land. If we delay, we may not be able to conceal their presence from those two old fellows. After a pause, he continued, What of your offspring? Murong Jian quickly responded, reporting to the old ancestor, the eldest is cultivating in the Dragon Vein ancestral land. The fifth has entered the Taichu sacred land, and the ninth has just turned 3. Murong Wenba pondered for a moment and said, Summon Outyin back from the ancestral land. I shall personally instruct him. Keep a close watch on the fifth, and if necessary, allocate resources accordingly. As for the ninth, Murong Jian interjected, Old ancestor, I intend to have the ninth participate in the Yuanchu secret realm, where they will encounter the prodigies of the Hongming sacred land. And then, if necessary, let the ninth seize the opportunity to eliminate that prodigy. After hearing Murong Jian's intentions, Murong Wenba nodded. Given the current circumstances, this approach is feasible. However, it must be executed naturally. Understood, old ancestor. Continuing, Murong Jian added, Old ancestor, the barrier of the netherworld has been shaking frequently lately. It seems it won't be long before it shatters. Should we not make preparations? At this, Murong Wenba revealed a smile. No need for concern. I was more worried about whether the Hongming sacred land would pose a threat to my divine kingdom. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, such events have come to pass. The Nether tribe has been suppressed for millennia. It is time for them to stretch their legs. At that point, the Hongming sacred land's attention will likely be diverted from my Tianyuan divine kingdom. Once I break through to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, I will no longer fear the Hongming sacred land. Tianyuan divine kingdom has dominated the Yuanchu realm for countless years. Yet the Hongming sacred land remains aloof and unwilling to submit. We must fulfill our ancestors' wishes and unify the Yuanchu realm. Murong Jian's expression turned serious as he nodded, understanding the old ancestor's intentions. Yes, that would be best. Today, I sensed a shift in the heavens and earth. It seems a prosperous era is about to dawn. Outyin possesses the sacred body of 9 dragons. The fifth wields the supreme body of the firmament, and while the ninth's constitution may be lacking, he possesses the supreme bone and remarkable talent. We must nurture them diligently, sparing no effort. As for you, focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the Emperor realm. Perhaps the time for us to unify the Yuanchu realm is not far off. Yes, old ancestor, go forth. Murong Wenba concluded his words with a sweeping gesture, causing Murong Jian's figure to vanish deep within the imperial palace, only to reappear atop the stargazing platform. With a mere flick of his hand, one could traverse the fabric of space, underscoring the terrifying prowess of an Emperor realm expert. Chapter 9. The Divine Sun Qin Xian, the Inherited Ring, Hongming sacred land. Outside the Hongming Tower, 2 beams of radiant light surged into the bodies of Qin Zhan and Huanggu, instantly altering their auras. From Huanggu emanated a desolate sense of life's ebbing, soon followed by an overwhelming, earth-shattering presence. His cultivation level astonishingly ascended to the early stage of the Emperor realm. Conversely, Qin Zhan exuded a vibrant life force, each movement brimming with an inexhaustible vitality, suggesting that even if he were injured, he could recover in a fleeting moment. His realm, too, reached the early stage of the Emperor realm. As the two completed their breakthroughs, their figures descended from the skies. Congratulations to Ancestor Qin Zhan for achieving the Emperor realm. Congratulations to Ancestor Huanggu for achieving the Emperor realm. The disciples of the Hongming sacred land erupted in jubilant cheers. Ha ha ha, splendid. These are rewards for you all. Qin Zhan and Huanggu laughed heartily, casually waving their hands as a multitude of elixirs and rare treasures rained down upon every disciple and elder present, ensuring that each received a share. The elders of higher seniority, however, received nothing, for such trifles held little value for them. The two of us owe our ascension to the Emperor realm largely to that lad Qin Xian. Indeed, he is truly a lucky star for our Hongming sacred land. They chuckled. Now, you may disperse. With that, they directly entered the Hongming Tower. The onlookers were left astonished to think that the ancestors' achievement of the Emperor realm was attributed to Qin Xian. What had he done? Yet it was clear that Qin Zhan and Huanggu had no intention of elaborating. Inside the Hongming Tower, Qin Xian found himself rather bored and drowsy. Ha ha ha, Qin Xian. At that moment, the figures of Qin Zhan and Huanggu appeared beside him, both wearing smiles. Startled, Qin Xian quickly responded, "Congratulations to both ancestors." Huanggu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it has been millions of years since we two old fellows broke through. And it is indeed thanks to you. Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback. Thanks to me? For what? I am completely unaware of anything, however. Since they insisted, he decided to accept the compliment graciously at this juncture. Qin Zhan interjected, Qin Xian, your talent and potential are unparalleled in this world. You are the greatest hope for our Hongming sacred land to reign supreme across the realms. From this day forth, you shall be the sole divine son of our Hongming sacred land. Huanggu added, Indeed, both I and the old ghost Qin Zhan shall personally guide you on your path. The terms divine son and guidance surprised Qin Xian. He did not expect these two old fellows to speak of supervision in such a refreshing manner. However, being a divine son was indeed an exceptional honor, for a divine son held a status that surpassed even that of a holy son, representing the prestige, depth, and future of the sacred land. The sacred land would spare no effort or resources to nurture him, and the identity, status, and authority of a divine son rivaled that of the sacred lord and certain venerable ancestors. Suddenly, a ring radiating a purple-golden aura materialized before Qin Xian. Qin Zhan's voice followed. This object is the Hongming ring, representing the entirety of the Hongming sacred land, a symbol of identity. Qin Xian stared at the oversized ring, bewildered. Are you two jesting with me? Such a massive ring? What, do I have fingers like a titan? Huanggu seemed to sense Qin Xian's confusion and clarified. This item is a relic of the founding patriarch, who was said to be of enormous stature, hence its size. However, it will automatically adjust to fit the wearer, so do not worry. Just wear it. Qin Xian found himself speechless, realizing he had indeed not misjudged. The founding patriarch was indeed a giant. As he extended his thumb, the ring seemed to possess a will of its own, swiftly sliding onto his finger. With a flash of purple light, it shrank to fit snugly around his thumb. Huanggu's expression turned serious as he continued. This ring has been kept within the Hongming Tower. It is of utmost importance, not only as a symbol of the Hongming sacred land, but also as a representation of status. Within the Hongming sacred land, you may traverse any location freely, and externally, you can fully represent the Hongming sacred land, he added. Moreover, this ring possesses formidable capabilities. It can protect you from 3 life-threatening crises. After 3 uses, its energy will deplete, requiring 10,000 years of nurturing within the Hongming Tower before it can be used again. Additionally, this ring serves as a spatial artifact, capable of storing any object, even living beings. From this moment forth, the entire Hongming sacred land will go to any lengths to assist you. Both Qin Zhan and Huanggu bore solemn expressions, emphasizing the gravity of their words. Qin Xian's excitement bubbled forth, his mouth agape, revealing a set of pearly whites. Is it truly this remarkable? As he spoke, he began to caress the ring on his thumb, his thoughts guiding him into the ring's interior. Upon entering the ring with his consciousness, Qin Xian discovered, in addition to an abundance of purple spiritual energy, a vast collection of elixirs of various grades and countless rare treasures. His spirit soared. It seemed he would no longer need to worry about resources for cultivation. Moreover, Huanggu, noticing Qin Xian's elation, added, Now that you have entered the Hongming Tower, we will begin imparting to you the Hongming sacred land's inherited cultivation technique, the Hongming Creation Sutra. This technique, taught only to disciples who enter the Hongming Tower, is a profound method, while those who have not yet entered can only practice a simplified version. Simultaneously, Qin Zhan chimed in, Indeed, and I shall also impart to you my Battle Heaven technique. Inherited techniques? The Hongming Creation Sutra? and the unique techniques of both ancestors. Qin Xian could hardly contain his excitement as he bowed deeply. Thank you, ancestors. 3 years had passed without any exposure to cultivation techniques, and now he had the opportunity to learn so much at once. How could he not be thrilled? Ha ha ha. Qin Xian, follow us, Qin Zhan declared, waving his sleeve, and the 3 figures vanished into thin air. With a whoosh, Qin Xian felt a blur before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was struck by the breathtaking scenery surrounding him. His heart racing in astonishment. Gazing in awe, he found himself surrounded by an endless expanse of starry rivers, where purple streams, akin to divine dragons, danced gracefully, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Among these celestial rivers, countless purple stars radiated a rich violet glow. Upon closer inspection, he discerned no fewer than 80,000 stars, with the 9 brightest among them encircling an island floating amidst the cosmic sea. This island, with its towering mountains, lush forests, and converging rivers, resembled a realm of immortals, albeit devoid of any signs of life. At the island's center stood 2 wooden thatched cottages, exuding an air of antiquity. Ancestors, where is this place? His expression astonished, Qin Xian instinctively inquired of Qin Zhan and Huang Gu. Qin Zhan smiled, explaining, this is the inner space of the Hongming Tower's pinnacle, a sanctuary for Huang Gu and me to cultivate in solitude. Huang Gu added, what do you think, little one? Not too shabby, is it? Qin Xian, upon hearing this, could not help but express his amazement. He had not anticipated such a magnificent locale within the Hongming Tower. These 2 old fellows truly knew how to enjoy life, however. Recalling the ancestors' words, he could not help but ask, ancestors, does the Hongming Tower possess more than just this space? Of course, Huang Gu replied with a slight smile. The Hongming Tower is the very foundation of our Hongming sacred land. What you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg, a fraction of its vastness. Qin Zhan then gestured grandly. All right, Qin Xian, do not concern yourself with these matters. Your primary focus now is to cultivate here in an instant. Qin Xian found himself transported to the front of the thatched cottage. Qin Xian, I shall now impart to you the Hongming Sacred Land's inherited cultivation technique. The Hongming Creation Sutra. This is the cherished technique passed down by our founding patriarch, possessing unfathomable mysteries and serving as the cornerstone of our Hongming Sacred Land. Within the sacred realm of Hongming, you alone possess the divine status of the sun, allowing you to cultivate this profound technique without the need for competition or assessments. Thus, you must cherish this opportunity immensely. Qin Zhan gazed solemnly at the figure of Qin Xian before him, who immediately responded with gravity, I understand. Esteemed ancestors, please rest assured. Excellent, excellent. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Qin Zhan summoned a colossal stone tablet, which materialized instantaneously in the clearing before the thatched cottage. The moment the stone tablet struck the ground, a cloud of dust was raised. Yet, with another wave of Qin Zhan's hand, the dust was instantly dispelled. Chapter 10. The Inheritance Technique. Hongming Creation Scripture. At the very instant the stone tablet appeared, Qin Xian's attention was irresistibly drawn to it. He felt a surge of violet light piercing into his brow, and in that fleeting moment, his mind was jolted, revealing a myriad of enigmatic characters and miniature figures. These mysterious characters surged into Qin Xian's consciousness like tadpoles, imprinting themselves upon his primordial spirit. The tiny figures performed various movements, their bodies adorned with delicate veins, seemingly demonstrating the profound intricacies of the technique to Qin Xian. He was instantly immersed in this experience, as the multitude of characters coalesced into a mysterious scripture, which Qin Xian gradually absorbed. The actions of the miniature figures and their demonstrations transformed into vivid illustrations, flowing seamlessly through his soul and becoming indelibly etched within him. Soon, Qin Xian's body involuntarily began to cultivate according to the scripture and the illustrations. Initially, a brilliant violet light emerged from his dantian, akin to the dawn breaking through the night, continuously illuminating the depths of his dantian. Gradually, this light expanded until it filled the entire dantian. In an instant, an abundance of violet spiritual energy manifested, as if irrigated, dividing within the dantian into 9 streams that swiftly flowed into the 9 great seas of qi. Subsequently, Through 1,080 martial veins, this energy surged into numerous acupoints. Once all 10,800 acupoints were filled with violet spiritual energy, the energy suddenly stilled, then began to expand explosively. Bang, bang, bang. A series of soft explosions reverberated within Qin Xian's body. Astonishingly, the original 10,800 acupoints within him instantaneously doubled, becoming 21,600. At that moment, Qin Xian's internal momentum surged dramatically, leaving Qin Zhan and the ancient emperor in a state of shock. This young man truly possesses an extraordinary physique. It is utterly astounding that he can continue to open acupoints. A typical holy body would find it nearly impossible to achieve such a number of acupoints. What kind of monstrous physique does this boy possess? Indeed, we have all practiced the Hongming creation scripture, but it merely enhances the condensation of one's spiritual energy several-fold, with greater endurance. Could it be that this boy genuinely possesses one of the legendary 10 supreme physiques? Both Qin Zhan and the ancient emperor, despite their vast experiences, had never encountered or heard of such an unfathomable physique. Meanwhile, Qin Xian was entirely absorbed in his cultivation, completely oblivious to the outside world. Within him, the vast violet spiritual energy coursed through all the martial veins and acupoints before flowing back into the dantian, where it coalesced into a 5-clawed divine dragon. After pausing for a moment within the dantian, the dragon swiftly ascended the branches of the primordial tree, coiling upwards, its head resting atop the tree's crown as it exhaled towards the chaotic seed above. Following this, the chaotic seed became enveloped in swirling violet energy as it absorbed the breath of the divine dragon. The surrounding 9 great seas of qi began to rotate even more rapidly, while all martial veins and acupoints flickered with violet light, alternating between brilliance and dimness. As time passed, Qin Xian felt the spiritual energy within him. Once at the peak of the qi sea, becoming even more refined, the spiritual energy within the 9 great seas transformed entirely into violet energy, while its volume diminished significantly, though the quality remained unchanged. Its size had shrunk. The 9 great seas appeared somewhat hollowed. At this moment, Qin Xian gradually regained his senses and opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" Qin Zhan inquired urgently. "Remarkable, truly impressive," Qin Xian replied, his eyes wide with astonishment and delight. Over the past 3 years, he had delved into numerous ancient texts and had gained a modicum of understanding regarding cultivators. However, it now became evident that his newly acquired chaotic divine demonic body was an extraordinarily powerful physique. Moreover, the Hongming creation scripture provided him with immense assistance, allowing what was already an outrageous number of acupoints to be further expanded. Additionally, it had elevated the refinement of his spiritual energy tenfold. He had previously believed he had reached the limits of his physical cultivation, yet this time he had unexpectedly broken through those limits, and it seemed he had yet to reach the ultimate threshold of his body. What astonished both me and the ancient ancestor is that your cultivation of the Hongming creation scripture has allowed you to open new acupoints, indicating your physique is exceedingly formidable. As it stands, your physique may very well be the legendary supreme physique. Although the ancient ancestor and I are unfamiliar with this supreme physique, do not rush. Ensure you reach your limits before attempting to break through to the cave heaven realm. The benefits of the Hongming creation scripture at the body refinement stage are to refine the spiritual energy within the qi seas, nurturing the martial veins and acupoints, while the advantages of the cave heaven realm are beyond description. Qin Zhan solemnly advised. The ancient emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed, young Qin Xian, given your exceptional physique, do not seek rapid advancement. Establish a solid foundation to fully utilize your innate talent. Qin Zhan and the ancient emperor were eager to witness the true power of the legendary supreme physique. Upon hearing their words, Qin Xian repeatedly nodded, pondering whether his chaotic divine demonic body truly belonged to the 10 supreme physiques. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further. He raised his head, his large eyes sparkling as he looked at Qin Zhan and the ancient emperor, saying, "Esteemed ancestors, I have learned the Hongming creation scripture, but I have yet to acquire any martial techniques." "Ha ha ha, you rascal." Qin Zhan and the ancient emperor exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, Qin Zhan's voice rang out, "Qin Xian, Next, I and the ancient ancestor shall impart our techniques to you. Be diligent in your cultivation. Yes, esteemed ancestors, Qin Xian replied respectfully. Very well. Qin Zhan extended a finger, upon which a mark glimmered. Qin Xian, this battle heaven technique is the culmination of my life's insights into martial arts. I shall condense it into a technique seed and impart it to you, hoping that you comprehend it swiftly. As Qin Zhan spoke, he pressed the mark against Qin Xian's brow. Battle heaven technique. Born for combat, endless warfare, divided into 9 tiers, each tier doubling the attack power, with a maximum enhancement of 9-fold. Moreover, with battle chi protecting the body, each tier can form a layer of battle chi enveloping the entire body. With a maximum of 9 layers, Chapter 11. The Great Competition of the Sacred Land. An unexpected visit from Taichu Sacred Land. Once this mark imprinted itself in Qin Xian's mind, the ancient emperor employed a similar method to impart his technique. Spirit control technique, manipulating the primordial spirit, freely and capriciously, transforming at will. Also divided into 9 tiers, with each transformation allowing the primordial spirit to take on any form at will. Each transformation can increase the primordial spirit's attack power by 2-fold, with a maximum enhancement of 9-fold. Conversely, it can also manifest 9 transformations to protect the primordial spirit, with the strongest offering 9-fold defense. As both techniques marks melded into Qin Xian's consciousness, he immediately immersed himself in cultivation. Old Ghost, in 2 years, the Yuanchu secret realm will open. Should we send this lad there? Certainly, with Qin Xian's current realm, he will undoubtedly shine in the Yuanchu secret realm and reap immense rewards. It is worth noting that we, too, gained our own insights into martial techniques when we entered the Yuanchu secret realm in our youth. 1 year later, at the Hongming Sacred Land. Today marks the decennial grand competition of the Sacred Land. Regardless of whether they are outer disciples, inner disciples, or core disciples, all are filled with fervor. After all, not everyone is Qin Xian, born with a golden key and abundant resources at their disposal. Therefore, the disciples of the Hongming Sacred Land still need to seek ways to acquire resources for their cultivation. The Grand Competition of the Sacred Land serves as a relatively straightforward event that offers significant benefits. Of course, not everyone will participate, as this so-called decennial competition is primarily aimed at the younger generation of disciples. These disciples have greatly improved their strength. Indeed. Elder Gu, what is the name of that sword-wielding young man? Qin Haoyu, seated upon the high platform, observed the 2 youths battling below, praising them repeatedly while inquiring of an elder beside him. Elder Gu was equally attentive but, upon hearing Qin Haoyu's words, hastily replied, "Returning to the Holy Master, this young man is named Yi Changsheng. He has awakened the pure yang sword body, and his talent is indeed exceptional." Qin Haoyu chuckled. It seems this lad may very well claim the first seat this time. Elder Gu nodded, pondering for a moment before stating, "Based on my years of experience, aside from Yi Changsheng, the individuals on Arena 5, Xiao Feng, and on Arena 8, Lin Qingya, are also outstanding among these disciples. These 2 have awakened the Wind God body and the Ice Spirit body, both of which are among the superior of the 3,000 spiritual bodies. It seems the top 3 spots will likely fall into the hands of these individuals." Qin Haoyu's eyes brightened. "Haha, well, I did not expect to see 3 individuals with special physiques among this group of young disciples, especially Yi Changsheng, who has awakened the sword body renowned for its offensive capabilities." At this moment, several uninvited guests arrived at the Hongming Sacred Land. Leading them was an elderly woman clad in a gray robe, followed by 5 young individuals in white robes, 3 males and 2 females. Upon reaching the mountain gate of the Hongming Sacred Land, the gray-robed elder smiled faintly and announced loudly, "I am Mo Yueju from the Taichu Sacred Land, sent by the Holy Master to pay a visit to the Hongming Sacred Land." Boom! Suddenly, a rift appeared in the void before the elder, and a figure materialized before them, addressing Mo Yueju. "Ah, it is you, Fairy Mo. It has been many years. Your elegance remains undiminished." The speaker was none other than Qin Xian's grandfather, Qin Tianyang. The reason for Qin Tianyang coming to greet them was due to the numerous ancestors of the Hongming Sacred Land having sensed Mo Yueju's formidable strength, reaching the great sage realm. Sending others to greet her might detract from the prestige of the Hongming Sacred Land. As the leader, Qin Haoyu would not casually meet guests, Thus he entrusted Qin Tianyang to do so, both to maintain face and to uphold the dignity of the Hongming sacred land. Sure enough, upon seeing Qin Tianyang, Mo Yueju's face lit up with joy. Ah, it is my esteemed friend Tianyang. I am truly honored to see you. Judging by your aura, your strength must have significantly increased during your years of seclusion. Indeed, as the father of the holy master of Hongming, his prowess is formidable. Qin Tianyang's expression darkened slightly. It was evident that Mo Yueju was seeking trouble by emphasizing her relationship to Qin Haoyu. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure, responding, "Fairy Mo, you flatter me. Compared to you, I am but a humble novice." Mo Yueju chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the change in Qin Tianyang's address. Just then, a round-faced young woman behind Mo Yueju murmured, "The Holy Master's father is merely at the Great Sage Realm? In our Taichu sacred land, even some elders have attained the Great Sage Realm. The Hongming sacred land is not as impressive as it seems." Her voice, though not loud, was heard by the two powerful figures present. Instantly, Qin Tianyang's expression darkened. "Silence. The Hongming sacred land is an entity on par with our Taichu sacred land. Even if it has fallen from grace, it is not for you youngsters to speak of lightly." Mo Yueju feigned reprimanding the girl, yet her words lacked sincerity, and the girl lowered her head, lost in her thoughts. Mo Yueju then smiled. "Tianyang, do not be angered. My young apprentice is still quite naive and unaware. Please do not take offense." Though Qin Tianyang's anger simmered within, he refrained from expressing it. "Since Fairy Mo has come on a mission, please do proceed." With that, Qin Tianyang turned and walked ahead without pausing. Mo Yueju and her entourage followed closely into the Hongming sacred land. Upon their entrance, they quickly arrived at the main hall of the sect. Inside the hall, Qin Haoyu, along with numerous elders and supreme elders, awaited their arrival. As for the grand competition, it had largely concluded, and with Elder Gu presiding over it, Qin Haoyu had departed from the competition grounds. Why would the Taichu sacred land, which is doing well in the Taichu realm, suddenly send someone to our Hongming sacred land? It must be due to the impending opening of the Yuanchuan secret realm, inviting our Hongming sacred land to join them, which is quite insidious. Indeed, the Yuanchuan secret realm is a source realm that only extraordinary prodigies may enter. Over the past few 100,000 years, our Hongming sacred land has indeed declined, and the disciples who entered have gained little. Before long, the sun, moon, and chaos sacred lands will likely come to mock us. Truly infuriating. At one time, our Hongming sacred land was in its prime. Had it not been for our participation in the divine and demon battlefield, leading to countless sacrifices that resulted in a depletion of our talent, we would not have allowed these other sacred lands to overshadow us. The hall was abuzz with discussions until Qin Haoyu suddenly declared, "Enough. Silence. They have arrived." Chapter 12. Hongming Sacred Land. Mere trifles? Mo Yueju. I have come to greet the Holy Master of the Hongming Sacred Land and wish for the Holy Master to achieve the Great Sage Realm soon. Upon entering the hall with her 5 young companions, Mo Yueju bowed respectfully to Qin Haoyu. However, her words caused the expressions of everyone present to darken, and the atmosphere turned somewhat frigid. Under normal circumstances, hearing someone wishing Qin Haoyu to achieve the Great Sage Realm would elicit smiles and warm greetings. However, when these words came from Mo Yueju, they carried a tone of mockery. After all, those present were aware that among the other equally renowned sacred lands, which Holy Master was not at least at the Great Sage Realm, only the Holy Master of the Hongming sacred land, Qin Haoyu, remained at the Sage Realm after all these years. Yet, despite their indignation, they maintained their composure. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on them. Qin Haoyu regarded Mo Yueju below with a glimmer in his eyes, then smiled faintly. As the supreme elder of the Taichu sacred land, "What brings you to my Hongming sacred land?" Mo Yueju, her face adorned with a smile, replied promptly, "I am here on the orders of my holy master to visit the Hongming sacred land and, by the way, to participate in the Yuanchuan secret realm together." The members of the Hongming sacred land felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over them, internally cursing Mo Yueju for her audacity. It was clear that her intention was to come and witness the misfortunes of the Hongming sacred land, and it seemed she planned to linger until the secret realm opened. Truly a display of thick skin. At that moment, Mo Yueju continued. Upon entering the Hongming sacred land, I noticed the disciples engaged in a grand competition. How lively it is! Coincidentally, I have brought along a few juniors. I wonder if they might engage with the talented individuals of the Hongming sacred land? It would be an opportunity for my juniors to broaden their horizons. As Mo Yueju spoke, the gazes of the crowd shifted toward the 5 young individuals behind her, their expressions darkening further. They silently cursed Mo Yueju for being so cunning. While these young individuals appeared youthful, none present were ordinary. They could see at a glance that these youths were extraordinary. It was unlikely that one could find many capable of competing with them within the Taichu sacred land. Or they would not have been brought forth for the Yuanchuan secret realm. Qin Haoyu pondered for a moment before stating, "In that case, let us move to the duel arena." With that, he rose and led the way to the arena, followed by the others. After all, since Mo Yueju had issued the challenge, it would reflect poorly on the Hongming sacred land if they dared not accept. At the duel arena, Elder Ge was in the midst of awarding the top 3 of the competition. Yi Changsheng, Xiao Feng, Lin Xingya. Well done. Keep up the good work. Yes, Elder. The 3 received their rewards, their hearts brimming with joy. Just then, Qin Haoyu and the others arrived at the scene, and a multitude of disciples bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the Holy Master, Elders, and Supreme Elders. With a slight hum, Qin Haoyu addressed Yi Changsheng and the other 2. Today, several prodigies from Taichu sacred land wish to engage in a friendly contest with our Hongming sacred land. Are you 3 willing to accept the challenge? The expansive battlefield instantly buzzed with excitement among the disciples. What? The disciples of Taichu sacred land want to spar with us? The onlookers remarked, their expressions a mix of annoyance and eagerness to confront the challengers. Look at the aura they exude. They appear quite formidable. I would relish the opportunity to take them down. Have you noticed the faint glow of dragon pillars radiating from them? One disciple interjected. Goodness, they are all masters of the cave heaven realm. Indeed, by their aura, they seem to possess strength comparable to Brother Changsheng, another added. Yet, I believe Brother Changsheng can still triumph over them, for he is a pure yang sword body, exceptionally powerful. Exactly, Brother Xiaofeng and Sister Qingya are no slouches either. They too are of the cave heaven realm and will surely prevail at that moment. Yi Changsheng, Xiaofeng, and Lin Xingya assessed the disciples from Taichu sacred land who accompanied the sacred lord to the battlefield. And they spoke in unison. What is there to fear? We shall gladly fight. Excellent! Qin Haoyu proclaimed solemnly. He then turned, pointing at Yi Changsheng and the others, and addressed Mo Yueju. Friend Mo? These 3 are Yi Changsheng, Xiaofeng, and Lin Xingya. The most outstanding young disciples of our Hongming sacred land. Mo Yueju had already been observing Yi Changsheng and his companions. A glance at Xiaofeng and Lin Xingya was sufficient for her to dismiss them. For with her keen perception, she discerned that they were merely average spiritual bodies. Although they had reached the cave heaven realm, their aura suggested they were just slightly above average talents. However, the youth named Yi Changsheng intrigued her. He appeared exceptional, exuding a powerful aura, marking him as a true prodigy. Yet, despite this, Mo Yueju felt no apprehension and smiled. Indeed, they are remarkable talents nurtured by Hongming's sacred land, each one exuding extraordinary prowess. Pausing for a moment, she turned to her companions and said, You all, hurry over and meet these 3 prodigies from Hongming's sacred land. The 3 men and 2 women behind her promptly approached. The leader, with an expressionless face, casually clasped his hands and said, I am Luoxing, pleased to meet you all. The others followed suit, introducing themselves. I am Shi Lu, and I am Kongwan, and this is Nan Minro. Yet, the round-faced girl pouted, visibly displeased, and said, Qiu Yuetang. Afterward, she muttered under her breath, a bunch of mismatched fruits, and they dare to call themselves geniuses from Hongming's sacred land. Upon hearing this, Qin Haoyu and the elders present darkened in expression. Although they had allowed the younger generation to engage in conversation, Qiu Yuetang's mutterings had not escaped their keen ears. Nevertheless, given that the juniors were conversing, he refrained from interrupting over such a trivial matter. The observing disciples outside, positioned at a distance, were oblivious to the exchange. However, Yi Changsheng and his companions heard every word clearly. Lin Xingya's expression immediately turned icy, her icy spiritual aura radiating as she spoke. Humph. How brazen! Today, I shall test the mettle of the disciples from Taichu's sacred land and see why they are so arrogant. Unfazed, Qiu Yuetang replied coolly. What? Are you afraid that you, ranked among the top 3 disciples of Hongmeng's sacred land, cannot handle a mere last-ranked disciple from Taichu's sacred land? I assure you, even your top 3 are still no match for me. Lin Qingya's expression hardened at this, and she retorted, Do you not fear that your tongue may get you in trouble? Allow me to see if your strength matches your boast. As she spoke, she prepared to draw her sword to engage Qiu Yuetang. However, Qiu Yuetang raised her hands and interjected, Wait, do not rush, in my view. Whether it's one or many, a fight is a fight. How about this? You 3 can come at me together. With an air of arrogance, she wore a playful smile. Yet, her words incited visible irritation in Yi Changxing and Xiaofeng, who felt utterly disregarded. The notion of facing her as a group was excessively presumptuous. Although they were enraged, they held back, contemplating how they might make her regret her arrogance should an opportunity arise. Yet, Qiu Yuetang, noticing their expressions, only grew bolder. Indeed, mismatched fruits, do you lack the courage to join forces? Are you afraid of my senior brothers and sisters stepping in? You think too highly of yourselves. Dealing with you 3 prodigies is hardly a warm-up for me. With a mocking demeanor, she contemptuously beckoned with her little finger, pressing it down as if to belittle them further. He. Sister Yuetang is still as mischievous as ever in my opinion, as she stated. These 3 pose no real threat. The disciples from Taichu's sacred land whispered among themselves, showing no signs of concern. On the battlefield, Qiu Yuetang, having retracted her finger, did not wait for Yi Changxing and the others to respond before launching her attack. Great Fish Peony, with a graceful flick of her fingers, a colossal peony blossom appeared, enveloping Yi Changxing and his companions within its petals. Immediately after, a massive fish-like creature emerged above the peony, opening its gaping maw wide as it lunged to devour the trio ensconced within the flower. The 3, encased by the enormous peony, swiftly regained their composure and unleashed their respective techniques to counter the overwhelming flower. Yi Changxing, his body radiating sword energy, conjured a magnificent golden sword that he grasped tightly. One sword to part the heavens, with a thunderous roar, the golden sword soared skyward, slicing through layers of peony petals and piercing directly into the gaping mouth of the monstrous fish. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng moved like a tempest, gathering an abundance of wind spiritual energy around him, transforming it into razor-sharp blades that whirled about, scattering the peony petals. He executed the top-tier martial technique. Wind sweeps the fallen clouds, perfectly complementing his wind spiritual body, enhancing its formidable power as the wind blades clashed against the fish's sharp teeth. Simultaneously, Lin Qingya invoked her ice spiritual body, enveloping herself in layers of icy crystals akin to armor. The temperature plummeted as she wielded her sword, unleashing icy gusts akin to arrows. Extreme Ice's Lament, she cried, releasing a torrent of frigid energy that swiftly froze everything in its vicinity, enveloping the terrifying fish in a chilling grip that surpassed absolute zero. The surrounding disciples watched in wide-eyed amazement, swallowing hard at the sight. Incredible! Are the disciples from Taichu's sacred land truly this powerful? It took the combined efforts of Brother Yi and the others just to barely fend off her attack. This is troubling. Our Hongmeng's sacred land might face defeat. If we cannot withstand even the smallest of their ranks, who would have thought Brother Yi and the others would be forced to reveal their strongest martial techniques so soon? What are we to do? If we lose? Sorrow enveloped the onlookers, their expressions grim. After all, if they failed to win even once in this exchange, it would be an embarrassment of monumental proportions. On the high platform, the elders bore similarly grim expressions. Mo Yueju cheerfully remarked, Your talents from Hongmeng's sacred land are impressive indeed. Managing to withstand a single strike from Yuetang is quite commendable. Her words, however, darkened the expressions of Qin Haoyu and the senior members present. Their eyes burning with fury. Hemph! Qin Haoyu's face soured, letting out a cold snort without further comment, for the truth remained. Their disciples were indeed outmatched in the arena. Qiu Yuetang regarded Yi Changxing and his companions with a smirk. Well, you possess some skill, but this is far from over. With that, she unleashed another technique. Dance of Thorns. As soon as the words left her lips, a vibrant green vine materialized from Qiu Yuetong's hand. These vines spread with astonishing rapidity, instantly resembling enormous green pythons as they surged toward Yi Changsheng, Xiao Feng, and Lin Qingya. The sheer number and speed of the vines were nothing short of shocking, leaving the trio with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance, employing every technique at their disposal to combat these verdant serpents. Yet, for every vine they vanquished, another would materialize in its place. Moreover, the rate at which the thorny vines appeared was alarmingly swift, soon cloaking the entire battlefield in a shroud of green thorns, rendering Yi Changsheng and his companions invisible. Occasionally, faint sounds could be heard from within the dense foliage of thorns. This spectacle left the disciples of the Hongming sacred land utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that a single disciple from the Taichu sacred land could so decisively defeat the top three of their own. Despite their reluctance to accept it, they were compelled to acknowledge the formidable prowess of the seemingly innocent-faced girl. Particularly impressive was the moment she unleashed a multitude of thorns to form pythons, an exhibit of sheer strength. At that moment, Qin Haoyu rose to his feet. The ability to manipulate plants and accelerate their growth. Could this be the essence of life? Imo Yueju also stood, smiling as she remarked. Indeed, this little girl possesses considerable potential. Ignoring Imo Yueju's smugness, Qin Haoyu gazed anxiously at the arena. After all, even if they were outmatched, they were still disciples of the Hongming sacred land. Seemingly attuned to Qin Haoyu's worries, Imo Yueju decided it was time to intervene and called out, "All right, Yuetang, it's time to cease to at her command." Qiu Yuetang emitted a triumphant hum, summoning all the thorny pythons back. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive impacts resonated as Yi Changsheng, Xiao Feng, and Lin Qingya all tumbled to the ground, gravely injured and unconscious. Qin Haoyu gestured, and immediately, others appeared to carry the trio away for healing. In that moment, the entire battlefield fell into a hushed silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Who could have imagined that a single disciple from the Taichu sacred land could bring about such a comprehensive defeat of the Hongming sacred land's top contestants? At that juncture, Qiu Yuetang spoke again. "I never expected that the illustrious Hongming sacred land would consist of such inferior talents. I heard that an exceptional prodigy was born in your ranks 4 years ago. Why not bring them forth for us to see?" As soon as her words concluded, an elder from the Hongming sacred land could no longer restrain himself and retorted, "How dare you, a mere junior disciple, speak so arrogantly in our presence? Do you think our prodigy is someone you can simply summon at will?" Yet, Qiu Yuetang appeared undeterred and continued, "Why can't I? Is your so-called prodigy merely a hollow title? A pretender with no real worth? You?" The elder was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with rage, just as he was about to unleash another tirade, only to be halted by Qin Haoyu's hand. Qin Haoyu surveyed the 5 Taichu disciples below and discreetly glanced at the composed Imo Yueju seated nearby, coming to a realization. This old hag seemed intent on coaxing his son into the limelight. It appeared that Qiu Yuetang's provocations were inspired by her. If their little saint's son were not already training with the ancestor, they would hardly have the audacity to act so brazenly. Indeed, our little saint's son possesses not only a formidable physique, but also a companion artifact, a true candidate for greatness. If he is but a pretender, what does that make you? You wish to witness our little saint's son's prowess? Should he emerge from his seclusion, none of you would stand a chance against him. Before Qin Haoyu could voice his thoughts, the disciples below erupted in indignation, expressing their outrage. "It appears that your so-called little saint's son enjoys a high reputation in the Hongming sacred land. He must indeed be a remarkable prodigy, though it seems he is too fearful to emerge." Qiu Yuetang taunted with a hint of mockery. "Well, if he is too afraid to show himself, I shall not hold it against him. After all, your esteemed prodigy might not be anything special. Considering that the 3 geniuses from your Hongming sacred land nearly compelled me to exert my full strength, I doubt your little saint's son would fare better without my utmost effort." Her words ignited a blaze of fury among the surrounding disciples, who felt deeply insulted by the blatant derision aimed at all Hongming sacred land disciples. "Holy Lord, please allow our little saint's son to emerge and vanquish these Taichu disciples." Indeed, Holy Lord, these individuals are insufferably arrogant. Ah, but what if our little saint's son cannot defeat them? True, he is but 5 years old. Yet, witnessing the Taichu disciples' arrogance was intolerable. Alas, my own strength is insufficient. Qin Haoyu furrowed his brow, weighing the decision to allow Qin Xian to appear. After all, he was uncertain how well Qin Xian was faring in his training with the ancestor within the Hongming Tower. If he emerged and proved unable to contend with the others as some disciples suggested, it would be a blow to their pride. However, one individual had already grasped Qiu Yuetong's true intentions upon her revealing them and, after a moment's consideration, departed from the scene. Chapter 13. 100,000 and 8,000 apertures. The true dragon of humanity. Boom, bang, bang. Towering mountains erupted in a cacophony of explosions, crumbling into dust in the blink of an eye. A diminutive figure emerged, exuding a tempestuous aura of divinity, with pupils shimmering in a deep, golden-black radiance, appearing profoundly enigmatic. Surrounding him was a sphere of violet spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier. With a single leap, he stood atop a towering peak, his eyes glimmering with intensity as a black gold divine bow manifested before him. Grasping the bow with both hands, he drew it back, unleashing a violet arrow that surged with explosive brilliance. Whoosh! As the light reached its zenith, it was released, streaking forth like a world-destroying comet, resulting in a cataclysmic disaster in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Before the youth, dozens of mountains erupted in a series of explosions, disintegrating into heaps of dust. The boy nodded in satisfaction as the black gold bow in his hand transformed into specks of light, melding into his consciousness. Without delay, the boy stomped down with one foot. Crack, crack, crack. The mountains beneath him fractured as if struck by a divine dragon, collapsing into ruins. Despite the tumult of rock and earth, the boy remained unscathed, with countless stones plummeting around him without making contact. Even the largest boulders disintegrated to dust with a mere flick of his hand. In the midst of this chaotic display, one could faintly hear the thunderous roars of divine beasts echoing from within the boy's form. The feats he accomplished would typically require the prowess of an extraordinary being. However, this boy exhibited no signs of having unlocked the Dragon Pillar's divine light or the life palace that belonged to those of the divine realm. This indicated that the boy, merely at the third tier of body refinement, was capable of unleashing power rivaling that of extraordinary beings. It was nothing short of terrifying. Truly unbelievable that a child of under 5 years could possess such might. As the boy emerged from the swirling dust, 2 figures materialized before Qin Xian. Ha ha ha, old ghost, I told you this lad is a prodigy, an absolute anomaly. I'm beginning to doubt if he is even a descendant of the Qin family. Huang Gu laughed heartily, his face alight with excitement. Qin Zhan was equally animated, astonished by Qin Xian's extraordinary talents. Not only was his physique formidable, but his comprehension was also unparalleled in just over a year. He had grasped the 9th layer of the Battle Sky technique and the Divine Command technique. A feat that was nothing short of miraculous. It was worth noting that both he and Huang Gu had devoted their lifetimes to these secret arts, spending countless years to reach the 9th layer. Yet, Qin Xian had accomplished the same in a mere year, prompting both old men to feel as if they could curse in disbelief. Xianer, I never anticipated that within just over a year, you would achieve such heights. Not only have you opened 100,000 and 8,000 apertures, but your physical prowess is so formidable that even I perceive you as a true dragon. Qin Zhan's complexion flushed crimson, his gaze shimmering with a divine light, as he looked at Qin Xian, causing a shiver to run down Qin Xian's spine. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if the ancestor might have some peculiar inclinations. Ha ha, Qin Xian, come, strike me, Huang Gu declared, eyeing Qin Xian eagerly. This left Qin Xian momentarily bewildered. Is it true that the elderly have such unique preferences? Nevertheless, Qin Xian's body trembled with determination. His right hand clenched tightly as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Huang Gu. Bang! At the instant Qin Xian exerted his full strength, a sonic boom echoed through the air, the atmosphere around his fist vanishing instantaneously, creating a vacuum. Slap! As their fists collided, Huang Gu's palm quivered slightly. And he burst into laughter. Ha ha, splendid. Over 120 million gene of strength. More precisely, 129,600,000 gene of force. This is even greater than that of an adult true dragon. You, my boy, are truly a human dragon incarnate. For those who may not understand, let me clarify the conversions. 1 Jiaoji equals 10,000 gene, 100 Jiaoji equals 1 dragon strength, and 100 dragons equal 1 true dragon strength. We shall not discuss those beneath the Jiaoji level. At just 5 years old, to possess such overwhelming strength at this tender age is simply unfathomable. I can hardly wait to witness your growth. This is truly astonishing. Huang Gu's body began to tremble, his voice wavering with disbelief. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a terrifying talent, and the shock Qin Xian instilled in him was overwhelming. It is well known that the path of cultivation hinges on talent, resources, and opportunities, all of which require relentless effort to attain. Where there is striving, there will be conflict. When two cultivators engage in combat, especially those of the same realm with similar skills, the one with superior physicality and strength inevitably gains a significant advantage. Most cultivators, at the body refining stage, can only muster a force of several 100,000 or 1,000,000 gene. Ordinary geniuses might surpass the limits of their physical bodies, establishing a formidable foundation and achieving several million gene of strength. Exceptional beings, like Huang Gu and Qin Zhan, reached several million gene at the body refining stage. Yet now, Qin Xian possesses the ability to achieve 129,600,000 gene at the body refining stage, truly a prodigy among prodigies. Such a feat has never been recorded in history. Moreover, Qin Xian is still under 5 years old. His potential is beyond comprehension. Shock, astonishment. Huang Gu swallowed his excitement, preparing to say more, when suddenly, a voice resonated from a creamy white stone pillar on the upper platform of the Hongming Tower. Grandfather, Huang Gu, Tianyang requests an audience. Chapter 14. Girls should be a bit more gentle. Humph. The Taichu sacred land has become increasingly arrogant. Upon hearing Qin Tianyang's account, Huang Gu snorted coldly, his face ablaze with fury. However, Qin Zhan remarked, indeed, in recent years, the Taichu sacred land has been thriving, with its experts continuously breaking through. They dominate the Taichu realm, and after enjoying a prolonged period of supremacy, it is only natural they might become somewhat conceited. Regrettably, over the years, our Hongming sacred land has gradually declined, lacking in talent, to the extent that some forces no longer regard us with due respect. That said, Qin Zhan's tone turned serious. However, this time, the Taichu sacred land has miscalculated. Xianer, present. In the battlefield, Qiu Yuetong's voice echoed throughout the arena. Well, your Hongming sacred land has truly disappointed USM. Senior brothers and sisters were eager to showcase their skills, but it seems there will be no opportunity. As for your little saint, he doesn't even dare to show his face. He must be all bark and no bite. Is that so? A voice descended from the heavens, resonating like an ethereal sound, reaching the ears of all present. Instantly, everyone looked up, their expressions a blend of excitement and curiosity. The little saint has emerged from seclusion? 4 years ago, on that fateful night, the Yuanshu realm was rife with omens, awakening formidable abilities while wielding a companion artifact. Following that, he entered the Hongming Tower to cultivate with the 2 esteemed ancestors. All disciples of the Hongming sacred land knew he would undoubtedly become the strongest among the younger generation. Before he even arrived, his presence was felt. Qiu Yuetang gazed upward, where 2 figures slowly descended. Her eyes swiftly landed on a young boy clad in a black and gold robe, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Exuding a remarkable presence, his physique robust yet unexaggerated. Though he appeared merely as a child of 7 or 8, he radiated an aura that was unfathomable, particularly the overwhelming force emanating from him that inspired awe. Everyone's spirit surged. The youthful emperor is no less impressive. All eyes in the arena were fixed on Qin Xian, only to be met with a collective confusion. What is happening? Why does the little saint lack the dragon pillar's divine light? Could it be he remains at the body refining stage? Does he believe that mere good looks can suffice without strength? Impossible. I refuse to believe the little saint possesses nothing beyond his handsome visage. Perplexity reigned as whispers filled the air. After Qin Tianyang guided Qin Xian into the arena, he soared to the high platform to take his seat. Qin Xian bowed respectfully to the esteemed elders and his father, declaring, "Xianer pays respects to father and to the revered elders and grand elders." Qin Haoyu beamed with pride, nodding, though internally he felt elated. "My son truly possesses the potential of an emperor. The aura he exudes and his handsome visage far surpass my own in my youth." Qin Xian suddenly turned, scanning the arena where Qiu Yuetang and her companions stood at that moment. Qiu Yuetang's expression turned haughty at "So? You are the little saint of the Hongming sacred land? I never imagined you have yet to break through the Dongtian realm." Qin Xian grinned, "Ha ha, do I truly need to reach the Dongtian realm to strike you? You little brat, such audacity." Qiu Yuetang's chest heaved with indignation, feeling insulted, and she swiftly conjured a resilient vine to strike at Qin Xian. Yet she failed to remember how she had previously looked down upon Yi Changxing and the others. Qin Xian remained unfazed, effortlessly grasping the vine she aimed at him, his demeanor calm and untroubled. "This is Hongming. How dare you, an outsider, act so recklessly here?" Seeing this, Qiu Yuetang yanked fiercely, attempting to retract the vine, but it remained immovable. Humph! Coldly, she prepared to exert more force, only to be met with an overwhelming power surging through the vine. Suddenly, her body lurched forward uncontrollably, dragged along with it. In shock, Qiu Yuetang let out a cry. She could hardly fathom that Qin Xian, who had yet to reach the Dongtian realm, possessed such formidable strength. Meanwhile, Qin Xian held fast to the vine she had cast, swinging it with force towards Qiu Yuetang, who was suspended in midair. Crack! The resounding sound echoed throughout the battlefield. This scene transpired in the blink of an eye. As onlookers beheld Qiu Yuetang, struck down onto the battlefield with a vivid red mark, even bleeding from the impact, astonishment washed over them. Indeed, the little saint was not merely handsome. His strength was formidable as well. Precisely. Let us see how the Taichu sacred land can maintain its arrogance now. Qin Haoyu's face flushed with excitement, swelling with pride as he gazed at his son in the arena. "Ha ha ha, splendid." On the other side, Mo Yueju's expression darkened, her countenance turning grim as shock coursed through her. She was acutely aware of Qiu Yuetang's formidable prowess, yet to witness her being struck down so effortlessly by Qin Xian left her speechless. However, she glanced at the other 4 disciples of the Taichu sacred land, her heart untroubled. Qiu Yuetang struggled to regain her footing, appearing somewhat disheveled, the red mark on her face glaringly evident. At that moment, she resembled an irate cat. "You? How dare you strike me?" Qin Xian raised the vine in his hand, speaking slowly. "Ordinarily, I do not strike women. Yet today, you have compelled me to make an exception. You should feel honored." In an instant, fury surged upon Qiu Yuetang's face, her entire being exuding an overwhelming aura. Her unruly tresses danced wildly as she exclaimed in a fierce tone, "How dare you strike me? I shall make you pay dearly for this." With that, she radiated an endless green light, and an array of plants began to grow wildly around her. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped the entire combat arena, forming a verdant sphere several thousand meters in diameter. The arena transformed into a realm of flora, with countless plants flailing about as if possessed, thriving in a chaotic frenzy. From the outside, not a glimpse of the interior could be discerned. Just as the crowd stood bewildered, a sharp crack echoed from within the plant-enshrouded arena. Subsequently, the once-encompassing green sphere dissolved rapidly, akin to snow melting away, disappearing in an instant. When the spectators finally beheld the situation on the combat stage, astonishment washed over them once more. There lay Qiu Yuetang, sprawled on the ground, a fresh scarlet mark glaring on her face. "The life form is this weak," Qin Xian remarked nonchalantly, his eyes reflecting an unusual hue. He could not help but feel that this life form was exceedingly fragile. A mere flick of his hand had rendered her defenseless. As Qiu Yuetang regained her senses, she scanned her surroundings. Noticing the mocking gestures of the Hongming disciples, which sent her into a fit of despair. "I will kill you," she shrieked. Yet, what awaited her was a swift-moving whip. "Crack, you scoundrel! I will surely end you." "Crack, you're no man. Crack, crack, woo." The whip, racing towards her, halted just before Qiu Yuetang, who stood before Qin Xian, her attire disheveled, tears streaming down her face. Qin Xian casually discarded the whip, lightly brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. A girl must be treated gently. Resorting to violence at every turn is rather unbecoming. He glanced at the weeping Qiu Yuetang and added, "Remember, out there, you would have been a corpse by now." Chapter 15. Who dares approach? Speak your name. Never mind. Next. It was merely a spar, yet your Excellency's strike was rather excessive, was it not? At that moment, one of the 4 disciples from the Taichu Holy Land, a striking youth of around 15 or 16, descended onto the combat stage. Meanwhile, Nan Minru of the Taichu Holy Land examined Qiu Yuetang's injuries, leading her away with a notably grim expression. Qin Xian's gaze fell upon the youth, and he remarked coolly, "Had this been outside, she would have been a corpse. Moreover, your Taichu Holy Land does not seem particularly courteous towards our Hongming Holy Land disciples, does it? Is this how your Taichu Holy Land conducts itself?" Kong Wen found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, Qiu Yuetang had not held back against the 3 from Hongming Holy Land either. Now that she had been wounded by Qin Xian, it was but a matter of retribution. Naturally, he had no grounds to voice further objections. "Very well, let me now experience your prowess," Kong Wen said, fixing his gaze upon Qin Xian with a serious tone. Qin Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, are you feeling a bit reckless?" As soon as the words left his mouth, veins bulged on Kong Wen's forehead in anger. "Cursed be you!" Clang! The sound of a sword being unsheathed resonated, its blade gleaming ominously, crackling with arcs of lightning that sent chills down one's spine. The quality of the sword was evidently at least of heavenly grade. Moreover, Kong Wen emanated a flickering aura of electricity, moving at an astounding speed, clearly possessing a unique physique. Another genius with a heavenly thunder body. This young man, endowed with one of the top 3,000 spirit bodies, wielding a heavenly grade divine weapon and exhibiting such swift movements, must possess formidable power. His strength was likely to exceed 15 million pounds. Could Qin Xian withstand such might? On the high platform, the higher-ups of the Hongming Holy Land bore grave expressions. However, facing the swift and sharp sword strike, Qin Xian merely extended 2 fingers. Buzz! The sword trembled incessantly, yet could not escape the grip of those 2 slender fingers. This spectacle left all disciples utterly astonished, gasping in disbelief. To directly confront a heavenly grade divine weapon with one's bare flesh, especially against a genius with a unique physique, was simply astonishing. I asked that the battle heaven technique? On the high platform, Moueju's eyes widened in realization as she looked at Qin Xian, disbelief evident in her gaze. As a renowned martial technique of Qin Zhan, she had some understanding of it. The higher-ups of Hongming Holy Land, previously worried about Qin Xian's ability to withstand the onslaught, were now pleasantly surprised by his incredible strength, managing to catch a heavenly grade divine weapon with merely 2 fingers. This was indeed excessive. Even some peak heavenly realm experts would hesitate to confront divine weapons with their flesh. Yet upon witnessing the battle heaven chi emanating from between Qin Xian's fingers, they felt reassured. But more than that, they were struck with awe. Qin Xian had not only mastered the battle heaven technique, but appeared to wield it with remarkable proficiency. Far beyond that of a novice. "Oh, quite impressive," Qin Xian remarked, maintaining his grip on the sword, which, despite the surrounding lightning, could not penetrate his battle heaven chi, let alone harm his body. Kong Wen's countenance darkened, shock coursing through him. He had not anticipated that his enraged strike would be halted by mere fingers, and to add insult to injury, he found himself unable to retract his divine weapon despite his exertion. At that moment, Qin Xian made a sudden move that sent Kong Wen's face into a frenzy of change. With a swift motion, Qin Xian tightened his grip, and with a crisp sound, the sword snapped into 2 pieces. "You dare wield such trash?" The entire arena fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on the severed heavenly grade sword, expressions brimming with disbelief. Heavenly grade divine weapons could typically only be fully wielded by extraordinary realm experts, and even some heavenly realm practitioners still relied on such divine weapons. Yet, it was broken? just by a slight exertion of 2 fingers? Surely, this could not be true. Had the Prince of Saints truly shattered a heavenly grade divine weapon with merely 2 fingers? What kind of immense power did that require? To break a weapon typically wielded by heavenly realm experts with mere fingers? Did you not notice? The Prince of Saints is still merely at the refinement stage. Impossible, just at the refinement stage, and yet possesses such strength. I am in the cave heaven stage, and could not even hope to break a yellow-grade divine weapon. Silence. Do not insult the prince. Can you even compare yourself to him? He is so handsome. Not this junior sister. On the high platform, Mo Yueju was equally taken aback, astonished by Qin Xian's overwhelming strength. With her keen insight, she could tell that Qin Xian's realm remained within the refinement stage, having yet to break into the cave heaven stage. Tio Snap, a heavenly grade divine weapon with just fingers, necessitated a terrifying strength of at least 30 million pounds. If this young man had merely begun to practice the battle heaven technique, it would imply that his strength had nearly reached 10 million pounds. Truly, he was a prodigious anomaly that had continuously stirred the realm of Yuanchu. Casting a glance at Luo Xing below, Mo Yueju exhaled softly, maintaining her poised demeanor atop the high platform. Meanwhile, in the arena, Qin Xian regarded the astonished Kong Wan, casually flicking the sword tip he held between his fingers. Boom! The sword tip shot forth like a meteor, colliding with Kong Wan. Puff! A hollow wound appeared in Kong Wan's abdomen, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground, rolling and leaving a crimson trail behind. Brother Kong, Stones Lu, who stood nearby, gasped in alarm, rushing onto the combat stage to assess Kong Wan's injuries, staunching the bleeding and administering a pill. Turning to face the nonchalant Qin Xian, he declared, "Your Excellency is indeed ruthless." Qin Xian slightly raised his head, gazing at the muscular youth towering around 2 meters tall, and spoke. "Who dares approach? State your name." "Never mind. Next." Upon concluding his statement, Qin Xian afforded Shi Lu no opportunity for a response, as if he had instantaneously transported himself to Shi Li's upper right. His diminutive right leg, akin to a colossal pillar of the heavens, unleashed an overwhelming force as it struck Shi Li's shoulder. Boom! The collision of flesh erupted in a resounding roar. Shi Lu, evidently possessing an extraordinary physique, was undoubtedly of a special constitution, adept at defense. Yet, this was insufficient to withstand Qin Xian's formidable strength. In the blink of an eye, Shi Lu was launched from the battle platform, plummeting to the ground below, narrowly avoiding a tumble into the crowd. The earth erupted in a cloud of dust, and as it settled, a vast crater emerged before the spectators. Shi Li's condition was nothing short of tragic. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose, and he lay unconscious with fractured bones. Qin Xian glanced over, then dismissed him from his thoughts. As long as he was not dead, that was sufficient. After all, he had only exerted a modicum of effort. If Shi Lu could not endure even that, there was little that could be done. Qin Xian felt a twinge of frustration within. Chapter 16. The stellar sacred body? Merely this, boom! An overwhelming presence surged across the battlefield. Before them, Luo Xing of the Taichu Sacred Land ascended the combat platform with deliberate steps. It was unexpected that someone so young possessed such strength. Qin Xian regarded the slowly advancing Luo Xing with a yawn. Feeling a sense of boredom and paying no heed to the terrifying aura radiating from him, he remarked languidly, "Is this the standard of the Taichu Sacred Land? Only capable of bullying others, yet unable to withstand retaliation? So what if it is? The Taichu Sacred Land does not require instruction from the likes of you from the Hongming Sacred Land." In an instant, Luo Xing's eyes blazed with a divine light, and a multitude of stellar radiance enveloped him. A brilliant silver glow emanated from his form, dazzling beyond measure. Even in the void, invisible strands of silver energy coalesced within his body. What? Qin Haoyu and many other senior members of the Hongming Sacred Land were suddenly taken aback, their expressions tightening in astonishment. God's domain, the stellar sacred body. Immediately, gasps of awe and exclamations filled the air. Qin Haoyu, steadying his thoughts, addressed the spectacle below. "I never anticipated that he would possess one of the 10 sacred bodies. The stellar sacred body. It was said that the stellar sacred body had an innate affinity with the stars, capable of refining its physique through the power of starlight, and when awakening the fated palace, it could forge a unique celestial palace star. Moreover, the spiritual energy it wielded transformed into stellar power, becoming a special essence known as Star Force. When applied to techniques and combat skills, its potency was extraordinary. Mo Yueju, witnessing the reactions of the Hongming Sacred Lands leaders and the astonished disciples below, couldn't help but beam with pride. Ah, this child Luo Xing possesses remarkable talent. Among us in the Taichu Sacred Land, his physique ranks third. Were it not for our sacred son awakening the supreme body, he would at least place second. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the Hongming Sacred Land wore expressions akin to having swallowed a fly. What was this? An exhibition of arrogance. Yet, upon realizing that even the stellar sacred body, one of the top 10, merely ranked third within the Taichu Sacred Land, their countenances darkened considerably in their generation. Although some spiritual bodies or sacred bodies had emerged, they were all rather ordinary, lacking prominence. Even Yi Changxing's pure yang sword body ranked only mid-tier among the 3,000 sacred bodies. In stark contrast, the Taichu Sacred Land boasted not only one, but multiple top 10 sacred bodies and even a supreme body. This was a complete annihilation. Were it not for the enigmatic Qin Xian of the Hongming Sacred Land, they would scarcely have anything to present. However, upon learning that the sacred son of the Taichu Sacred Land had awakened a supreme body, everyone was momentarily stirred. After all, the top 10 supreme bodies were exceedingly rare, and each one represented a youthful sovereign. As long as they did not falter along the way, they would undoubtedly ascend to the imperial realm without hindrance. Qin Haoyu could not help but inquire, "Oh, then, might I ask what supreme body the sacred son you speak of has awakened?" Mo Yueju, brimming with pride, lifted her chin. The Void Supreme Body. Hiss, hiss, the Void Supreme Body. It was indeed the sixth-ranked supreme body among the legendary top 10. Upon hearing Mo Yueju's declaration, the leaders of the Hongming Sacred Land were utterly shaken. It was said that this body could manipulate the void, even merging with it, rendering one omnipresent. Moreover, within any space, it thrived effortlessly, embodying the very essence of a king of the void. Wherever there was space, there was the void, and wherever there was the void, it was an invincible presence. Unless one could instantaneously obliterate the entirety of the world's space, thereby annihilating all voids, the void would remain. Yet, how difficult it was to destroy an entire space. Ancient records indicated that during antiquity, to eliminate a rogue cultivator of the void supreme body, the 10 supreme powers did not hesitate to obliterate dozens of small worlds, only managing to vanquish it when it was trapped in a space the size of those worlds for but a moment. Those small worlds transformed into chaos. On the high platform, the leaders of the Hongming Sacred Land were visibly astonished. They had never imagined that the Taichu Sacred Land could produce such a terrifying prodigy. The thought that the Taichu Sacred Land not only possessed such a genius, but also several sacred bodies was daunting. In contrast, the only asset the Hongming Sacred Land could boast was Qin Xian. Yet, his constitution remained a mystery to all, even beyond the discernment of Qin Zhan and Huang Gu. Thus, no one could ascertain whether Qin Xian's physique surpassed that of the Void Supreme Body. It was easy to envision that, in years to come, the sacred son of the Taichu Sacred Land would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable adversary for the Hongming Sacred Land. With this thought, all the leaders felt a tinge of unease. Within the battle arena, Qin Xian watched Luo Xing's display of theatrics with growing impatience. "Have you finished with your special effects?" "Huh?" Luo Xing was momentarily taken aback. Having not comprehended Qin Xian's words, "Hemph, injuring my junior brothers and sisters, I shall make you aware of what regret truly is." Qin Xian suddenly broke into a grin, dipping garlic in onion, quite the bravado. "However, I hope your display isn't cheap." Luo Xing chose not to engage in further banter. He was already eager to unleash a brutal assault on Qin Xian. Thus, Luo Xing's body erupted in a cascade of starlight, resembling a meteor as he hurled a fist toward Qin Xian with tremendous force. Whoosh, whoosh, Luo Xing, a master of God's domain and one of the top 10 sacred bodies, unleashed a terrifyingly powerful strike. The blinding starlight shimmered like a blade upon his fist, saturating him with a fierce radiance. The formidable punch, upon release, descended like a meteor, achieving an apex of both power and speed. Prepare to perish. In the face of such an unparalleled blow, Qin Xian finally straightened his posture, extending a hand earnestly, palm open. Boom! Luo Xing's charged fist collided with the palm of Qin Xian's delicate hand, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a comet's impact. Relentlessly battering against Qin Xian's palm, the blinding brilliance enveloped both figures, causing the surrounding onlookers to squint in pain and instinctively shut their eyes against the overwhelming light. My goodness, that punch is utterly terrifying. Perhaps only an extraordinary realm expert could achieve such a feat. I can't take it anymore. My eyes are going blind. Using such a physique in broad daylight is such a waste. I never imagined that Luo Xing would be this powerful. And his realm is even God's domain. Can the sacred sun withstand this? After all, he is only at the Talent Sea realm. I hope the sacred sun remains unharmed, amidst the murmurs of the Hongming disciples. Qin Xian's voice resonated from within the brilliant light. The stellar sacred body? Merely this. Chapter 17. A slight feeling of challenge. The stellar sacred body? Merely this. Qin Xian's calm voice emerged from within the radiance. As the light dissipated, the spectators finally beheld the scene upon the battle platform. Luo Xing remained poised in an attacking stance, his fist resting in the palm of Qin Xian's hand, where not a single trace of injury was evident. In fact, Qin Xian had not even taken a step back. What? Mo Yueju sprang from her seat, her previous demeanor of calm entirely vanished. He suffered no injury. He completely blocked it. Mo Yueju was profoundly shaken. Initially, he believed that once Luo Xing entered the fray, it would be nearly over. To his astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Luo Xing was the second son of the Taichu sacred land, boasting the mightiest physique after the first son and the divine child. Although he belonged to the younger generation, he had recently opened the Cave of Heaven and established his divine palace. While he had yet to condense his Fate Palace star, his prowess was unparalleled among his peers. He had reached a body-refining stage of 10 million strength, with 9 transformations in the Cave of Heaven. In addition to breakthroughs in his divine palace, his stellar sacred body, and his training in the stellar fist, the previous strike undoubtedly exceeded 50 million in sheer force, equivalent to the strength of 50 dragons. Yet, it barely stirred that diminutive figure. How could she not lose her composure? Meanwhile, Luo Xing narrowed his eyes, swiftly retracting his fist and leaping back to create distance between himself and Qin Xian. With an air of arrogance, Luo Xing gazed at Qin Xian and proclaimed, "I initially thought I could resolve this with a single punch, but to my surprise, your strength is remarkably formidable. This is splendid. I shall now demonstrate my true power." What followed was a surge of celestial energy emanating from Luo Xing's body, rapidly converging into his hands. Qin Xian, however, remained unperturbed, observing Luo Xing with keen interest. He too was eager to discover the extent of the power possessed by this so-called stellar sacred body, one of the top 10 sacred physiques. Celestial meteor fist. Luo Xing bellowed as an immense column of stellar energy erupted from his being. Reaching towards the heavens, with his fists clenched tightly, he unleashed a furious onslaught towards Qin Xian. In an instant, 2 fists composed of star energy hurtled toward Qin Xian, bearing an overwhelming force that carved a deep chasm into the ground of the combat arena. It should be noted that while this arena was a battleground for young disciples, it was no ordinary ground. Reinforced by the masters of the Hongming sacred land with array inscriptions, its strength could withstand attacks from heavenly realm experts. Yet now, it was effortlessly shattered, a testament to the might of this technique. Not bad, Qin Xian mused as he stood his ground, lifting a hand to gently swat aside the incoming energy fists. As though brushing aside mere leaves, with a soft pop, the 2 energy fists veered off course, colliding with the protective barrier surrounding the arena. Resounding explosion ensued, scattering shards of star energy like fiery threads before extinguishing. The protective barrier was instantly riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web, on the verge of collapse. This is not good. The expressions of several elders from the Hongming sacred land shifted dramatically as they swiftly took to the air to reinforce the barrier. It was imperative to protect the surrounding disciples from the catastrophic aftermath of this fierce battle. Should the barrier fail, the casualties could be immense given their current strength. Qin Haoyu ascended into the air, calling out, "All disciples, retreat 10,000 meters." No exceptions. In an instant, the combat arena erupted into a frenzy as disciples hastily withdrew, clearing a larger space for Qin Xian and Luo Xing. Luo Xing's body radiated with celestial energy, filling the entire arena as a colossal beam of stellar power shot forth from him, piercing the sky. "Celestial meteor fist," he roared, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches one after another. Waves of stellar fists surged toward Qin Xian, exuding an overwhelming might. In a blink, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of fists filled the air, crashing against the protective barrier and the ground, enveloping the arena in a cloud of dust. Qin Xian's figure was soon obscured by the myriad of fists and swirling debris, a sight that left all the disciples below in awe. Luo Xing truly lives up to the reputation of the stellar sacred body. His celestial power is astounding, creating a gaping pit of over 10 meters in the combat arena. Finally, after nearly a full incense stick's worth of time, Luo Xing ceased his relentless barrage, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, a slight smile curved at his lips as he gazed at the vast cloud of dust before him. "Humph, my celestial meteor fist is not limited to just 2 punches. Under the full force of my technique, even the divine child of the Taichu sacred land must evade its edge. I refuse to believe that you, a mere youth in the Qi-Si realm, can withstand it." As the dust began to settle, all eyes were glued to the combat arena, with Qin Haoyu and the higher-ups of the Hongming sacred land intently watching below. Impressive attack power. It has barely registered with me." Qin Xian's voice emerged from the haze, causing Luo Xing's expression to falter as his smile vanished. In an instant, Qin Xian propelled himself forward, causing the arena beneath him to tremble violently. Luo Xing felt an overwhelming sense of threat and immediately executed his movement technique, the Starlight Step. Rather than retreating, he surged forward, his eyes ablaze with starry brilliance that transformed his pupils into silver orbs. Gathering a massive amount of starlight in his hands, stellar fist, but alas, Qin Xian's speed was unparalleled. Before Luo Xing could react, an immense force struck him squarely in the abdomen. Pift! Blood gushed forth as Luo Xing's body was hurled backward, crashing violently into the protective barrier. Bang! The force of impact shattered the barrier, leaving behind a multitude of fractures, and Luo Xing slowly slid down from the barrier, collapsing to the ground. This scene left the onlookers wide-eyed, staring in shock at the petite figure standing at the center of the arena. Upon recognizing Qin Xian's visage, their astonishment only deepened. Having endured Luo Xing's relentless assault for the better part of an incense stick, Qin Xian emerged unscathed, not a wrinkle on his clothing, nor a speck of dust upon him. In stark contrast, Luo Xing, having merely absorbed 1 punch from Qin Xian, no, not absorbed, but rather failed to withstand it, was left bloodied and incapacitated. "Oh my heavens! The divine child is simply too formidable. I can scarcely believe it. The divine child remains entirely unscathed after such a fierce barrage. I truly wonder if he has transcended into the heavenly realm. The divine child is indeed an extraordinary prodigy. If he prefers women of a larger stature, I would gladly wait for him to grow. Esteemed junior sister, it is still daytime." Chapter 18. Have you ever seen a luminous windmill? Ha ha! My son Qin Xian is indeed a paragon of excellence. Qin Haoyu beamed with joy, laughter spilling forth as he felt a rush of exhilaration, tinged with a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his son would possess such prowess, easily dispatching one of the top 10 sacred bodies, even while facing an opponent of higher realm. In that moment, he could not help but question if his son too was among the supreme physiques. The thought thrilled him further, filling him with immense pride as he cast a glance at Mo Yueju. At that moment, Mo Yueju had lost her earlier composure. Her face resembled one who had tasted bitter melon. Yet her gaze was filled with flickering intensity as she regarded Qin Xian below, her heart heavy with foreboding. She had intended to showcase the depth of the Taichu sacred land and the strength of its younger generation. But the outcome had been entirely unexpected. More importantly, a chilling thought took root in her mind. Could it be that Qin Xian, like their divine child, was also one of the supreme physiques? This realization left her astounded. She needed to relay this information back to the sacred land swiftly. Just then, Luo Xing, who had fallen to the ground, began to rise once more, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. "You have thoroughly enraged me," he roared, his body soaring into the air as boundless star energy radiated from him, filling the entire combat arena. Eye in the sky above, brilliant stars emerged, swelling in size until they became massive celestial bodies, numbering in the tens of thousands. World Annihilation Meteor. Luo Xing bellowed, thrusting his hands downward. In an instant, the colossal stars plummeted like meteors, with Qin Xian as their target. The atmosphere around the Hongming sacred land grew tense as everyone fixated on the arena. None had anticipated that Luo Xing possessed such a terrifying technique, capable of summoning thousands of celestial bodies in an instant. The power of these descending stars was evident from the tremors rippling through the very fabric of space. "Oh, splendid fireworks," Qin Xian remarked calmly, a black-gold longbow manifesting in his hands. In ancient times, a great hero shot down eagles with a bow. Today, I, Qin Xian, shall experience what it feels like to shoot down meteors. As he spoke, he gradually raised the longbow in his hand, aiming it towards the sky. With a gentle pull of the bowstring, a flash of purple light suddenly materialized, coalescing into a purple arrow that emanated a profound sense of penetrating the soul. The disciples of the Hongming sacred land began to feel a surge of tension for Qin Xian. After all, witnessing the descent of myriad stars at such close range was an extraordinary spectacle. Moreover, the power of these meteors appeared overwhelmingly formidable, compounded by their rapid descent. The might was indeed inconceivable. What was the son of the saint doing? It seemed as though he was drawing the bow, preparing to shoot down those meteors. Could it be? Even if he managed to hit them, there were simply too many. Was it feasible? Surely it was. The son of the saint is too dashing. He wouldn't be as foolish as you. If he dares to do this, there must be a reason. Yes, indeed. I concur with this senior sister's sentiment. It seems the two junior sisters have an abundance of faith in the son of the saint. Of course, look, he has shot it. He has shot it. Holy moly. He really did shoot it. That speed, that power. It looks exceedingly fierce. In an instant, the arrow in Qin Xian's hand was released, though it lacked overwhelming force. Its speed was astonishing, and the deep purple arrow exuded a remarkably restrained energy. Boom. As the rapidly ascending arrow collided with the falling meteor, an immense explosion reverberated through the air. Subsequently, under the impact of the powerful energy waves, dozens of surrounding stars erupted in a chain reaction, akin to fireworks. The sky was illuminated by the dazzling explosions of the stars, showering fragments of celestial bodies downwards. Qin Xian lowered his bow, exerting a slight force with his feet, leaving two deep impressions on the ground. His body then soared into the air, aiming directly at Luo Xing. Upon seeing Qin Xian hurtling towards him, Luo Xing let out a thunderous roar, his silver-haired mane billowing with brilliance. Bathed in starlight, he brought his hands together, revealing his palms, as a potent energy wave surged forth. In that moment, he resembled a deity, radiating intense starlight, surrounded by shimmering stars that formed a mysterious constellation. The star energy in his hands began to coalesce at an accelerated pace, even causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, Luo Xing bellowed, annihilating starlight. Bang! A colossal pillar of stellar force was unleashed. The tremendous impact slamming Luo Xing's body against the protective barrier in mid-air. Facing this incoming pillar of star power, Qin Xian was enveloped by a surge of formidable energy. Battle Heaven technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xian clenched his right fist and collided fiercely with the oncoming light beam. Hiss! A series of intersecting sounds erupted as Luo Xing's massive star power pillar was cleaved in two, dispersing to either side. Astonishingly, Qin Xian pressed forward against the star power pillar, his speed unwavering. In the blink of an eye, He pierced through the beam and appeared directly before Luo Xing. That moment. Luo Xing, knocked back by the rebound of the energy column, regained his senses and found Qin Xian mere inches away. What? Luo Xing's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in terror, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had no inkling of how Qin Xian had materialized before him, nor could he fathom how Qin Xian remained unscathed against his most formidable technique. Have you ever seen a luminous windmill? Qin Xian gazed at Luo Xing, his voice soft yet laden with meaning. Huh? Luo Xing was taken aback, utterly baffled by Qin Xian's words. Yet, in the next moment, he would come to understand the essence of the luminous windmill. Without delay, Qin Xian extended his right hand, grasping Luo Xing's head firmly. Luo Xing attempted to resist, but Qin Xian swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen. Poof! Blood spurted from Luo Xing's mouth, yet before it could escape, Qin Xian's palm struck him back down. Thereafter, Qin Xian exerted force with his right hand, lifting Luo Xing high and spinning him relentlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, Luo Xing, radiating starlight, spun faster and faster until he resembled a windmill. When his speed reached a point beyond the naked eye's discernment, Qin Xian applied a slight force, hurling the spinning Luo Xing downwards. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, the entire battle platform collapsing into dust, shrouding the sky in a veil of smoke. The enchantments upon the battle platform shattered, leading to its complete collapse. The protective barrier enveloping the platform also disintegrated in that moment. Chapter 19. Rising Renown. Qin Xian's astonishment cough. My heavens! The son of the saint is exceedingly ruthless, obliterating the battle platform in an instant. Indeed. I never anticipated the son of the saint to be so formidable. It is evident that among the younger generation, there are few who could rival him. It is worth noting that the son of the saint is not even 5 years old yet, and already at the Qi Si stage. Surely, not even the two elders could have been this terrifying in their youth. Precisely. If he continues to grow, the son of the saint will undoubtedly be the foremost individual in our Hongming sacred land. The disciples of the Hongming sacred land buzzed with excitement in no time. Qin Xian's reputation soared, eclipsing even that of the youth of the current generation. His talent and potential left the disciples in awe and reverence. Upon the high platform, the higher-ups of the Hongming sacred land wore expressions of elation, their faces beaming with pride. However, Mo Yueju appeared as if she had swallowed a fly, discomfort etched on her features. Her spiritual sense extended, surveying Luo Xing among the rubble, her brow furrowing intensely. His veins were shattered, facial features obliterated, and his body was nearly devoid of intact bones, with internal organs ruptured. Had it not been for his special constitution, he would have undoubtedly perished. Whoosh! Mo Yueju swiftly descended, sweeping away the clouds of dust and debris with a flick of her sleeve. Reaching Luo Xing's side, she quickly bent down to place a pill in his mouth, then began refining it. A quarter of an hour later, Mo Yueju rose, her gaze fixed on the distant Qin Xian, her tone icy, truly deserving of the title of unparalleled prodigy in the Hongming sacred land. At such a tender age, not only does he possess a powerful physique, but he has also mastered the renowned battle technique of the Hongming twins, honing it to an exceptionally high level. You are remarkable, truly remarkable. On the high platform, the senior members of the Hongming sacred land, witnessing the near-death state of Luo Xing below, struggled to suppress their laughter. However, out of consideration for the Tai Chu sacred land's dignity, they refrained from laughing aloud, forcing themselves to endure. Yet, when they reflected on Qin Xian's extraordinary prowess, smiles could no longer be contained. Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted throughout the high platform, filling the air with mirth. This scene caused Mo Yueju's face to flush crimson, fury flickering in her eyes, especially when Qin Haoyu boomed with laughter. Friend Mo, you flatter him too much. My son is merely a bit stronger in physique and a tad more perceptive. Compared to your sacred land's saint son, the legendary Void Supreme Body, he still falls short. I trust that during this expedition to the Yuanchu secret realm, your Tai Chu sacred land will secure the top position. At that time, I hope your disciples will show some mercy. Qin Haoyu's words sent Mo Yueju into a rage. She retorted sharply, Humph, the lord of the sacred land speaks wisely. the green mountains remain, and the rivers flow eternally. Let us settle this in the secret realm. However, I just remembered I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave with my disciples, with a smile on his lips. Qin Haoyu replied amicably, why not stay a few more days in our Hongming sacred land? After all, the Yuanchu secret realm will open soon, and no need. After an exchange of words, Mo Yueju beckoned her disciples, taking Luo Xing with her as they departed the Hongming sacred land, swiftly vanishing from sight. Ha ha ha! That old hag, looking so dejected, truly amuses me to no end. Qin Haoyu laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased. Indeed, Lord, that old crone sought to flaunt her disciples' strength, only to be swiftly slapped in the face. Right? That old thing hardly regarded our Hongming sacred land's disciples. This time, we owe it all to the son of the saint. The senior members of the Hongming sacred land continued to converse, showering praises upon Qin Xian. At that moment, two figures suddenly descended from the sky. Qin Zhan and Huang Jiyu. In truth, they had been following Qin Xian since his emergence, observing the battle from above. Greetings, Ancestor Qin. Greetings, Ancestor Huang. In an instant, the battlefield resounded with thunderous shouts as Qin Zhan and another approached Qin Xian, addressing all present. From this day forth, Qin Xian shall be the divine son of our Hongming sacred land. To see him is to see me and the ancestor of the wilderness. Should anyone refuse to comply, their cultivation shall be revoked, and they will be expelled from the Hongming sacred land. Qin Zhan's voice boomed, echoing throughout the skies and reverberating within the sacred grounds. We shall heed the ancestors' decree. We shall heed the ancestors' decree. The divine son is invincible. The divine son is invincible. The clamorous cheers echoed like a tidal wave, reverberating across the Hongming sacred land, even rousing some who were still in seclusion, as they learned of the events and understood that Qin Xian had become the divine son. Their expressions varied. Some were shocked, others excited, and some begrudging, but ultimately they all resigned to the inevitable. After all, Qin Xian's achievements were boundless, far beyond their reach, and they could only look up in admiration. Xianer, now that you have emerged from seclusion, take some time to familiarize yourself with the sacred land. You may go anywhere, the ancestor of the wilderness spoke to Qin Xian. Coincidentally, the Yuanchu secret realm is about to open. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Next sign-in location, Yuanchu secret realm. Qin Xian, perplexed about what the Yuanchu secret realm was, suddenly heard the system's notification in his mind. It seemed he must venture into the Yuanchu secret realm. However, he still inquired, Ancestor, what is the Yuanchu secret realm? The Yuanchu secret realm is the source realm of the Yuanchu dimension, the only source realm among the dozens of small worlds surrounding it. The ancestor of the wilderness chuckled as he explained slowly. Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, dozens of small worlds surrounding it. The ancestor nodded, indeed. The world we inhabit is merely one among countless others. The world is divided into 9 tiers, and our Yuanchu dimension is a top-tier world among the small worlds, specifically a pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Hearing this, Qin Xian's heart trembled. Countless worlds? Divided into 9 tiers? The Yuanchu dimension was merely a pinnacle 3rd-tier small world. Qin Xian continued to ask, if our Yuanchu dimension is just a 3rd-tier small world, why hasn't it been occupied by higher-tier worlds? The ancestor of the wilderness chuckled lightly. Ah, there are rules governing such matters, which you need not concern yourself with just yet. The Yuanchu secret realm, as the only source realm among the surrounding small worlds, will attract countless prodigies. You must pay attention. Qin Xian pressed on, what resources does the Yuanchu secret realm hold? Resources, techniques, martial skills. While these are important, they are not essential for you. Moreover, there are not just these. Within the Yuanchu secret realm are some extraordinary spirit beasts, each unique with varying abilities. We refer to them as source beasts. If one is fortunate enough to encounter a source beast and tame it, it would serve as a significant aid in one's journey of cultivation. Of course, even if one does not encounter one, there is no need to force it. The most crucial aspect is to enter the source pool within the Yuanchu secret realm. What is the source pool? The source pool is the most vital resource within the Yuanchu secret realm. All prodigies enter to seek access to the source pool and secure a favorable position. Once one enters the source pool, They can comprehend their unique divine abilities. Qin Xian expressed further confusion. Divine abilities? Well, you will naturally come to understand these matters once you enter the secret realm. The ancestor of the wilderness continued to elaborate on the Yuanchu secret realm. Chapter 20. The secret realm awakens, turmoil among the major powers. He, Taoist Mo, how have you been? A voice suddenly reached Mo Yueju's ears. Who? Mo Yueju, accompanied by several disciples, had just departed the Hongming sacred land and was in a rather displeased mood. Upon hearing someone call out to her, she immediately barked back. Swish! A figure appeared before Mo Yueju and her disciples, clad in a black robe with a face obscured by a black cloth. Instantly, the disciples of the Taichu sacred land grew vigilant. Mo Yueju inquired warily, Who are you? No need to be alarmed. Taoist Be why the looks of it. Did you just emerge from the Hongming sacred land? Mo Yueju huffed disdainfully. Whether I have or have not, what business is it of yours? Taoist Mo need not misunderstand. Perhaps we could collaborate on something. The figure in black chuckled softly, gradually elaborating. I do not know you. What collaboration could there possibly be? Mo Yueju maintained her vigilance. The black-robed figure glanced at the Taichu sacred land's disciples, noting their injuries, and smiled faintly. I presume these few are the esteemed disciples of the Taichu sacred land? To see them in such a state is truly heartbreaking. Mo Yueju was instantly infuriated. What on earth do you intend to say? The black-robed figure's expression turned serious. I wonder what Taoist Mo thinks of Qin Xian from the Hongming sacred land? Perhaps we could collaborate regarding him. As the figure spoke, he made a gesture across his neck, mimicking a slicing motion. 3 months later, Yuanchu dimension suddenly, a brilliant aurora surged into the heavens, illuminating the entire void and casting a light akin to day upon the Yuanchu dimension. Countless ancient families and sects activated their formations, emerging in droves, heading towards the center of the Yuanchu dimension. The Twin Realms Mountain. This moment, Twin Realms Mountain was aglow with dazzling light shooting from the depths of the abyss where the two mountains converged. The Twin Realms Mountain itself was also gradually separating, as if something were about to surge forth from the chasm below. Qingyun Dimension. Qingyun's sacred land. Upon a lofty pavilion, a figure exuding an ethereal aura stood. Stroking his beard, he radiated an elusive presence, resembling an immortal. This individual was none other than the current master of the Qingyun sacred land, Qing Xinzi De, the contemporary master of the Qingyun sacred land. Qing Xuanzi harbored great ambitions, seeking to lead his sect to break the barriers of the third-tier power hierarchy and ascend to the fourth-tier small world. However, due to his insufficient potential, he had been forced to remain dormant for countless years. Yet, for this generation, Qing Xuanzi was determined to succeed. Behind Qing Xuanzi stood a young man clad in white robes, aged around 16 or 17, but his presence was remarkably imposing, exuding a celestial air and remarkable grace. With waves of radiant energy surging within him, the Yuanchu secret realm, which opened once in 100 years, permitted only cultivators under the age of 50 to enter. The only qualified opponents for you to contend with are Yi Fan from the Chaos Sacred Land, Chu Tianyang from the Sun Sacred Land, and Gu Yueao from the Moon Sacred Land. The rest are not worth concerning yourself with. Qing Xuanzi stroked his beard, slightly tilting his head as he spoke solemnly to the young man behind him. Chu Tianyang, Yi Fan, Gu Yueao? Li Wenxian scoffed disdainfully, shaking his head slightly. I have never regarded them as worthy rivals. They lack the qualifications to contend with me. A mocking smile adorned Li Wenxian's face, emanating confidence and superiority. Li Wenxian was the strongest disciple of this generation in the Qingyun sacred land, possessing not only formidable strength but also astonishing talent, hailed as a peak prodigy capable of overwhelming an era. Qing Xuanzi gazed at Li Wenxian, a satisfied smile emerging on his face. Excellent. You truly are my disciple, and your demeanor cannot be compared with those few. This time, our Qingyun sacred land will undoubtedly seize the lead. Countless years from now, with your qualifications, you shall ascend to even greater worlds. Li Wenxian's eyes shimmered with a hazy glow, his aura becoming increasingly ethereal as he gazed into the distance. What truly concerns me is that individual who triggered countless phenomena 5 years ago. Only he might compel me to take him seriously. Upon hearing Li Wenxian's words, Qing Xuanzi's smile vanished, sinking into contemplation, his eyes gleaming with intensity, brows slightly furrowed. 5 years ago, the Yuanchu dimension was beset with extraordinary phenomena, and a peerless divine weapon was reflected, stunning countless individuals while also granting them numerous advantages. It was undoubtedly the birth of an extraordinary prodigy. Though unaware of the current state of that prodigy, it was evident that he was no ordinary being. The Hongming sacred land, which was on the verge of falling off the world power rankings, unexpectedly gave rise to a prodigy and an imperial-level powerhouse in such a short span. Indeed, extraordinary fortune. This time, if I encounter this child, what shall I do? Do not let me down. Li Wenxian gazed far ahead, his eyes filled with the fervor of battle, an imposing aura emanating from him. Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint you. Chaos Dimension, Chaos Sacred Land. Boom, boom, boom. A mist of gray and white spiraled continuously, gradually coalescing into a tangible form that enveloped a remarkably handsome youth with a perfect physique. With every movement he made, it seemed as though he harnessed formidable power, reducing everything around him to mere dust. Even towering mountains or colossal spirit beasts vanished beneath the might of this young man's fists. Indeed, Yifan, your chaos sacred body has reached a small level of completion in this upcoming Yuanchu secret realm. As you vie for the source pool, you shall undoubtedly dominate your peers and ascend to the pinnacle. A figure laughed heartily towards the heavens, his eyes betraying an unmistakable joy. The speaker was none other than Wen Haoyu, the ancestral figure of the chaos sacred land. The powerful youth was Yifan, the chosen one of the chaos sacred land, renowned alongside the sons of the sun and moon sacred lands as an unparalleled prodigy. With his aura reined in, Yifan stepped forward, landing effortlessly before Wen Haoyu. His silver hair dancing wildly in the wind, exuding an air of mystery and charm. Ancestral Master, it seems the Yuanchu secret realm is on the verge of opening, he remarked, accepting a robe handed to him by an attendant. Wen Haoyu replied with a smile, indeed, it should be fully opened within 2 to 3 days. Yifan chuckled. Ah, Ancestral Master, surely the unparalleled prodigy from 5 years ago will make an appearance as well? At this, Wen Haoyu smiled slightly, you possess the chaos sacred body, a born sovereign. Even if that prodigy emerges, there is no need for concern. Yifan laughed heartily, haha, Ancestral Master, how could I possibly regard a mere 5-year-old child? In my eyes, even the likes of Tai Chu, the sun, and the moon sacred lands hold no weight as for that 5-year-old child. Should we cross paths, I will ensure he knows that, no matter how extraordinary he may be, he cannot compare to me, Yifan. I shall trample him beneath my feet. Chapter 21. Did Qin Xian blow himself up? The Yin-Yang realm. The sun and moon sacred lands coexist within the same world. Atop a towering mountain, 2 figures sat cross-legged. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged continuously, forming 2 spirals of spiritual power that intertwined and spun. The very fabric of the universe seemed to sway in rhythm with the rotation of these 2 forces, causing the entire space to tremble and distort, as if on the brink of shattering. An awe-inspiring sight. From these 2 figures emanated one black and one white stream of spiritual energy, merging within them, only to gradually separate once more. Whoosh! The sky was filled with descending spiritual energy, rushing into their bodies. The flow of yin and yang transformed into the purest essence of power. Suddenly, the 2 figures opened their eyes in unison, their combined aura creating a magnificent yin-yang canopy. Congratulations to the Divine Son, Divine Daughter, for making further progress in the yin-yang wheel technique. A captivating middle-aged woman and a formidable middle-aged man approached them, offering their congratulations. The Divine Son and Divine Daughter they spoke of were none other than Chu Tianyang and Gu Yueyao of the Sun and Moon Sacred Lands. As the Yuanchu secret realm is about to open, it is indeed a blessing for our Sun's sacred land that the Divine Son is advancing his cultivation at this moment, the middle-aged man said with a beaming smile, stepping forward to also congratulate Gu Yueyao. Indeed, with the opening of the Yuanchu secret realm, countless talents from various factions will gather, yet they shall merely serve as stepping stones for our divine daughter from the moon's sacred land. The enchanting middle-aged woman, with her mesmerizingly long legs, moved to Gu Yueyao's side, gently draping a cloak over her shoulders. She then cast a glance at the striking Chu Tianyang, taking in the sight, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Yes, this time, let them witness the invincibility of our son's sacred land's divine son. The middle-aged man clearly held great confidence in Chu Tianyang, while Gu Yueyao nestled in his embrace. Her bright eyes lowered, her expression calm as she said, "Do not forget, 5 years ago, the Yuan Chu realm stirred up quite a commotion." Her soft voice prompted contemplation from the tude. Chu Tianyang, however, tightened his embrace around Gu Yueyao's waist. Unable to resist caressing her, and confidently declared, "Fear not, my dear. Anyone who dares to obstruct you shall be reduced to ashes." Gu Yueyao smiled gently, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the wind as she lifted her enchanting visage to plant a light kiss upon Chu Tianyang's lips, saying, "With you by my side, I believe everything will be just fine." In the Hongming sacred land, atop the peak of the Qin family's mountain, a young man sat in a man-made hot spring at the summit, eyes closed in meditation. Upon closer inspection, the water of this spring was the coveted 10,000-year spirit liquid, a dream for many cultivators. The vast pool, spanning 1,000 meters, was filled to the brim with it, alongside various spiritual items and miraculous elixirs floating within. Should an ordinary cultivator find themselves here, they would surely lament the waste of such treasures. Yet for the meditating Qin Xian, these were mere commonplace resources for breakthroughs. Not to be treasured at this moment. With his eyes shut, Qin Xian's mind was entirely immersed within, as his purple spiritual energy flowed incessantly, cycling through traversed 1,080 martial veins and 100,800 acupoints, ultimately converging into 9 great seas of Qi. This time, Qin Xian's 9 seas of Qi were already perfectly complete. Endless spiritual energy continued to coalesce around the purple 5-clawed divine dragon coiled above the Jinmu tree. Roar! The 5-clawed divine dragon, having absorbed a significant amount of purple spiritual energy, released a triumphant roar, suddenly expelling a concentrated burst of purple energy that struck the chaos seed suspended at the center of his dantian. In an instant, the chaos seed trembled violently, swaying continuously, but ultimately stabilized as if nothing had transpired. Could it be that I am practicing incorrectly? Qin Xian pondered, feeling a tinge of confusion. After spending 3 months wandering the sacred lands, he returned to the Qin family's mountain to cultivate and had dedicated a solid 2 to 3 months to his practice, yet he remained unable to break through to the cave heaven realm. This left him distressed. He had been following the cultivation methods of the Hongming Heart Sutra, so why was he unable to advance? He had even consulted the 2 elders and his father, but they had never encountered such a situation. Their experiences had always been a natural progression, effortlessly breaking through to the cave heaven realm and preparing for the subsequent divine platform. Why was it that he could not do the same? Was it because of this chaos seed? Yet, it seemed unrelated, for whenever the spiritual energy in his dantian gathered to strike the back dragon pillar, it was consistently intercepted by the purple divine dragon, which expelled it onto the chaos seed. Deep down, Qin Xian sensed that this was the correct path, causing him to feel conflicted. I shall try one last time. If it fails, I must devise another plan. Qin Xian resolved, channeling the spiritual energy from his 9 great seas once more. Awaken, boom! The spiritual energy surged forth from the 9 great seas like a raging tempest, rushing toward the purple divine dragon. Faced with such a torrent, the 5-clawed dragon expanded dramatically, its size increasing several dozen times in an instant. It opened its maw wide upon the Jinmu tree, resembling a colossal beast as it consumed all the spiritual energy. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracking sounds erupted as numerous fissures appeared on the body of the purple 5-clawed dragon, as if it were on the verge of shattering. After all, this was the combined spiritual energy from Qin Xian's 9 great seas, erupting all at once. Not good. Qin Xian's brow furrowed as he inwardly exclaimed in alarm. He realized he had acted carelessly. He should not have summoned all the spiritual energy at once. If the dragon were to explode, it would mean the simultaneous explosion of all 9 seas within him. Such power was unimaginable to Qin Xian. Chapter 22. Breaking through to cave heaven, the world changes color. Buzz! At that moment, a resonant hum echoed as boundless green light erupted from Qin Xian's body, sprouting green tendrils from his form. Within him, the towering Jinmu tree, standing 99 meters high, radiated brilliance as a powerful aura surged forth, swiftly flooding into the crumbling body of the divine dragon. The entire purple dragon was enveloped in a green glow. And with the influx of energy from the Jinmu, its form stabilized. Moreover, it began to heal, quickly returning to its original state, appearing even more vigorous. After soaring around within Qin Xian's dantian for a few laps, the dragon suddenly halted, facing the Chaos Seed, and unleashed an incredibly potent wave of spiritual energy. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted within Qin Xian's dantian, causing the entire area to tremble incessantly, as if heralding the apocalypse. The chaotic seed, buffeted by the colossal waves of spiritual energy, began to sway violently. A faint cracking sound resonated in Qin Xian's mind, swiftly followed by a series of crisp, successive cracks. In that moment, Qin Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, his entire focus fixated on the chaotic seed. It appeared to crack open like a hatching chick, gradually fissuring. Soon, the entire chaotic seed was enveloped in cracks, and finally, under the fervent anticipation of Qin Xian, it shattered instantaneously. Buzz! Like the blossoming of the heavens and earth, the chaotic seed transformed into a realm of chaos, dreamlike and ethereal. Was this a cloud? When Qin Xian's consciousness brushed against it, it felt as light as air, yet visually resembled a mirror. At that moment, the Hongming spiritual energy, cultivated through the Hongming Heart Sutra within Qin Xian, surged forth once more, only to be absorbed by the Panga divine axe resting within him. In an instant, after 5 years of dormancy, the Panga divine axe emitted a flash of light, cleaving through the air with a swift arc, targeting the mirror-like chaotic void. Qin Xian felt a surge of anxiety. It had taken him nearly 2 years to breach the chaotic seed, and now the axe seemed restless, as if intent on his destruction. Boom! The axe's shadow struck the chaotic void with a blinding brilliance. Immediately, the once mirror-like void began to swell, as if a balloon had burst. Pop! It split into two, transforming into 2 identical chaotic voids. Remarkably, both voids appeared identical in size, with not a hint of difference. However, within the 2 chaotic voids, there existed a stark contrast. The left appeared vibrant and full of life, while the right resembled a stagnant pool of murky water. At that moment, torrents of colossal energy erupted from the 2 chaotic voids, intertwining and surging through the dantian, racing towards the Jinmu. In that instant, Jinmu's stature skyrocketed, 199 meters, 399 meters, 1,999 meters. Ultimately, it settled at 99,999 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the heavens, as if it aimed to pierce through the sky itself. Suddenly, the resplendent and verdant Jinmu surged forth, bursting from the dantian and merging seamlessly into Qin Xian's spine. Boom! An overwhelming aura shot skyward from within Qin Xian, manifesting the Dongtian Longzhu. This was achieved not through the conventional means of channeling spiritual power to unlock one's spine, but rather through the fusion of Jinmu with his vertebrae, thereby establishing a complete Dongtian. The strength of this feat was beyond measure. Upon merging with the spine, Jinmu began to sprout countless branches, perfectly rounded and smooth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These branches extended outward, connecting to every part of Qin Xian's body. 1,080 martial veins, 100,000 and 8,000 acupoints, and 9 vast seas of energy, all intertwined with Jinmu's branches. The pinnacle of Jinmu reached Qin Xian's mind, where his primordial spirit resided. In that moment, a black and gold circular platform materialized within Qin Xian's consciousness. Simultaneously, an abundance of spiritual liquid and treasures from the hot spring vanished, flooding into Qin Xian's body, transforming entirely into pure Hongming spiritual energy, which was continuously absorbed by the Jinmu Longzhu and ultimately concentrated upon the platform. As the influx of spiritual energy intensified, the outline of a magnificent palace began to take form upon the platform. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as Qin Xian achieved his breakthrough into the Dongtian realm, The entire Hongming sacred land trembled. In truth, the entire Yuanchu realm quaked. The Hongming sacred land's tremors radiated throughout the 9 continents of the Yuanchu realm, with the earth and sky reverberating as spiritual energy surged from all directions towards Qinxian. Even the auroras that heralded the opening of the Yuanchu secret realm twisted and distorted in response. A torrent of spiritual energy surged uncontrollably into Qin Xian's body. Within the Hongming sacred land, Qin Zhan and Huang Gu appeared 1,000 miles away, their expressions filled with astonishment. Above them, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy manifested in the sky, its vastness unfathomable. Endless streams of energy cascaded like a waterfall, descending upon Qin Xian. Amidst this tempest, the heavens seemed to rend asunder, and terrifying bolts of lightning intertwined above, as if brewing a cataclysm at that moment. Not only the Hongming sacred land but also the surrounding forces converging upon the Yuanchu realm were stirred. Countless individuals from dozens of minor worlds bore witness to this apocalyptic spectacle, their faces drained of color. The horrific phenomena, reminiscent of world-destructive forces, along with the calamity-inducing black divine lightning, shook even the most powerful beings to their core. Individuals of formidable cultivation, like Qin Zhan and Huang Gu, sensed that this phenomenon was not merely a surge of spiritual energy. It carried a whisper of the laws of heaven and earth, the essence of the great Tao, and an intense pull toward a singular direction. Qin Zhan and Huang Gu, closest to Qin Xian, could distinctly perceive the vanishing rules and powers of law gradually flowing into Qin Xian's being. What on earth is this boy doing? The astonishment on Qin Zhan's face was palpable. It appeared that Qin Xian was undergoing a breakthrough, but how could he attract the essence of the laws and rules of the heavens? After all, it seemed he was merely breaking into the Dongtian realm. Huang Gu, while astonished, was also filled with concern. This is utter madness. The laws of heaven and earth, the powers of law, are forces that even we, as imperial-level beings, can only borrow but not control. What he is doing is sheer folly. Qin Zhan's expression was one of rage, but more so, it was laced with worry for Qin Xian. After all, the laws of heaven and earth are not something just anyone can touch. Huang Gu observed Qin Xian for a moment and said, "Enough, old ghost, do not panic. It seems he is currently unharmed. Let us observe for now." Qin Zhan, however, remained anxious about Qin Xian's reckless actions. If it comes to it, I will risk my life to extract the laws of heaven and earth from him if necessary. Huang Gu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qin Xian is extraordinarily gifted, with a powerful physique. He is the hope for the rise of our Hongming sacred land. If unavoidable, I too will use my soul to absorb the laws from within him, even if it means sacrificing the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 23. Terrifying heavenly tribulation? Just a trifle. As Qin Xian broke through, the phenomena in the sky intensified. Everyone fled from the back mountain, including those from the Chongqing Pavilion, who were warned to steer clear. Those who approached would face dire consequences. Huang Gu's voice echoed throughout the Hongming sacred land. In an instant, the expressions of countless individuals within the Hongming sacred land shifted, and they hastily retreated beyond the back mountain. Qin Zhan and Huang Gu anxiously gazed up at the sky, where the laws of heaven and earth were manifesting. Their command for everyone to withdraw served to protect them and, simultaneously, to shield Qin Xian from any disturbances. In the midst of this violent absorption of spiritual energy, apart from Huang Gu and Qin Zhan, others found it nearly impossible to control the depletion of their internal spiritual power. Those who ventured too close risked being drained of their essence. The endless vortex of spiritual energy continuously surged into Qin Xian's body. On his platform, a magnificent and resplendent palace had taken form, vast beyond measure. When Qin Xian's primordial spirit entered, he felt as small as an ant. As he circled around, he could scarcely perceive the palace's boundaries, showcasing its immense scale. Is this the divine abode? Qin Xian murmured, excitement coursing through him as he marveled at the vastness of his divine abode. But this was not the end, as torrents of spiritual energy poured in. A beam of white light erupted from the divine abode, piercing the heavens. At an unfathomable height, a second platform materialized, and soon, the outline of a second palace began to emerge. Then, similarly, The third palace appeared, the sixth palace, the ninth palace, the 15th palace, the 30th palace, the 33rd palace. In the outside world, Qin Zhan and Huang Gu were left utterly dumbfounded. This boy. A bead of cold sweat formed on Qin Zhan's forehead as he wiped it away, continuing, "This child is simply astonishing." The first manifestation of the divine abode shone 33 times before fading. In a state of disbelief, Huang Gu swallowed hard and exclaimed, "If my eyes are not deceiving me, it is indeed 33 times. Moreover, it appears that he has absorbed those laws of heaven and earth without any consequence. Truly, it is beyond imagination. Terrifying." Generally, cultivators can at most unlock 9 divine palaces, and when all 9 palaces expand to a circumference of 999 meters, that is the limit. They have never heard of a divine realm surpassing 9 palaces, yet today, they have witnessed it, and how exaggerated it is. 33 palaces, a full 33. Both Huang Gu and Qin Zhan felt their lips tremble, their entire bodies growing numb. Just then, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy gathered in the sky, and in an instant, it seemed as though a terrifying maw had devoured it, all being drawn into Qin Xian's body. Buzz! Instantly, Qin Xian was enveloped in an enigmatic aura that permeated the entire Hongming sacred land. In that fleeting moment, everyone present felt an extraordinary resonance of the Great Tao. This is the essence of the Great Tao. Huang Gu and Qin Zhan's eyes widened in shock, their gazes filled with an overwhelming astonishment. "Quick, everyone! Immediately comprehend it." "Yes, comprehend it on the spot. Hurry!" Huang Gu and Qin Zhan cried out, promptly sitting cross-legged to immerse themselves in understanding. At that moment, Qin Xian exuded an ancient demonic aura, his primordial spirit immersed atop the 33 divine palaces, within a newly manifested heavenly platform. This divine palace did not connect with the other 33 palaces as they did. Gazing upon the heavenly platform, entirely crafted from purple, massive black gold stones gradually emerged, layer upon layer, perfectly combined. Moreover, these stones radiated an aura of terrifying mystery. Soon, a palace of pure black gold materialized before Qin Xian's eyes. This palace was immense, seemingly boundless. As this palace took shape, the spectacle was far from over. Suddenly, small specks of grayish-white jade appeared at the very center of the palace. Gradually, more and more of these grayish-white jades coalesced, forming a rudimentary chair. At that moment, unseen to Qin Xian, outlines of buildings began to manifest around the palace, but they halted abruptly after only appearing as outlines. Within the palace, Qin Xian's primordial spirit seated itself upon the somewhat rudimentary chair. And as he ran his hand over it, a gentle warmth enveloped him. Qin Xian felt a wave of comfort wash over his primordial spirit. "This chair is quite nice. It resembles the color of his chaotic void and feels exceedingly pleasant to touch." Satisfied, Qin Xian felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation while seated upon it. Next, Qin Xian scanned his inner realm. First were the 33 divine palaces, followed by the Jinmu dragon pillars. Beneath the pillars lay the 2 vast chaotic voids formed from the chaotic seeds. Then came the 9 vast seas of qi, encircled by 1,008 martial veins. Surrounding those martial veins were over 100,000 acupoints. Qin Xian murmured, directing his gaze toward the chaotic void above. He noticed that the previously stagnant chaotic void seemed to exhibit a hint of vitality, no longer resembling its former lifeless state. However, it still lacked the vibrancy of another chaotic void, indicating that both remained in their nascent state. Qin Xian pondered aloud. Just then, boom! A sudden explosion echoed, resonating through the souls of all beings in the Yuanchu realm. Qin Xian felt it too. At that moment, the sky above was shrouded in roiling thunderclouds. Amidst the pitch-black clouds obscuring the sun, bolts of black lightning weaved and swirled, forming menacing black lightning dragons that lashed out violently. Meanwhile, the people within the Hongming sacred land had completed their cultivation, as the opportunity had only lingered for a brief moment. Nevertheless, they had all greatly benefited, and with time to digest, their strength would undoubtedly surge. This included both Qin Zhan and Huang Gu, who, if they were to properly assimilate it, could soon reach the mid-stage of the imperial realm. However, the two, who had been brimming with joy, suddenly appeared stiff as this, the heavenly tribulation. What realm has this kid broken into to provoke such a tribulation? Qin Zhan exclaimed in disbelief. It is known that heavenly tribulations generally manifest only at the sage realm. Could it be that this boy has already ascended to the sage realm? Huanggu murmured. Incredulous. That shouldn't be the case. After all, he was just at the Qi realm before. Qin Zhan also couldn't believe it. I recall a legend in ancient times. When prodigies flourished, some unparalleled talents would trigger heavenly tribulations even at low realms, which they referred to as the heavenly jealousy. Huanggu seemed to recollect something, immediately stating, "So, does this mean that Qin Xian's talent rivals that of the prodigies from ancient times?" Qin Zhan became excited at once. Yet, Huanggu's expression grew tense as he continued. However, it is said that such prodigies, due to their overwhelming natural gifts, provoke heavenly jealousy, and the resulting tribulations carry immense power. Casting a glance at the fearsome black dragon in the sky, both their expressions shifted. Huanggu's eyelids twitched. This aura, why does it feel even more terrifying than our breakthrough to the imperial realm? It evokes a sense of trepidation. I wonder if Qin Xian can withstand it. Qin Zhan's mood fluctuated like a roller coaster, becoming increasingly anxious. Rumble. Above the heavens, the black dragon's heavenly tribulation roiled, thunder echoing throughout the world. The bolts of lightning, resembling dragons, surged with ferocity, radiating a destructive aura. But just then, a cold voice suddenly reverberated through the souls of every being in the Yuanshu realm, shaking the very heavens and earth. Scram! With the utterance of this chilling command, all beings in the Yuanshu realm witnessed the black dragons ravaging the sky suddenly recoil. Hastily retreating into the clouds in the blink of an eye, the sky returned to clarity, as if the previous oppressive thunderclouds had never been there. Staggering back a step, Qin Zhan and Huanggu gasped in astonishment. Even though the two old men had lived for countless years, witnessing such a scene left them utterly stunned. As the words were spoken, the heavenly tribulation retreated. How terrifying this is! Chapter 24. Journey to the Yuanshu secret realm, reaching the 9th level of the Divine Palace realm. Qin Xian nodded in satisfaction, rising from the now dry hot spring. Although he had achieved the pinnacle of the Divine Palace realm, his primordial spirit had yet to undergo transformation, and the star of his life palace had not yet ignited. Once the star of his life palace ignited and his primordial spirit fully transformed, he would be able to step into an even higher realm. At this moment, the light of the dragon pillars radiated brilliantly from Qin Xian, soaring into the clouds. This was the most evident manifestation of the dragon pillar's divine light at the cave heaven realm. The so-called dragon pillar primarily serves to pave the way to the divine palace. However, it also possesses another characteristic. The larger the pathway opened, the more spiritual energy can be transmitted, which in turn provides greater power to the divine palace. Conversely, if one were to behold Qin Xian's cave heaven dragon pillar, its diameter would be unfathomably vast. This meant that Qin Xian would never face a shortage of spiritual energy transmitted through the cave heaven, thus allowing him to utilize the Life Palace Star exclusive to the Divine Palace realm. The Life Palace Star, generally, is formed by cultivators integrating suitable items based on their cultivation journey, be it demonic beasts, spirit beasts, divine weapons, elixirs, or anything else, as long as one can refine these into a Life Palace Star. It is achievable. At that moment, two figures flickered into existence before Qin Xian, Huanggu and Qin Zhan. Their expressions were a tapestry of excitement, astonishment, relief, and relaxation. You have stepped into the Divine Palace realm. And at the 9th level, no less. You truly are a prodigy. Qin Xian blinked innocently. I just happened to break through. Upon hearing this, the two old men fell silent, incredulous. What kind of nonsense is this? To accidentally break through to the 9th level of the Divine Palace realm? If only they could try that themselves. Cough, cough. All right, Qin Xian, the Yuanshu secret realm is about to open, and with your recent breakthrough, it seems you should be able to stand out in the Yuanshu secret realm. Huanggu cleared his throat and remarked. Qin Xian scratched his head, responding, Ancestor, you can be a bit more confident. Remove the word should. Qin Zhan, Huanggu, half a day later, at the entrance of the Hongming Sacred Land. All right, that's enough. We should be on our way. At this moment, Huanggu addressed Qin Xian, who was bidding farewell to his family. Behind Huanggu stood Yi Changxing, Lin Qinya, and Xiao Feng. The three had made significant progress in their cultivation over the past few months, barely qualifying to enter the Yuanchu secret realm. Xianer, take this. It contains garments and provisions meticulously prepared by your mother, along with some spirit stones. Be cautious while you are away, especially around beautiful young ladies. Wang Yuyan advised Qin Xian earnestly. Qin Xian accepted the spatial ring from Wang Yuyan and nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Qin Haoyu proclaimed with grandiosity, "My son, as you venture into the Yuanchu secret realm, I am confident you will showcase the might of our Hongming clan to the world." Qin Xian responded with a carefree smile. "Rest assured, father. My strength far exceeds your imagination." Ha ha ha! Qin Haoyu erupted into laughter, lightening the atmosphere of farewell. Qin Xian turned to his father and mother, speaking softly, "Father, mother, I am leaving." Qin Haoyu and Wang Yuyan nodded. Watching as Qin Xian departed from the sacred grounds of Hongming as for Qin Xian's grandfather, Qin Tianyang, he did not come forward, for as he said, he could not bear the sorrow of parting. After all, Qin Xian would return. When Qin Xian arrived beside Huanggu, they, along with the others, soared into the air towards the Twin Realms mountain. Qin Xian glanced back at the people of Hongming's sacred land before turning his gaze forward. Determination evident in his eyes. Simultaneously, many individuals atop the peaks within Hongming's sacred land were observing Qin Xian and his companions, seemingly aware of their purpose. After all, the opening of the Yuanchu secret realm was a grand event for nearby cultivation worlds. A battle of prodigies. Who among the cultivators was not aware of this? The Son of God is heading to the Yuanchu secret realm. He will undoubtedly elevate the prestige of our Hongming sacred land. Indeed, it is said that for many years, our disciples have faced ambushes from other sacred lands, suffering severe casualties. I wonder how this time will unfold. Humph, are you blind? Did you not see the terrifying phenomenon earlier today? It is rumored that the Son of God has made a breakthrough and ascended to the Divine Mansion realm. Remember, when he was in the Qi-Si realm, he could defeat that Luoxing from the Taichu sacred land as if he were a beaten dog. Now, the Son of God is indeed formidable, but I have heard that the Yuanchu secret realm will gather numerous prodigies, and perhaps even a supreme body may emerge. I wonder if the Son of God can triumph. Have no fear. The Son of God will sweep through the many prodigies in the Yuanchu secret realm, allowing the glory of our Hongming sacred land to resound once more. Our Hongming sacred land has remained too silent for far too long, to the point where we are almost falling out of the top 10 sacred lands in the third-tier world. Qin Xian, you have now reached the Divine Mansion realm, your strength surpassing even the old ancestors' expectations, making you the first of your kind in history. However, I hope you understand that this world is never short on geniuses. Among countless worlds, individuals with exceptional talent abound, but those who can truly grow are few and far between. You are now the Son of God of our Hongming sacred land, and when you venture out, you represent our entire clan, as members of Hongming sacred land. If you find yourselves in conflict, there are only two outcomes, life or death. In the realm of cultivation, it is said that the compliant thrive while the defiant perish. Strength reigns supreme. This is an unwritten rule among cultivators. Therefore, do not underestimate any opponent. If you must strike, ensure you eliminate them thoroughly, leaving no room for error. This also applies to the three of you. In the air, Huanggu spoke seriously to Qin Xian and his companions. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian's eyes gleamed with fierce battle intent. In that case, if I were to slay some sacred land Son of God, or a prince from a dynasty, do not blame me for being reckless. Huanggu burst into hearty laughter at Qin Xian's words. As long as you have the ability, go ahead and kill. With the old ancestor here, there is nothing to fear unless he, an old relic, is dealt with. At his words, a smile crept across Qin Xian's lips. In the world of cultivation, where the path is fraught with challenges, success hinges on seizing opportunities and fortune. To leave a mark in the annals of history and ascend to the pinnacle, one must tread upon countless corpses. With Huanggu's assurance, he felt unencumbered. Dozens of worlds, countless prodigies. The trio, Yi Changxing, Lin Qinya and Xiao Feng were astonished by the exchange between the two. Truly, the words of the Son of God were beyond their wildest imaginings. At that moment, a voice reached their ears. Safe travels. The voice belonged to Qin Zhan, who had not accompanied them to the Yuanchu secret realm, leaving only Huang Gu to escort them. Upon hearing Qin Zhan's words, the group paused, bowing towards the direction of Hongming's sacred land before hastening towards the Twin Realms Mountain. On the Hongming Tower of Hongming's sacred land, Qin Zhan watched the figures nearly disappear from sight. A smile of anticipation illuminating his face. Chapter 25. Mu Wan'er. After leaving the borders of Hongming's sacred land, Huang Gu quickened his pace, leading the four towards the location of the Yuanchu secret realm. Ah, help! Help! As Qin Xian and his companions traveled for half a day and arrived at a small town, preparing to land for rest, they heard cries for help. Miss, run! I will hold them off. Qin Xian and his companions descended. Standing not far from the small town's official road, gazing ahead, they saw a man battling several black-clad assailants. Not far behind him stood a 5- or 6-year-old girl, her face streaked with tears. Watching the fight unfold, Uncle Yu, before the little girl could finish, she suddenly coughed out a mouthful of dark blood. The man called Uncle Yu shouted loudly, "Run!" But as he cried out, he was struck again, blood spraying in all directions. Just as the little girl was about to say something else, 5 more black-clad figures charged from behind, targeting her directly. Seeing Uncle Yu getting injured, tears streamed down the little girl's face as she stamped her foot and turned to flee towards the small town, with Qin Xian and his companions in front of her. However, the black-clad assailants pursued closely, brandishing their weapons, seemingly poised to take the girl's life. Heh, I didn't expect to encounter such an amusing situation right after setting out. Qin Xian smiled lightly. With that, he vanished from his spot, reappearing beside the little girl, swiftly wrapping her in his embrace. Simultaneously, he spun around and struck with his palm. Instantly, a massive spiritual energy handprint emerged, crashing towards the 5 black-clad figures. What? The 5 black-clad assailants exclaimed, attempting to evade, but the palm print was too swift, descending upon them in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 5 explosions rang out as the assailants had no chance to escape, instantly transforming into a mist of blood. This scene left the remaining black-clad figures, who were fighting Uncle Yu, momentarily stunned, their gazes shifting towards Qin Xian. Who is this young man? How can he kill 5 in the Divine Mansion realm in an instant? The leader of the assailants pulled his sword from Uncle Yu and shouted, "This is troublesome. Retreat." In an instant, the figures of the assailants began to retreat rapidly. But just then, a purple arrow shot across the night sky, seemingly guided by a will of its own, piercing through the assailants one by one. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the fallen hit the ground, and silence enveloped the area once more. The little girl, cradled in Qin Xian's arms, widened her eyes in shock. As Qin Xian set her down, preparing to ask her something, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and began to collapse. No. Qin Xian swiftly caught her again and brought her to Huang Gu and the others. "Qinya, take care of her," Qin Xian instructed the puzzled Lin Qinya beside him. Lin Qinya nodded, "Yes, son of God." "Heh, you young man have quite the warm heart. What if this little girl has ulterior motives?" Huang Gu remarked. Qin Xian scratched his head. "She shouldn't, right? She looks only 5 or 6 years old. This is my first time out. We've never met before. What kind of ulterior motives could she possibly have? Besides, it seems Uncle Yu is in grave danger." Pfft. Lin Qinya couldn't help but burst into laughter. She never imagined that the usually divine Prince Shinsi could be so amusing. If one dies, then so be it. What's the fuss about being cold? Xiao Feng and Yi Changxing also couldn't help but smirk. Huang Gu shook his head and said, "Enough, since it has come to this, let us take her along. When she awakens, we shall inquire further." He then turned to Lin Qinya and said, "Lin Qinya, it seems this young girl has been poisoned. Administer one of the Qingyu pills from my Hongming sacred land." Lin Qinya immediately nodded solemnly, "Understood, ancestor." After that, the group entered the small town. This town was not far from the Yuanchu secret realm. At Huang Gu's pace, they would reach the Yuanchu secret realm within half a day's journey. Therefore, they decided to rest for a brief moment. Upon arriving in town, They randomly selected an inn to eat something before retreating to their respective rooms to rest, while Lin Qingya took care of the young girl. Not far from this small town, two figures gazed at it from a distance. How is it? Everything is proceeding smoothly. A few dead guards have fallen, and no matter, as long as the plan succeeds, everything is worth it. A mere few dead guards are insignificant. The next day, Qin Xian asked the young girl sitting at the table, "What is your name?" Having consumed the Qingyu pill and after a night of rest, the young girl was nearly recovered. Having just finished breakfast, Qin Xian, accompanied by Yi Changxing and Xiao Feng, made his way to Lin Qingya's room. My name is Mu Wanner. The young girl seemed to have already grasped the outcome. Her eyes filled with sorrow. However, Mu Wanner quickly rose and bowed to Qin Xian, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, young master." Qin Xian promptly lifted her arm and replied, "It's nothing if you would. Could you share your background and why those men in black were pursuing you?" At this, everyone present displayed an eagerness to know. Mu Wanner glanced at the others, tears flowing uncontrollably from her eyes, and slowly said, "I am the daughter of the sect master of the Tianshui sect." After Mu Wanner's heartfelt recounting, Qin Xian began to piece together the story. Mu Wanner was indeed the daughter of the Tianshui sect master. But for reasons unknown, the Tianshui sect had fallen victim to a fierce enemy attack, resulting in countless casualties. The sect master had perished in battle. Mu Wanner managed to escape with the protection of several disciples and Uncle Yu, only to be relentlessly pursued by numerous men in black. One by one, her disciples perished, and ultimately, even Uncle Yu could not escape his fate. Upon hearing this, the others fell into a heavy silence. The cultivation world was indeed brutal. One could never know when disaster might strike. Lin Qingya, with reddened eyes, asked, "Wanner, do you have a place to go?" Mu Wanner lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks as she slowly shook her head. "Prince Shensi." Lin Qingya turned her gaze toward Qin Xian, while Yi Changxing and Xiao Feng also directed their attention toward him, seemingly anticipating something. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, the girl's appearance, the circumstances surrounding it, and her words flickered through his mind. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he mused, "Interesting." He then feigned nonchalance and said, "Hee, let her accompany us." Chapter 26. Gathering at the Two Realms Mountain Creek. The door swung open as Qin Xian stepped into the room where Huanggu was seated. Huanggu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and looked at Qin Xian, asking, "Have you made your decision?" Qin Xian nodded. Huanggu glanced at the people outside, lingering on Mu Wanner for a moment, and said, "All right, then let us depart. The secret realm is likely on the verge of fully opening." At the center of the Yuanshu realm, the Two Realms Mountain had seen increased activity in recent days, drawing more and more cultivators to gather there. The nearby 30 or so small worlds had all turned their attention to the Yuanshu realm. Various ancient clans, sects, sacred lands, and empires with some degree of power were all making sacrifices to traverse the realm bridge, leading their talented disciples to the Yuanshu realm, aiming directly for the Two Realms Mountain. All of this was for the imminent emergence of the Yuanshu secret realm within the mountain. Although the Yuanshu secret realm was located in the Yuanshu realm, it was not under the control of any particular faction. No one knew when the Yuanshu secret realm had first appeared. They only knew that it opened once every 100 years and was strongly suppressed by the source of the Great Tao, allowing only those with exceptional qualifications and under the age of 50 to enter. Moreover, within the Yuanshu secret realm, the most crucial source pool could awaken rare divine abilities and allow one to comprehend their own unique martial techniques. This drew countless prodigies to flock there. Clang! A sharp sword whistle suddenly echoed across the sky as streaks of light swiftly approached. In an instant, the air was filled with sword energy, soaring into the heavens, cleaving through clouds and saturating the sky with boundless sword intent. As the streaks of light neared the Two Realms Mountain, they abruptly halted, except for the leader, who flew toward a pavilion in the sky. While the rest of the group gradually descended, coming into view below it was the Tianjian sect from the small sword realm, that is, Jian Wuxin. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd below, clearly recognizing the arrival of this group. Among them stood a figure enveloped in sword energy, clad in white with white hair, resembling the sword of the heavenly Tao, exuding the aura of a transcendent being. As if he were not of this world, The Tianjin sect, a dominant power in the small sword realm, was led by an emperor-level peak expert, renowned far and wide in the surrounding small worlds. Jian Wuxin, the unparalleled prodigy of this generation, was said to be on the verge of transcending into the extraordinary realm, having comprehended his own sword heart and sword path. His strength was extraordinary, and he had risen to the position of chief within the Tianjin sect. His participation in the Yuanchu secret realm would likely cause his strength to surge once more at that moment. From another direction, the sky became shrouded in misty white clouds, drifting closer to the Two Realms mountain. Within those clouds, figures could be seen, appearing and disappearing. Buzz! Another sword ringing resonated as an ethereal sword intent burst forth from the clouds above, soaring into the skies, transforming the entire atmosphere into an otherworldly spectacle. Yet, within this ambience lay an inexhaustible killing intent, making one feel as if they were plunged into a demonic abyss. This was the arrival of the Qingyun sacred land from the Qingyun realm. Could it be that the sword body of the immortal and demon, Li Wanxian, had arrived? Many gazes shifted, filled with solemnity. The Qingyun sacred land, at first glance, seemed like a prestigious sect. However, in truth, it was a legitimate demonic sacred land. Established by several ancient fiends, it had a fearsome reputation in the surrounding small worlds, and most factions dared not provoke it, as engaging with such a group of demonic lunatics was utterly thankless. The arrival of the Qingyun sacred land stirred the atmosphere once more. Li Wanxian, the divine son of the Qingyun sacred land, wielded the formidable immortal and demon dual swords, exuding unmatched power. This Yuanchu secret realm was bound to be lively. One could only wonder who was stronger, Li Wanxian or Jian Wuxin. Many whispered among themselves, their faces reflecting trepidation, while others distanced themselves from the location of the Qingyun sacred land. After all, those from the demonic sect were unpredictable, and offending them over a mere word or trivial matter could cost one their life. Boom! The heavy sound of footsteps suddenly jolted everyone, shaking the very ground beneath them, stirring up clouds of dust. In the blink of an eye, a group appeared in the sight of the masses. Each individual in this group was bare-chested, showcasing their flawless physiques, radiating an aura of unparalleled dominance, as if declaring, "Who dares oppose us?" This group surged forward, careening through everything in their path, sending anyone who obstructed them flying. Many scrambled to avoid them. Only when they reached the forefront of the Yuanchu secret realm did this group finally come to a halt. Invincible in physical form, crushing all adversaries, the youth leading the group was likely Yi Fan, the divine son of the Hongming sacred land. Countless gazes were fixed upon the young man, their hearts shaken. The Hongming realm, the Hongming sacred land. This realm was distinct from others. It was an extraordinarily unique world in the Hongming realm. All cultivators revered the supremacy of the physical body, focusing their cultivation on strengthening their flesh. Additionally, the Hongming realm was home to countless methods for physical cultivation, leading to the emergence of various factions, sects, and families. Yet among them, the physical cultivation of the Hongming sacred land was the most formidable, claiming the title of the strongest physical cultivation sacred land. Even in other worlds, there exist factions primarily focused on physical cultivation, yet they all seem to pale in comparison. Among the disciples of the Chaos sacred land in this generation, it is said that an unparalleled prodigy has emerged, Yi Fan. According to rumors, Yi Fan possesses an unusual constitution that renders him incapable of cultivation. However, by a stroke of fortune, he obtained the relics of an elder from the Chaos sacred land and comprehended the Chaos body refinement technique, ultimately succeeding in joining the ranks of cultivators. With astonishing speed, he forged the Chaos sacred body and was eventually taken under the wing of the Chaos sacred master, ultimately becoming a divine son. Now, at merely 18 years of age, Yi Fan remains at the realm of the cave heaven, yet his physical prowess has already transcended to the true dragon level, with the heavenly dragon realm within his grasp. Across dozens of small worlds, it is rare to hear of anyone achieving such heights at such a tender age. Even more alarming is the fact that Yi Fan seems to have grasped a fragment of the laws of power, his formidable strength being self-evident. With this in mind, countless individuals felt a tremor in their hearts, pondering whether to abandon their pursuit of entering the primordial secret realm. After all, within the primordial secret realm. There are no elder companions, and the mortality rate upon each opening is exceedingly high. This place is essentially a meat grinder for the talented. Chapter 27. I wish she would bully me soon after. Waves of factions and cultivators arrived at the Two Realms Mountain, descending in batches and securing their positions. Their escorts rose to head towards a pavilion suspended in the sky, where the leaders of various factions were seated. Half a day later, a group of individuals once again appeared in the skies above the Two Realms Mountain. However, their demeanor was relatively low-key, garnering little attention from the masses. After all, with the imminent opening of the primordial secret realm, the influx of factions had become a common sight. Wow, it's so vast! Lin Qingya exclaimed as she gazed at the towering peaks below, particularly at the seemingly bottomless abyss. Qin Xian also observed the Two Realms Mountain with curiosity, as this was his first time venturing out and encountering such a magnificent sight. The two mountains, resembling grand portals, reached toward the heavens, and the canyon between them erupted with a brilliant radiance. Shrouded in swirling clouds, amidst the rising spiritual energy, the depths remained obscured, leaving only a powerful and disquieting sensation. At that moment, Qin Xian felt an intense yearning within him, as if something below was irresistibly drawing him in. Igniting an insatiable desire, he quickly steadied his mind and calmed his spirit. Only then did the feeling subside somewhat. Casting a glance at Yi Changxing and the others, he noticed no signs of anything amiss. What on earth is happening? Don't they feel it? Qin Xian pondered, clenching his fists as he gazed toward the canyon below. Regardless of what it is, I shall uncover the truth once I enter. Regaining his composure, Qin Xian began surveying the Two Realms Mountain. He noticed cultivators traversing the area, even at the foot of the mountain, bustling to and fro, engaging in discussions, sparring, and even battling one another. Are they truly allowed to fight here without any oversight? Qin Xian asked, pointing at the two factions locked in combat below. Upon hearing Qin Xian's question, the others also leaned in to listen. Huanggu chuckled and replied, "It's not that there's no one to manage them. Rather, they choose not to disrupt the unspoken rules." Rules? What rules? Qin Xian pressed further. Huanggu gestured toward the pavilion in the sky, and the others followed his gaze. Those who can come here are all the prodigies of various factions, all aiming to enter the primordial secret realm. Thus, an unwritten rule has emerged. Each shall accept their own fate in life and death. In other words, as long as they are of the younger generation, if you possess the strength, you may eliminate your opponents, but if you are killed in return, you cannot blame anyone else. However, elders are prohibited from intervening, lest they provoke a united retaliation from other factions. Qin Xian nodded thoughtfully. That's so. Are you saying that I could eliminate them all right now? Hiss! Lin Qingya and the others gasped, staring at Qin Xian in astonishment. Truly, the Divine Sun speaks with such confidence. It is nothing short of astonishing. Mu Wanner, standing behind Lin Qingya, gazed at Qin Xian with shining eyes, her heart racing. Ahem. Huanggu cleared his throat, playfully rebuking, "You rascal." After a pause, he added, "While the ancestors trust in your abilities, no one has ever dared to massacre everyone under the watchful eyes of so many factions' escorts. If you were to do so, you would become the common enemy of all factions. If you intend to act now, you might as well prepare a coffin for yourself. Ha ha ha." However, within the secret realm, at this, Huanggu exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Xian. Understood, Qin Xian nodded. Very well, find a place to wait. I am off to meet some old friends. Remember, our Hongmeng sacred land is not to be trifled with. With that, Huanggu waved his hand, sending the group to the ground before departing into the sky. As they landed, the group began to survey their surroundings. Qin Xian's gaze was immediately drawn to an astonishing sight. As Huanggu soared into the pavilion, a young and beautiful woman approached him, delicately brushing her hand against his chest before entering alongside him. Wow, this old fellow. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes, realizing the hidden romance. However, he soon shrugged it off, considering that as one of the twin prodigies of the Hongmeng sacred land, it was entirely normal for him to have a few romantic interests in his youth. Just then, a voice rang out from afar. "Look!" Suddenly, someone shouted, and the crowd turned to follow the sound. Qin Xian's attention was similarly captured as he looked up to see a group of women in white garments gracefully stepping through the air, akin to celestial beings descending, captivating the hearts of all who beheld them. Among them, one woman possessed an indescribable beauty, her face epitomizing perfection, breathtakingly enchanting, especially with her slightly bashful demeanor, which sent hearts racing. From the Taiyin sacred land, Guyueo.as, they gazed upon the group of ethereal maidens. Many in the crowd revealed expressions of infatuation. Is that not the divine maiden Gu Yueyao from the Taiyin sacred land? She is simply exquisite. Goodness, she is a true enchantress. I wish she would bully me. In the midst of the crowd, someone gazed dreamily at Gu Yueyao, murmuring, if I could take her as my wife. No, if I could spend just one night with her, I would be willing to sacrifice 100 years of my life. Instantly, another voice chimed in with mockery. With your looks? Go take a long look in the mirror first. Gu Yueyao is the foremost beauty in the Yinyang realm, ranking among the top 3 in the third-tier worlds, and her strength is unfathomably powerful, being the divine maiden of the Taiyin sacred land. Countless prodigies have fallen for her, yet none have succeeded. Moreover, it is said that the Taiyang sacred land and the Taiyin sacred land are fated to unite, with predetermined marriages. What a pity! I wonder who the divine son of the Taiyang sacred land is. I envy him so much. Look, there he is, as the crowd buzzed with chatter. A young man appeared beside Gu Yueyao, gently wrapping his arm around her waist. This man was none other than Chu Tianyang. Chapter 28. Who is this wild brat who dares to block my path? Chu Tianyang, with his arm around Gu Yueyao, proudly lifted his chin to survey the crowd below, his sense of superiority unmistakable. He says, oh, what if he is a bit more handsome, stronger, and of a higher status? What is there to be so arrogant about? In the crowd, someone scoffed disdainfully. Heh, is that not enough? Chu Tianyang's voice resonated. Catching the attention of the speaker, who was taken aback, he never expected that amidst the bustling crowd, Chu Tianyang would hear his remark. Before he could respond, a fiery fist suddenly appeared, piercing through his body. In an instant, he was reduced to mere ashes. The surrounding onlookers were struck with shock, hastily retreating and falling silent. Humph, quite domineering. Qin Xian observed from a distance, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Finding the situation rather amusing indeed, Yi Chongxing wholeheartedly concurred with Qin Xian's statement. Others merely uttered a careless remark and met with execution. One could only say it was unfortunate. However, this is the realm of cultivation, and no one would deem it excessive. Death is the most commonplace occurrence. It is rumored that the divine maiden of the Taiyin sacred land is unparalleled in beauty. This demon prince has long heard of the enchanting name of the. Upon seeing her today, she truly lives up to the tales, captivating the heart and soul. How about accompanying this demon prince to the chaos demon realm and becoming my demon consort? At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. The voice was loud and audacious, showing no regard for the presence of Chu Tianyang, who remained beside the ancient moon demon. A figure clad in black had appeared in the sight of the gathering. Long hair as dark as ink cascaded over his shoulders, and a blood mark adorned his brow, exuding an indescribable otherworldly aura. His eyes were deep and enigmatic, seemingly surrounded by a dark mist that could ensnare anyone within its depths. Though he emitted no discernible aura, his mere presence emanated a profound sense of threat. Tianma sect, Mo Jiuyuan. The crowd's pupils contracted sharply, clearly recognizing the identity of this individual. Mo Jiuyuan was the most outstanding young prodigy in the history of Tianma sect, possessing extraordinary cultivation. He appeared refined and gentle, like a dashing young gentleman, yet was, in truth, a ruthless character. Furthermore, like Li Wanxian, he belonged to the demonic path. Once targeted by him, one would undoubtedly face a formidable adversary. Jiu Yao glanced at Mo Jiuyuan with a mere fleeting look and a faint smile. Yet she refrained from speaking. "Shut your mouth!" A cold voice erupted as Chu Tianyang glared at Mo Jiuyuan, his gaze frigid. How dare Mo Jiuyuan openly pursue the woman he had earmarked? It was as if he held Chu Tianyang in utter contempt. When this demon prince speaks, there is no room for your interruption. Mo Jiuyuan stepped forward, completely disregarding Chu Tianyang, his tone dripping with disdain. You seek death. Upon hearing Imo Jiuyuan's words, Chu Tianyang's fury ignited, and his aura surged explosively in an instant. The sky was cast in a crimson hue, as radiant sunlight erupted, and a blazing red sun appeared behind Chu Tianyang, transforming him into a solar embodiment. Humph! Witnessing Chu Tianyang's fierce demeanor, Imo Jiuyuan wore a dismissive expression, smirking as he too unleashed a formidable aura. Instantly, half the sky darkened, thick black mist coiled around him, morphing into terrifying black dragons. Roar! The black dragons howled maniacally, exuding a predatory intent that sent chills through the onlookers, who quickly parted to create space between the two adversaries. Let this demon prince see just how powerful your so-called son's sacred body truly is. Imo Jiuyuan taunted as he advanced towards Chu Tianyang. Enough with the chatter. It suffices to kill you. Chu Tianyang, ablaze with radiance, charged at Imo Jiuyuan. Those in their path trembled in fear and hastily moved aside. Your Highness, Wei Yi Chongqing and the others watched as the two clashed, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Meanwhile, Mu Wanner appeared oblivious to the looming danger, her expression remarkably calm, fixated on Qin Xian. Lost in her thoughts, oh, does this mean we are mere hapless victims caught in the crossfire? Qin Xian asked nonchalantly. Wei Yi Chongqing and the others were momentarily speechless. Lin Qingya, feeling an urgency, exclaimed, What time is it? Your Highness, can you stop joking around? Let us retreat, Qin Xian suggested coolly. The group collectively exhaled in relief and hurriedly moved aside. Just as they did, Imo Jiuyuan reached their location first. A dark dragon of demonic energy lunged at Qin Xian, opening its massive jaws at the same time. A voice boomed, Who dares to obstruct my path, you wild brat? Qin Xian's expression turned icy. He had no intention of provoking trouble, yet Imo Jiuyuan's arrogance was intolerable. Without hesitation, he extended his finger, forcefully gripping the dragon's head and squeezing. Bang! The black dragon disintegrated in that instant. Qin Xian surged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, surrounded by a violet aura, as he propelled it towards Imo Jiuyuan. What? Imo Jiuyuan was taken aback, never imagining that this seemingly 7- or 8-year-old child could possess such astounding speed. Moreover, he sensed a hint of death emanating from the approaching fist. Yet, Imo Jiuyuan, a prodigy of the Chaos Demon realm, was not to be underestimated. He quickly reacted, summoning black dragons that coiled around his right arm, resembling a divine dragon emerging from the sea, as he retaliated against Qin Xian's punch. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the clash of immense spiritual force generated a powerful shockwave. Qin Xian was enveloped in a protective aura, isolating all energy from reaching him. In contrast, Imo Jiuyuan's right arm twisted grotesquely, clearly broken, as he was violently propelled into the mountains of the two realms by Qin Xian's strike. Puff! Embedded within the mountains, Imo Jiuyuan spat a mouthful of blood, the demonic energy surrounding him dissipating to nearly nothing. In that moment, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Even the previously enraged Chu Tianyang, upon catching a glance from Qin Xian, trembled and hastily withdrew his own aura, retreating in disarray towards Guyu Yao. Only after distancing himself from Qin Xian did he take several deep breaths, gazing at the critically injured Imo Jiuyuan embedded in the mountains, swallowing hard. Chapter 29. Crushing Imo Jiuyuan. The enigmatic Void Prince. Silence enveloped the area, and the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Even the distant prodigies from various factions turned their gazes. Countless eyes converged on Qin Xian, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. There was no denying it. Qin Xian's punch was extraordinarily forceful. With a single blow, he had nearly obliterated an extraordinary prodigy of the extraordinary realm, almost sending him to the afterlife. Yet, Qin Xian appeared unscathed. Not a scratch on him, and even maintained his stance without retreating an inch. How could anyone not be astonished? What is this? Such overwhelming might, yet unable to withstand a single punch. Qin Xian found it somewhat ridiculous. Imo Jiuyuan, despite his imposing presence, had proven utterly incapable of enduring his strike. It was a waste of such grandiose aura, is this all? And he still dares to act so arrogantly? Qin Xian shook his head. Reaching down to snap Emo Jiuyuan's neck, he retrieved a ring from him and briefly scanned its contents before casually tossing it into his Hongming ring, leisurely making his way to Yi Changsheng and the others. "Your Highness, just how powerful are you?" Yi Changsheng inquired, swallowing hard. Qin Xian chuckled softly. "You cannot fathom my strength, in truth." Even Qin Xian himself was uncertain of his current power. In his perception, none present could match him. Mu Wan'er gazed at Emo Jiuyuan, embedded in the mountains, then turned her attention to the composed Qin Xian, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Meanwhile, the onlookers, after their initial shock, began to murmur among themselves. Who is this person? Why is he so formidable? His might is almost absurd. Indeed. Look at the one embedded in the mountain. Who is that? That's the unrivaled prodigy of Tianma sect, and yet he could not withstand even a single punch from this individual. Moreover, this person appears to be merely 7 or 8 years old. His strength is beyond human comprehension, and it seems he has not even exerted himself fully. Exactly. I once thought Emo Jiuyuan was the unparalleled prodigy. But now, I apologize, he no longer qualifies. Most notably, despite his youth, this individual acted decisively, showing no regard for consequences as he brazenly killed the demon prince of Tianma sect before so many witnesses. Indeed, it seems this person has an extraordinary background. In the distance, those prodigies who had arrived earlier began to speculate about their chances of withstanding a punch from Qin Xian. Many wore grave expressions. This individual is powerful. If encountered in the secret realm, one should avoid him at all costs. Hemph, he is no different from the brutes of the Chaos Sacred Land, relying solely on brute strength. Emo Jiuyuan simply underestimated him. Conversely, some harbored a sense of luck, believing that Qin Xian had merely taken advantage of Emo Jiuyuan's momentary lapse to land a successful ambush. However, there were also those with keen insight, pondering that this young man, with such formidable strength, could very well be the unparalleled prodigy of Hongming's sacred land from 5 years ago. It is highly likely, and his power undoubtedly extends beyond mere physical prowess. It seems we must exercise caution. If we encounter him in the secret realm, we should strive to befriend him. Even if we cannot befriend him, we must never become his enemies. Many harbor trepidation towards Qin Xian due to his formidable prowess. Yet an even greater number are struck with trepidation upon witnessing his ruthless actions, particularly the merciless slaying of Emo Jiuyuan. Indeed, some individuals dare not even cast their gaze upon Qin Xian, fearing that he may harbor murderous intentions towards them. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. A powerful cultivator wields absolute life and death authority over the weak. Emo Jiuyuan, a paragon of the esteemed heavenly demon sect, possessed unparalleled cultivation and techniques, yet he was effortlessly dispatched by Qin Xian, as if he were merely a fledgling chick point. One can only surmise that Emo Jiuyuan himself never anticipated that a few careless words, accompanied by an attempt to showcase his prowess, would ultimately lead to his demise. As for the old-timers above, one should not hold out hope. Did they not observe that upon Emo Jiuyuan's death, the members of the heavenly demon sect did not dare to stir? Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng and his companions standing beside Qin Xian were equally unsettled. The more time they spent with Qin Xian, the more they realized the depths of his inscrutability and the aura of mystery surrounding him. However, what lingered in their minds remained a mystery. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the void, stepping into the space before Qin Xian, startling everyone present. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that this individual exuded an eerie presence, his form blurred and indistinct, rendering it impossible to discern his true appearance. Only faintly could they ascertain that he was a man. Following his arrival, several silhouettes descended from the air, and in the blink of an eye, a dozen men and women had materialized in the vicinity. Qin Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. As for Lin Qingya and the others, upon recognizing the newcomers, their auras became somewhat disheveled, and they glared furiously at the group. Lin Qingya exclaimed angrily, "So it is you. Heh, what a boastful bunch of defeated foes," Qiu Yuetang remarked dismissively, casting a glance at Lin Qingya. "You?" Lin Qingya fumed, glaring at Qiu Yuetang, her teeth grinding in frustration. Indeed, The newcomers, clad in uniform attire, hailed from the Taichu sacred land. Luo Xing, Nan Minro, Kong Wan, Shi Lu, and others were also present, along with several other disciples from the Taichu sacred land. At that moment, the individuals from the Taichu sacred land were led by the enigmatic man. Behind this peculiar figure, a robust young man fixed his gaze upon Qin Xian and his companions, pausing slightly when he caught sight of Mu Wan'er, his eyes glinting with a barely perceptible acknowledgement. None noticed this exchange. Just then, the mysterious man addressed Qin Xian, "You are quite impressive." Qin Xian regarded this nebulous figure with a calm demeanor, responding simply, "Oh." Seeing Qin Xian's indifferent reaction, Qiu Yuedeng immediately interjected, "What is your attitude?" "Our divine prince." Silence. Before she could finish, Luo Xing cut in sharply. Qiu Yuedeng was taken aback, suddenly recalling that their divine prince despised interruptions, as her gaze gradually shifted to the enigmatic man. Her expression relaxed slightly. Fortunately, the divine prince did not appear to be angered. "You possess commendable strength. Join me as one of my generals, and when I sweep through the myriad realms and become invincible, I shall bestow upon you the title of King of the 3,000 realms, granting you dominion over your domain." The shadowy figure loomed over Qin Xian, his tone brooking no dissent, suggesting that a refusal would lead to catastrophic consequences. "Who is this person? He is even more arrogant than Emo Jiuyuan." Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd, particularly cautious murmurs. Yet, some seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly exclaiming, "I know. This is the Void. The Void's sovereign body. He is the divine prince of the Taichu sacred land, Su Tianzi." The mention of the Void's sovereign body ignited a fervor among the crowd, creating a commotion on the left mountain peak. Even Li Wanxian, Jin Wuxin, Yi Fan, and others on the right mountain peak turned their attention, puzzled by the uproar. The Void's sovereign body ranks among the top 10 sovereign bodies, possessing unparalleled talent, a physique capable of ascending to the legendary sovereign status. This is the true prodigy in everyone's heart's eye. In comparison, the earlier Emo Jiuyuan pales into insignificance. Instantly, the atmosphere grew electric, as more individuals flocked toward the scene, eager to witness the legendary splendor of the top 10 sovereign bodies. Yet, under the scrutiny of Su Tianzi, Qin Xian merely smirked, revealing a glimmer of interest. "What is this? Are all the geniuses of this world so arrogant? They aspire to subdue me, even more inflated than Emo Jiuyuan." Qin Xian's smile swiftly morphed into an icy glare as he coldly retorted, "The Void sovereign body? What are you? To think you can command me, Qin Xian?" The surrounding cultivators displayed expressions of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Did he just refuse? Is he unaware of the significance of the Void's sovereign body? Moreover, he dares to spurn the invitation of a future sovereign. Is he courting death? Some individuals, eager to curry favor with Su Tianzi, shouted at Qin Xian, "That little brat, do not think that by slaying Emo Jiuyuan, you are invincible. Do you even comprehend what a sovereign body is? That is a future sovereign. Do you understand? Indeed, Su Tianzi is the young sovereign. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to be haughty. Go be a follower of a sovereign body is an immense honor. You are simply fortunate, do you not realize? Once Su Tianzi achieves sovereign status, you too shall reap great benefits, bringing glory to your family and returning in triumph. Indeed, the Void sovereign body is overwhelmingly powerful. It is a certainty that he will attain sovereign status. Go follow a sovereign body is a stroke of luck beyond your wildest dreams, and yet you dare to refuse Su Tianzi. It is utterly infuriating. Indeed, it is outrageous. We wish to follow a sovereign body but have no opportunity, yet this brat does not know how to treasure it. It is maddening." The onlookers engaged in a continuous stream of discussions, gradually turning their ire towards Qin Xian, portraying him as a vile miscreant for rejecting Su Tianzi. Lin Qingya, witnessing the crowd's vitriol against her divine prince, felt her anger surge, retorting, "You scoundrels! Our divine prince is extraordinarily gifted and would never become anyone's follower. Furthermore, our divine prince will undoubtedly become a sovereign." Lin Qingya vehemently countered the surrounding criticisms, yet her words were swiftly drowned out by the cacophony. Wei Chongqing and Xiao Feng, equally incensed, glared at the crowd. Their faces flushed. As for Qin Xian, his expression darkened. These fools seem to have forgotten that Imo Juyuan met his demise at my hands, dismissing me so readily. What nonsense is this void sovereign body? Merely a coward hiding in the shadows. I could easily dispatch 100 of them. However, Qin Xian chose not to engage in petty disputes with the throng. He acted swiftly. Extending his palm, the radiant power of the Jinmu dragon pillar surged behind him, manifesting a colossal hand that obscured the heavens. At the center of this enormous hand, an immense formation materialized, with streams of light converging to form ferocious green dragons that descended from the firmament, enveloping a multitude of cultivators in their midst. This move was not a martial technique or divine ability. It was merely a manifestation of the immense power of the cave heaven summoned by Qin Xian. What? The faces of those nearby paled in terror. They never anticipated that this brat would resort to violence without provocation, especially before the void sovereign body, Su Tianzi. This was a blatant disregard for Su Tianzi's authority. Having spent 5 years in this world, Qin Xian, though not entirely versed in its intricacies, understood that the realm of cultivation operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, governed by the law of the jungle where strength reigns supreme. Identity, background, such matters hold no weight in the outside world. If one lacks formidable strength, they are merely prey on the chopping block. Prior to his arrival, Qin Xian had inquired of Huang Gu about the consequences of slaying princes, sacred sons, and divine sons. Huang Gu had provided him with a definitive answer. Upon arriving here, he had sought clarification again, receiving the same response, albeit with the caveat that he should exercise a modicum of restraint. However, this does not imply that the Hongming sacred land is to be trifled with. I, Qin Xian, am certainly not someone to be casually belittled. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Dare to speak to me in such a manner, and you shall meet your end." Run! Help! This brat has gone mad. The surrounding crowd was engulfed in terror, frantically fleeing into the distance. Only a handful of those with extraordinary abilities could soar through the air, swiftly evading the chaos. Some even attempted to seek refuge among the crowd of the Taichu Holy Land, but before they could draw near, they were violently hurled away by a man crackling with electricity. "Kill!" A cold voice escaped Qin Xian's lips as he abruptly pressed his palm downward. In an instant, dozens of green spirit dragons descended rapidly, enveloping the area. The green dragons, akin to tigers among sheep, relentlessly slaughtered the surrounding practitioners, tearing, biting, and even devouring them whole. Screams echoed continuously, the wails reverberating through the air as figures were besieged and slaughtered by the dragons. Flesh erupted, and souls perished, a sight too harrowing to behold. Qin Xian gazed at the scene with indifference, showing no signs of restraint. The dragons continued to dive down, mercilessly executing those who had spoken insolently. Qin Xian's thoughts were straightforward. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Yet, should one provoke me, no distance shall spare them from retribution. What ruthless methods! As Qin Xian withdrew his hand, gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. Countless onlookers, pale-faced and filled with dread, witnessed the scene. Over 100 individuals had been obliterated in mere moments, leaving no corpses behind. Who exactly is this young man? Such a ruthless disposition at such a tender age, so decisive in slaughter. Moreover, what was most astonishing was the sheer might this young man possessed. Chapter 31. The divine demonic rankings. Should you dare to continue your slander, this shall be your fate, Qin Xian declared coldly, surveying the surroundings with a piercing gaze. The glint in his eyes suggested that anyone who dared utter another word would provoke his wrath. The onlookers instinctively retreated, maintaining a respectful distance. Lin Qingya, Yi Changxing, and Xiao Feng gazed at their divine son with overwhelming excitement, their expressions filled with admiration. In their eyes, Qin Xian had transformed into a divine entity, radiating power akin to that of a god. The slain 100 were not merely prodigies from various factions. They also included those of extraordinary realms. Yet, under Qin Xian's hand, they had not been granted a single chance of survival, all vanishing from this world. At this moment, they felt utterly fortunate to be in Qin Xian's presence. and the prospect of following their divine son in the future seemed an unparalleled opportunity. Qin Xian turned his gaze toward the crowd of the Taichu Holy Land and spoke. Now, do you still believe you are worthy of my allegiance? His previous strike had served to display his strength while also serving as a warning to those around him. He was no easy target. The figure of Zhu Xianzi emerged, hands clasped behind his back, appearing before the crowd. Clad in white robes, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, albeit somewhat pale and frail, resembling a sickly scholar. This sight caught the crowd off guard. They had expected the legendary Zhu Xianzi, one of the 10 supreme bodies, to be a figure of formidable presence, akin to a deity. However, the reality starkly contrasted their expectations. Even Qin Xian raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Ahem, your strength is commendable, rekindling my interest. I am, ahem, Zhu Xianzi, bearer of the supreme body, the divine son of the Taichu Holy Land. And you, ahem, are merely a fallen divine son of the Hongming Holy Land. If you choose to follow, ahem me, to fight alongside me, when I ascend to power, I shall ensure you reach greater heights and restore glory to your Hongming Holy Land. Zhu Xianzi's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he spoke, coughing intermittently as if everything was for Qin Xian's benefit, suggesting that it would be a rare opportunity for Qin Xian to follow him. Qin Xian's expression darkened immediately. Where did this Zhu Xianzi derive his confidence? Did he think Qin Xian had merely put on a performance for him? Furthermore, what a farcical figure he was. One should be cautious lest he cough up blood again. Qin Xian's face grew serious. The supreme body? What worth is that? And you think you can elevate me to greater heights? Do I need your assistance? From my perspective, your Shukong supreme body is perhaps merely a feeble one. Upon hearing this, a member of the Taichu Holy Land stepped forward, indignantly declaring, preposterous. Our divine son's Shukong supreme body ranks 6th among the 10 supreme bodies, on par with the 5th-ranked Time Supreme Body. How dare you question our divine son? Ahem, Zhu Xianzi raised a hand, gazing intently at Qin Xian, struggling to muster a smile. Heh, it is no wonder that I, ahem, have set my sights on such an extraordinary individual. Those who stand at the pinnacle, ahem, understand you well. Talented prodigies are often unruly. If you were to shamelessly follow me like those around you, I would not look upon you favorably. Ahem, let us do this. When the Yuan Chuqing secret realm opens, should I sweep through it? You may then decide whether to follow me. Ahem, truly admire you. Qin Xian's expression darkened further, his brow furrowing as he tilted his head, scrutinizing Zhu Xianzi. He could not comprehend the source of this Zhu Xianzi's confidence. Had he been kicked in the head by a donkey at birth? Was his self-assessment so inflated? Qin Xian was almost amused by the absurdity, nearly laughing. All right, you. Before he could finish, Zhu Xianzi interrupted him. Ahem, splendid. Since you have agreed, then, ahem, after I sweep through the Yuan Chuqing secret realm, should I emerge victorious? Do not renege, Zhu Xianzi spoke with unshakable confidence. You? Qin Xian's expression darkened, frustration evident. He found himself at a loss for words, thoroughly exasperated by this delusional Zhu Xianzi. The man was utterly mad, his arrogance boundless. Qin Xian realized that reasoning with this Zhu Xianzi was futile. It was best to let actions speak louder than words. Yet, at that moment, a long-forgotten system voice suddenly echoed in Qin Xian's mind. Ding! Qualified Divine Demonic Guards detected. The Divine Demonic rankings have been issued. Please check, host. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Xian's heart raced, feeling a jolt of excitement as he envisioned a colossal palace crafted entirely of black gold in the 33 heavens above. A scroll of ancient origin descended slowly onto a simple seat. Qin Xian queried, System, what does the Divine Demonic Guard and Divine Demonic rankings entail? Ding. In simple terms, the Divine Demonic Guard serves as a protector, with the host being the target of protection. The Divine Demonic rankings, naturally, are used to record the information of each Divine Demonic Guard. Each recorded guard will grant the host access to their abilities, including techniques, and enhance the host's strength by 1%. Moreover, once a tenth of the guards are recorded, the Divine Demonic pool will unlock. Friendly reminder. The upper limit of the Divine Demonic rankings is 3,000. Upon hearing this explanation, Qin Xian was instantly elated. A smile broke across his face. nearly splitting his cheeks with delight. He had never anticipated that this sudden system voice would bestow upon him such a remarkable boon. Divine Demonic Guards, Divine Demonic Rankings. Each recorded guard would increase his strength by 1%, though it seemed modest. The upper limit of 3,000 was staggering. If fully recorded, that would amount to a 3,000% increase. The thought alone was enough to send Qin Xian into a frenzy of exhilaration. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Xian continued, "How do I record the Divine Demonic Guards onto the Divine Demonic Rankings?" Ding. The host may extract the Divine Demonic Rankings with their divine will, as long as the Divine Demonic Guards willingly offer a fragment of their soul's essence. They may be recorded. Ding. To enhance the success rate of recordings, the system offers another friendly reminder. Once recorded in the Divine Demonic Rankings, as long as the host remains alive, even if the Divine Demonic Guard perishes, they may be resurrected in the Divine Demonic Pool. Can the recorded Divine Demonic Guards be resurrected? So, as long as I can maintain my safety, they are essentially immortal. As for persuading them to willingly offer a fragment of their soul's essence, that indeed presents a considerable challenge. After all, beings of such extraordinary caliber possess an unwavering conviction of their invincibility, making them rather difficult to subdue. However, just because they are not easily tamed does not imply that they cannot be conquered. When the time comes, they shall undoubtedly be compelled to submit. Qin Xian found himself lost in contemplation, even envisioning the moment when the Divine Demonic Rankings would be completed, which only broadened the smile upon his face. The Void Emperor observed Qin Xian's beaming countenance and excited demeanor, mistakenly believing that Qin Xian was elated by his approval. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Ahem. There is no need for such exuberance. Once you follow me, you will come to realize how astute your choice truly is. When I attain the esteemed position, your Hongmeng Holy Land shall once again bask in glory." The Void Emperor appeared exceedingly confident. As if the attainment of such a rank were as effortless as taking a sip of water, a shroud of indistinguishable distortion enveloped him once more, rendering him hidden within the fabric of space. A potent surge of spatial energy pulsed around him, instilling a sense of dread in those nearby. The legends surrounding the Void Emperor's supremacy were indeed formidable. The might of his Void Supreme Body was unparalleled. Fool! Is that merely the might of a supreme body? What stands before you is the aura of a future supreme. It was rumored that the Void Supreme Body was born in harmony with space, moving through the void as effortlessly as a fish in water, an innate assassin. The surrounding crowd buzzed with conversation, yet none dared to utter a word of disrespect. A prodigy, such as the Void Emperor, would capture attention wherever he roamed. And he was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Suddenly, Qin Xian lifted his gaze towards the Void Emperor, who had been absorbed in communication with the system and had missed the opportunity to act. To his surprise, the Void Emperor had once again inflated his ego, boasting of his impending ascension to greatness and the benefits of following him. What an arrogant buffoon! Qin Xian could scarcely comprehend how someone with such a mindset had managed to survive thus far. Had no one ever intervened? Initially, he had contemplated dealing with the Void Emperor, perhaps even eliminating this insufferable wretch. However, after obtaining the Divine Demonic Rankings, Qin Xian reconsidered. He resolved to subdue this self-absorbed egotist. Relishing the thought of daily thrashings until blood was drawn, and of course, the primary motivations were twofold. First, by conquering the Void Emperor, he would enhance his own strength and gain a formidable protector, along with acquiring all of the Void Emperor's abilities. Secondly, if he could successfully subdue the Void Emperor, it would signify that the future of the Taichu Holy Land would rest firmly in his hands. Moreover, capturing a supreme body would undoubtedly be a source of great prestige, particularly given the Void Emperor's penchant for self-aggrandizement. Qin Xian's anger boiled over. If he could manage to subdue the Void Emperor, he could unleash his frustrations daily, knowing that even if he were to obliterate him, he could simply wait for the Divine Demonic Pool to revive him. Void Emperor, just you wait, he thought to himself. Unable to suppress a mischievous chuckle, noticing Qin Xian's incessant laughter, the Void Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Pleased at the prospect of having ensnared such a prodigy, he spoke. "Since you are willing to follow me, when the secret realm opens, Should you encounter any danger from others, simply invoke my name. Understood. Without waiting for Qin Xian's response, the Void Emperor strode elegantly towards the peak. The crowd from the Taichu Holy Land followed suit. Though those who had previously been bested by Qin Xian cast him glances of irritation, particularly Chu Etang, who remarked before departing, "Consider yourself fortunate. You are wise enough to follow our divine son. Otherwise, you would certainly meet a gruesome end." The onlookers were soon filled with envy. Who would have thought that this fellow named Qin Xian would be so fortunate as to follow the Void Emperor? Destined to dominate in the future? Indeed. One must concede that Qin Xian's fortune was remarkable, becoming a follower of a supreme body. This era is truly a grand epoch, rife with prodigies, yet it remains uncertain if any other supreme bodies will emerge. It is unclear, but this is destined to be both the best and the worst of times. A paradox of fortune and lament to coexist alongside such extraordinary beings. To be esteemed by the Void Emperor suggests that Qin Xian is no ordinary individual. Now, as a follower of the Void Emperor, it is likely that few will dare to provoke him within the secret realm. The crowd continued to murmur, their envy palpable. Curse it all. Qin Xian gazed at the departing figures of the Taichu Holy Land. Unable to contain his fury any longer, a surge of energy erupted from him, his eyes ablaze with wrath, thoroughly incensed by the foolishness of those around him. A terrifying intent to kill surged through the air. Crack, bang. Just then, a piercing sound of shattering resonated in everyone's ears, causing all cultivators atop the Two Realms mountain to startle, their gazes drawn towards the canyon in the mountain's center. It has emerged. It is coming out, someone exclaimed, and soon a chorus of astonished voices followed. All eyes turned towards the interior of the Two Realms mountain, where a massive landmass suddenly erupted from below, hovering in the chasm. The surrounding void rippling with energy. On this landmass, 9 colossal spatial fissures, each soaring to a height of 10,000 meters, appeared, gradually expanding outward until they reached a width of 1,000 meters before ceasing their growth. Within those fissures, azure ripples emerged, swirling and exuding an air of mystery. The portal has opened. Charge forth. Quickly, quickly, enter. Many shouted in unison. In an instant, countless cultivators surged towards the portal of the Yuanchu secret realm. A multitude rushing in, yet, with every group that passed through the portal, some cultivators were instantly transformed into blood mist, their very souls obliterated. How absurd! Despite the Yuanchu secret realm having opened so many times, there are still those foolish enough to attempt to fish in murky waters. They truly fear not death. Indeed, it seems to be some discontented wandering cultivators, utterly deluded. Yet, perhaps this is beneficial. It allows these youngsters to witness the bloodshed and understand the cruelty of the cultivation world. Meanwhile, atop the Two Realms mountain, representatives from various factions engaged in lively discussions, entirely indifferent to the deaths occurring below. Chapter 33. Even a pig can cultivate into a powerful being at this moment. Individuals continued to enter the Yuanchu secret realm. The rest of the crowd surged forward, no longer interested in the matters concerning Qin Xian and the Void Emperor. After all, they had come to seek opportunities, not to spectate. Qin Xian, too, had no choice but to rein in his fury and focus on the portal. It shimmered like flowing water, and through it, he could vaguely discern the scenery within, though it appeared utterly chaotic. On that landmass, the spatial conditions seemed exceedingly peculiar, with strange fluctuations echoing through the void, reminiscent yet distinct from the Void Emperor's own energies. It must be the power of the laws, for the sudden emergence of this landmass was already astonishing. "Divine Son?" Yi Changxing inquired, glancing at Qin Xian, awaiting his command. "Let us observe the situation before proceeding," Qin Xian replied, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze sweeping across the newly revealed landmass. As this land emerged, a strong urge surged within him, a desperate longing to enter. "Oh, Divine Son, do you truly intend to follow that Void Emperor of the Taichu Holy Land?" At that moment, Lin Qingya curiously asked. "What?" Qin Xian spun around to face Lin Qingya, incredulously exclaiming, "What are you thinking? That feeble being. I could easily subdue him. I knew it." The divine son would never follow that frail wretch. Moreover, I believe you can definitely subdue the Void Emperor." Lin Qingya exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Upon finishing her statement, she felt her heart race, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. This scene left Yi Changxing, Xiao Feng, and the ever-silent Mu Wan'er exchanging bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Qin Xian remained oblivious to Lin Qingya's unusual demeanor and turned to say, "Let us proceed. Remember, once inside, prioritize your safety above all else, and regroup with me as soon as possible. Hold on to this sect token." Upon concluding his words, Qin Xian presented each of them with a unique token, each meticulously crafted through ancient rituals, possessing the ability to guide their convergence. These tokens were essential for the factions entering the secret realm, as the entrance to the Yuanchu secret realm was dictated by chance. Should fortune favor them, they might arrive together, but if misfortune struck, they could find themselves separated by vast distances, unable to reunite even by the time the secret realm closed. Casting a glance at Mu Wan'er, Qin Xian inquired, "Do you intend to enter?" Mu Wan'er nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed." "Here, take this," Qin Xian stated, retrieving another token and handing it to Mu Wan'er. "Once inside, you can find us for a reunion." The ancient rituals had produced an abundance of these tokens, for in the event of a loss during their journey into the secret realm, a backup would prove invaluable, and Mu Wan'er nodded solemnly. Gripping the token tightly, her lowered gaze betraying a flicker of something unusual. "All right, let us proceed," Qin Xian declared, leading the group forward. After a brief moment of assistance, he leaped forward, landing upon the continent where the portal awaited. Since they had yet to attain the extraordinary realm, they could not fly and relied solely on their own strength and spiritual energy to traverse the land. Many others, like Qin Xian and his companions, found themselves in similar circumstances. Apart from a few extraordinary prodigies, most were in the same boat. From the peaks flanking the continent, figures began to leap down, crashing onto the ground with resounding impacts. As Qin Xian approached the portal, a blinding and fearsome radiance enveloped him, reminiscent of a deity descending upon the mortal realm, exuding an overwhelming presence. Simultaneously, significant changes unfolded at the portal where Qin Xian stood. Mysterious black gold runes emerged, imprinting themselves upon the void. The force unleashed by Qin Xian sent all those who had entered with him hurtling backward. What is happening? The surrounding prodigies were left astonished by the spectacle. Throughout history, the Yuanchu secret realm had opened countless times, yet such a mystical occurrence had never been witnessed before. The mysterious black gold runes that had suddenly appeared began to rotate rapidly, merging into Qin Xian's very being. As Qin Xian's figure vanished from their sight, the portal that had once existed also abruptly sealed, disappearing entirely. Now, only 8 portals remained on the continent. Everyone present was left in stunned silence, their expressions shifting dramatically as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Why had the entrance trembled so upon that individual's entry, resulting in its disappearance? It was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Yi Changxing and his companions gazed in shock at the vanished portal, their faces reflecting disbelief. "Truly, he is the Son of God," they muttered, swallowing hard as they hurried toward the other portals, aware that this particular one had been rendered unusable by their own divine figure, in a corner of the continent. At the edge of one portal's entrance, a petite figure turned her head, gazing at the spot where Qin Xian had disappeared. Beneath her veil, her eyes reflected deep contemplation. With a graceful lift of her delicate foot, she slowly stepped into the portal. As Qin Xian passed through the portal, he felt as though he were plummeting from a great height, quickly stabilizing his form. With a thud, he landed on solid ground. Finally raising his gaze to survey his surroundings, unbeknownst to him, within his dantian, the Pangu axe that had been suspended there manifested a minuscule black gold rune upon its handle, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Moreover, upon entering this new realm, Qin Xian remained oblivious to the events transpiring after his passage through the portal. At this moment, he was observing his surroundings, which were entirely desolate. The air was thick with celestial energy. Lush, spiritual trees towered above, and ethereal flora and fauna abounded. The entire environment appeared to embody a primordial state, with spiritual energy so dense it resembled a legendary fairyland. With a single breath, Qin Xian felt as though he were inhaling not mere air, but pure spiritual essence, bringing him unparalleled comfort. If one were to cultivate here for a millennium, even a pig could become a superpower. Qin Xian mused softly to himself as he walked forward. Chapter 34. Speak your last words. Qin Xian retrieved the token and sensed its energy. Within 100,000 miles, there was but a single mark. Located approximately 50 to 60,000 miles southeast of his position. I wonder which of them it is. He pondered quietly, deep in thought. At the same time, he sensed a distant pull drawing him toward the depths of the secret realm. Never mind, I should sign in first, he resolved, shaking his head. In his mind, he called out, System, commence sign-in. Ding, congratulations, host, sign-in successful. You have obtained the divine ability, External Avatar. External Avatar. You can utilize your spiritual energy to conjure an avatar with identical strength to your own, or forge an avatar using rare materials. The higher the quality of the materials, the stronger the avatar. The avatar may exist permanently. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian immediately understood. He swiftly summoned his spiritual energy. Conjuring an external avatar, in an instant, an identical figure appeared before him. As they locked gazes, Qin Xian felt a peculiar sensation. Observing his avatar, he promptly unleashed a punch, and simultaneously, the avatar mirrored his action. Boom! The clash of their fists resonated with a thunderous sound before dissipating into nothingness. Separated by thousands of meters, both Qin Xian and the avatar shouted in unison, Battle Sky Technique. As they activated the technique, a purple longbow materialized in Qin Xian's hand, and his avatar mirrored this action. Both drew their bows and released. Whoosh! 2 light arrows shot forth, colliding in a brilliant explosion of luminescence. Satisfied, Qin Xian nodded. Retrieving a spatial ring and some garments from his Hongmeng ring and offering them to his avatar. Thank you, Your Highness, the avatar said, swiftly donning the items with a smile and no need for thanks. Qin Xian chuckled heartily, reveling in the novelty of the experience. In truth, the avatar was a reflection of himself, and all actions taken were merely extensions of his will, providing him with immense amusement. Subsequently, Qin Xian stored the avatar away. In a flash of light, the avatar's form vanished into his Hongmeng ring to commence its meditation. As for the crafting of the avatar, he had yet to acquire suitable materials. So he would take his time. At that moment, a group of 7 individuals gradually emerged, all possessing the prowess of the Divine Mansion realm. You there? Did a treasure just appear here? The leader, a young man, demanded of Qin Xian, his tone sharp. They had been nearby when they heard the sound of battle and rushed over, only to discover they had arrived too late. Given that only Qin Xian stood there, and detecting that he was merely a Divine Mansion realm cultivator, they felt no hesitation in their inquiry. Qin Xian regarded the group calmly, responding, and if I did, or if I did not, who do you think you are to demand answers from me? The young leader's expression darkened at Qin Xian's words. Who do I think I am? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Wang Lei, filled with ire, glared at Qin Xian. I am Wang Lei, the young master of the Tianlei sect. Oh, I've never heard of it. I wonder what kind of trash that is, Qin Xian replied, shaking his head with utmost seriousness. Impudent. You are excessively arrogant. Do you even know the kind of power the Tianlei sect wields? How dare you speak to our young master in such a manner? Wang Lei, incensed by Qin Xian's remarks, seethed with rage. You dare insult the Tianlei sect? Today, regardless of whether you obtained a treasure or not. You shall face death. Everyone, attack him. With that command, he directed the 7 disciples beside him to assault Qin Xian. As the 7 disciples of the Tianlei sect surged forward, incited by Qin Xian's words. They unleashed their attacks without hesitation. Qin Xian surveyed the approaching figures and shook his head, declaring, a bunch of trash, utterly unaware of their impending doom. How dare this brat be so arrogant? Kill him. A disciple of the Thunderclap sect, wielding a sharp sword, charged forth with great fervor. The sword's energy surged forth, entwined with crackling lightning, causing the very air to resonate with a series of explosive sounds. It was evident that this individual employed a sword technique of the lightning attribute, point. One cannot deny that those who manage to enter this primordial secret realm are indeed prodigies in their own right. Each one of them possesses formidable strength. You brat, prepare to meet your end. The newcomer, filled with rage and arrogance, regarded Qin Xian with utter disdain. The tip of his sword coalesced into a dazzling arc of lightning, aimed directly at Qin Xian's brow, seeking to deliver a lethal blow. Yet, instead of retreating, Qin Xian advanced, his foot stamping down as he swiftly countered. In an instant, he flicked the assailant's sword aside with 2 fingers, completely unaffected by the unleashed lightning. Then, under the astonished gaze of his opponent, he thrust his fingers straight towards the foe's throat. With a sickening squelch, the man's throat was pierced by Qin Xian's fingers, a torrent of force erupting forth and shattering his cervical vertebrae. He gradually withdrew his fingers. Not a single drop of blood marred them. With a thud, the man collapsed, his eyes wide in disbelief, as he seemed unable to comprehend the situation. I, in this mere divine mansion realm, who bestowed upon you the confidence to think you could easily slay me? Qin Xian cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, speaking in a tone of indifference. What? The remaining 5, who had been poised to charge, were momentarily stunned, their expressions tinged with fear as they gazed at the corpse below. The one who had just attacked was evidently stronger than any of them. Yet he had succumbed to this youth without even managing to withstand a single strike. The disparity was staggering. You all fall back. This brat possesses considerable strength. Let me handle him, Wang Lei commanded the dazed 5. Gesturing for them to withdraw, he stepped forward, his gaze sharp and filled with murderous intent. The sight of his junior brother being slain before him without the chance for intervention was a profound disgrace. Moreover, having lost a disciple, this matter could not be left unaddressed. Thus, Wang Lei's desire for vengeance surged within him like a tempest. With icy eyes fixed on Qin Xian, he declared, "Brat, in light of your impressive prowess, speak your last words, or you shall find no further opportunity." Upon hearing this, Qin Xian's countenance darkened. He felt he had already endured enough of such arrogant proclamations that day. His expression twisted into a grimace as he retorted, "How dare you? You self-righteous fools, do you all believe the world belongs to you? Damn it!" Having been provoked by the likes of the Zuxianzi earlier, the resurgence of such familiar taunts ignited a fury within him. In an instant, a fierce malevolence radiated from Qin Xian, akin to that of a demon god. His formidable aura surged skyward, stirring the very clouds. Within 1,000 miles, countless spiritual beasts fled in panic, releasing piercing cries of terror. At this moment, Qin Xian's eyes burned a vivid crimson, fixating on Wang Lei as if he were prey. Gulping nervously, Wang Lei felt an icy dread envelop him. His body trembled as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. The 5 disciples behind him swayed uneasily, one even dampening his attire. "Since you are so eager to seek death, allow me to oblige," Qin Xian exclaimed, panting heavily before charging towards Wang Lei. "No. Wang Lei attempted to protest. But Qin Xian's speed was blinding, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself face to face with him. Before Wang Lei could react, Qin Xian seized his head with a vice-like grip. With a thunderous crash, he slammed Wang Lei's head into the ground, creating a massive crater that split the earth like shattered glass. Yet Qin Xian did not relent. He lifted Wang Lei once more and hurled him violently towards the other side. Crash, crash, crash. As he continued to smash Wang Lei against the ground, he bellowed, "I'll show you arrogance. I'll show you what it means to look down on others. I'll make you all pay for your pretentiousness." After a relentless minute, when only Wang Lei's head remained in Qin Xian's grasp, the onslaught finally ceased. The ground bore witness to 2 immense craters, while the 5 disciples of the Thunderclap sect, watching from a distance, were left awestruck, their faces betraying their utter horror. At that moment, they had forgotten to flee, or perhaps their bodies simply refused to obey them, paralyzed by overwhelming fear, especially as they beheld the solitary head that remained in Qin Xian's grip. Liquid pooled beneath their feet. They were acutely aware of their junior master's prowess, endowed with a rare thunderous physique, his flesh tempered by lightning to rival the strength of divine weapons. And yet he had shown not the slightest resistance against Qin Xian, his very form obliterated. Just how powerful is this youth? They wondered, their expressions filled with dread as their hearts sank. Regret began to bloom within them. They lamented their decision to follow their junior master. Had they known, they would have preferred to navigate the primordial secret realm alone rather than unite with him. They could already envision the grim fate that awaited them. With a heavy exhale, Qin Xian tossed Wang Lei's head aside, casting a disdainful glance at the 5 remaining figures. At that moment, he appeared unthreatening, embodying the image of an innocent neighborly boy, even radiating a hint of warmth. "Did you enjoy the show?" he inquired softly. We? The 5, upon hearing his question, trembled, their voices faltering as they struggled to articulate their thoughts. As Qin Xian approached them, he continued, "Since you've had your fill of the spectacle, let me send you on your way." As the distance between them shrank, the remaining 5 sensed the impending doom. Suddenly, one of them shouted defiantly, "We shall not fear. If death is our fate, then let us fight." The moment his words fell, the others steadied themselves, echoing, "Indeed, let us confront him. Even ants fight for survival. How much more should men?" In the face of certain death, they sought to grasp at the slightest glimmer of hope. Thunderclap sword, lightning finger, electric fist. The 5 disciples of the Thunderclap sect unleashed their most potent techniques, launching a barrage of terrifying attacks towards Qin Xian, hoping to inflict severe damage and escape. However, their aspirations were evidently futile. "A bunch of trash dares to challenge me?" Qin Xian scoffed, clenching his fists as he activated the War God technique. His body was enveloped in a protective aura, displaying no semblance of defense. With a single punch, he obliterated one of the attackers into a mist of blood. A swift palm strike followed, decapitating another with a flick of his wrist. Blood sprayed forth as 2 lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, leaving the remaining 3 in a state of sheer terror, their resolve collapsing anew. The sheer might of Qin Xian was overwhelming, stripping them of any courage they might have mustered. Qin Xian regarded the 3 paralyzed figures with calm deliberation, stating, "Courage is commendable, but it must be tempered by awareness of one's opponent." With that, he paid no heed to the stunned trio and, invoking the divine control technique, conjured a violet longsword in a flash. A streak of purple light sliced through the air. Thud, thud, thud. 3 headless corpses toppled to the ground, their very souls extinguished. After collecting the spatial rings from their lifeless forms, the long sword in Qin Xian's grasp transformed into motes of light. Merging seamlessly with him, he retrieved the sect token, confirming his coordinates before vanishing swiftly from the scene. Just as Qin Xian departed, a petite figure materialized, surveying the area before gazing in the direction of his disappearance. Murmuring, "Indeed impressive," in the next moment, her figure vanished once more, leaving behind a field strewn with shattered corpses. More than 50,000 miles away, several figures congregated within a cavern. "Sister, how goes it?" Among them, a young man clad in a resplendent yellow robe, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a sovereign, inquired of Mu Wanner, "Elder brother, I just encountered that Qin Xian. He seems somewhat dull, lacking any significant interest in women. To take him under our wing may require an eternity." Mu Wanner softly spoke, her face betraying a hint of worry. Following closely beside Qin Xian, she had made attempts to engage with him, even revealing a glimpse of her feelings, yet Qin Xian remained impervious to her advances, which left her somewhat vexed. She even pondered if perhaps Qin Xian harbored an aversion to women. If Qin Xian were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly cry out in indignation. Although Qin Xian appeared to be a child of 7 or 8 years, he possessed the soul of an adult, while his physical form was merely 5 years old. What thoughts could he possibly entertain towards a girl of 4 or 5? Even if she were an adult, he was still only 5 himself. Was it appropriate to discuss matters of romance at such a tender age? Morong Outyin contemplated for a moment and declared, "In that case, let us proceed according to the second plan proposed by father." Mu Wanner nodded in agreement. "Indeed, brother, Qin Xian possesses formidable strength, having even vanquished Emoji, and I fear I cannot handle him alone. I will need your assistance, Emoji. You say? I had not expected Qin Xian to be so powerful. However, having slain only one Emoji, I could accomplish that as well. We shall summon Xiao Wu." The three of us siblings can certainly eliminate that brat and, in passing, exterminate all disciples of the Hongming sacred land. Murong Outyin spoke with a chilling glint in his eyes. Very well, I shall check if there are any disciples of the Hongming sacred land nearby. After Mu Wanner finished speaking, she produced a token, the very sensing token given to her by Qin Xian. There is indeed a presence rapidly approaching this location, Mu Wanner exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Who could it be? Among the two from the Hongming sacred land. One was merely at the Cave Heaven stage, and the other, Yi Changsheng, at the Divine Mansion stage, was of average strength and certainly could not possess such speed. This person is highly likely to be Qin Xian. After pondering for a moment, Mu Wanner quickly informed Murong Outyin, her face lighting up with delight. What? Qin Xian? Murong Outyin's expression shifted to one of joy as he paused briefly, exclaiming, truly, the heavens are aiding me. I never anticipated this. Before their arrival, their father had instructed them that if they encountered Qin Xian in this secret realm, they must eliminate him. Little did they know it would happen so soon. Allowing them to fulfill their father's wishes, someone, send a covert message to the fifth prince and instruct him to rendezvous with us. Murong Outyin commanded with palpable excitement to those behind him. Yes, 9 prodigies from the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom followed him, and one immediately answered, As Mu Wanner sensed the approaching aura, she said, Brother, I shall go out first. I believe it won't be long before that brat arrives. Wait for my news. Very well, go ahead, Murong Outyin replied with a nod. Chapter 36. 9 Aperture Immortal Spirit Ginseng Wush. Qin Xian's figure appeared in an instant. Along the way, he had slain several spirit beasts and demons, acquiring a number of ordinary heavenly spiritual herbs. Traveling with great speed, he soon arrived at this location. Gazing around, he found himself on a bald mountain. Curiously, above the halfway mark, no vegetation could be seen. In this Yuanchu secret realm, it appeared strikingly out of place. Young Master Qin. Just then, a voice reached Qin Xian's ears. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Mu Wanner standing at a distance. Gently waving at him, her brow arched slightly. I did not expect to see you here. Approaching her side, Qin Xian spoke softly. Mu Wanner pouted playfully, feigning anger. Does young Master Qin not wish to see me? Shall I take my leave? Though she spoke as if to depart, her demeanor betrayed no intention of doing so. Qin Xian, feeling a bit awkward, smiled gently. No, I am quite pleased to see you. Let us continue together. Indeed. The two walked side by side, quickly distancing themselves from the area as they ventured deeper into the secret realm. The further they traveled, the more concentrated the spiritual energy became, with various notable spiritual herbs appearing abundantly around them, some even exhibiting a hint of consciousness. Young Master Qin, this is the 10,000-year Qingyang fruit. It can enhance the vitality within one's body. These few specimens appear to be at least 70 or 80,000 years old. Such spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare in the outside world. A fire-red tree radiated a golden glow, resembling a small sun, standing out vividly against the verdant backdrop of the forest. Qin Xian was somewhat astonished, wondering why the cultivators who had entered the secret realm before had not discovered this. Young Master Qin, there are even blue-silver flowers here. How beautiful! Suddenly, Mu Wanner's voice rang out with excitement. Qin Xian, having collected several Qingyang fruits, stepped forward to see a magnificent cluster of blue blossoms beneath a massive tree, emanating a soft azure light. Indeed, they were blue-silver flowers, each at least 10,000 years old. Qin Xian was filled with admiration. Such blue-silver flowers were often used by various sects to concoct breakthrough elixirs, in the outside world. Those cultivated for a century were already rare, let alone allowing them to mature for 10,000 years. Yet here, an entire expanse of them thrived, numbering in the thousands. It was undeniable that the Yuanchu secret realm was a veritable treasure trove. And this was merely the periphery of the Yuanchu secret realm. Slightly closer to the center, who knows what other precious treasures lie at the heart? Let us each gather what we can, Qin Xian announced, extending his hand as ethereal hands of spiritual power manifested, plucking the blue-silver flowers and depositing them into the Hongming ring. Once half the flowers had vanished, Qin Xian ceased his actions, leaving the remaining for Mu Wanner to collect. Thus, they continued their journey. gathering the heavenly spiritual treasures along their path. As they delved deeper into the Yuan-Chu's secret realm, their harvest grew increasingly abundant, and smiles adorned Qin Xian's face. After all, no one would ever complain about having too many precious resources. Young Master Qin, I am truly grateful for your life-saving grace. Without you, Wanner would not have survived, nor would she have obtained such a wealth of opportunities. Mu Wanner earnestly expressed her gratitude to Qin Xian. Qin Xian halted, gazing at Mu Wanner as he replied, "There is no need for such formality. As I mentioned earlier, it was fate that allowed us to meet when you were being pursued. I just happened to be a good person." Mu Wanner couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Yes, it is all fate. After Qin Xian spoke, he resumed his forward march, oblivious to the fact that Mu Wanner's expression had shifted dramatically behind him, devoid of the earlier excitement and gratitude. Yet, she quickly concealed it, hastening to catch up with Qin Xian, her small face brimming with excitement. "Young Master Qin, our harvest this time is simply extraordinary. I never imagined I could acquire so many wonderful items. Once we exit the secret realm, I am certain I will break through to the transcendent realm." Mu Wanner chirped like a joyful lark, sharing her exuberance with Qin Xian. "Well then, congratulations," Qin Xian replied with a smile. Observing the truly innocent and vibrant nature of Mu Wanner, at such a tender age, she possessed a kind heart, which was truly delightful for the treasures they had acquired along the way. They were of little significance to Qin Xian, or rather, they did not hold his interest. After all, these heavenly materials and treasures were not as crucial as the ancestors had stated. The Hongming sacred land also possessed ample resources for cultivation. Qin Xian's primary objective in entering the secret realm was to gain insights into exclusive combat techniques or divine abilities from the source pool. Next, he hoped to encounter the source beasts that the ancestors had mentioned. And finally, he wished to discover some extraordinary heavenly spiritual items. As for these ordinary treasures, they were somewhat beneath his notice, yet like a wealthy individual who would never tire of accumulating wealth, Qin Xian would not disregard them if they came into view. Qin Xian took out the token to check for any signs of Yi Changsheng and the others but found none. So he put it away. Presumably, the other three were still quite distant. Should he sense them, Qin Xian would seek them out. But for now, let us hasten our pace and make our way to the center of the secret realm. Qin Xian instructed Mu Wanner, quickening his speed. Mu Wanner responded promptly, following closely behind. The two increased their pace, continuing to scour the path for rare heavenly treasures. 3 days later, their figures approached the central area. Upon entering this central location, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. Previously surrounded by vast forests, they now found themselves amidst towering peaks. As far as the eye could see, countless colossal mountains rose majestically. Just as the two paused atop a smaller peak, two astonished exclamations reached Qin Xian's ears. "That is, 9 Aperture Immortal Spirit Ginseng." "What?" 9 Aperture Immortal Spirit Ginseng. Upon hearing the sound, both Qin Xian and Mu Wanner changed their expressions, and in an instant transformed into a gust of wind, racing towards the source of the noise. Within moments, they arrived at the location of the sound. There, near the summit of the mountain, stood a spirit ginseng resembling a human shape. Its body adorned with golden tendrils. Unlike ordinary spirit ginseng, this one bore a face similar to that of a human and featured 9 circular openings, each radiating a crystalline glow. The openings sparkled with brilliance, and streams of ethereal energy flowed from them. 8 of the openings had transformed into a translucent, milky white hue, while the topmost opening of the ginseng still shimmered with a faint golden light. In the Hongming sacred land, Qin Xian had perused numerous ancient texts pertaining to celestial treasures. After all, he would eventually need to venture out. It would be imprudent to remain ignorant of such precious resources. Consequently, he had memorized various celestial materials within the cultivation realm. At first glance, Qin Xian immediately recognized this as an exceedingly rare and precious earth spirit treasure, one that could be encountered only once in a million years. The 9-orifice celestial ginseng thrived solely on the absorption of celestial energy. Once all 9 orifices transformed into a milky white crystalline color, it would reach full maturity, transforming into a true human. Moreover, the transformation was not limited to merely becoming human. A being born from the nine-orifice celestial ginseng would inherently possess the nine-orifice celestial body, allowing for cultivation without any bottlenecks, and the capacity to store an almost limitless amount of spiritual power. Additionally, it would possess formidable regenerative abilities, rivaling one of the 10 supreme bodies, the indestructible supreme body, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate. The benefits were simply overwhelming. If someone could capture the nine-orifice celestial ginseng at the moment of its maturity and eliminate its consciousness, they could claim it as their own. Consuming it would enable the transformation of one's physical body into the nine-orifice celestial body. Alternatively, one could refine it, absorbing its consciousness to forge a powerful avatar. If the cultivator were to exhaust their spiritual energy, they could replenish it directly from the nine-orifice avatar, essentially becoming a mobile reservoir of spiritual power. Qin Xian's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Indeed? It is the nine-orifice celestial ginseng. Although it has yet to reach maturity, it is close. I never expected my fortune to be so favorable. Thus, the opportunity to refine it into an avatar is at hand." Beside him, Mu Wanner's eyes sparkled, yet she smiled and said, "Congratulations, young Master Qin. Your strength is already formidable, and if you refine this nine-orifice celestial ginseng into an avatar, your power will surely ascend to new heights." Unbeknownst to her, Mu Wanner had failed to notice that what Qin Xian spoke of was not merely an avatar. Indeed, Qin Xian nodded, offering no further explanation. For such a rare and coveted treasure, he certainly would not show any deference to as for the two individuals who had previously discovered the nine-orifice celestial ginseng. They seemed to understand that it had not yet matured. They were fixated on the ginseng, completely oblivious to the presence of Qin Xian and Mu Wanner behind them. This was due to the two of them having concealed their aura. Otherwise, even if their opponents were weaker, they would have sensed their presence. Qin Xian stepped forward, and as he approached, the two individuals finally noticed him point. One of the men clad in black barked, "Halt! Take another step forward, and do not blame me for being impolite." "Black brother, what is there to discuss with this brat? Let us eliminate him directly," the other man in white replied with a sinister expression. "Yes, to ensure absolute certainty, let us strike together." The black-clad man nodded in agreement with the white-clad man. In an instant, both drew their weapons and charged toward Qin Xian. Zhun Tian sword, rising sun blade. The two unleashed their peak godhood realm might, moving with incredible speed, appearing before Qin Xian in the blink of an eye. With a slash and a thrust, they aimed for Qin Xian's neck and heart, clearly intending to end his life in one swift motion. Qin Xian showed no fear, his steps unwavering, battle heaven technique. Suddenly, two powerful waves of energy manifested in Qin Xian's hands. He extended his arms, gripping the sword and blade tightly. "What?" The two men were taken aback, their expressions shifting. They attempted to withdraw their weapons. But at that moment, Qin Xian exerted his strength. Clang, crack, the sword and blade he held shattered like glass, transforming into a multitude of fragments. Qin Xian's hands did not falter. He pressed against their weapons, pulverizing them, and then, under the astonished gazes of the two, his palms struck forcefully against their chests. Boom, boom, pft, pft. The two were sent flying, spitting blood as they crashed into the mountainside, rebounding back to the ground. After convulsing a few times, they lay lifeless. Qin Xian brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands and remarked indifferently, "Now, no one will contest with me. Ha ha ha, that may not be the case." Just then, a voice echoed from the distance, and a powerful aura surged from another peak, rapidly approaching. Qin Xian's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing like blades, scanning the source of the energy. Whoever dared to seize his possessions would only face one consequence: death. Chapter 37. Ba Dao Sect, Li Ba Tian. Ha ha ha. I never expected my luck to be so splendid, encountering such a tremendous opportunity. It is truly heaven-sent. The nine-orifice celestial ginseng. With this treasure, Jian Wuxin will no longer be my rival. I will undoubtedly be able to crush him beneath my heel. Even the void supreme body of the Taichu sacred land shall not escape my blade. An incredibly arrogant and domineering voice resounded, and a towering figure slowly emerged before Qin Xian. This man was robust, with thick brows and large eyes, exuding an imposing aura. He bore a long knife on his back, his short hair adding to his formidable presence. Emanating an overwhelming blade intent, as dawn approached, a beam of light illuminated the sky, casting a radiant glow over the mountain peak, enveloped in a faint golden mist that shimmered. The nine-orifice celestial ginseng, which had originally emitted a golden light, now showed signs of the last orifice's golden glow gradually fading, indicating an imminent transformation. Li Bation greedily fixed his gaze upon the nine-orifice celestial ginseng, licking his lips as he exclaimed, "A treasure capable of transforming the physical body and an unparalleled avatar. For it to fall into the hands of Li Bation is truly a stroke of fortune." With that, Li Bation disdainfully addressed Qin Xian, "Brat, I am Li Bation of the Ba Dao sect. Out of consideration for the nine-orifice celestial ginseng, I am in a good mood today. Begone quickly, or I will not hesitate to kill you." His tone was overwhelmingly arrogant, as if sparing Qin Xian's life was a great honor bestowed upon him, laced with an undertone of threat. Qin Xian was entirely unaware of who this person was or what the Ba Dao sect entailed. All he comprehended was that this man sought to seize his possessions, to those who attempted to rob him. There was nothing to discuss. Gazing at the brazen and domineering Li Bation, a glint flashed in Qin Xian's eyes as a powerful surge of energy enveloped him, manifesting in 9 layers. It was indeed the Battle Heaven technique. Qin Xian regarded Li Bation with an indifferent expression, stating, "The Ba Dao sect means nothing to me, nor do I have any interest in knowing you. Li Bation, however, if you dare to seize my belongings, you shall pay with your life." As he spoke, Qin Xian's gaze turned razor-sharp, his eyes like daggers, and the energy emanating from him surged violently, stirring the surrounding clouds. At that moment, Qin Xian resembled a true overlord, exuding an aura that declared, "None shall stand in my way." Li Bation's expression soured, his brows knitting together. "Brat, you are quite arrogant. Aren't you? Do you know who I am? I am the Ba Dao sacred body. You dare to challenge me? Seeking death, are you?" Li Bation regarded the youth before him with utter disdain, not even bothering to learn his name. In his eyes, only a handful of opponents warranted any consideration. This unknown youth had never crossed his radar and was likely a mere pawn from some insignificant faction, utterly unworthy of his attention. "I care not for your Ba Dao sacred body or whatever. If you dare to steal my nine-orifice celestial ginseng, you shall die. If you do not wish to contest, then be on your way." Qin Xian's gaze was piercing, radiating an imposing aura that suggested he would not yield to anyone. What audacity! A mere brat from who knows where dares to be so arrogant before me. The Ba Dao Lord. This is simply courting death. Li Bation was provoked by Qin Xian, and his entire demeanor instantly transformed into an aura of unparalleled ferocity. A similarly overwhelming presence surged forth from him. If Qin Xian's dominance could be likened to that of a sovereign reigning over the world, then Li Bation's was akin to an army advancing upon it. Merely observing Li Bation's aura, Qin Xian felt that this opponent was far more formidable than the previous Emoji Yuan. However, facing him, Qin Xian scoffed and declared, "Kill." In an instant, Qin Xian made his move, his fists clenched tightly as he unleashed a punch that surged forth with the might of a roaring river, crashing directly towards Li Bation. This strike was rife with apparent flaws. To the untrained eye, it seemed riddled with openings. Yet, Li Bation's expression shifted dramatically as he drew upon his strength, delivering a punch of his own that was equally tyrannical. Boom! The tremendous forces collided, shattering the rocks beneath their feet and sending up a cloud of dust. Li Bation staggered back, retreating several steps before finally stabilizing himself, his face a mask of shock as he stared at Qin Xian. Qin Xian retracted his fist and coldly remarked, "With such meager strength, you dare to covet what belongs to me." Qin Xian. Li Bation's expression fluctuated as he admitted, "I concede that my strength pales in comparison to yours. However, my swordsmanship is surely beyond your capabilities." As he spoke, he slowly drew the long blade from behind him. "Kill." Without further ado, Li Bation gripped the sword with both hands and aimed a powerful slash at Qin Xian. The blade shimmered with a fierce light, its overwhelming aura enveloping Qin Xian. In Qin Xian's eyes, This strike resembled the force of a mountain being cleaved, clean and decisive, seemingly capable of severing anything in its path. He sensed that his very essence was locked onto by this blade, as if no matter where he fled, he would inevitably be struck. Every attempt to evade would prove futile, though this strike was straightforward and devoid of any embellishment. It effectively severed all of Qin Xian's escape routes, even drawing upon his own energy. With no avenue of retreat, Qin Xian resolved, "If you deny me the chance to evade, I shall show you that even as a blade saint, you cannot sever all." Having witnessed Li Batian's swordplay, Qin Xian could not help but acknowledge the depth of his expertise in this art. Moreover, as a natural blade saint, Li Batian was further empowered, standing at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Yet, Qin Xian was not one to engage in a mere contest of techniques. The essence of battle lay in raw power. No matter how formidable your swordplay, I shall shatter it with sheer force. With a resounding clap, Qin Xian brought his hands together, fingers interlocked, and with a sudden burst of power, he launched a devastating strike towards Li Batian. He did not summon all his strength. Relying solely on the war heaven technique, his clenched fists crashing down with immense force, embodying a desperate gamble of his physical might, Li Batian, however, wore a mocking expression, sneering, "You dare to match your flesh against my blade? You truly overestimate yourself?" Inwardly dismissive, he concluded that this young man must hail from a minor sect, lacking even a proper weapon. Chapter 38. The miserable Li Batian upon hearing Li Batian's derisive taunts. Qin Xian cast him a brief glance, offering no words in reply. Instead, he summoned a surge of spiritual energy, amplifying the strength in his hands significantly. A formidable force erupted forth, akin to a dragon rising from the depths. Shaking the very earth, Li Batian's mocking visage turned to one of horror as he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, as if a colossal mountain were hurtling towards him. "I am not without weapons. It is simply that you are unworthy." As Qin Xian's hands, akin to a comet striking, collided with Li Batian's sword, a resonant hum echoed. Li Batian's blade was instantly wrenched from his grasp, sent soaring by Qin Xian's overwhelming might. The residual force cascaded along the blade, fracturing Li Batian's palm and rupturing the veins in his arm. With a violent cough, Li Batian spat forth a mouthful of blood. His body flung backwards, in the face of absolute power. All techniques became futile, in stark contrast. Qin Xian emerged unscathed save for the war heaven aura's depletion of 3 layers, his hands bearing no marks of injury, creating a stark juxtaposition against Li Batian's plight. If others were to witness this scene, they would be left utterly astounded. The renowned blade Saint Li Batian had been reduced to such a state by a single blow. He was no mere nobody, but a genuine prodigy of unparalleled caliber. At that moment, Qin Xian's prowess instilled a sense of dread. Should he acquire the 9-aperture celestial ginseng, the consequences would be dire. Not far off, Mu Wanner observed everything, her mind swirling with contemplation. Her eyes flickered with determination as she resolved, "For the future of my Tianyuan divine kingdom." With great caution, she retrieved a special token. Thud! After crashing through a small peak, Li Batian quickly regained his footing. Though a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, he gazed at Qin Xian in disbelief and exclaimed, "Who exactly are you?" Internally shaken, he regretted underestimating Qin Xian. He had not anticipated that this youth possessed such strength, capable of inflicting severe injury with merely his fists. Had he foreseen this, he would have opted for a tactical approach using his swordsmanship instead of confronting Qin Xian directly. Li Batian swiftly produced a medicinal pill and swallowed it, eyeing Qin Xian warily. His inquiry into Qin Xian's identity was merely a ruse to buy time for his recovery. After all, he had been somewhat careless during their previous exchange. Given his injuries, engaging Qin Xian again would undoubtedly prove far more challenging, necessitating a brief respite. However, his intentions were too evident. Qin Xian was no fool. "You think to delay and heal? You are sorely mistaken. We are not merely sparring. Having made me your enemy, you must prepare for death." With that, Qin Xian charged at Li Batian once more, fists poised for battle. Allowing Li Batian the opportunity to recover would only complicate matters for him. Qin Xian smirked coldly, embodying the principle of seizing the moment. You shall perish, with a thunderous cry. He unleashed a foundational fist technique, a shadow of immense power manifesting, as if it could rend the heavens. Damn it! Li Batian's countenance shifted drastically. He had just been struck by Qin Xian and had yet to recover. His battle prowess was barely at 70%. Faced with the more ferocious punch from Qin Xian, he felt his spirit tremble. Yet, Li Batian had no choice but to brace himself for the assault. This time, however, he resolved not to confront Qin Xian head-on. Boom! Clang! With a sudden roar, Li Batian struck Qin Xian's fist with his blade. Channeling a powerful force that redirected Qin Xian's strike, he then swiftly maneuvered to evade the blow. Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback, turning to regard Li Batian. This opponent possessed some wit, employing the principle of leveraging force against force to his advantage. But Qin Xian's aura surged once more, reverberating within him. 3 of the 9 energy seas within him had reached a boiling point. An endless flow of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, then, through his inner sanctum, this energy converged into his fists. Whoosh! Qin Xian's body shot forth, appearing before Li Batian in an instant, his fist poised to strike with unrelenting force. What? Li Batian had scarcely turned when he found Qin Xian suddenly before him, sensing the terrifying power behind the punch. His scalp prickled, and with no time to panic, he could only hastily brace himself with his blade. Boom! As Li Batian desperately countered, he felt an immense force surge through the blade in an instant. His hands shattered, transforming into a mist of blood. The black blade flew from his grasp, embedding itself deep within the mountainside. Yet, Qin Xian's momentum remained unabated, driving his fist mercilessly into Li Batian's chest. Boom! Li Batian's complexion suddenly turned pale as he violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body hurtling backward and crashing onto the ground. Rolling incessantly at that moment, his internal organs had already shifted from their rightful places, and he was bleeding profusely. His eyes, filled with blood from shattered veins, had turned a deep crimson. Amidst the tatters of his clothing, one could discern a deep fist imprint on a piece of internal armor. Oh, he actually possesses defensive armor, Qin Xian remarked with surprise. Had it not been for this armor, Li Batian would undoubtedly have met his demise beneath Qin Xian's single punch. However, Li Batian's condition was dire, teetering on the brink of death. His body was rendered nearly useless, and his eyes, clouded by blood, gradually lost their luster. His hands had already exploded, leaving no trace behind. Lying on the ground, blood continuously flowed from the corners of his mouth, occasionally accompanied by fragments of internal organs. Qin Xian slowly approached the barely conscious Li Batian, shaking his head slightly as he spoke. Isn't living preferable? Why must you covet my possessions? Your actions make me appear rather cruel. Sighing, he continued, seeing you in such agony, I, being magnanimous, shall not hold it against you. Allow me to send you on your way. With that, Qin Xian raised his right foot, poised to end Li Batian's life. But at that moment, Qin Xian sensed a flicker of dangerous energy, causing his heart to lurch. Chapter 39. Self-detonation of the Life Palace stars. Qin Xian instantly felt a wave of danger beneath his feet. Swiftly retracting his foot and channeling the energy from his 9 major qi seas. At that moment, Li Batian, who had been lying on the ground, erupted with a ferocious aura, and a miniature tower suddenly materialized above him. Layer upon layer, 9 stories in total. In that instant, Li Batian's aura surged as blood, vitality, and spirit converged upon the 9-story tower. Then, within those 9 towers, blinding starlight burst forth. In an instant, 9 brilliant stars emerged. Swirling in the air, each star bore the shape of a weapon, and remarkably, all 9 of Li Batian's Life Palace stars were blades, long swords, short swords, broadswords, and so forth. Without exception, these were divine weapons of considerable quality. In that moment, the 9 divine weapons exploded, unleashing an overwhelming force. Though it seemed time slowed, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Qin Xian had just retracted his foot, preparing to retreat, when he was met with a tremendous surge of power. Puff, puff, puff. Qin Xian's expression grew grave as the battle aura enveloping him suffered a colossal impact. shattering one layer after another. Fortunately, this energy could not instantly breach the 9 layers of battle aura surrounding Qin Xian. In the final moments, he shouted, "Battle Heaven Technique." 8 new layers of battle aura enveloped him once more, encasing Qin Xian entirely. Yet, under the force of the explosive shockwave, Qin Xian was hurled backward. The very earth trembled. Stones cascaded, and the entire mountain split open, threatening to collapse at any moment. Coughing, Qin Xian expelled the dust and surveyed the vast pit before him, his expression solemn. Indeed, one must never underestimate the world as prodigies. In his astonishment, Qin Xian couldn't help but reflect on Li Beixian's audacity to choose self-destruction, channeling his soul to detonate the Life Palace, seeking to perish alongside him. This marked the first time Qin Xian felt genuine danger since arriving in this realm. It must be said that his earlier assumption of Li Beixian being on the verge of death and utterly powerless had been somewhat complacent. Li Beixian's resilience was commendable. The force of the Life Palace star's explosion was akin to a spirit beast detonating its core, possessing unparalleled might. Moreover, Li Beixian had willingly sacrificed his soul for the detonation, clearly not intending to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Quite ruthless indeed. However, it was unfortunate for him that he faced Qin Xian. At the moment Li Beixian detonated the Life Palace stars, Qin Xian had already retreated several meters, fully mobilizing his strength. Thus, he emerged unscathed, merely feeling a slight tremor within his qi seize point. One can only imagine how furious Li Beixian would be to learn that his sacrifice, made at the cost of his reincarnation, failed to even graze Qin Xian's skin. Yet, it was evident that Li Beixian would never know. It seemed prudent for Qin Xian to remain humble and vigilant, never underestimating anyone. Qin Xian reached into the mountainside and retrieved Li Beixian's black longsword, caressing it as he murmured, "This sword is quite impressive. It has withstood my strikes without a hint of damage." While it appeared to lack extraordinary power, its weight was formidable, weighing a staggering 10 million pounds. The hilt bore the imposing inscription, "Dominance Blade." Qin Xian twirled it in his hand, satisfied, nodding in approval. As for Li Beixian's spatial ring, it had long since shattered in the wake of that terrifying explosion, and its contents likely scattered far and wide. Naturally, Qin Xian paid little heed to the spatial ring, for as a prodigy, one's resources were generally similar. If something was of use, it would typically be utilized swiftly to enhance one's own power rather than left behind. The contents of the spatial ring usually comprised ordinary items and spirit stones, of which Qin Xian had no shortage. As for Li Beixian's divine weapons, was he not already holding one? From a distance, Mu Wan'er, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle, hurried over. Young Master Qin is indeed formidable, effortlessly vanquishing Li Beixian and emerging without a scratch even amidst his self-detonation. Truly impressive. Mu Wan'er approached Qin Xian, a beaming smile adorning her face as she praised him. "Oh, you are familiar with Li Beixian?" Qin Xian inquired, sheathing the longsword and turning to her. Mu Wan'er hesitated for a moment before casually responding, "Yes, I have heard of him." "Very well," Qin Xian replied, not pressing further. After all, it was quite normal for one to have heard of another, much like how others had heard of him. Qin Xian swiftly made his way to the vicinity of the 9-aperture immortal ginseng, exhaling a sigh of relief upon seeing it intact. At that moment, the final aperture of the ginseng was gradually changing color, soon to shed its golden radiance and transform into a crystalline form. Standing not far from the 9-aperture immortal ginseng, Qin Xian could even catch a whiff of the refreshing fragrance it exuded, invigorating to the core. The surrounding flora began to flourish rapidly. Undoubtedly, it would reach full maturity by tonight, marking the moment of Qin Xian's harvest. "Young Master Qin, it seems the 9-aperture immortal ginseng will soon be yours. Rather than waiting idly, why don't we take a moment to rest?" Mu Wan'er suggested, retrieving a jade table and 2 stools from her spatial ring and placing them on the ground. Simultaneously, she produced 2 teacups and a teapot. Qin Xian glanced at her, then back at the 9-aperture immortal ginseng, nodding in agreement as he took a seat across from Mu Wan'er. "Very well. I could use a drink. I didn't expect you, being so young, to be quite thoughtful," Qin Xian remarked with a smile, surprised by the attentiveness of the 5-year-old Mu Wan'er. After a series of hurried journeys and battles, he felt fatigued, and thus savoring tea while waiting for the spirit herb to mature was indeed a delightful prospect. Upon hearing Qin Xian's words, Mu Wanner nearly spilled the tea she was pouring. But she quickly steadied herself, filling a cup to the brim and gently pushing it toward Qin Xian. She then poured herself another cup. Chapter 40. Qin Xian is killed. Young Master Qin? Please, Mu Wanner said, holding her teacup with a smile as she gestured to Qin Xian. Qin Xian also lifted his teacup, bringing it to his nose to inhale the delightful aroma that wafted into his nostrils. A most refreshing fragrance, he remarked before turning to Mu Wanner. Please. With that, Qin Xian took a hearty sip, immediately relishing its sweetness and exclaiming, "Excellent tea. Hee. Since young Master Qin enjoys it, do indulge in several cups." Mu Wanner smiled gently, taking the initiative to refill Qin Xian's tea. The two of them engaged in conversation while sipping their tea. Meanwhile, a token quietly appeared in Mu Wanner's hand, flickering with a faint light before falling into silence. Nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings once more. This moment, Qin Xian's gaze was entirely captivated by the 9 opening celestial ginseng before him. The 9th opening of the ginseng had undergone a complete transformation, coalescing into a lustrous milky white hue. Ethereal mist swirled around it, making it appear as if it were on the verge of ascending to the heavens. In that instant, the surrounding flora surged upward, and flowers burst into bloom. The entire mountain peak radiated an aura of transcendence. Undoubtedly, this 9 opening celestial ginseng had reached full maturity, finally matured. A smile spread across Qin Xian's face. He mused that his journey through the shadows had gone relatively smoothly. Apart from the initial encounter with Li Batian, he had not encountered anyone else throughout the day. Once he refined this 9 opening celestial ginseng, his external incarnation would possess the 9 opening celestial body, greatly enhancing his power. Not only would his spiritual energy be nearly boundless, but his recovery ability would also be formidable. In that moment, his incarnation would be akin to an indomitable cockroach. Seeing the 9 opening celestial ginseng fully matured, Qin Xian excitedly approached, ready to collect it. The process was seamless. He easily grasped the ginseng and, with a firm tug, uprooted it from the ground. The entire 9 opening celestial ginseng resembled a child, with a human-like face and limbs. Truly remarkable. This moment, the ginseng shimmered with a pearlescent glow, emanating a mystical aura. Congratulations, young Master Qin. Mu Wanner approached Qin Xian, sincerely expressing her congratulations. Qin Xian, feeling quite pleased, placed the 9 opening celestial ginseng into his spatial ring and remarked with a smile, "Haha, I've acquired the 9 opening celestial ginseng. Let us make our leave." He intended to find a suitable location to refine the ginseng. Indeed, Mu Wanner replied in agreement. With that, Qin Xian led the way down. At this moment, he was filled with joy and casually remarked, "Lady Wanner, perhaps I should reward you with something. After all, we have been together." Just as he prepared to turn his head, a sudden pain pierced through his abdomen. He looked at Mu Wanner, whose expression had turned icy, and slowly lowered his gaze to the long sword embedded in his belly. Qin Xian touched the blood trickling from the wound, finding it hard to believe. Why? He stared at Mu Wanner and asked. He simply could not comprehend why she would stab him at this moment. He had saved her, sheltered her, and brought her into the secret realm, allowing her to gain numerous treasures. Each time, he had never taken more than his fair share. Could it truly be because of the 9 opening celestial ginseng? Moreover, what shocked him even more was that when he attempted to channel his spiritual energy, his dantian felt as stagnant as dead water, utterly unable to mobilize any power. Mu Wanner's face was like ice as she coldly declared, "Because you are Qin Xian." Qin Xian fell silent, his gaze fixed on her, awaiting her further explanation. "I never expected you to let your guard down around me," Mu Wanner said with a smile, seemingly reveling in the trust she had garnered from Qin Xian. "Was my tea to your liking?" Qin Xian's expression shifted abruptly as he recalled the tea he had consumed earlier. "Did you poison the tea?" Poison?" Mu Wanner chuckled softly before continuing. "Would poison even be of any use to you?" "I merely added a bit of the inner Dan powder from a soul-eating beast." Soul-eating beast? Qin Xian recognized this spirit beast, known for devouring items imbued with spiritual energy, often residing within mineral veins. They were notoriously difficult to hunt, not solely due to their strength, but also because their inner Dan could sever all spiritual energy, should the soul-eating beast unleash its inner Dan during a battle. Unless faced with a high-level cultivator, one would lose all spiritual power and be forced to rely solely on physical combat. Consequently, some would use the inner Dan of the soul-eating beast to concoct various pills and powders for dubious purposes. This soul-eating powder was colorless and tasteless, leaving the victim unaware until they attempted to employ their spiritual abilities. Why would you do this? Is it merely for the 9 opening celestial ginseng? Qin Xian pressed on. Oh, by the way, Mu Wanner swiftly acted, snatching Qin Xian's spatial ring and yanking it off his finger. She then abruptly withdrew her sword and struck out at Qin Xian. Poof! Qin Xian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his abdomen bleeding profusely as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. Struggling to rise from the earth, he saw Mu Wanner, one hand clutching the spatial ring and the other wielding the bloodied sword. Slowly approaching him, she lifted her foot and pressed it down upon Qin Xian's head, applying pressure that forced his face into the dirt. Who would have thought that the esteemed son of the Hongming sacred land, Qin Xian, would end up in such a state? Truly pathetic, Mu Wanner said, her icy demeanor laced with a hint of arrogance. Tio, speak frankly. I am the 9th princess of the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom, and I do not go by Mu Wanner. My true name is Murong Wanner. With a thud, Murong Wanner retracted her foot before delivering a kick that sent Qin Xian hurtling, crashing into the rocky wall of the mountain. In an instant, the mountain face cracked extensively, debris cascading down and kicking up a cloud of dust. Qin Xian coughed up another mouthful of blood, his hair disheveled and his white robes stained crimson. Murong Wanner slowly approached Qin Xian, her expression growing increasingly ferocious as she bellowed. 5 years. Do you know how I have endured these past 5 years? Do you understand? Murong Wanner appeared somewhat unhinged, her eyes misting over. I have known not a shred of happiness. My father has treated me as a sacrificial pawn. I have had to practice various communication techniques day and night, learning assassination methods of all kinds. To others, I am the lofty 9th princess, but in reality, I live a life worse than that of a dog. All of this is because of you, Qin Xian. As she spoke, Murong Wanner raised her sword once more and ruthlessly plunged it into Qin Xian's body. Blood surged forth again, staining large swathes of his white robes. Qin Xian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring as blood continued to seep from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 41. Are all here now? Whoosh! At that moment, 10 figures suddenly appeared. The leader, clad in a yellow robe adorned with several 4-clawed golden dragons, approached Murong Wanner directly. Upon seeing Murong Wanner, the leading man spoke. Little sister. Murong Wanner composed herself, withdrew her sword from Qin Xian, and turned to face the crowd, addressing Murong Outyin, elder brother. The 9 individuals behind Murong Outyin immediately knelt on one knee and exclaimed, We greet the 9th princess. Rise, Murong Wanner replied calmly, her demeanor starkly contrasting with the one she had shown Qin Xian. Murong Outyin surveyed the scene and suddenly noticed Qin Xian lying nearby, prompting him to inquire, could he be Qin Xian? Everyone followed Murong Outyin's gaze, seeing a man riddled with numerous sword wounds, lying disheveled and on the brink of death. Murong Wanner nodded. Yes, that is him. Hee, I did not expect Qin Xian to end up like this, little sister. You truly are impressive, Murong Outyin remarked, standing before Qin Xian, observing him closely with a pleased smile. I never anticipated that this fellow would have no guard against me, which made it all the easier for me to succeed. Murong Wanner continued, had I known, I wouldn't have notified you and 5th brother. Haha, why would you say that, little sister? Are you not welcoming our 5th brother? Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Before the figure arrived, the sound had already reached them. Soon after, 5 figures descended upon the scene. Haha, little sister, you sent me a message, and I rushed over without delay. What? Are you not welcoming your 5th brother? The leading man, upon landing, smiled at Murong Wanner, followed closely by 4 disciples from the Taichu sacred land, including Qiu Yuedang, Shi Lu, and Kong Wan. Among others, we greet the 5th prince. The 9 divine kingdom prodigies who had accompanied the eldest prince, Murong Outyin, immediately bowed to the newcomers. This individual was none other than the fifth prince of the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom, Murong Cheng. Murong Wanner stepped forward, playfully approaching Murong Cheng and said, "Fifth brother, how could I possibly not welcome you? It's just that the matter has already been resolved." "Oh? Resolved?" Murong Cheng was taken aback. At that moment, Murong Outyin approached and Murong Cheng immediately greeted him, saying, "Elder brother." Murong Outyin nodded and remarked, "Indeed, that lad Qin Xian is practically dead now. This time, we have made a journey in vain," he continued. "Who would have thought that my younger sister, at such a tender age, would achieve such a remarkable feat? When we return to the Divine Kingdom, Father will surely be delighted." Upon hearing Murong Cheng's words, Murong Wanner softly expressed, "I only hope to return to a normal life." As soon as she spoke, the expressions of the first prince and the fifth prince turned pained. The fifth prince gently ruffled her hair and assured her, "Do not worry. When we return, I will convey this to Father." "Indeed, Wanner, rest assured. I will also express your sentiments to Father," Murong Outyin added with evident affection. "Bring me the head of this brat and take it back," Murong Outyin commanded those behind him. Yes, instantly, a figure stepped forward, swiftly drawing a long sword and approaching Qin Xian. With a swift motion, the sword gleamed coldly and, in a heartbeat, severed Qin Xian's head. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as Qin Xian's figure suddenly erupted into a cloud of smoke, startling everyone, who quickly turned their gazes in that direction. When the smoke dissipated, all that remained of where Qin Xian had stood were some garments. His body had vanished. Where is he? What on earth is happening? The three Murong siblings furrowed their brows in confusion. Just then, an incredibly swift shadow appeared, dashing towards Murong Wanner with lightning speed, extending a hand towards her. What? The first prince and the fifth prince, standing beside Murong Wanner, reacted instantaneously, launching an attack at the shadow. "Ah!" Murong Wanner cried out in pain, feeling a piercing agony radiate from her arm. Following this, everyone witnessed the shadow retreating swiftly to a distance of 1,000 meters after enduring a punch from both princes. When the crowd finally recognized the figure, shock rippled through them. "Qin Xian, it's you!" exclaimed Qiuyue Tang and others. The first prince and the fifth prince's expressions changed as they were about to speak when they heard a pained murmur. Ugh, turning to look at Murong Wanner, they discovered that beads of cold sweat were streaming down her forehead, and her left arm had mysteriously vanished, severed at the root. Blood flowed like a stream. The two princes acted swiftly, channeling their spiritual energy to staunch her bleeding while retrieving the finest healing elixirs. "Protect the princess," Murong Outyin bellowed furiously. Subsequently, both princes fixed their gaze upon Qin Xian. "Have you all gathered?" Qin Xian casually removed a spatial ring from his severed hand, placing it into his Hongming ring, then carelessly tossed aside the severed hand, speaking nonchalantly, "Heh, you need not look at me like that. I merely reclaimed what rightfully belongs to me." He then flexed the Dominator blade on his right hand and continued, "And I collected interest for the death of my avatar." Indeed, the one injured by Murong Wanner had merely been his avatar. During his battle with Li Batian, the latter had forcefully detonated his 9 life palaces. To ensure his absolute safety, Qin Xian had swapped bodies, entering the Hongming ring. Amidst the billowing smoke, no one could possibly notice this. Naturally, Murong Wanner had not realized that the Qin Xian she encountered was not the real Qin Xian. Initially, he had been absorbing the spiritual treasures he had obtained over the past few days within the Hongming ring. Contemplating the use of his avatar for external activities, he never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. An avatar? Murong Outyin was taken aback, recalling how Qin Xian's corpse had transformed into smoke and vanished. Indeed, Qin Xian nodded, surveying the individuals before him, slowly stating, 1, 5, 15, oh, and a naughty girl, 16 in total. Mother was right. One must be cautious of beautiful girls when venturing out. After a period of recuperation, Murong Wanner slowly opened her eyes, casting a glare of hatred towards Qin Xian in the distance, and shouted, "Qin Xian, how dare you sever my arm? I will ensure you are torn to shreds." Qin Xian smirked derisively. "Do you think you are worthy?" He then raised the Dominator blade, pointing its tip at them. "Or do you believe that with these worthless individuals here, You have the upper hand. How infuriating. Qin Xian, your arrogance knows no bounds. Even if you are not dead, what can you do against so many of us? Murong Outyin admonished. Though he was unaware of what Qin Xian meant by avatar, he assumed it was similar to a clone, generally possessing weaker power. It was no wonder his younger sister could so easily deal with it. She must have been careless. However, with two prodigies present alongside several other exceptional talents, he did not believe Qin Xian could escape. Heh, quite the bold one, daring to harm my little sister. Today, I, Murong Chung, will make you understand what despair truly is. Do not think that following the Void Sun grants you free reign. I, Murong Chung, will not care whose side you are on. Today marks your demise. Do not blame me, blame yourself for being not only the son of the Hongming sacred land, but also for injuring my sister. Murong Chung coldly regarded Qin Xian, his eyes icy, exuding an uncontainable aura of killing intent. The Hongmeng sacred land and the Tianyuan divine kingdom were the only two top-tier forces in the Yuanshu realm, as the saying goes. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. It was destined that a conflict between these two forces would eventually arise. While the Taichu sacred land, Hongmeng sacred land, and Chaos sacred land appeared harmonious on the surface, they all engaged in subtle maneuvers behind the scenes. Their disciples often clashed when encountering each other, resulting in life-and-death confrontations. Thus, whether standing from the perspective of the Tianyuan divine kingdom or the Taichu sacred land, Fifth Prince Murong Chung had ample reason to kill Qin Xian. Qin Xian glanced at the two with disdain, retorting, "What number pit are we dining at for dinner?" Such grandiose claims, he continued nonchalantly. Of course, my previous remarks were not directed at anyone in particular. I merely wish to convey that all present are nothing but trash. At that moment, Chiyue Teng interjected, "Qin Xian, you dare utter such words when death is imminent? With our Murong senior brother here, you are as good as dead." Upon hearing this, Qin Xian turned his gaze towards Chiyue Teng, intrigued, and said, "Ah, it's you, a defeated foe, as I mentioned before. Had this been outside, you would have long since met your demise. Yet here we are, and you still dare to boast before me?" Chiyue Teng trembled slightly, his bravado wavering as he retorted, "Qin Xian, do not be too arrogant. While I may not be your match, our Murong senior brother is the Tsangtian Dominator, a figure you cannot compare to." Qin Xian, upon hearing this, scanned the crowd and fixed his gaze on the fifth prince, saying, "You must be the Murong senior brother of whom she speaks. Come forth and meet your end. Qin Xian, you are indeed audacious. I hope you possess the means to back it up," Murong Chung replied coldly, his aura intensifying. Beside him, Murong Wanner glared at Qin Xian with venomous eyes and shouted, "Fifth brother, why waste words? Let us surround and slay him. I want him dead." Upon hearing Murong Wanner's cry, Qin Xian snorted, glanced at them, and stated, "All right, did you hear that, woman? Come at me together. I shall send you on your way. Damn, this brat is utterly insufferable." A nameless disciple from the Taichu sacred land could no longer contain himself. Brandishing a sharp sword and charging towards Qin Xian in an instant, sword energy shot forth, chilling as winter snow, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. It must be noted that being a disciple of the Taichu sacred land and entering the Yuanshu secret realm indicated impressive strength. Each individual here was significantly stronger than Chiyue Teng, Kongwan, and Shirle. "You are exceedingly arrogant. Our Murong senior brother seeks to kill you. You should simply extend your neck and await your fate. How dare you speak so insolently? Allow me to be the one to end your life." The individual spoke with great bravado, his words laced with disdain for Qin Xian, openly idolizing Murong Cheng. As the sword was about to pierce Qin Xian's brow, excitement flickered across the assailant's face. Crack, whoosh. Qin Xian smirked, swiftly swinging the Dominator blade, effortlessly cleaving the sword in half at its center. The assailant's expression shifted to one of terror, his pupils constricting. "Stop!" Not far away, Murong Chung bellowed, while Qin Xian remained contemptuous, showing no sign of hesitation. Then, to his astonishment, the blade struck without relent, severing his head in one decisive motion. The severed head rolled away, unblinking as the headless corpse gushed blood like a fountain, splattering the ground in a deep crimson HUI in the distance. Qi Weiwetang and her companions were left aghast. Their senior brother, who was slightly stronger than them, had failed to withstand even a single strike from Qin Xian, resulting in his decapitation. Such strength, such brutality! Qi Weiwetang could not suppress a gulp. She suddenly realized that opposing Qin Xian might not be the wisest decision. Moreover, she had not anticipated that accompanying senior brother Morong was meant to confront Qin Xian. How infuriating! Withdraw at once. This child is beyond your capabilities. He has even slain a Mo Zhuang. The Crown Prince Morong Outyin waved his hand, commanding the others to retreat, and stepped forward, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Qin Xian, his murderous intent laid bare. Seeing the situation unfold, Qin Xian shrugged and beckoned to the Crown Prince with a playful finger, saying, "Now this is getting interesting. Come here. I can hardly contain my desire to slay you." Excellent! Morong Outyin was enraged, and in an instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, golden light radiating from his body. Roars of dragon-like intensity echoed forth as his hair danced wildly, his eyes shining with golden brilliance, and 9 golden dragons began to manifest around him. That moment, he resembled an ancient emperor. An overwhelming aura emanating from his form. Qin Xian, you harmed my little sister and dared to underestimate me. Today, you shall perish, Morong Outyin declared, charging toward Qin Xian with terrifying speed, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Dragon-Slaying Palm, Chapter 43. The Sacred Body of the 9 Dragons. Morong Outyin with a thunderous shout, Morong Outyin extended his hand, and a phantom of a divine dragon materialized, surging forth with immense power. Claws bared, aimed directly at Qin Xian. The ferocity of his assault was akin to that of a true dragon, instilling dread within the hearts of onlookers. Kid, you've thoroughly enraged me. Prepare to die. Morong Outyin struck with fury. The power of his attack self-evident. Humph. Holding his imposing blade, Qin Xian's attire fluttered as he regarded the approaching dragon phantom with a cold snort, swiftly channeling his internal energy. Battle Heaven technique. Layers upon layers of potent aura enveloped Qin Xian, making him appear as formidable as a tightly wrapped dumpling. Basic blade technique. With a resounding shout, Qin Xian swung his blade, akin to the creation of the heavens. The aura of his weapon surging to an astonishing 30 meters. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene as it struck the dragon phantom's head. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of power erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, shaking the ground and sending debris flying. The terrain quaked violently, resembling a mountain on the verge of collapse, as dust obscured the figures of the 2 combatants. The onlookers had retreated thousands of meters, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the spectacle of battle. How is this possible? It cannot be real. Am I seeing things? The Crown Prince? He has been injured? Those observing from afar, the prodigies of the divine nation, could hardly believe their eyes. Their invincible Crown Prince had been wounded in a single exchange? The revelation was utterly shocking. How strong is this Qin Xian? Qi Weiwetang felt a pallor wash over her. She reaffirmed that accompanying her senior brother had been a grave mistake. After all, they were outside, and should they be defeated, Qin Xian would undoubtedly seek her life in the midst of the battlefield. Qin Xian stood firm, blade in hand, gazing at the newly risen Morong Outyin. That moment, blood trickled from the corner of Morong Outyin's mouth, a stark contrast against his visage. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. It is no wonder you could slay a Mo Zhuang. Morong Outyin wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze now frigid as he regarded Qin Xian. Now, he was utterly serious. Heh, do you think you can fathom my strength? Still want to play? Come closer and meet your demise. Qin Xian dismissed Morong Outyin's glare, plunging his blade into the ground, hands resting on the hilt, his expression tranquil. How infuriating! You will witness the terror of the sacred body of the 9 dragons. Morong Outyin shouted. With that, his aura shifted dramatically, arcs of lightning crackling around him. Thunder Dragon breaks the heaven's palm. Morong Outyin shot forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing directly above Qin Xian, a colossal imprint of a thunder dragon materializing. Crashing down upon him, the violent electric energy sent tingles through Qin Xian's hair. Now this is more like it, Qin Xian murmured, the blade in his hand whirling like a tornado, enveloping him and intercepting the incoming thunder dragon palm. Crack! With a sudden halt, Qin Xian tightened his grip and swung upward with force. Boom! The thunder dragon imprint shattered, the blade's light surging towards the heavens, cleaving the drifting clouds in twain. Hemph! This isn't over yet. Seeing the thunder dragon palm obliterated, Murong Outyin unleashed another move. Azure Dragon emerges from the Sea. In an instant, a phantom of an Azure Dragon appeared, and then, as if fueled by a potent elixir, he unleashed a rapid succession of strikes. Wind Dragon whirls, Snow Dragon crumbles mountains, Blood Dragon slaughters demons, War Dragon conquers all, Frenzied Dragon strike. Finally, Murong Outyin's aura surged dramatically as he roared, Dragon swallows the 9 provinces. With his final utterance, the air reverberated with the resounding roars of dragons, countless phantoms of divine dragons materializing, obscuring the sky. Qin Xian felt himself ensnared by the myriad of dragon phantoms surrounding him. Different energies surged around him, and in that moment, he could not help but marvel at the sacred body of the 9 dragons. It was indeed extraordinary. However, in the face of him, it still seemed insufficient. With a sudden halt, Qin Xian positioned his blade across his chest, focusing intently as torrents of overwhelming energy surged into his weapon. Gradually, a violet glow emanated from the once pitch-black blade, and waves of blade aura manifested, each imbued with a terrifying aura of death. Buzz! Qin Xian's right hand clenched tightly, and with a swift rotation, he executed a horizontal slash. The blade's terrifying radiance swept forth, instantly shattering a multitude of dragon phantoms. Boom, boom, boom! In the blink of an eye, the surroundings returned to an empty expanse. What? Murong Outyin's pupils constricted in shock. His consecutive explosive attacks had failed to last even a moment against Qin Xian. Slash! Qin Xian cried, and his blade seemed to expand as a nearly 100-meter-long surge of spiritual energy hurtled toward Murong Outyin's head. 9 dragons guarding the body. Murong Outyin's eyes widened as he unleashed his life-preserving technique. In an instant, 9 divine dragons intertwined around him, forming a suit of dragon armor that enveloped his entire being. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as Murong Outyin was sent hurtling backward, crashing into another towering peak. Shattering at midway, he was buried beneath a cascade of rubble. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Murong Wanner's expression darkened. She understood Qin Xian's might and was equally aware of her brother's abilities. She had not anticipated that her brother would find himself at such a disadvantage against Qin Xian, repeatedly sustaining injuries. In stark contrast, Qin Xian stood confidently, blade in hand, appearing unscathed, not even slightly winded despite the fierce battle. Casting a glance at her severed left hand, Murong Wanner felt an even deeper loathing toward Qin Xian. Fifth brother, Murong Wanner cried out. Yes, I know. Just wait a little longer. Brother has yet to unleash his ultimate move. Murong Chang stood beside Murong Wanner, his gaze heavy with concern as he observed the fierce clash, his body tense and ready to engage. How infuriating! I will make you pay for this. The figure of Murong Outyin suddenly surged forth from the heaps of shattered stones. A deep scar etched upon his forehead, his visage marred by blood. With a furious roar, Murong Outyin's entire being erupted with an overwhelming aura, as 9 divine dragons encircled him, roaring in unison, one after another surging into his very essence. Murong Outyin's countenance twisted into a grotesque expression, his entire form radiating an intense light, blindingly brilliant. In that moment, he resembled a golden sun, so resplendent that even Qin Xian could not help but raise a hand to shield his eyes. Roar! Moments later, a resonant dragon's roar reverberated, shaking the surrounding peaks. Chapter 44. The celestial tyrant body, severed in 2. Qin Xian looked up to see that where Murong Outyin had once stood, there now loomed a golden dragon stretching 100 meters in length. Strangely, this dragon possessed 9 heads. Xianglu? Qin Xian was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Murong Outyin to resort to such a transformation. He immediately retorted, Do you think that turning into a beast will enable you to defeat me? Roar! The 9-headed dragon instantly erupted in wrath, unleashing a terrifying roar directed at Qin Xian, clearly seething with fury. Yet, In this monstrous form, it seemed incapable of articulating human speech. With a ferocious roar, the nine-headed dragon abruptly appeared above Qin Xian, its enormous claws lunging downwards with the intent to strike. The dreadful force swiftly locked onto Qin Xian's presence, distorting the battle aura enveloping him under the immense pressure. The golden claw loomed larger in his vision. Qin Xian's inner energy surged forth, the divine light of the cave heaven dragon pillar manifesting, his body rising like a colossal tree reaching for the heavens. Not good. The fifth prince, standing afar, suddenly changed countenance, his entire form flashing with brilliance as he prepared to rush to aid. Swish! Qin Xian's dominating blade spun back with a decisive swiftness, leaving behind a streak of golden blood. Boom! A tremendous dragon claw crashed to the ground, sending dust swirling, at the same time. A cry of agony erupted from the maw of the nine-headed dragon. Sensing the pain, the nine-headed dragon began to tremble. In an instant, rocks tumbled and debris flew. Within the dust cloud, Qin Xian suddenly felt a powerful presence approaching from his right side, and he swung his dominating blade downward with ferocity. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted as Qin Xian, for the first time, retreated a half-step. This was the first instance of retreat in his combat experience. Although he was not exerting his full strength, it nonetheless indicated that his opponent was formidable. "Brat, how dare you sever my brother's arm?" Murong Qing's voice thundered, brimming with rage. Qin Xian's sudden outburst had caught him completely off guard. At that moment, Murong Outyan's dragon form halted its trembling, his crimson eyes glaring at Qin Xian, emitting a series of fierce growls filled with murderous intent. "Oh? You think it cannot be severed? I was planning to behead him. What can you do about it?" Qin Xian scoffed, dismissing both of them entirely. "Such arrogance! You dare to speak of murder before me, a being of the divine mansion realm?" Murong Qing's voice resonated, echoing through the void. "Celestial tyrant body. Dragon form manifest." As Murong Qing's words fell, his body underwent a sudden transformation, swiftly morphing into a dragon form high in the air. He danced with an overwhelming dragon might cascading down upon Qin Xian, suppressing him with immense force. His colossal eyes, akin to deep chasms, exuded boundless malice and unyielding dominance. Behind Murong Qing, the nine-headed Murong Outyan writhed in fury, his 18 fiery eyes filled with wrath directed at Qin Xian, radiating 9 distinct attributes, casting a tumultuous aura across the void. After unleashing the 9-yang sacred body, Murong Outyan's close combat prowess was not particularly strong. He relied on the 9 distinct elemental attacks from his dragon heads. Before these two titanic entities, Qin Xian appeared diminutive. Quite intimidating, Qin Xian remarked, gently caressing the blade of his weapon. Buzz! Murong Qing was the first to launch an assault against Qin Xian. A green radiance erupted from his form, enveloping him like flames. As he moved, a tempest arose, his claws imbued with formidable power, charging towards Qin Xian with terrifying momentum. Following closely was the 9-headed dragon Murong Outyan, gathering vast amounts of spiritual energy within his dragon heads. Seemingly brewing a cataclysmic attack in the distance, onlookers beheld this scene with apprehension. Murong Wan'er, filled with resentment, spat, "Qin Xian, the enmity of that severed hand cannot be tolerated, and you, oblivious to your fate, have dared to sever my brother's arm. Now, facing the onslaught of my brother and fifth brother, let us see how you perish." The others wore solemn expressions, for in their eyes, Qin Xian showed no sign of anxiety in the face of the two-pronged assault. Was he feigning calm, or did he possess an unshakable confidence? Boom! A terrifying force descended from the heavens, causing Qin Xian's garments to flutter violently. His long hair danced wildly as he gazed upward, witnessing a formidable dragon form hurtling towards him. The sheer might and rule of power seemed capable of suppressing the very heavens, shaking the void itself. Though the fifth Prince Murong Qing was domineering, his strength was indeed remarkable. Not only did he wield the celestial tyrant body, but he had also stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, capable of harnessing a fragment of rule power. His prowess even surpassed that of the first Prince Murong Outyan, albeit slightly. Unfortunately, he was up against Qin Xian. Around Qin Xian, resplendent purple-golden radiance burst forth, dazzling beyond compare. An overwhelming aura surged upwards, and amidst the wild dance of his hair, he resembled a god of war, invincible. Simultaneously, within the chaotic void of Qin Xian's internal realm, a unique energy surged forth, akin to a colossal mouth in the sky, voraciously absorbing the rule power surrounding Morong Cheng. Then, it returned to the chaotic void, leaving not a trace of disturbance. Qin Xian felt the oppressive rule power that had weighed upon him vanish abruptly, his entire being feeling suddenly light. Buzz, a piercing sound of the blade echoed. Akin to thunderclaps in the stillness, in an instant, a straight beam of purple light manifested within the realm, cleaving the void as if it were mere fabric. With a swift flash, the blade's radiance vanished. Moving with unearthly speed, a soft sound emerged. Morong Cheng's dragon form, which had been pressing toward Qin Xian, suddenly halted. Then, upon his massive dragon head, a crimson line gradually appeared, tracing its way along his entire body. Bang! In the next moment, amidst Morong Cheng's incredulous gaze, his form was cleaved in twain, split perfectly in half. Severed in two, flawlessly, a faint smile graced Qin Xian's lips as he softly murmured. All around, the onlookers' eyes widened in terror, their mouths agape, trembling uncontrollably in a mere stroke. The celestial tyrant body Morong Cheng, an unparalleled prodigy in their eyes, had been slain on the spot. No frills, just a single stroke, decisively leading to Morong Cheng's demise before he could unleash his full potential. All were rendered speechless, gazing at the scene in disbelief. That was the fifth prince of the Tianyuan divine kingdom, the holy son of the primordial sacred land, a formidable being of the extraordinary realm. Among the youth of the 30 minor worlds, he was undoubtedly one of the apex powers. How could this be? My fifth brother Morong Wanner, disregarding her own pain, sprang up from the ground, her face a mask of sorrow and disbelief, her heart trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 45. Having played enough, I shall send you on your way as the younger sister. She was acutely aware of the strength of Morong Cheng. She had presumed that with her fifth brother's extraordinary prowess combined with the celestial tyrant body, defeating Qin Xian was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, now that both her elder brother and fifth brother were attacking simultaneously, victory was surely within their grasp. Never did she anticipate that her fifth brother would be slain by Qin Xian in a single stroke. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the primordial sacred land stood nearby, their faces devoid of color, their bodies trembling incessantly. They had previously encountered Qin Xian's might in the Hongming sacred land, where his strength had been merely at the Qi-Si realm. Now, witnessing Qin Xian's terrifying power after his breakthrough to the divine mansion realm, they could hardly fathom that even their extraordinary senior brother could not withstand a single blow. Particularly, Qiuyue Tang felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Unable to suppress the urge to weep, with no elders present, she feared that Qin Xian would undoubtedly turn his wrath upon her next. If she attempted to flee, perhaps Qin Xian would strike her down first. No, I must escape. I cannot perish here, Qiuyue Tang resolved, constantly preparing to seize the opportunity to flee. Come here, I shall slay you. Holding the formidable blade, Qin Xian directed his weapon towards the first prince standing beside him. At that moment, the first prince, with energy still coalescing within the dragon's head, found himself paralyzed, unable to release it. His gaze fixated on the severed half of Morong City, now lying upon the ground. His eyes glazed over in shock. Such immense power. What a terrifying strike. Could this young man truly be at the divine realm? Why did he seem even more formidable than those of the celestial realm? He had no time to mourn for his fifth brother. Morong Outyan's colossal 9-headed dragon form trembled uncontrollably, a shiver crawling up from his heart. Boom. The sound of several explosions erupted from the dragon's jaws. As wisps of white smoke billowed forth from the mouth's gathering energy, the excruciating pain jolted him back to reality. The fierce determination and murderous intent in his eyes dissipated, replaced by overwhelming terror. With a frenzied roar, his dragon body writhed, desperately turning to flee into the distance. In that moment, he was consumed by fear. His fifth brother had surpassed him in strength, yet could not withstand even a single strike from Qin Xian. If he recklessly charged forward, it would only lead to his demise. Now, a singular thought occupied his mind. Escape. The farther, the better, as the saying goes. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. I, Morong Outyin, shall bide my time and seek vengeance when the opportunity arises. At this moment, Morong Outyin was utterly devoid of will to fight, completely terrified by Qin Xian. Alas, from the moment Qin Xian had taken his stance, his fate was sealed. Emph. Glancing at the fleeing Morong Outyin, Qin Xian erupted in purple energy, vanishing from his spot as if teleporting, suddenly appearing atop Morong Outyin's retreating dragon form. His speed rivaled that of a celestial realm powerhouse. The blade in his hand shimmered with a layer of purple light, instantly expanding to several dozen meters in length. With precision, Qin Xian aimed at the dragon's head of Morong Outyin and struck fiercely. Sever. Pft, pft. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed as 3 of Morong Outyin's 9 dragon heads were instantly severed. A chilling, despairing scream escaped his lips as the remaining heads lunged at Qin Xian, attempting to expel him, leaving only one head to gaze forward, perpetually fleeing. But such thoughts were futile, as the dragon heads lunged toward him. Qin Xian simply clenched his fist, delivering a punch to each one. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the majestic 9-headed dragon was reduced to a single head, the other 8 now eliminated, leaving only a long neck that continued to spout blood, staining the ground crimson. In that moment, despair washed over Morong Outyin once more, yet he possessed no strength to retaliate. He was exceedingly weak, his speed diminished, scarcely surpassing that of a body-refining practitioner. Nonetheless, he did not dare look back and continued his desperate flight, demonstrating the intensity of his desire to escape. However, Qin Xian showed no mercy, swinging his blade once more, severing the last remaining head. Pft. The massive head soared into the air, tossed far away, amidst the tremors of the earth. Morong Outyin's 100-meter-long dragon form collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood gushing forth. A nauseating stench of blood assaulted the senses. The first prince of the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom, Morong Outyin, was dead from a distance. Onlookers felt their hearts race uncontrollably. Whoosh! At that moment, Qiu Yuetang, Kong Wan, and Shirlu vanished, frantically fleeing into the distance. Princess, we must leave. A Tianyuan Divine Kingdom prodigy suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting at the dazed Morong Wanner. Quickly, take the princess away. I will hold him off. The man drew his weapon, charging towards Qin Xian, while the remaining 8 quickly reacted, seizing the still-dazed Morong Wanner and fleeing in a direction different from that of the 3 from the Taichu sacred land. At this moment, Morong Wanner felt an overwhelming tremor within her heart, her mind blank. 5th brother, elder brother, she stammered, her eyes filled with hatred, her expression gradually contorting into one of fury. Qin Xian, you will not die a good death. I will surely kill you. Her voice echoed through the heavens and earth, as their figures hastily retreated into the distance. Oh! Hearing the distant cries, Qin Xian raised an eyebrow at the approaching prodigy from the divine realm. I suppose I've played enough. It's time to send you on your way. With a mere flick of his blade, he cleaved the charging man in half, then swiftly moved towards the distance. In the distance, Qiu Yuetang and the others fled in a frenzy, not daring to look back. They feared that if they did, they would see Qin Xian pursuing them. At this moment, Qiu Yuetang was filled with dread, unleashing all her strength, summoning every ounce of energy she could muster. Little girl, I told you, once you step outside, you are as good as dead. Do you think I'm right? What? Qiu Yuetang's movement halted, her body trembling as she cautiously turned her head. She was met with a radiant smile. Yet in her eyes, that smile resembled that of a demon, terrifying and dreadful. These 3 possessed relatively low strength, merely at the early stage of the divine realm, but with Qin Xian's speed, which had reached the celestial level, it took only a brief moment to catch up to them. Qiu Yuetang's lips quivered, poised to speak, but suddenly a flash of light caught her eye, and she found herself staring at a headless corpse. The body was all too familiar. Qin Xian, I beg you, spare me. We merely accompanied Morong Shixiang here. Shi Lu and Kong Wan, witnessing Qiu Yuetong's swift beheading, immediately knelt in fear, pleading for mercy. Yes, Qin Xian, spare our lives. We promise never to cross your path again. Please, just let us go. The two knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly, no longer mentioning their status as prodigies, solely hoping for Qin Xian's clemency. I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. There are others waiting for me to kill. Qin Xian replied coolly, swinging his blade without a second thought to their pleas for mercy. In the world of cultivation, begging for mercy is futile. What need is there for strength then? After slaying the three, Qin Xian collected their spatial rings and turned to pursue Murong Wanner and the others. Chapter 46. The girl in white. Who are you? Why are you blocking our path? Murong Wanner shouted at a girl clad in white ahead of them. Behind her, 8 Tianyuan Divine Kingdom prodigies gripped their weapons nervously. In their perception, the aura of the girl before them was immensely powerful, instilling a sense of dread. Though she stood still, she exuded an overwhelming presence akin to that of a celestial realm powerhouse. The terrifying pressure and the ever-resonating laws of power surrounding them constantly reminded them that this girl in white was indeed a formidable opponent. The old man said, I need to make contact with him. But I don't know how, so I must ask for your assistance, the girl in white stated, her ethereal voice echoing. Hearing her words, the Tianyuan Divine Kingdom group felt a wave of relief wash over them. Seeking our princess's assistance? Then she must not be an enemy. Perhaps, if Qin Xian were to pursue them, she could help eliminate him. However, Murong Wanner furrowed her brows, uncertain how she could assist this girl before her. They were strangers, with no prior connection, and the he she spoke of was a mystery. What do you need my help with? Murong Wanner asked anxiously, aware that Qin Xian could arrive at any moment. Yet, she also recognized the girl's formidable strength. Even with her 5-element spirit body, it would be challenging to overcome her. The girl in white slowly revealed her crimson lips beneath the veil and said, Leave me your heads. What? Murong Wanner and the others' expressions shifted in unison, their bodies tensing in alarm. I have no enmity with you. What do you mean? Murong Wanner gripped her long sword tightly, her palms growing clammy with sweat. The girl in white paced back and forth, nodding. Indeed, you bear no grudge against me. However, I have witnessed your deeds against Qin Xian, and you are not innocent. Murong Wanner's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. She understood now that this individual was an enemy. Attack, she commanded the others. There was nothing left to discuss. Lingering any longer could result in Qin Xian's imminent arrival. It was time to break through. Kill. With a single command from Murong Wanner, 8 prodigies unleashed their most formidable skills and charged towards the young girl in white. Even though they were acutely aware that, given their strength, it would be an arduous task to overcome the girl before them, possibly even at the cost of their lives, they felt compelled to act. Striving to secure an opportunity for their princess to escape. Their courage was commendable, yet their prowess was undeniably lacking. As the group of Tianyuan God Kingdom's elites advanced, the expression of the girl in white remained utterly unchanged. Slowly, she extended a delicate finger, aiming it at the 8 assailants. Destiny perished in an instant. 8 invisible threads shot forth from her fingertip, penetrating the bodies of the 8 warriors. A bizarre scene unfolded. The assailants, caught mid-attack, remained frozen in place, their bodies immobile. Moments later, their inner spiritual energy dissipated, and they gradually vanished, leaving behind only a scattering of garments and weapons, as if they had never existed. This spectacle left Murong Wanner utterly stunned, her countenance tinged with fear. Cough, cough, cough. It seems I must refrain from overusing this power. The girl in white murmured softly, a few gentle coughs escaping her lips. Who on earth are you? What is your relationship with Qin Xian? Murong Wanner demanded loudly, her heart racing with uncontainable terror. Despite having endured countless grueling training sessions since birth, she was still merely a 5-year-old child, and standing on the precipice of death, her heart trembled. First, it was Qin Xian, and now this enigmatic woman. Each displayed abilities that were increasingly formidable, particularly the one before her, whose actions were utterly incomprehensible, imbued with an air of extreme strangeness. Just then, a figure swiftly arrived at the scene. Oh, Qin Xian remarked, observing the two girls standing opposite each other, a hint of surprise in his voice. What? Murong Wanner felt a powerful aura approaching from behind her and spun around, her heart sinking. Damn it at that moment, Qin Xian's presence, as perceived by her senses, was no less formidable than that of the girl in white eye in that instant. Murong Wanner realized that Qin Xian had undoubtedly been toying with her before. Otherwise, how could she have so easily dispatched a mere clone of his? Even with the spirit-eating powder she had used on him, he should have had the chance to retaliate. Moreover, had it not been for his mockery, she could have warned her elder brother and fifth brother, preventing their grave oversight. At the very least, they would not have met such a tragic fate if they had chosen to flee from the outset. Escape would have been entirely feasible. Qin Xian, Murong Wanner seethed through clenched teeth, her eyes aflame with hatred. You escaped quite swiftly. What, are you preparing to have someone rescue you again? As Qin Xian spoke, he turned his gaze towards the girl in white. Recalling the moment he had saved Murong Wanner, it seemed she too had been pursued. However, the pursuers had now transformed into himself. Oh, not misunderstand. I have no connection with her, Jiao interjected, raising her hands in a placating gesture as Qin Xian looked her way. Clang! In an instant, Qin Xian unsheathed his Dominator blade, declaring, if there is no connection, then step aside, lest you be splattered with blood. Hearing Qin Xian's cold words, Ji Yao's lips curled into a faint smile beneath her veil as she shrugged and stepped aside, saying, please, go ahead. Qin Xian lifted his chin and strode towards Murong Wanner. Each step felt as heavy as a mountain crashing down, an oppressive weight resting upon her heart. Standing frozen in place, Murong Wanner's mind raced as she contemplated how to extricate herself from this dire predicament. As she watched Qin Xian approach step by step, her expression betrayed no hint of the loathing she felt, her hands quietly gathering energy. I never anticipated that children in this world could possess such heavy hearts. Nor did I foresee that this realm was far more perilous than I had imagined. Qin Xian, wielding the Dominator blade, was filled with confusion, disappointment, and a tinge of regret. As he walked, he spoke as if addressing Murong Wanner. Yet it seemed he was also speaking to himself. This is all my fault. For these past years, I have lingered in the Holy Land without truly grasping the dangers of the outside world. Leading me to let my guard down is also my fault for holding on to too much kindness. I must thank you for reminding me of the need for constant vigilance, and for revealing to me that the cultivation realm is far more treacherous than my previous world. Kindness will only bring harm to oneself. Therefore, to express my gratitude, I shall personally send you to your demise. As he finished speaking, Qin Xian halted, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. His aura surged dramatically, purple energy spiraling upward, stirring the clouds high above. In that moment, a tempest arose, thunder crackled, and a terrifying black-gold radiance enveloped him, his eyes swirling with shades of black and gold, exuding an essence that was both sacred and wicked. Standing there, blade in hand, he resembled a deity of war. As we usher in the new year, I wish everyone happiness. Please be gentle with your criticisms. I'm a bit apprehensive. Shuehan will strive to improve and write better, hoping to gain your favor. Once again, Happy New Year to all. May you find joy every day. Chapter 47. Supreme Bone Technique. 5 Elements Reversal not far away. Ji Yao regarded the transformed Qin Xian, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in her eyes. His physique resembles that of an ancient bloodline thought to be lost to the annals of history. Ji Yao recalled the ancient texts of her family, which documented the era of the ancient gods and demons. During the primordial age, ancient demons, ancient beasts, and ancient gods were all beings capable of cataclysmic destruction. As time progressed, these ancient entities gradually faded from history, leaving behind remnants of their bloodlines. By the time of the ancient era, these bloodlines had almost vanished from the world, giving rise to a plethora of celestial bloodlines. In the medieval period, during the flourishing age of humanity, many cultivators shattered their shackles to become supreme beings, resulting in the emergence of numerous bloodlines. They were referred to as the first generation or blood ancestors, with their descendants bearing various names based on their progenitors, such as the Celestial Sovereign Bloodline, Imperial Bloodline, and Sage Bloodline.as time approached the recent past. The bloodlines became increasingly diverse and numerous, with a plethora of sacred bodies and spiritual bodies emerging endlessly. Unless one could return to their ancestral roots, they were merely individuals with a slight edge in cultivation, and some bloodlines even imposed restrictions on their bearers, rendering them incapable of cultivation, possessing bloodlines yet becoming utterly useless. At that moment, the aura emanating from Qin Xian felt profoundly ancient to Gyao. My grandfather was right. This person is certainly no ordinary being. Perhaps he can truly assist me. Yao gazed at Qin Xian, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. With a swift motion, Qin Xian gripped the Dominator blade, his figure akin to a wraith, instantly appearing before Murong Wanner. Without uttering a single word, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He aimed for her head and struck downward. Earth escape of the 5 elements. Murong Wanner, her heart racing, had been keeping a vigilant watch on Qin Xian, yet she had not anticipated his speed to be so staggering. Feeling the chilling blade above her, Murong Wanner hastily burrowed into the ground. Just as she entered the earth, a ferocious strike landed where she had just been, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated for miles around. A gash, 100 meters long, appeared on the surface, swirling with faint purple energy. That strike had missed. Qin Xian swiftly pivoted, his gaze drawn to an area where the ground displayed an unusual disturbance. In the blink of an eye, Murong Wanner's silhouette erupted from the soil, her form enveloped in dazzling 5-colored spiritual light, radiating an aura reminiscent of a deity wielding the powers of the 5 elements. Qin Xian, though my physique may not rival yours, if you underestimate me, you shall pay the price, Murong Wanner declared fiercely, her body aglow with brilliant 5-colored light as she executed intricate hand seals directed at Qin Xian. Qin Xian, dismissive, charged forward with his blade, as for waiting for Murong Wanner to complete her seals. Only a fool would allow their adversary to unleash a powerful technique unchallenged. Seizing the moment, he struck. A wave of energy surged forth as he unleashed the Dominator blade, a terrifying arc of light materializing and expanding with ferocious speed. In the blink of an eye, a blade of light spanning dozens of meters rushed towards the spell-casting Murong Wanner. As the deadly blade drew ever closer, threatening to cleave her asunder, Murong Wanner, infuriated, altered her formation, her hands thrusting forward with determination as she called out, 5 elements. Endless cycle. In an instant, Murong Wanner radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, harmoniously merging to form a resplendent 5-colored disc that materialized before her. At that very moment, Qin Xian's blade aura struck fiercely against the vibrant disc. For a fleeting second, the brilliance paused, yet continued to swirl thereafter. The terrifying blade light relentlessly battered the 5-colored disc that Murong Wanner had summoned, producing a cacophony of grating sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. Gradually, cracks began to appear on the surface of the disc under the onslaught of the blade light. Cursed fate! As she witnessed her technique on the verge of collapse, the terrifying blade aura still exuded an overwhelming might. Murong Wanner's expression twisted with rage as she let out a low growl. A fresh surge of 5-colored brilliance emanating from her being, once more infusing her technique. The 5-colored disc absorbed the spiritual energy that Murong Wanner transmitted, stabilizing its imminent shattering and commencing a gradual restoration to its original form. Such folly! At that moment, Qin Xian's figure abruptly appeared before Murong Wanner, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. Under her horrified gaze, Qin Xian slowly raised the mighty blade in his hand and brought it crashing down upon the 5-colored disc. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, sending Murong Wanner's form hurtling backward, blood gushing from her mouth as she soared through the air. Her technique had been shattered, and she was further battered by the powerful aftermath. Upon landing, Murong Wanner appeared utterly wretched, her garments tattered, revealing copious amounts of pristine white skin. Her disheveled hair framed a face marred by blood, which flowed incessantly from the corner of her mouth. Murong Wanner moaned in agony, her mind swirling as her bloodied hands pressed against the ground, her legs pushing desperately as she attempted to rise. A long blade suddenly pierced through Murong Wanner's back, pinning her brutally to the ground, a torrent of blood spilling forth. Gasping, She struggled to rise, only to be overwhelmed by a searing pain that shot through her. Trembling, she turned her gaze toward the black blade embedded in her body and the figure that wielded it. In that moment, Murong Wanner felt an unsettling familiarity wash over her. Regret began to seep in. Had she not opposed Qin Xian, would this calamity have befallen her, her beloved fifth brother, her ever-present elder brother, and her stern father? Images flashed through her mind. A heart-wrenching cry of despair erupted from Murong Wanner's lips as a formidable energy surged from within her, darkening the skies above. Ethereal sounds of the Tao emerged, and an array of mysterious symbols encircled her form, enveloping her in a shroud of power. Qin Xian was taken aback, his mighty blade unable to be withdrawn in time, and he was repelled by the sudden surge, his expression turning grave as he focused on the metamorphosing Murong Wanner. Supreme Bone Technique. Reversal of the 5 elements. Qin Xian, let us perish together. Murong Wanner's countenance twisted with madness, an overwhelming aura erupting from her as ancient symbols surged into her being, coalescing into a terrifying force. In that moment, every living entity within 1,000 miles felt the chilling tremor of dread. Some celestial beings exploring the secret realm halted in their tracks, casting their gazes toward the distant spectacle. Yet, among them, some displayed expressions of exhilaration, exclaiming, "Such terrifying energy, imbued with the breath of the great Tao, could it be the legendary supreme artifact? It is highly likely that a treasure has manifested. We must hurry, lest we miss our chance at this divine relic." Chapter 48. Is the Supreme Bone Technique worthless? Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, engulfing a 1,000-mile radius in a blinding flash akin to a nuclear detonation, releasing a powerful shockwave that obliterated everything in its path. In an instant, the surrounding flora, trees, and rocks were reduced to powder. The entire Yuanchu secret realm seemed to tremble. The dense clouds above were shattered, and all spiritual beasts within 1,000 miles vanished into oblivion. As the light dissipated, the landscape transformed into a desolate wasteland. In the center, a massive pit emerged, plunging hundreds of meters deep, with only a small fragment of bone shimmering faintly. Lying silently at the bottom, whoosh, streams of light appeared in an instant, the onlookers stunned by the scene before them, collectively gasping in shock. What a terrifying occurrence! What has transpired here to cause such devastation? Leaving 1,000 miles barren? It is simply unimaginable. The potency of this force could rival that of a saint-level expert. How fortunate I am. Had I not stopped briefly due to an urgent need earlier, I might have missed dinner entirely. You are quite lucky. The fellow who passed just before me was obliterated, causing me to shudder in fear, nearly losing my composure. Several bystanders recounted their experiences as they stood nearby. Just then, a figure dashed towards the pit with astonishing speed. Immediately, someone exclaimed, "Oh no, my treasure!" and hurriedly followed suit. Boom! An explosion erupted as the first to charge forward was suddenly engulfed in a violent blast, transforming into a mist of blood. Simultaneously, the crowd beheld a muscular man with a bare torso and short hair emerge beside the explosion, surveying the area with an air of arrogance. "I, Yifan, am here. Who dares to seize my treasure? What?" In an instant, those who had rushed toward the pit, intent on claiming the treasure, halted in shock, their expressions filled with hesitation as they regarded the imposing Yifan before them. However, not all recognized Yifan. Who was this fool? Seeking death, it seems. Indeed, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Clang! The sound of weapons being unsheathed rang out as several celestial beings disregarded Yifan's threat. Charging towards him to seize the treasure, a young man wielding a spear felt the surge of spiritual energy within him, causing the spear to glow brilliantly, fiery energy emanating from its tip as piercing spear waves sliced through the air, producing a deafening sound. Very well, it seems I, Yifan, have not claimed enough lives yet. With that, Yifan roared like a primal beast, seizing the razor-sharp spear tip with his hand, eyeing the astonished gaze of the spear-wielding youth. He unleashed a ferocious punch that struck the young man squarely on the jaw, like a bursting watermelon. The young man's head exploded under Yifan's might, his body plummeting to the ground, only to be sent flying by a kick from Yi Fan. Meanwhile, several celestial beings unleashed their techniques: heaven-rending sword, sky-splitting claw, bone-crushing whip. In that instant, blades and whips filled the air, enveloping Yi Fan's figure. Chaos-vanquishing fist. A thunderous roar resonated. In the eyes of the distant onlookers, those attacking Yi Fan seemed to suffer a devastating blow, their bodies exploding one after another. Bang, bang, bang. In merely a brief moment, the ground was littered with severed limbs. The nauseating scent of blood permeating the air. Yi Fan, drenched in blood, stood before the onlookers, droplets of blood continuously dripping from his face, resembling a demon sprung from the depths of hell, causing the spectators to shudder involuntarily, their mouths turning dry. Such audacity! Yi Fan cast a disdainful glance around, spitting a mouthful of blood-stained saliva before finally fixing his gaze upon a radiant treasure nestled in the deep pit. As he approached, he discovered that this so-called treasure was merely a small fragment of bone, adorned with intricate runes that exuded an air of mystery. This is... Yi Fan seemed to recall something, his eyes igniting with fervor, his expression changing instantaneously. He hastened his steps, reaching out to seize the bone lying on the ground. At that moment, a smaller hand suddenly emerged from the earth, grasping the bone before Yi Fan's fiery gaze. Immediately thereafter, a petite figure slowly rose from the soil, followed closely by another diminutive silhouette. Qin Xian examined the bone in his hand and stowed it away in the Hongming ring, then began to survey his surroundings. He had not anticipated that Murong Wanner possessed such formidable abilities, let alone the exceedingly rare supreme bone. However, the martial technique inherent to this supreme bone seemed somewhat lackluster. Using it was akin to self-detonation. Albeit its power was undeniably immense in that fleeting moment, with Murong Wanner's spirit realm strength, she had unleashed a force rivaling that of a great sage, likely owing to the prowess of the supreme bone's skill. Previously, Li Baishan's complete self-detonation had merely exhibited the strength of a celestial realm expert. Initially, Qin Xian believed he would have to expend the life-saving function of the Hongming ring, but unexpectedly, at a critical juncture, Ji Yao had intervened, employing the family's trump card to protect both of them. Thus, at this moment, the two appeared simultaneously, while Murong Wanner had completely vanished from this world. Qin Xian maintained a constant vigilance towards Ji Yao, as her origins were unknown, and her inexplicable assistance raised suspicions. No ordinary person would act in such a manner, especially within the cultivation realm. Moreover, having recently fallen for Murong Wanner's tricks, Qin Xian's wariness was at an all-time high. No good deed goes unpunished. One is either a traitor or a thief. Upon witnessing the two emerging from the ground and seizing the supreme bone that rightfully belonged to him, Yi Fan erupted in fury, shouting, "You brat! Hand over that bone!" Qin Xian snapped back to reality, gazing at the blood-soaked, enraged man before him, and replied, "Who are you? Damn it!" Yi Fan bellowed, his strength surging as he launched a punch towards Qin Xian. The momentum was fierce, and the air crackled with energy. With a swift motion, Qin Xian extended his hand, effortlessly catching Yi Fan's fist as if he felt no force at all. "What?" Yi Fan gasped in shock, his expression darkening as he clenched his left fist again. Shatter Mountain Fist. In an instant, powerful energy surged through Yi Fan's body, his feet grounding themselves, the force traveling through his waist and into his shoulder, sending shockwaves through the air, producing a deep rumble. "Not bad." Qin Xian responded in kind, unleashing his own energy, the strength within him roaring like a dragon as it coursed into his arm. He struck with his right fist. Boom! The explosive force erupted, causing Yi Fan's eyes to widen in astonishment as he staggered back, staring incredulously at Qin Xian. Qin Xian tossed the supreme bone in his hand and remarked casually, "Are you a body cultivator? And if I am?" Yi Fan suppressed his shock, growling, "For such a trifle. Are you certain you want to make an enemy of me?" Qin Xian caught the supreme bone, his demeanor proud as he replied, "At this moment, an intriguing thought has taken root in my mind." Chapter 49. The confident Yi Fan what? The supreme bone? The onlookers, an assembly of gifted individuals, were taken aback by Qin Xian's proclamation. The emergence of such a rare supreme bone was indeed astonishing. These prominent figures were acutely aware of what the supreme bone represented. Each piece was an unparalleled treasure, a convergence of the great Dao's runes, inherently possessing Dao skills, serving as the most potent auxiliary below the supreme level, offering immense enhancement. Yet, hearing Qin Xian dismiss the treasure as rubbish left them bewildered. Did this young man truly not comprehend the significance of the supreme bone? Consequently, their gazes fixated on the supreme bone in Qin Xian's grasp, their eyes betraying a mix of fervor and greed. Fortunately, these individuals, hailing from various powerful factions, refrained from recklessness, silently wishing for a fierce clash between Yi Fan and Qin Xian, leading to mutual destruction. Since you deem it worthless, then hand it over to me, Yi Fan declared, retracting his imposing aura as he addressed Qin Xian. Having attempted to strike twice only to be effortlessly countered by Qin Xian, he recognized the formidable strength of this young man. If he could obtain the supreme bone without further conflict, it would be ideal. Qin Xian, noting Yi Fan's unwavering gaze fixed upon the bone, smiled slightly and said, "All right." Yi Fan's face lit up with surprise. He hadn't anticipated Qin Xian's acquiescence. However, Qin Xian's voice rang out once more. Why Yi Fan's expression darkened as he inquired, "But what is it?" It's nothing much. How about a wager?" Qin Xian proposed slowly. "What wager?" Yi Fan pressed on. Aware of the allure the supreme bone held over Yi Fan, Qin Xian continued, "We shall compete purely on physical prowess. If you win, the bone is yours. If you lose, you will follow me as my guardian." "What? Impossible!" Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, nostrils flaring in indignation at the prospect of becoming Qin Xian's subordinate. Observing Yi Fan's reaction, Qin Xian chuckled lightly. "Well then, I'm afraid I shall keep this rubbish for myself." With that, he made a move as if to depart. Seeing Qin Xian attempt to leave, Yi Fan grew anxious. Acting without a moment's hesitation as he stepped in front of Qin Xian, arms outstretched to block his path, exclaiming, "No, you cannot leave." Boom! An overwhelming aura surged from Qin Xian, disrupting the surroundings. Yi Fan's heart raced as he sensed the terrifying presence akin to that of a celestial realm expert emanating from Qin Xian, a notion he found hard to believe. After all, in his eyes, Qin Xian was merely a child of 7 or 8 years. Although they had briefly clashed earlier, he had assumed they were evenly matched. It seemed he had overestimated Qin Xian. He had not anticipated the latter's strength to be so formidable. "Humph. Either we commence the wager, or you can leave. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to eliminate you." Qin Xian's expression turned cold, his gaze frosty. Yi Fan stood still, contemplating. The prospect of becoming Qin Xian's guardian was intolerable, yet he was loath to relinquish the supreme bone within reach. However, recalling Qin Xian's stipulation of a physical contest, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He was the Chaos Saint body, the foremost among the 10 saint bodies, with unparalleled physical strength. He could not believe that a mere chance encounter would lead him to a supreme body. Moreover, even if it were a supreme body, it was not necessarily focused on physical prowess, in a contest of sheer physical strength. With this thought, Yi Fan promptly asked, "Is it strictly a contest of physical prowess?" Qin Xian smirked subtly, internalizing his amusement, and replied expressionlessly, "Indeed." "Very well, then let us begin." With Qin Xian's confirmation, Yi Fan summoned all his strength. He stood firm, channeling his energy, his muscles bulging like coiling dragons, veins protruding like fierce serpents. At that moment, the blood energy emanating from his body created a powerful aura, rising like flames, fiercely burning. Yet, the flames surrounding Yi Fan were a murky gray. "Not bad. You appear quite robust." Qin Xian nodded. Then suddenly vanished. In an instant, he appeared above Yi Fan, launching a descending kick that struck his shoulder with tremendous force. Boom! The explosive sound reverberated as Qin Xian's right leg fell like a colossal pillar, shattering the blood energy enveloping Yi Fan and crashing down upon his shoulder. What? Yi Fan, having just completed his build-up, found himself overwhelmed by an unstoppable force pressing down upon his shoulder. Thud! In an instant, Yi Fan's right leg buckled, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, shaking the earth. Yet, his expression remained fierce. He gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. Yi Fan's right leg began to lift off the ground. Qin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He, your strength is indeed commendable. With that, he exerted pressure once more. Bang! Just as Yi Fan had managed to lift his right leg from the ground, he was forced down again at an even greater speed. No! Yi Fan's heart screamed in defiance, his face contorted with frustration. Despite his best efforts, he could not escape the crushing force of Qin Xian's kick pressing down upon him. Boom! In that fleeting moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yi Fan. Qin Xian, sensing the shift, retracted his leg and stood tall, gazing down at Yi Fan, who knelt before him on one knee. All right, you have lost. Yi Fan gasped for breath, suddenly raising his head and exclaiming, You ambushed me. Are you having second thoughts? Qin Xian's expression instantly turned icy. He had only acted after witnessing Yi Fan gather his strength. What of regrets? Yi Fan sprang to his feet, glaring at Qin Xian and shouting, Chapter 50. You want me to surrender my soul? Absolutely not. Boom. The moment Yi Fan's words fell, Qin Xian swiftly kicked out, sending Yi Fan hurtling through the air. Rumble, rumble. A cacophony erupted, and clouds of dust swirled. Yi Fan's figure was propelled thousands of meters away by Qin Xian's kick, landing in a deep pit, carving a gash in the earth, his body buried in the soil. Immediately, Qin Xian's figure vanished from his original spot, reappearing with a burly man in hand, Yi Fan. However, now Yi Fan's abdomen appeared deformed, clearly indicating broken ribs. With a sudden exertion of force, Qin Xian soared into the air. Then with a powerful motion, hurled Yi Fan downward. Whoosh, crash. A tremendous impact resonated, akin to a small comet colliding, as a ferocious shockwave radiated outward. A fierce wave of dust and debris spread. As the smoke cleared, onlookers gasped in horror, their eyes widening at the sight of Yi Fan, trembling and embedded in the ground. With a swift motion, Qin Xian descended, extracting the quivering Yi Fan from the earth. Gazing at Yi Fan's pitiful visage, Qin Xian asked once more, Are you still having second thoughts? At that moment, Yi Fan felt a profound sense of humiliation engulf him. Not only was his physical form inferior to Qin Xian's, but his strength was also utterly overshadowed. Before him stood Qin Xian, appearing as merely a child. How ridiculous it was for Yi Fan, at the age of 18, to boast of being invincible, unmatched in the world. He never anticipated that a mere child would possess such formidable power. Was there no justice left in the world? Suddenly, it seemed Yi Fan recalled something, abruptly inquiring, Are you the prodigy from the Hongming sacred land? Qin Xian, taken aback, realized his reputation had spread so widely. Nevertheless, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed. It is as expected. Yi Fan's confidence was once again shattered, and with a despondent expression, he declared, I never imagined your strength to be so formidable. I concede defeat. I am willing to follow you. Within Yi Fan's heart, a struggle ensued. He recognized that he was no match for Qin Xian. What should he choose, life or death? Ultimately, he chose to submit. Buzz! An ancient scroll materialized in Qin Xian's hand, emanating an aura of antiquity. It was the divine demonic list. Observing Yi Fan's disheartened countenance, Qin Xian internally smirked, revealing a sinister and eerie expression. Come, Xiao Fanfan, offer up a fragment of your soul's essence. What? Upon hearing Qin Xian's words, the barely conscious Yi Fan leaped up over 5 meters high, shouting, I can be your guardian, but surrender my soul's essence? Absolutely not. Boom. A fist appeared instantaneously before his face. Will you surrender or not? Not a chance, Yi Fan retorted defiantly, his spirit unyielding, even as he resembled a battered mess. Boom, boom, boom. Will you surrender? To demand that Yi Fan relinquish his soul's essence? It is utterly impossible. I will give you my supreme bone. I will yield. How much do you want? Yi Fan's eyes suddenly gleamed with fervor as he gazed intently at Qin Xian, conveying that just a mere supreme bone would suffice for him to part with a fragment of his soul. And he would even consider surrendering his physical form. Seriously? Qin Xian was left speechless. A worthless supreme bone could entice Yi Fan to part with his soul's essence. He truly could not fathom the allure of this seemingly trivial item. From that point forward, Yi Fan refrained from any further tricks. With a mere thought, he separated a fragment of his soul's essence, merging it into the scroll held by Qin Xian. Instantaneously, Yi Fan's complexion paled. Feeling Yi Fan's soul essence enter the scroll, Qin Xian opened it to find Yi Fan's likeness vividly depicted on the first page, as lifelike as if he were present at that moment. Qin Xian felt his power surge by 1%. Simultaneously, he could sense Yi Fan's location, akin to a radar from a past life, extraordinarily remarkable. This revelation brought Qin Xian great delight. He had not anticipated being able to perceive the positions of the divine demons. However, he wondered just how far this sensing ability extended. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ji Yao observed everything. Her curiosity piqued upon seeing the scroll in Qin Xian's possession. In a flash, the scroll vanished from Qin Xian's grasp. After a brief wait for Yi Fan to recover, a voice reached Qin Xian's ears. Master. Why? Yi Fan stood, revitalized and brimming with vigor. Qin Xian turned to glance at Yi Fan, who had nearly returned to his former state, and nodded in acknowledgement. This chaos sacred body truly deserved its reputation as a top-tier physique, exhibiting remarkable recovery capabilities. From now on, you shall be called Young Master. Yes, Young Master. Now, take care of the people around us. Qin Xian dusted off his clothes and surveyed the area. Why, Supreme Bone? Yi Fan bent over, gazing up at Qin Xian, who towered over him, speaking in a hesitant tone. Go now. Qin Xian bellowed, startling Yi Fan into action as he hurried away. Muttering under his breath, you promised me a Supreme Bone. Yet now you go back on your word, and with such a temper, I wonder if he'll ever find a wife. Chapter 51. The Source Divine Mountain. Terrifying beasts boom. What is happening? I have no idea. Run. Look, the Source Mountain has appeared. What? The Source Mountain is not supposed to emerge until 3 months after the secret realm opens. Why is it appearing now? Who knows? We all came from outside. Who can possibly know what is happening inside? Hurry, hurry. The Source Mountain has appeared. Beneath it will rise a colossal source arena that will vanish in just 3 days. We must hurry there. At the edges of the secret realm's center, Qin Xian had just instructed Yi Fan to eliminate the onlookers when he felt a sudden upheaval throughout the secret realm. As if an earthquake were occurring, Yi Fan, who was about to strike, felt a jolt of shock at the violent tremors. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the disturbance, only to witness 10 massive peaks erupting from the center of the secret realm, rising into the sky. Initially, their ascent was gradual, but within mere moments, they soared at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they reached thousands of meters, piercing the clouds, towering into the heavens. The 10 divine mountains, now visible to all, loomed like colossal pillars, imposing and magnificent. Roars of beasts and cries of birds echoed from those peaks, and Qin Xian even beheld immense beasts and spirit creatures soaring around the 10 mountains. After circling several times, they flew off in all directions, one of which headed directly towards Qin Xian and his companions. Quick, conceal yourselves, Qin Xian shouted, swiftly suppressing his aura and dropping to the ground. At the sound of Qin Xian's voice, Yi Fan's heart raced, and he hurriedly restrained his presence and concealed himself. As for Ji Yao, she had already hidden away upon Qin Xian's discovery of the massive creature. A soul-shattering roar resonated, and a terrifying wave of energy surged forth like a tidal wave, wreaking havoc in its wake. Wherever it passed, destruction followed. A powerful pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Several agonized screams echoed as some of the unprepared prodigies were instantly swallowed by the beast. The creature showed no signs of stopping, continuing its relentless flight, its terrifying presence gradually fading into the distance. Some fortunate survivors breathed a sigh of relief, hastily fleeing the area. Qin Xian shook off the dirt from his body and stood upright. How could such a formidable beast appear? Qin Xian furrowed his brow. The beast that had just flown past was far more terrifying than the ancestors Qin Zhan and Huang Gu. Fortunately, it seemed this beast was not intent on slaughtering the prodigies who entered the secret realm. Ancient beasts, archaic anomalies, who would have thought they still existed here? At that moment, Ji Yao's voice reached Qin Xian's ears. Turning to glance at Ji Yao, who was not far from him, he ignored her and called out into the distance. Xiao Fanzi, let's go. We should check it out. Upon finishing his words, he turned and made his way towards the heart of the secret realm. The Source Mountain had already manifested, and he too must pay a visit. As he entered, Qin Xian had acquired a certain understanding of the secret realm. The Source Arena would only be present for 3 days, and this location was quite distant from the Source Divine Mountain, necessitating haste, especially since Qin Xian sensed that the alluring aura drawing him came from that direction. Yes, young master, Yi Fan promptly replied, hastily keeping pace with Qin Xian. Cautiously, he added, young master, my supreme bone, bang. Qin Xian directly swung his fist, striking Yi Fan on the head. Is that wretched trinket all that's on your mind? He retorted. With that, Qin Xian swiftly retrieved the supreme bone and tossed it to Yi Fan. Initially, he intended to wait until the divine demon pool opened before giving it to Yi Fan, considering that the supreme bone's abilities were rather lackluster. What if one day Yi Fan couldn't resist trying it out? Then they would have to wait for Qin Xian to open the divine demon pool. However, time was of the essence for a genius. At this moment, Qin Xian begrudgingly recognized Yi Fan's potential. Should he suddenly perish, all the time spent nurturing him would be wasted, and even as his divine demon guardian, he would eventually be left behind. Ha ha ha. Thank you, young master. Upon receiving the supreme bone, Yi Fan burst into laughter, hurriedly kissing it several times, followed by blowing gentle breaths upon it, wiping it tenderly, witnessing Yi Fan's incessant affection for the supreme bone. Qin Xian's expression turned a shade of green, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Fuse it later, but don't misuse it, he advised, quickening his pace to distance himself from Yi Fan. Behind the two, a figure clad in white followed at a leisurely pace. At the foot of the Source Divine Mountain, at the center of the 10 Source Mountains, stood an immensely large Source Arena, suspended high above the ground, nearly 100 meters in the air. This arena was connected to the 10 Source Divine Mountains, as if constructed atop them. A series of massive stone steps spiraled up from the ground, culminating at the Source Arena 100 meters high. Surrounding the arena was a vast expanse of open space, forming a circular area that resembled an outdoor plaza, complete with enormous seats. Most strikingly, at the center of the plaza stood a gigantic stone tablet, inscribed with rows of ancient numbers. Though the exact meanings eluded them, none present were fools and could grasp the general concept, a ranking from 1 to 100. Behind the numbers, not a single name was visible. At the pinnacle of the stone tablet, an object emanating a faint glow gradually dissipated, presumably some form of time-keeping mechanism. Everything exuded an air of mystery and antiquity, resembling a relic of the past. At that moment, the plaza surrounding the Source Arena began to fill with a multitude of prodigies. Many from the same faction huddled together in hushed conversations, while others contemplated and observed their surroundings. Among the most noticeable areas in the plaza were those occupied by extraordinary geniuses. Within 1,000 meters radius, no one dared approach. Figures such as Su Tianzi, Li Wanxian, and Jian Wuxin stood regally, surrounded solely by their own faction members, with several others in similar situations, individuals whom ordinary prodigies would not dare provoke. Chapter 52. Give me your position far from the Source Arena. 3 figures hurried along their path. Apart from dispatching a few obstructive beasts, their journey was remarkably smooth and swift. Young master, may we rest for a moment? Yi Fan gasped, panting heavily. They had been running nonstop for 2 days and nights, and in order to keep pace with Qin Xian, he had exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. As only a peak cave realm cultivator, Yi Fan's spiritual energy had been completely depleted. He had been relying on medicinal pills to keep going, but the consumption proved overwhelming. This was even more exhausting than engaging in battle. Given a choice, Yi Fan would prefer to fight for 2 days and nights rather than endure this relentless sprint. Qin Xian, hearing this, did not slow his pace but glanced back at Ji Yao, remarking, "Can't you be a bit more resilient? This little girl is managing just fine." Well? Yi Fan turned to glance at Ji Yao, his face contorting in despair. "How can I compare to you 2 freaks? At such a young age, you can slay cave realm beasts with a single strike. I'm already 18 and still can't measure up." With that, he once again retrieved a pill from his ring and swallowed it, shooting forward like a rocket. Clutching the supreme bone and examining it intently, his motivation surged. He realized that following the young master was not without its advantages. Should they encounter a formidable foe, the young master would undoubtedly intervene. After all, the young master was merely 5 or 6 years old yet possessed such formidable strength, slaying cave realm cultivators as if they were nothing. If he continued to grow, who could stand against him? Yifan believed that in just a few years, even the older experts of their chaos sacred land would have to step back. Thus, for Yifan, following the young master was nothing to be ashamed of. Indeed, not at all. Suddenly, the 3 figures appeared beside the source arena, drawing the attention of several onlookers who turned their gazes towards them. Phew! I'm utterly exhausted. Yifan gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Qin Xian surveyed the surroundings and was somewhat astonished to see the time displayed above the massive stone tablet. Fortunately, half a day's time remained. Upon closer inspection, the tablet clearly bore 100 names: Su Tianzi, Yi Qixia, Li Wanxian, and Mo Wuming, Dongfang Jing, and so forth. Evidently, countless battles had transpired within the source arena. On this vast platform stood 100 young men and women, each poised atop towering stone pillars hundreds of meters high, exuding an air of dominance. Atop the singular pillar reaching an astonishing 999 meters, Su Tianzi stood with an air of arrogance. Surrounded by swirling voids that hinted at an otherworldly presence. Beneath those pillars, remnants of shattered corpses lay strewn across the arena, dismembered limbs and blood, creating a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, gory and brutal. Ah, it seems there's no hope left. They are simply too powerful. Indeed, we initially thought we could secure a position in the source pool, but the strength of those present is astounding. In the past, those at the Divine Mansion realm were considered prodigies, but now it seems those below that level lack even the qualifications to stand upon the arena. Consider yourselves fortunate. It's a good thing we didn't rashly charge in. Or we'd have been among those corpses. Hey, what is that kid thinking? Is he really going up there? Utterly unaware of his own limitations. All those up there are geniuses, and he, a mere child, wishes to compete. Such a pity. Another corpse will soon join the arena. As the surrounding cultivators, who had not yet entered the arena, engaged in fervent discussions, some gradually retreated, knowing they had no chance. Since they could not gain entry to the source pool, it would be wiser to seek out other places for cultivation resources. However, some who recognized Qin Xian displayed expressions of astonishment. Isn't that the kid following Su Tianzi? He has headed towards Su Tianzi. Perhaps he intends to request a position. How enviable, to follow a supreme body. The moment Qin Xian stepped onto the arena, all eyes were drawn to him. The 100 prodigies atop the pillars turned their cold gazes upon him. Su Tianzi, standing at the highest point, immediately noticed Qin Xian's arrival. As Qin Xian approached, Su Tianzi slowly spoke. Cough, cough, fear not. Since you're here, I shall ensure you a position. Now, tell me, which one do you desire? With a firm push of his feet, Qin Xian leaped, landing upon the stone pillar. Fixing his gaze on the ever-arrogant Su Tianzi, he declared, Then I shall take your position. What? As soon as Qin Xian's words left his lips, everyone in the vicinity was struck with astonishment. No one had anticipated that this brash young lad would audaciously demand the position of Su Tianzi. It is worth noting that prior to this moment, they had endured an unimaginably brutal slaughter, resulting in the dismemberment of numerous prodigies, which ultimately solidified the standing of the 100 exceptional individuals atop the stone pillar. Yet here was Qin Xian, boldly asserting his claim to the position of Su Tianzi right from the outset, truly a display of utter ignorance. Even the other prodigies on the stone pillar exhibited expressions of disbelief. Their gazes fixated on Qin Xian as they too pondered the source of his audacity in addressing Su Tianzi in such a manner. Suddenly, Su Tianzi materialized, directing his gaze towards Qin Xian, and spoke, Ahem. Although you have followed me, I cannot indulge you too much. This position is mine. With a clang, Qin Xian swiftly drew his dominance blade, pointing it threateningly at Su Tianzi. I followed you for him. Without waiting for Su Tianzi's response, Qin Xian unleashed his full combat strength, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared above Su Tianzi, delivering a powerful downward strike. Battle Heaven's decision, in that instant. 9 formidable streams of aura enveloped the Dominance blade, amplifying its attack power ninefold. The terrifying blade radiated an overwhelming force, causing the very air to tremble. In an instant, Su Tianzi's figure vanished from sight. Reappearing at a distance, a hymn, as expected of someone I admire, "You dare to swing your blade at me. Your courage is commendable." Su Tianzi regarded Qin Xian with a satisfied expression, finding him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Chapter 53. Shadow of the Heaven-Blocking Axe. Qin Xian's countenance turned icy as he regarded Su Tianzi, feeling an inferno of anger surging within him. He summoned all his spiritual power, releasing a formidable aura that swept across the surroundings. Suddenly, a towering dragon pillar erupted from behind him, piercing the heavens. Simultaneously, within Qin Xian's divine abode, 33 bright stars shimmered with a soft glow. At that moment, a brilliant violet star materialized at his brow. Radiating an intense brilliance, its purple light flowing into his being. In that instant, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift, and all present gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. Heavens, this young man's aura is astonishingly powerful, greater than Su Tianzi's. It was truly terrifying. Despite being at the divine abode realm, his aura surpassed that of some heavenly realm experts. Could he truly be one of them? Stop joking. This lad appears to be merely a child. How could he possibly be a heavenly realm expert? Even if he had trained from the womb, it would not have been this swift. The other prodigies atop the stone pillars were equally stunned, their expressions betraying their shock. They had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable youth possessed such strength. Yet, some prodigies looked on with a sense of schadenfreude at Su Tianzi. As expected, the young master is impressive. With this entrance, everyone must align themselves with him. It seems my judgment regarding Yi Fan was indeed astute. I have chosen the right person. Yi Fan scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust from his exposed torso. Gazing proudly at Qin Xian's battle, atop the highest stone pillar, Su Tianzi watched the soaring Qin Xian, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "You truly are a genius, incomparable to those worthless fools. My discerning eye has once again proven sharp, recognizing your extraordinary potential at a glance." Silence. Qin Xian roared, his annoyance with Su Tianzi reaching its peak, finding him incessantly verbose and egotistical. Die. In an instant, Qin Xian's figure vanished, leaving behind a series of afterimages, reappearing beside Su Tianzi, his dominance blade whirling as he targeted Su Tianzi's vital points with relentless strikes, be it blade, fist, or kick. In an instant, the air was filled with the explosive energy of his attacks, reverberating through the arena like thunder, causing the ground to tremble. Their figures moved with increasing speed, to the point where onlookers could only catch fleeting glimpses of light and the collision of terrifying auras, rendering it nearly impossible to discern their forms. Yet, one individual beneath the arena observed with great clarity, nodding occasionally. It seemed that Qin Xian's physique had not fully manifested, and his methods of attack were overly simplistic. Against an opponent of this caliber, he appeared somewhat constrained, unable to effectively restrict Su Tianzi. Unless he could instantly shatter the space or seal off the surrounding area, victory would remain elusive. Moreover, his opponent's strength was no trifling matter. Su Tianzi's physique was commendable. After several breaths, Qin Xian and Su Tianzi re-emerged, standing opposite each other. Qin Xian's eyes glimmered as he brandished his dominance blade, fixating on Su Tianzi. In contrast, Su Tianzi appeared weary, as though he might collapse at any moment. One could not deny Su Tianzi's prowess. Not only was he at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, but he also possessed the void's supreme physique, granting him an affinity for space that rendered both his speed and attack power unparalleled. In a wonder, he had emerged as the foremost figure among numerous prodigies. What repulsed Qin Xian the most was Su Tianzi's ability to become ethereal, melding into the void. Whenever Qin Xian's attack struck, a portion of Su Tianzi's body would dissolve into the emptiness, causing Qin Xian's strikes to miss their mark. Difficult to deal with, but not insurmountable. Cough, cough. How does my strength measure up? Can you not submit to me now? Su Tianzi regarded Qin Xian with an air of arrogance, reveling in his own superiority. He believed that his recent defensive display had been sufficient to instill fear in Qin Xian. Surely, the young man must now be overwhelmed with shock and trepidation, eager to align himself with Su Tianzi. However, he was sorely mistaken. Suddenly, Qin Xian's pupils transformed into an unfathomable abyss of black, while golden light began to glimmer in the whites of his eyes. In that instant, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, dark clouds enveloping the entire Source Divine Mountain, while massive bolts of lightning materialized in the void above. What is happening? Why has the sky changed so dramatically? My goodness, this sensation is terrifying. Far more so than our sect's ancestors facing tribulation. Thankfully, it does not seem like it will descend. Otherwise, I might have perished. Look, what is that? By heavens, what an enormous axe! A colossal axe shadow appeared in the sky, obscuring the entire expanse, its menacing aura suggesting it could cleave the distant secret realm in two. Everyone felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. At that moment, all present were aghast, as if confronting unspeakable terror. Cold sweat cascading down their backs. As for Su Tianzi atop the stone pillar, he was more horrified than anyone else. Trembling, his throat dry, he couldn't even muster the chance to cough. Drenched in cold sweat, he swayed unsteadily, feeling an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. An indescribably terrifying aura locked onto him, rendering him utterly immobile. Even his prized Void Supreme physique was rendered ineffective at this moment, even from afar. Ji Yao's eyes reflected shock. What is this aura? Why does it feel more terrifying than the ancient artifacts of our clan? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the cause of such phenomena. Yet, when Qin Xian's arm illuminated with black gold runes, gradually coalescing into an axe identical to that in the sky, all composure was lost. What, that young man? What is he wielding? A companion artifact. But how can it be this terrifying? It was beyond belief. This was exponentially more powerful than Li Wanxian's dual swords. What caliber of companion artifact could this be? Among the few prodigies atop the stone pillars who possessed their own companion artifacts, expressions turned sour. They had thought their artifacts formidable enough, only to discover someone else's companion artifact was on such an elevated level. Truly, one must never compare oneself to others. It only leads to despair. In an instant, they felt their own companion artifacts were no longer as impressive. Chapter 54. Slaying Su Tianzi. Qin Xian grasped the Pango axe, feeling an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him, his aura skyrocketing as he unleashed a blazing purple flame. His gaze fixed intently on Su Tianzi. Perish, swish, pshhh. A sound reminiscent of flesh being cleaved echoed through the air. And in an instant, Qin Xian appeared behind the Void Sun, the Pangu axe in his grip, with wisps of blood evaporating into white smoke, slowly dissipating. The Void Sun remained frozen in a visage of horror and disbelief, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Shortly thereafter, a thin line of crimson appeared at his brow, extending down to his nose, lips, and neck. Ultimately, under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the standing figure of the Void Sun was cleaved in two with a resounding thud. Collapsing to the ground, scattering innards and blood across the earth. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva reverberated through the crowd, as once arrogant prodigies stood as statues, shocked into numbness, terror gripping their hearts. They gazed at the dismembered body, now lying upon the stone pillar, their insides trembling at the thought of the identity of the deceased. Who had perished? This was the legendary Void Supreme body, a formidable being capable of achieving supremacy, who had triumphed in battle, subduing all other prodigies, standing tall on the 999-meter stone pillar. The Void Sun had actually met his demise. Moreover, he had died in such a gruesome manner, so effortlessly cleaved asunder, his brain matter splattered everywhere. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to the axe-wielding youth atop the highest stone pillar, a sense of awe washing over them. He was akin to a divine being or a demonic entity. With the cultivation of the divine mansion realm, he had slain a being of the transcendent realm. How powerful, how terrifying was that? Especially with the divine axe in his hand, which sent shivers down the spines of onlookers with just a glance. Who was this person? Qin Xian, you are finished. How dare you slay the son of our Taichu sacred land? We shall not let you go unpunished. At that moment, from one of the stone pillars, a disciple of the Taichu sacred land cried out in anguish, drawing the astonished gazes of those still reeling from shock, silently acknowledging. Truly bold. Indeed, many believe this individual must have been struck senseless by a donkey. Their strongest son had been slain, and yet they dared to issue threats. Was that not a death wish? If they had any sense, they would have quietly slipped away while no one was paying attention. However, this individual was not the only one to have lost their wits, for after him, two more voices of threat rang out. Qin Xian, I know you are the son of the Hongming sacred land. You are finished. Our Taichu sacred land son is not someone you can kill at will. Prepare for our retribution, indeed. Our son is a supreme body. You have slain him, committing an unforgivable act against our Taichu sacred land. You shall await your demise. At that moment, a figure appeared atop one of the stone pillars, addressing the disciples of the Taichu sacred land. Is the Taichu sacred land so arrogant? A disciple of the divine mansion realm dares to act so brazenly? The Taichu disciple's fury ignited as he retorted, Our Taichu sacred land does not require your interference. Do you think you can dictate our actions? Damn it! Yi Fan roared, his power surging as he charged at the Taichu disciple. Like an ancient beast, a strand of power coiled around his fist, supreme combat art, chaos destruction fist. Under the astonished gaze of the Taichu disciple, Yi Fan's fist seemed to swell in his vision, an overwhelming aura of death enveloping him. He had not anticipated that this bare-chested man would rush at him without a word, showing no regard for the background of the Taichu sacred land. Nor did he foresee that this robust man, resembling a bull, possessed such formidable strength, wielding the ultimate technique of the chaos sacred land. In a panic, he could only defensively react, hastily swinging his massive hammer. Clang, Wu Shalas, Yi Fan's fist, like a ferocious beast unleashed, met no resistance, instantly sending the giant hammer flying, and then, before the disciple's wide eyes, he shattered his skull with a single blow. Ah, what a delight! After running for 3 days and nights. Nothing compares to these few moments of bliss. The feeling of release is truly exhilarating. Yi Fan paid no heed to the blood splattered across his face, eyes closed in pure enjoyment. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Just then, a chorus of calls reached him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land. His face lit up, eager to greet them, when Qin Xian's voice broke through. All right. Take care of those 2 useless ones as well. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan immediately stood at attention, responding, Yes, young master. With that, he charged toward the remaining 2 disciples of the Taichu sacred land, who now realized the gravity of their situation. Hastily leaping off their stone pillars to flee, Yi Fan pursued them relentlessly, moving with incredible speed, and it would not be long before he resolved the matter. Meanwhile, the spectators on the arena, upon hearing Yi Fan's words, displayed a myriad of expressions: shock, astonishment, disbelief. Especially the disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, who exchanged glances, momentarily dazed. Did I just hear incorrectly? Senior Brother Yi actually referred to that Qin Xian as young master? If our ears are not filled with donkey hair, then it must be true. Surrounding onlookers began to murmur among themselves, astonished that the illustrious Yi Fan of the Chaos Sacred Land had aligned himself with a gradually faltering disciple of the Hongming Sacred Land. Can you not utter such foolish words? The Void Son has been slain by Qin Xian. His talent far surpasses that of a supreme body. He is nothing short of a prodigy, indeed. Yi Fan is merely a chaos sacred body. His achievements limited. He could at most break through to the Emperor realm. To follow Qin Xian is a monumental stroke of fortune. I wonder if the son of the Hongming Sacred Land still accepts followers. This young lady would be more than willing, even if it means serving as a mere attendant. And why, dear lady, do compose yourself. You're drooling. He's still just a child, silently pleading for a good review. Chapter 55 concludes, entering the source pool. That rascal Yi Fan has actually chosen to follow another, truly bringing shame upon us body refinement practitioners. On one of the 900-meter high stone pillars, a robust, rugged-looking youth clad in a beast-skin outer garment, seethed with anger. Meanwhile, on the slightly shorter pillar beside him, a fair-skinned girl, her body brimming with explosive muscle, scoffed disdainfully as she watched Yi Fan pursue the disciples of the Taichu sacred land. What a disgrace to our body refinement practitioners. I once thought him a man of great stature, yet my father insists I marry him. What a blindness! Atop the highest stone pillar, Qin Xian paid no heed to the gazes and discussions of those around him. He had not anticipated that wielding the Pangu axe would consume such considerable energy. Qin Xian silently observed, promptly dissipating the axe, which transformed back into black golden runes, marking his right arm at this moment. Qin Xian felt a sense of weakness in both spirit and energy. He took out some spiritual materials, stuffing them into his mouth, as torrents of blood energy surged, greedily absorbing the materials, which decomposed into the purest energy. Replenishing his vigor, Qin Xian paced, retrieving the spatial ring from the void sun, and with a swift motion, enveloped in spiritual power, he kicked the void sun's corpse off the arena. Initially, Qin Xian had intended to acquire the void sun's abilities. But ultimately, he was vexed by the arrogance of the individual. Unable to contain himself, he cleaved him in a moment of rage. He had not anticipated the Pangu axe's power to be so formidable. In that fleeting instant, it had completely locked onto the void sun, rendering him immobile and unable to unleash his full capabilities, effectively turning him into a living target. Perhaps it was also due to the void sun's inadequate strength and incomplete mastery of his own physique. Yet, none of that mattered now. Having killed him, Qin Xian felt no regret. Young master, the task has been perfectly executed. Not a single hair remains at that moment. Yi Fan came rushing back, beaming with a foolish grin as he stood atop the arena. Qin Xian nodded, surveying the surroundings before addressing the second-ranked Yi Qisha. Make way for my subordinate. Swish! The faces of all present shifted dramatically. The cloaked figure of Yi Qisha, with only his eyes visible, narrowed them as he clasped his hands toward Qin Xian, speaking cautiously. Young Master Qin, have I offended you in any way? Indeed, we bear no grievances against each other. Yet, Qin Xian's gaze suddenly turned frigid. I am not negotiating. Either you yield or you perish you. As the night deepened, Yi Qisha's eyes flared with fury. However, upon witnessing the axe that appeared in Qin Xian's grasp, he snorted coldly and leapt down from the stone pillar. Immediately, chaos erupted once more upon the arena. With Yi Qisha's second position usurped, he could do nothing but strive for the third stone pillar, igniting yet another round of fierce conflict across the stage. Hee. Thank you, young master. Yi Fan, standing in the second position, was overwhelmed with excitement, radiating joy akin to that of a carefree child. Once tranquility returned and the crowd settled, Qin Xian cast a glance at the timer inscribed on the stone tablet. It indicated that the event would conclude in no more than half an hour. At that point, they would gain access to the origin pool to comprehend the combat techniques and divine abilities suitable for themselves. Just then, voices rang out from beyond the arena. Your Highness, the Divine Sun. Your Highness, the Divine Sun. Qin Xian, who had been resting with eyes closed, instantly opened them and looked down, spotting three figures outside the arena. Their faces alight with excitement, Lin Qingya, Xiao Feng, and Yi Changsheng. The trio appeared weary, clearly having hurriedly made their way over without pause. Qin Xian noticed that their cultivations had improved, each achieving the divine palace realm. A smile spread across his face as he realized that he had not seen them for some time amidst the battles. The joy of reuniting with them surged within him. He promptly stood and called out, Come up quickly. It will be over soon. Lin Qingya and the others, filled with exhilaration, rushed to ascend the arena. However, as they reached the stage, their expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing the bloody scene before them. Anxiety creeping into their hearts. Having been caught up in the moment of seeing Qin Xian, they had initially overlooked the dire situation on the arena. Now, as they took in the chaos and glanced upwards at the multitude above, they felt their legs tremble uncontrollably. Yet, Qin Xian remained oblivious to their fear. He surveyed the surroundings once more, his gaze landing again on Yi Qisha. Damn it! Yi Qisha inwardly roared, gritting his teeth as he leapt off the stage. directly moving to the 6th position. He had no thoughts of contesting for the 4th or 5th positions. After all, had he not seen the 3 individuals who had just been pushed down? Meanwhile, Li Wanxian and Imo Wuming, occupying the 4th and 5th positions, also wore grim expressions as they vacated their spots, as for stepping forward. Did they not understand the principle that the first to rise would be the first to meet ruin? The fate of the void heavenly sun was still fresh in their minds. Who would dare to present themselves first now? Observing the 3 vacant positions, Qin Xian turned and smiled at the still trembling trio, saying, "Come up." Lin Qingya and the others, dazed by the overwhelming power surging around them, ascended the stone pillar. "Am I dreaming?" Lin Qingya murmured as she stood upon the pillar. "I'm actually standing in 3rd position." She then joyfully called out to Qin Xian, "Your Highness, you are incredible. I truly adore you." Qin Xian chuckled and nodded in response. At the same time, Yi Changsheng and Xiao Feng were filled with excitement, their faces reflecting disbelief. Those around them began to exclaim, "They are exceedingly fortunate, indeed, to have Qin Xian guiding them, allowing them to effortlessly enter the origin pool. Indeed, look at the 4 prodigies who were pushed down. Their faces are as dark as thunderclouds, especially the 3 who had witnessed the slaying of the Taichu Holy Land individuals, who had barely stepped onto the stage only to be ousted without a moment's respite. Alas, what can be done? Should we encourage them to confront Qin Xian? If even Yi Qixia is cowed, would they dare? Let us disperse. The arena battle has concluded, and the origin pool is set to open. We might as well seek opportunities elsewhere. Yes, indeed. Once this secret realm concludes, the name of Qin Xian shall surely resound throughout the 30 realms. Indeed. Let's go. Let's go. With that, figures began to swiftly depart, leaving behind only a petite figure clad in white. Standing at the edge of the arena, gazing up at Qin Xian, in turn, Qin Xian lowered his gaze to meet hers. As their eyes locked, 100 beams of radiant light erupted from the arena, each housing a prodigious figure. With a swish, the beams vanished, leaving only a solitary figure in white upon the vast expanse of the origin arena. Chapter 56. 3 divine techniques. Swish. Qin Xian's figure materialized upon an enormous platform. In the center of the platform lay a massive pool of water, which captured his attention. Glancing around, Qin Xian realized he was suspended high above in an unfathomable void. The stars in the sky gleamed with unusual brightness. Appearing almost within reach, is this the summit of the origin divine mountain? Qin Xian murmured, stepping closer to the glimmering pool, mesmerized by its radiant waves and ethereal mist, his mind shaken. What kind of liquid is this? He pondered, sensing a profound surge of spiritual energy emanating from it. Could it be the celestial essence liquid? Astonished, he scrutinized the central pool, noting its resemblance to a hot spring. A flicker of spiritual power coursed through him as he shed his garments and stepped slowly into the pool. As he made contact with the spiritual waters, a refreshing sensation surged from his feet, rushing to his head, causing him to involuntarily shudder and emit a low groan. Upon reaching the pool's center, Qin Xian immediately settled into a meditative posture, feeling rejuvenated, his mental acuity heightened, and countless thoughts swirling in his mind as streams of spiritual light flickered within. Gradually, he slipped into a state of oblivion. This sensation was akin to being cradled in a mother's embrace, or a fish joyfully gliding through water. Then, as his inner state shifted, it felt as though he had been transported to a battlefield, where the thunderous clamor of combat echoed around him, and colossal figures reminiscent of deities and demons emerged. In this battleground, countless races materialized, each possessing an overwhelming aura that made the heavens tremble. With a mere punch, they could rend the very fabric of reality. One entity, with 3 heads and 6 arms, wreathed in billowing demonic flames that obscured the sun, struck the earth with its fists, annihilating tens of thousands of lives in an instant. The very heavens began to crack, and that terrifying being suddenly turned, its eyes fixing upon a distant point, roaring as it unleashed a devastating punch. Swish! Qin Xian, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. The location where that terrifying existence had struck was precisely where his gaze had landed. The sheer terror of it jolted him back to reality. Qin Xian sensed that the punch seemed capable of transcending the rules of time and space, arriving here in an instant. Demonic divine technique. Ancient demonic fist. Qin Xian murmured to himself. Instantly, the method to cultivate this punch flashed into his mind. The ancient demonic fist was an unparalleled divine technique, far surpassing any martial arts or combat skills he had ever encountered, even eclipsing the techniques of his own ancestors. With a single punch, its terrifying power could disregard the void, defy reality, and dismiss all rules. Such overwhelming might was something Qin Xian had never before heard of. This fist technique was divided into 9 levels, each comprising 9 tiers, totaling 81 layers. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the powered AT. This moment, Qin Xian comprehended the first tier of the ancient demonic fist in his mind. The first level, the first tier. Suddenly, he felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, gathering in his right fist, which was adorned with mystical demonic patterns, transforming it into a dark golden-hued. A tidal wave of demonic might erupted from his right fist, spreading throughout the divine mountain. At that moment, Qin Xian's face bore an appearance of dread as the demonic patterns illuminated him, radiating a chilling, defiant, and merciless aura. How formidable! I can sense that if this punch were unleashed, it could likely obliterate even a holy realm being. And this is merely the initial foray into the first layer. Feeling the immense power of the ancient demonic fist, Qin Xian's heart swelled with delight and vigor. With a flourish, he dissipated the demonic patterns from his hand and glanced back at the origin pool. Realizing he was still within its depth, he closed his eyes once more. Not long after Qin Xian shut his eyes, the scenes in his mind shifted again. The landscape transformed into a realm imbued with an ancient, primal essence. In this land, colossal, nameless beasts roamed, each one moving as if it were a mountain in motion. With a thunderous roar, a gathering of beings was instantly reduced to ashes, while countless lives were trampled underfoot, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, in the heavens above, a golden hand adorned with divine patterns descended from the sky. Stretching across thousands of miles, it fiercely grasped at the rampaging beasts below. The multitude of colossal creatures gazed upward, unleashing earth-shattering roars as they rallied together, attempting to resist the descending hand. Yet, all their efforts met with futility. The overwhelming force of the hand produced not even a quiver. With a powerful grip, the massive hand obliterated countless beasts in an instant. The world once again returned to tranquility. Swish! The scene vanished once more. Divine technique. The left hand of the divine? Qin Xian regained his composure, his mind already brimming with the cultivation method he had just grasped. Much like the ancient demon Dao fist, it too possessed 9 tiers and 81 layers. Moreover, Qin Xian had comprehended the first layer. Following the operational technique of the divine left hand in his mind, he made an attempt, and in an instant, his right hand became adorned with golden divine patterns. An aura of unparalleled sanctity emanated from his body, radiating a brilliance akin to that of a deity. Divine technique. Divine left hand. Qin Xian exclaimed, his gaze fixating ahead as his left hand shot forth. At that precise moment, a hand covered in golden runes emerged in the void before him, appearing significantly smaller than the one depicted in the previous vision. Without hesitation, Qin Xian clenched his left hand tightly. The manifested divine patterned hand mirrored his action, forming a fist. As that hand clenched, the space it occupied was instantaneously confined, and the air within was utterly obliterated. Everything ceased to exist. The force of the laws disintegrated. A small portion of space was instantly transformed into a void. Excellent. Qin Xian nodded in satisfaction, retracting the divine technique. Theo possessed such power at the first layer. How formidable would it be upon perfection? Could it potentially crush an entire world to dust? He pressed on, gazing at the still-present source pool. Qin Xian continued his comprehension. According to the records, once one comprehended a martial technique within the source pool, they would be teleported out. Yet, for reasons unknown, Qin Xian remained. After a brief interval, Qin Xian opened his eyes once more, his expression brimming with intense joy. Demon and God body refinement technique. An unparalleled body refinement method. How could Qin Xian not be exhilarated? In the 5 years since he descended into this world, he had never found a method suitable for himself. To his astonishment, within this primordial secret realm, he had acquired a body refinement technique that fit him perfectly. This technique not only promised to enhance Qin Xian's physical prowess, but was also cultivated using oneself as the universe. Moreover, what thrilled Qin Xian was that practicing this technique would grant him an exclusive divine skill, the true body of demons and gods. Activating the true body of demons and gods would allow for a direct elevation of one's power by an entire realm. However, the cost was equally substantial. With Qin Xian's current strength, his vitality could only sustain it for 3 seconds. Continued use would harm his soul, leading to fainting at best, or becoming an idiot, or even disintegrating entirely at worst. Yet, it was sufficient. In a clash between masters, a single breath could encompass numerous actions. How could Qin Xian contain his excitement? He had not anticipated that entering the source pool would yield such a powerful divine skill. Not to mention a supreme body refinement technique. At that moment, Qin Xian felt utterly convinced that entering this primordial secret realm was indeed a stroke of fortune. Chapter 57. Within the Divine Mountain, 2 suns crack, crack, crack. Just as the exhilarated Qin Xian heard a series of shattering sounds nearby, he scarcely had time to react before he felt the ground beneath him vanish. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind filled his ears. What was happening? Qin Xian's body plummeted, and as he gazed down into the abyss that resembled a black hole, he hastily drew his dominating blade and plunged it into the mountain wall, gripping the surrounding rock face with one hand. However, there seemed to be a powerful suction from below. At that moment, Qin Xian sensed the familiar aura that had drawn him in once more. And it was significantly stronger. To his astonishment, the source of this aura was directly beneath the abyss. Should he descend or not? Clinging desperately to the rock face, Qin Xian wrestled with his inner turmoil as he peered into the dark chasm below. But again, an overwhelmingly powerful force of attraction surged from the depths, instantly acting upon him. Snap! The rock he clutched crumbled away in an instant. Simultaneously, the dominating blade in his other hand began to slide down under the influence of the pull. Carving a long mark on the wall, before long, it too slipped free from his grasp. Damn it! Qin Xian cursed under his breath, his brow furrowed as he felt his balance slip away, utterly unable to control the energy within his body. Drip, drip! The sound of dripping water echoed. Before an ancient and colossal palace, a figure lay motionless upon the ground. It was Qin Xian. Suddenly, his fingers twitched, his eyes sprang open, and with a forceful slap against the ground, he sprang upright, taking in his surroundings. What is this? Qin Xian was taken aback. Before him stood a grand palace, albeit somewhat dilapidated. Towering statues, each 1,000 meters high, flanked the entrance. Standing on the ground, Qin Xian could only see the toes of these colossal figures. Unable to discern their faces, creak, crack, just then, the massive stone door, which had been tightly shut, suddenly cracked open, drawing Qin Xian inside. What is this? Upon regaining his footing, Qin Xian found himself within the palace, and as he looked up, he was astonished to see 2 immense suns overhead, one radiating golden light, the other a deep, purplish-black hue. At that moment, scenes began to flicker on the surfaces of these 2 suns, reminiscent of a film playing in fragments, but difficult to comprehend. What is this? Qin Xian's gaze sharpened as it fell upon one of the images, revealing a strangely familiar sight. In the boundless void, a purple glowing vessel was carrying a multitude of humans fleeing, amidst which floated countless corpses and brilliant bursts of light. Those flashes were the result of individual humans self-destructing. Behind this vessel, a host of other ships and humans pursued relentlessly, with countless bodies cast adrift in the void. The scene shifted abruptly. The number of beings aboard the purple vessel dwindled, while the pursuers grew ever more numerous, until, from within that vessel, a figure emerged, exuding an earth-shattering power, sacrificing themselves in an explosive act to finally halt the enemy's advance. In that fleeting moment, the purple light surged, and the vessel broke through its limits, tearing through the void to escape. In the following scenes, the purple light raced through the darkness at breakneck speed until one day, It burst forth from the void and crashed to the ground, standing upright as it embedded itself into the earth. At this moment, Qin Xian finally discerned the true form of the purple light. The Hongmeng Tower. Qin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart shaken. He had not anticipated witnessing the silhouette of the Hongmeng Tower here, the very tower that had loomed silently in the Hongmeng sacred land. To think it had such a past. He was even more astonished that the towering Hongmeng Tower had once been a vessel of flight. Qin Xian felt as though he was beginning to grasp something, yet simultaneously understood nothing at all. At this moment, a myriad of questions plagued his mind. The Hongmeng Tower had been forced to descend here. What had become of the beings that once resided within it? Who were the enemies pursuing them? Glancing at other scenes, various battle depictions unfolded in succession. These beings seemed to have vanished into the annals of history, figures Qin Xian had never encountered. Who were they? A torrent of confusion flooded Qin Xian's thoughts, yet no one was there to provide answers. Buzz. Just then, all those images abruptly vanished, and a dramatic change occurred above him. Qin Xian froze, his body tensing as he focused intently. He observed as the two colossal suns, one black and one gold, suddenly erupted with a multitude of mysterious runes. Then, they rapidly shrank, becoming minuscule in an instant. In the blink of an eye, two streaks of light shot toward him. In an instant, Qin Xian was engulfed by an excruciating pain, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream as he clutched his head with both hands, curling up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The aura of the divine realm erupted uncontrollably from him, and his body became adorned with intertwining black and gold runes. Blood oozed from the gaps between his fingers, cascading down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground. That moment, Qin Xian felt as though his head might explode. His eyes had long since lost their sensitivity. In agonizing turmoil, he rolled on the ground, struggling until his body gradually succumbed to numbness. Chapter 58. The Dual Eyes of Deities and Demons, the Origin Beast. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Qin Xian finally opened his eyes while lying on the ground. In that fleeting moment, it was as if the heavens and earth were being birthed anew. The light of deities and demons coursed through the entire palace, manifesting mysterious divine and demonic patterns that seemed to expand across all structures. At that instant, the surrounding edifices began to flicker between illusion and reality, alternating in a mesmerizing dance. With a deep exhale, Qin Xian closed his eyes once more. When he opened them again, everything around him had returned to normal. Yet, upon closer inspection, a profound transformation had occurred in his eyes, which now shone with one golden and one black hue, exuding an entrancing aura. His left eye radiated an unparalleled sanctity, while his right eye delved into unfathomable darkness. To his astonishment, these two colossal suns were, in fact, his own eyes, truly extraordinary. Even more surprising was the fact that they had merged with his own gaze. Qin Xian murmured, still haunted by the recent events, as he embraced the newly fused divine and demonic eyes. A smile of joy spread across his face. These eyes had bestowed upon him two immensely powerful ocular techniques. The divine eye granted him the ability of reversal, allowing time to flow backward, whether applied to himself or his adversaries. However, utilizing it on himself required less ocular energy, while targeting other beings or objects demanded a staggering amount of power. Remarkably, this was merely the first ocular technique he had acquired after the fusion. The demonic eye, upon merging, also bestowed a formidable technique, annihilation. Similarly, once activated, the target would gradually disintegrate into the essence of heaven and earth, an utterly terrifying prospect. Unable to resist, Qin Xian directed his ocular technique at a nearby stone pedestal. Instantly, his right eye was engulfed in darkness, a flash of black light erupting from it. Annihilation. With a resounding whoosh, the stone pedestal disintegrated before his eyes, akin to snow melting under the sun, ultimately transforming into the most primal essence of the universe. The ground beneath him became vacant. Satisfied, Qin Xian nodded approvingly, remarking, "Impressive power. With my current ocular energy, I could likely use it 3 times without issue. Moreover, the strength of this technique sends shivers down my spine. Surely even those at the Saint Realm would find it hard to withstand." Following this, Qin Xian's left eye glimmered with divine light, and a new stone pedestal materialized in the previously empty space. Excellent. This reversal technique can affect objects for at least 3 seconds. When applied to myself, perhaps even longer. He nodded in satisfaction, finally taking a moment to survey the palace around him. The colossal palace exuded a silence that was almost terrifying. Qin Xian began to explore the surroundings, hoping to uncover treasures or relics, but alas, he found nothing. It seemed that the only entities within the palace were those two mesmerizing eyes. Suddenly, a faint bleating sound reached Qin Xian's ears, causing him to pause. The intense longing within him surged once more. Behind him, Qin Xian's heart raced, and he swiftly turned around. At that instant, a streak of light rushed into his embrace, sending him hurtling several hundred meters away. His eyes widened in shock. He had no idea what had just occurred. He tumbled to the ground, skidding for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Xian felt something heavy pressing down on him, and a sticky sensation coated his face. A tongue licked him incessantly, leaving behind a trail of viscous liquid. With a forceful shove, he managed to push aside the creature that had pinned him down, a mysterious beast. At that moment, the words of the elder echoed in his mind. In the Yuan Chu secret realm, a rare spirit beast would appear, taking on various forms and offering immense benefits to cultivators. We refer to them as origin beasts. Could it be that the creature before me is the very origin beast the elder spoke of? Qin Xian, propped up by his hands, gazed at the enthusiastic creature licking him, its adorable appearance making it difficult to associate it with the formidable origin beast. With a swift motion, he unleashed his spiritual energy, casting the beast aside and rising to his feet. Wow, gurgle! The displaced beast immediately voiced its discontent, appearing quite aggrieved. Qin Xian, somewhat exasperated, observed the creature, which resembled an oversized bun, and felt his head spinning from the oddity of it all. Can you imagine a plump, white bun with two round, glistening eyes and a large mouth? Moreover, the bun-like creature's eyes were filled with a pitiful expression. Are you an origin beast? Qin Xian inquired, directing his question at the bun-like creature. Upon hearing Qin Xian's words, the bun perked up, its large eyes clouded with confusion as if deep in thought. Then, it vigorously nodded its head. However, to Qin Xian's eyes, it appeared as though the entire bun was swaying. Qin Xian was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected the coveted origin beast to appear in such a form. Could this creature truly offer assistance? It seemed better suited for cuteness than anything else. Are you planning to accompany me? Qin Xian pondered, finally speaking. After all, it was an origin beast, albeit one that looked adorably silly. Perhaps it possessed some unique abilities? The bun-like creature wobbled excitedly, its expression animated, and it lunged toward Qin Xian. Wait! Qin Xian exclaimed, swiftly extending his hand to block the creature's advance. You can follow me, but you must obey my commands from now on, understood? The bun-like creature immediately shook its body a few times, chattering in a series of indecipherable sounds before leaping onto Qin Xian's shoulders. Its form sprouting soft, tiny limbs that clung to him tightly. Suspended on Qin Xian's shoulders, it resembled a massive plush toy. Then, it emitted a radiant glow that swiftly entered Qin Xian's consciousness. Instantly, he felt a connection forming between them. The bun had recognized its master. With a resigned sigh, Qin Xian cradled the hefty bun and remarked, You're quite large and heavy. From now on, your name shall be Meat Bun. Chirp, gurgle, upon hearing Qin Xian's words. The meat bun shook a few times, seemingly protesting before, to Qin Xian's astonishment, it shrank from over a meter tall to the size of his palm. Then, it hopped onto Qin Xian's head and settled comfortably. Qin Xian, taken aback, reached up to pull it off, ready to scold it, but was met with the meat bun's pitifully large eyes, rendering him speechless. He could only acquiesce, allowing it to remain. After all, it was his origin beast. The soft, plump body of the meat bun resting on his head was surprisingly comfortable, shielding him from the wind and rain, and Qin Xian could only comfort himself with that thought. Chapter 59. The Mighty Meat Bun. At the same time that Qin Xian descended into the Divine Mountain, the entire secret realm began to tremble. Outside, numerous talented individuals sensed the unusual tremors, perceiving that it was not merely a localized disturbance, but rather the entire secret realm was in upheaval. First, the Origin Divine Mountain. The 10 Origin Divine Mountains trembled ominously, rumbling as they began to descend. The 99 practitioners within the Origin Pool, save for those who had comprehended their insights and departed early, were all propelled outward by streaks of light, landing far from the original site. What in the world is happening? I was so close to comprehending. One exasperated voice echoed, "Damn it, this is infuriating. What is going on with the Origin Divine Mountain? My super technique? How frustrating." I knew this was too good to be true. The Origin Divine Mountain appeared prematurely and is now closing early. Something must have gone awry. Meanwhile, at a great distance, a petite figure clad in white stood atop a mountain peak, calmly observing the descending Origin Divine Mountains. "You lot, are you the disciples of the young master?" Yifan approached Lin Qingya and the others with a radiant expression, exclaiming, "Young master?" Lin Qingya and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the identity of the young master spoken of by this imposing figure. Suddenly, Yifan slapped his forehead and grinned. "Oh, allow me to introduce myself, and my name is Yifan, from the Chaos Sacred Land. As for the young master I mentioned, he is none other than your Hongming Sacred Land's divine son, Qin Xian." "What? You are Yifan? The young master is our divine son?" Lin Qingya and her companions were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Before their arrival, they had familiarized themselves with the elite talents of various factions and were well aware of the prominence of Yifan, the divine son of the Chaos Sacred Land. However, they had never anticipated that such a distinguished figure would become a follower of their divine son, an utterly inconceivable notion. Subsequently, the three engaged in animated discussions about the techniques and combat skills they had comprehended within the source pool. As the crowd around them began to disperse, Yifan and his companions grew increasingly anxious. Why hasn't the young master emerged yet? I wonder if the divine son has already departed. No, the divine son is still here. Lin Qingya replied, carefully sensing the sect token in her hand. However, the expressions of Yi Changxing and the others turned gloomy as they gazed at the completely vanished source divine mountain. Just then, a voice reached their ears, "Do not worry, he is fine." Turning around, they beheld a figure clad in white approaching them. Lin Qingya immediately inquired, "Who are you? How do you know the divine son is unharmed?" Yet, before she could finish her question, she felt a large hand grasp her arm, pulling her back. Looking back at Yifan, she asked in confusion, "What is it?" "Hush, keep your voice down. He is with the young master," Yifan whispered mysteriously to Lin Qingya. Although he was unaware of the connection between the young master and this girl, he recalled that they had emerged from the underground in close succession, suggesting their relationship was indeed significant. Lin Qingya, Yi Changxing, and Xiao Feng were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning peculiar. "With the young master?" Lin Qingya murmured, glancing at the slowly approaching Jiao, her mind in a daze. She silently mused indeed. The divine son seems to have a preference for those younger. As Jiao approached, noticing the odd expressions on their faces, she assumed they doubted her words and continued, "His lifeline is exceptionally robust. Even if everyone in the secret realm were to perish, he would still thrive." Upon hearing this, the group sighed in relief. However, they were soon startled, exclaiming, "You are a fate master," being elite talents from major factions. They understood that this world was home to not only body cultivators, chi practitioners, demon cultivators, and monster cultivators, but also a myriad of other cultivation paths. The Fate Master, in particular, was a unique and rare cultivation faction, said to possess the ability to discern fate, calculate yin and yang, with methods that were truly extraordinary, even capable of determining life and death from miles away. In essence, it was a profoundly mysterious and exceptional cultivation path. Nevertheless, among the countless practitioners, those who could become Fate Masters were exceedingly rare, as most cultivators focused on their cultivation aptitude, while Fate Masters emphasized exceptional comprehension and the connection to the essence of fate, the nature of which remained unknown to them. However, in the eyes of Yifan and his companions, Ji Yao embodied the qualities of a mysterious, rare, and exceptionally insightful fate master. Sort of, Ji Yao nodded, offering a vague affirmation. Upon hearing Ji Yao's response, the group felt somewhat reassured. Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted from the ground. A figure leapt from the earth, suspended in the air, exuding an overwhelmingly potent aura of laws, resembling a celestial deity. Yet, atop his head sat a large dumpling, creating a somewhat comical contrast. Divine Son, young master. As Qin Xian halted, he heard several exclamations and turned to see Yi Fan and the others rushing toward him. With a slight smile, he moved to meet them, flying effortlessly through the air. Indeed, he was flying. Having broken through to the transcendent realm and grasped the thread of the laws of power, he could now soar through the skies. He had not anticipated that he would achieve such a breakthrough so effortlessly, a feat he attributed to his little dumpling. After recognizing him, the dumpling had produced 33 small dumplings from his mouth. At that moment, within Qin Xian's 34 divine abodes, all 34 life palace stars were illuminated. Among them, the colossal divine abode at the top housed the Pango Axe, which now resided over the life palace star. The remaining 33 life palace stars were interconnected, each formed by the small dumplings. When Qin Xian initially encountered these small dumplings, he was utterly astonished, for they were extraordinarily pure source energy orbs. Remarkably, because these life palace stars were composed of source energy orbs, even if Qin Xian detonated all of them, he would remain unscathed. His cultivation would merely revert temporarily to the divine abode realm. But as long as the dumpling replenished the life palace stars, his cultivation would naturally restore. Moreover, when Qin Xian tossed the Dominator blade into one of the life palace stars, it began to exhibit subtle changes, seemingly advancing to a higher level. As for why he had not enveloped the Pango Axe in a small dumpling, it was partly due to the dumpling's depleted energy and partly because it seemed beyond its capabilities. Qin Xian had inquired of the dumpling, receiving a vigorous reply indicating that the Pango Axe was too formidable for its current capabilities. At this moment, after producing 33 source energy orbs, the dumpling had settled into slumber atop Qin Xian's head. Chapter 60. Qin Xian's Wild Ideas. Wow, Divine Son. You seem to have transformed suddenly, especially your eyes. They are so captivating. Upon meeting Qin Xian, Lin Qingya exclaimed in awe, particularly captivated by the dumpling atop his head. Her youthful heart swelled with delight. Wow, Divine Son. Is that a pet on your head? It's so adorable, she gushed, gazing longingly at the dumpling and asking Qin Xian, Divine Son, may I pet it? Qin Xian smiled gently and replied, it's not in the best condition right now. It's resting. Perhaps another time. All right. Lin Qingya felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly brightened at the thought of future opportunities. How about you all? Have you made any insights? Qin Xian inquired, looking at the four before him. Young master, you know my talent. Insights are not easily attained for me. Yi Fan, brimming with excitement, was about to boast about his newly acquired combat skills when Qin Xian interrupted him with a raised hand. I already know you have gained insights. No need to elaborate, Yum. Oh, Yi Fan paused, momentarily bewildered, and remarked, Young master, you truly are extraordinary to know of my insights. However, he added with a smug grin, but I bet you cannot guess what I comprehended. His expression was one of mystery, but before he could finish, Qin Xian interrupted again. Stop, thunderous 18 fists, Qin Xian declared. Whoa! Yi Fan leapt 3 meters into the air, his eyes wide with shock, followed by a look of terror and then a deep blush. He suddenly recalled a possibility. During his naked meditation in the source pool, the young master had not been secretly watching him the entire time. Had he? The thought that his magnificent, powerful physique had been laid bare for scrutiny left him blushing furiously. Feeling quite bashful, observing Yi Fan's reaction, everyone felt a wave of nausea. No one expected that a brawny man would suddenly display such a demeanor. Qin Xian, unable to endure it any longer, quickly interjected. Don't overthink it. This is related to your role as my guard. Remember that scroll? Upon hearing Qin Xian's words, Yi Fan pondered for a moment, his surprise evident. I never imagined the young master's scroll could be so formidable. Of course, the Divine Son is extraordinary, Lin Qingya chimed in, turning to Qin Xian with a radiant smile. Divine Son, I have comprehended a technique, the Xianbing formula, which is quite powerful and can cultivate up to the great sage realm. Qin Xian gazed at Lin Qingya, whose smile bloomed like a flower, and nodded in return, then shifted his gaze towards Yi Changxing and Xiao Feng. Upon meeting the eyes of their divine prince, Yi Changxing spoke first. Your Highness, I have comprehended a battle technique, all swords return to origin, which consists of 3 levels, 100 swords, 1,000 swords, and 10,000 swords. After Yi Changxing finished, Xiao Feng added, Your Highness, I too have grasped a battle technique, Wind God Legs, which is similarly divided into 3 levels. Very commendable, Qin Xian encouraged the group. Casting a glance at Ji Yao, who stood beside them, he swiftly turned and declared, Let us proceed to the entrance. With that, he led the way to the entrance, and naturally, the 4 of Yi Fan hurriedly followed. As they walked, Lin Qingya asked with curiosity, Your Highness, the secret realm has not yet closed. Why are we heading to the entrance now? What? Are you reluctant to part with the resources within the secret realm? Qin Xian replied without turning back, fully aware of Lin Qingya's thoughts. Your Highness is astute. You have guessed correctly, Lin Qingya teased, sticking out her tongue with a playful grin. We are going to destroy the teleportation array at the exit, Qin Xian said nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan and the others halted in shock, bewildered as to why Qin Xian would take such drastic action. However, observing Qin Xian's increasingly distant figure and Ji Yao trailing behind him, the 4 exchanged glances, stifled their astonishment, and hastily caught up. That moment, a thought flickered in Qin Xian's mind. He intended to capture all the prodigies within the secret realm, thus necessitating the destruction of the teleportation array. Leaving behind just one would suffice. He planned to lie in wait for his prey. The origin of this idea stemmed from the moment he broke through to the Transcendence realm, realizing that it required the comprehension of the power of laws. By grasping even a sliver, one could harness the power of laws to achieve flight or infuse it into combat. Moreover, condensing the comprehension of laws into rules would grant entry into the celestial realm, where the more laws one comprehended, the stronger their power upon entering. As for the limits of comprehending laws, no one knew how many could be grasped, for merely condensing the laws into rules was sufficient to enter the celestial realm. Thus, many cultivators, having comprehended a single law, would hastily condense it into rules and rush into the celestial realm. After all, acquiring further comprehension of the power of laws required a considerable investment of time. Many cultivators spent their entire lives without grasping a second law. Though Qin Xian believed his understanding was profound, he recognized that achieving mastery over multiple laws in a short span of time and condensing them into rules was not entirely feasible. It would require a measure of time. Furthermore, unwilling to settle for just a handful of laws, Qin Xian was driven to entertain such a radical notion. Boom! A powerful strike landed on a teleportation array. Yi Fan's brow furrowed as he exclaimed, I refuse to believe that I cannot shatter you. 18 fists of the shattering heavens, boom, boom, boom. The sound of relentless strikes echoed as Qin Xian and the others stood by, patiently awaiting the outcome. As the 18th punch landed, Yi Fan's muscles bulged, his right hand enveloped in the power of laws, and he struck the teleportation array with all his might. Boom! The tremendous sound reverberated as the entire teleportation array quaked violently. Panting heavily, Yi Fan stood beside the array, staring at the trembling yet unyielding structure, his countenance suddenly waning. Young master, Yi Fan glanced at Qin Xian with a hint of guilt. Lin Qingya and the others exchanged glances, astonished that Yi Fan's formidable strength could not even leave a mark on the teleportation array. Its robustness was indeed remarkable, impervious to anyone below the Saint Realm. Diao observed the situation and then turned her gaze to Qin Xian, stating, If you require assistance, I am more than willing to help. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya and the others understood. No wonder Yi Fan, despite his size and strength, was unable to inflict any damage after such an extensive effort. Qin Xian regarded Ji Yao with an impassive expression before addressing Yi Fan. Step aside. I shall take care of this. Chapter 61. Refining the Avatar, the first rabbit primordial demonic path fist. Qin Xian bellowed. As a torrent of demonic energy surged from his right hand, augmented by a trace of power of laws. Like a descending demon god, the terrifying force struck the teleportation array with a resounding impact. Bang! In an instant, the seemingly indestructible teleportation array in Yifan's eyes erupted into chaos, shattering into countless pieces, its foundation obliterated, engulfed in clouds of black smoke, rendered utterly inoperable. Qin Xian shook his hand, the demonic patterns swiftly vanishing, and turned to the others, stating, "Let us move on to the next." With a swift motion, Qin Xian and Ji Yao set off, leaving the astonished quartet behind, who gazed at the ruins of the teleportation array and then at the vanishing figure of Qin Xian. Swallowing hard down, why heavens, did the divine prince truly just obliterate it with a single punch? Lin Qingyao murmured in disbelief. Hiss, if we are not dreaming, it must be true, Xiao Feng replied, incredulously. Hey, why are you pinching me? Yi Changxing shouted, glaring at Xiao Feng with fiery eyes. Why Yi Changxing seemed oblivious to Xiao Feng's ire, muttering, this is all real. Just how formidable is His Highness now to shatter a teleportation array that only a Saint Realm expert could destroy? Ah? Ha ha ha, I, Yifan, have struck gold. I never imagined the young master's strength would rise so rapidly. I am going to make it big, Yifan exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Before long, the young master will be renowned across the realm. And I, Yifan, shall walk with great pride, fame, status, wealth, beauties. Yifan chuckled to himself, unable to suppress his glee, as he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and exclaimed, Ha ha ha, young master, wait for me. Half a day later, as Qin Xian prepared to strike the 8th teleportation array, Ji Yao's voice reached him. If you wish to exit, it would be wise not to destroy this teleportation array. Qin Xian paused, looking at her in confusion. Because this is the last teleportation array, if you don't believe me, you may inquire with your companions. Shortly after, the figures of Yifan and his companions gradually approached. Your Highness, they called out in unison before they even reached him. After a few moments, Lin Qingyao, panting heavily, explained, Your Highness, this truly is the last teleportation array. One was damaged when we entered the secret realm. Qin Xian had acted with such speed, destroying one array after another, leaving no time for them to inform him. Fortunately, the final teleportation array remained intact. Is that so? Understanding the situation, Qin Xian nodded, surprised that he had inadvertently destroyed a teleportation portal upon entering the secret realm. Very well, then let us rest for a moment. Yifan, you shall stand guard. Qin Xian surveyed the area surrounding the teleportation array, noting a distant hill, and proceeded in that direction. Yes, young master, Yifan promptly replied, taking his position beside the array and vigilantly scanning for any approaching figures. Qin Xian and the others reached the hilltop, finding an open space to sit and recuperate. Diving into his Hongming ring, Qin Xian retrieved the 9-aperture immortal spirit ginseng he had acquired earlier, nodding in satisfaction. It was indeed a rare and exquisite spiritual object, nearly on the verge of gaining consciousness after a few days. However, buzz! Qin Xian's primordial spirit surged forth, swiftly extinguishing the faint consciousness. He then extracted a plethora of heavenly and earthly spiritual objects from the Hongming ring. Heavenly mountain lotus, spirit blood fruit, ice fire frost flame flower. Ethereal fruit, arranging these spiritual items alongside the 9-aperture immortal spirit ginseng. Qin Xian concentrated his thoughts. External avatar, with a swift motion, a surge of intent flowed forth, merging into the 9-aperture immortal spirit ginseng. Following this, he relentlessly utilized his primordial spirit to refine the ginseng, facilitating its transformation. After the span of an incense stick, the 9-aperture immortal spirit ginseng radiated a brilliant light, instantly transforming into another Qin Xian, his external avatar. Subsequently, Qin Xian began to refine the abundant spiritual objects, integrating them into the avatar. As time passed, the vast array of heavenly and earthly spiritual objects gradually disappeared. When the final item vanished, the avatar suspended in midair erupted with brilliance, its aura skyrocketing, opening the Meridian's realm, connecting the Aperture's realm, Qi-Si realm, Cave Heaven realm, Divine Mansion realm, Transcendence realm, until his realm was perfectly aligned with Qin Xian's. He finally came to a halt, retrieving a garment to don. Qin Xian took a moment to assess the physique of his avatar, the 9-aperture immortal spirit body, which was indeed astonishing. It could autonomously absorb the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth without any need for cultivation. Furthermore, the transformed spiritual energy manifested as a milky white essence within his chi. This the power of the immortal spirit. Gazing at the milky white energy in the hands of his avatar, Qin Xian felt an extraordinary sense of wonder. Upon further reflection, he realized it was even purer and more potent than ordinary spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he noted that the regenerative capacity of his avatar was remarkably impressive. The spiritual energy expended from martial techniques could be replenished in an exceedingly short span of time from the heavens and earth, in fact, as long as he refrained from utilizing grand techniques. The rate of replenishment surpassed the rate of consumption, and no wonder, it was dubbed a mobile repository of spiritual energy. However, it was regrettable that due to differences in constitution, the avatar could not utilize the divine demon true form, nor did it possess the divine demon eyes. Everything within was constructed according to Qin Xian's template, with the sole exception of the innate physique being the 9-aperture immortal spirit body. As for other skills, they could still be employed. He would have to seek out a supreme body-refining technique for the avatar in the future. In comparison to his true self, they each had their respective strengths. Qin Xian felt quite satisfied. Yi Fan, step aside. Impossible. Our young master has decreed that you shall all be captured. At that moment, Qin Xian detected a faint commotion and instantly opened his eyes. He beheld Yi Fan embroiled in a dispute with a young man, behind whom followed a captivating figure. Qin Xian was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that two rabbits would appear so quickly. The disturbance drew the attention of everyone present. Lin Qingya and her companions immediately stood up. However, when they gazed at the motionless Qin Xian and Ji Yao, they found themselves uncertain whether to approach. Your Highness, Lin Qingya murmured, awaiting Qin Xian's directive. No need. Let's observe for now, Qin Xian replied from his seated position. Intrigued, he too wished to see if Yi Fan could prevail against the two individuals. Those two were none other than Chu Tianyang and Gu Yueyao from the Yin Yang realm. Chapter 62. Yi Fan vs. Chu Tianyang. What do you mean? So you were saying that the teleportation array over 100 miles away was destroyed by you? Chu Tianyang's expression shifted, recalling the ruins of the teleportation array. He and Gu Yueyao had gained much within the secret realm, and since it would soon close, they had planned to depart. However, upon arriving at the teleportation array, they discovered it had been destroyed. Leading them to this location, Yi Fan chuckled. I thought your head was full of women. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Gu Yueyao behind Chu Tianyang, smirking. You've lost weight, haven't you? Not an ounce of muscle. Not even a bit of roundness. You, Gu Yueyao, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed, pointing at Yi Fan as she exclaimed to Chu Tianyang, Brother Yang, look at him, saying such things about me, daring to insult my sister. I will not let you off easily. Upon hearing Gu Yueyao's words, a fiery rage surged within Chu Tianyang, his protective instincts igniting. A brilliant aura erupted around him, akin to a blazing sun, as he charged towards Yi Fan with fury. Ninth sun burning heaven fist. In an instant, Yi Fan felt as if a blazing red sun was crashing down upon him, a fierce and scorching aura enveloping him. Chaos Golden Bell. The moment Yi Fan sensed Chu Tianyang's explosive attack, he swiftly unleashed his own technique, the Chaos Golden Bell. Instantly, a gray gold bell-shaped shield enveloped his entire body, appearing remarkably solid. Yi Fan, feeling the pressure of Chu Tianyang's aura, realized he was already in the transcendent realm, evidently having gained considerable benefits from the origin pool. Yet, Yi Fan too had broken through, reaching the divine mansion realm, with his physical strength equating to that of a dragon. He was not the least bit intimidated by Chu Tianyang. Boom! The violent punch struck Yi Fan like a mountain crashing down, causing the Chaos Golden Bell surrounding him to tremble as if a massive boulder had plunged into the ocean, creating ripples. Yi Fan was taken aback, surprised by the strength of Chu Tianyang's attack. That punch nearly shattered his protective barrier. Damn it! Do you think, just because I have a turtle shell, I can't deal with you? Chu Tianyang, seeing that his furious strike had failed to break through Yi Fan's defenses, was consumed by rage. A more intense light radiated from him, and 9 resplendent miniature suns appeared behind him. Ninth sun burning heaven fist, Chu Tianyang bellowed, executing the technique once more. This time, as he unleashed the 9th sun burning heaven fist, one of the miniature suns fused into the attack, his eyes burning with fury and a fierce desire to kill. Don T, think you're the only one who can use martial arts. I can too. Yi Fan roared, his aura surging as he swung both fists, launching into action. Dog-beating fist technique, double punch, Yi Fan bellowed. Immediately employing the earth-shattering 18 fists he had comprehended, launching simultaneous strikes, boom. In an instant, brilliant light erupted as energies clashed. With the chaos golden bell shielding him, Yi Fan faced off against Chu Tianyang without fear. The earth-shattering 18 fists colliding fiercely with the 9th sun burning heaven fist. The two engaged in a ferocious battle, each blow filled with tremendous power. True hard hits, especially as Yi Fan occasionally taunted Chu Tianyang. The intensity of their fight escalated even further. Chu Tianyang let out a long howl, his eyes crimson, releasing a terrifyingly scorching aura as the might of the 9 yang sacred body gradually unfurled. A principle of the sun surged forth from within him, eye in the distance. Qin Xian observed Chu Tianyang, who was surrounded by dazzling light and enveloped in the sun's principle, and remarked, "Not bad. This kid has actually grasped the sun's principle ahead of others." Placing him among the elite, he nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Lin Qingya and her companions exchanged peculiar glances, observing the youthful Qin Xian, who was referring to Chu Tianyang as a kid. That fellow appeared to be a young man, already knowledgeable about women, yet he was still called a kid. However, why did the seemingly mature demeanor of the young master only enhance his charm? Lin Qingya felt her cheeks flush, her gaze flitting nervously. Silently chiding herself, what am I thinking? The young master is still so young, and besides, he seems to prefer those younger. Her eyes kept darting towards Ji Yao, who was seated beside her. "Ah, Yi Fan, I will rip your mouth apart." Chu Tianyang's hair whipped wildly as he completely lost control. Why Yi Fan, fist still flying, continued to taunt, "Look at you. You're so worked up. I didn't say anything wrong. Your woman is all skin and bones. Completely lacking in roundness. Doesn't that make you uncomfortable? I'll rip you apart." Chu Tianyang roared, unleashing the 9th sun burning heaven fist like a torrential downpour. 9 suns unite. With a thunderous shout, 9 blazing suns appeared behind Chu Tianyang, merging into one, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through the surroundings. The air around them was scorched into nothingness. "My goodness," Yi Fan exclaimed, shocked to see Chu Tianyang's explosive temper escalate so rapidly, igniting his bloodline. Despite his astonishment, Yi Fan did not back down. He immediately roared, a gray-white aura swirling around him as a blaze of gray-white flames erupted from his body, burning fiercely. Yi Fan too ignited his bloodline, transforming from a robust figure into one with sharp angles, his physique becoming increasingly perfect. Especially his short hair and chiseled features, he appeared strikingly handsome. Earth-shattering 18 fists, ultimate punch. With his bloodline ablaze, Yi Fan's voice turned cold. His fists a flurry of movement. Clenching his right fist tightly, a thunderous sound erupted. A powerful shockwave emanated from his right fist, rippling outward in waves. The gray-white flames on his right fist surged dramatically, rising in intensity. As Yi Fan faced Chu Tianyang's imminent punch, he bellowed and swung his right fist back, striking out with tremendous force. Boom! Like a comet colliding with the earth, there was a moment of silence before a horrific explosion echoed. Unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy, bang! A resounding thud echoed as a figure collapsed, accompanied by the sound of blood being coughed up in the distance. Qin Xian slowly extended his hand, gently waving it in front of him to counter the violent shockwave that surged towards him. He nodded, remarking, "Truly worthy of being hailed as the foremost holy body. The chaotic holy body, if fully realized, even those of the imperial realm would likely be crushed." Chapter 63. The Yin-Yang Principle with a Spurt of Blood. Chu Tianyang staggered backward, his gaze filled with fury as he beheld Yi Fan, engulfed in flames. "Brother Yang, do not panic. I shall assist you," Gu Yueyao exclaimed, swiftly positioning herself beside Chu Tianyang, her hand steadying him as a surge of spiritual energy flowed from her palm into his body. They exchanged a glance, and then together, they conjured their respective powers. In an instant, two formidable auras erupted from them, one dark and one light, soaring into the heavens, their forms executing a myriad of movements in the air. Gradually, the two energies began to merge, the fusion of the yin-yang principle resembling a magnificent tapestry unfurling across the cosmos. An overwhelmingly potent force surged forth towards Yifan, causing the flames of his life force to flicker perilously, as if on the verge of extinction. What? Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of shock. He had not anticipated the immense strength that this couple wielded when united. Yin-Yang's soul extinguishing finger. At that moment, the voices of Chu Tianyang and Gu Yueyao resonated simultaneously, in Yifan's sight. The two figures in midair suddenly stood facing each other, their fingers interlocked as a new energy surged forth from their bodies, coalescing into a singular, potent force. As their wills synchronized, they pointed a finger downward towards Yifan. Yin-Yang's soul extinguishing finger. With a swift motion, a tremendous wave of energy surged towards Yifan. Damn it. There's no way to evade this. Yifan felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, inwardly lamenting. Faced with such a terrifying attack, he recognized his inability to defend against it. The speed of the light was too swift for him to escape. It's over. I, Yifan, have yet to follow the young master in conquering the world, nor have I taken a bride. As the blinding light drew nearer, Yifan cried out, "Young master, help me!" Shush! No need to shout so loudly. In an instant, Qin Xian appeared before Yifan. Speaking calmly. As he gazed at the impending light, which was nearly upon him, a flicker ignited in Qin Xian's right eye, and a black light flashed. The yin-yang soul extinguishing finger, a strike comparable to that of a peak heavenly realm expert, vanished without a trace under the astonished gazes of those present, as if it had never existed. What? The couple suspended in midair were taken aback, not expecting their most formidable attack to dissipate so silently, a truly bizarre occurrence. Their hearts raced at the sudden appearance of Qin Xian, their minds conjuring images of the dire fate that befell the celestial emperor. "Heh, young master, I knew you wouldn't allow me to perish," Yifan chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Qin Xian waved his hand, instructing, "Go to the side and recuperate." Having expended considerable energy from burning his life force, continuing further could jeopardize his foundation. Understood. Yifan complied immediately, extinguishing the flames enveloping him and heading towards Lin Qingya and the others. Only then did Qin Xian take a closer look at the two before him. Chu Tianyang, male, 17 years of age, at the first level of the extraordinary realm, his strength comparable to that of the heavenly realm, the first to comprehend the principle of yang. Jiu Yueyao, female, 15 years of age, also at the first level of the extraordinary realm, her explosive strength unknown, the first to comprehend the principle of yin. Qin Xian nodded repeatedly, mentally praising their prowess. Truly, they were the pride of the Holy Land, displaying extraordinary strength capable of facing foes beyond their level, aligning with his standards. Qin Xian, what are your intentions? Chu Tianyang, with a fiery temper, could not help but feel anger swell within him as he noticed Qin Xian's gaze lingering on his fiancée. At that moment, Gu Yueyao quickly grasped Chu Tianyang's arm, stepping forward and speaking softly. "I have heard tales of young Master Qin from the Hongming Holy Land, a prodigious talent whose birth was accompanied by remarkable omens. Today, witnessing you firsthand, it is indeed exceptional." Her voice was laden with charm, leaving one to wonder whether it was intentional or a manifestation of her innate qualities. "Ah, that is indeed an honor," Qin Xian replied with a slight smile. Noticing his expression, Gu Yueyao also smiled, continuing, "It is said that young Master Qin not only possesses immense strength, but also holds the title of the divine son of the Hongming Holy Land. Might I request a favor from you on behalf of my companion and myself?" "Oh." Qin Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting this seemingly delicate and charming lady to be more than she appeared. Clearly not just a pretty face. She complimented him while also recognizing the prestige of the Hongming Holy Land, a renowned sect standing at the pinnacle of the distant realms, Furthermore, she lowered herself, referring to herself as a mere mortal woman, thus acknowledging the disparity in their status. However, I'm afraid I have taken a liking to you. Qin Xian smiled, his gaze fixed on Gu Yueyao. What? Gu Yueyao was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting as she processed his unexpected words. She had not anticipated that her allure would extend even to a youth of mere years. Just as she was about to respond, an enraged roar erupted from behind her. Qin Xian, do not presume that your strength intimidates me. How dare you flirt with my fiancée? Prepare to meet your demise. Without allowing Gu Yueyao time to react, Chu Tianyang surged forth from behind her, a violent aura radiating with an insatiable killing intent aimed directly at Qin Xian. Heh! Qin Xian sneered dismissively, quite the devoted husband. With a swift motion, he conjured demonic runes on his right hand. Appearing before the charging Chu Tianyang in an instant, in the blink of an eye, he seized Chu Tianyang by the neck, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chicken. Ugh! Chu Tianyang struggled, his legs flailing, arms desperately tugging at Qin Xian's grip. His face flushed as fury filled his eyes. Regrettably, your strength is simply insufficient, Qin Xian remarked coolly, before casually tossing him aside, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chu Tianyang was once again injured. Jiu Yueyao rushed to his side, lifting him with concern. Brother Yang, are you all right? I'm fine, don't worry. Even in death, I shall not allow this little demon to prevail. I will ensure your safety. Chu Tianyang replied, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute as he spoke to Gu Yueyao. With that, he rose and charged towards Qin Xian once more. Bang! As soon as Chu Tianyang made his move, Qin Xian delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying across the ground, leaving a trail of destruction as he slid for dozens of meters, sustaining further injuries. Chapter 64, The Divine and Demonic Guardians, the couple bang. Bang, bang, time and again, Chu Tianyang pressed forth undeterred, bloodied and battered. Bang. Once more, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, yet his eyes remained locked onto Qin Xian, inching closer with every ounce of strength he could muster. Stop, please, cease this fighting, Gu Yueyao pleaded, her heart shattering as she beheld the bloodied form of Chu Tianyang, barely clinging to life. Qin Xian, I promise you. I beg you, do not harm Tianyang any further, with tears staining her cheeks. Gu Yueyao knelt before Qin Xian, desperately imploring him no. Chu Tianyang trembled, his heart screaming in anguish, his eyes ablaze with fury and despair. Qin Xian stepped forward, the divine and demonic rankings materializing in his hand. Addressing Gu Yueyao, offer a fragment of your soul. Jiu Yueyao shuddered, the weight of his words sinking in. Tio offer a piece of her soul. As a cultivator, she understood all too well what that entailed. Should she relinquish her soul, hope would be extinguished, leaving her entirely at Qin Xian's mercy. Life and death would hinge upon his whims. Moreover, she knew nothing of Qin Xian. What if he was a malevolent being? Twisted and depraved? Her future could become an unending nightmare. As these thoughts coursed through her, Gu Yueyao trembled uncontrollably. Make haste. My patience is limited. Qin Xian gazed at the ancient moon demon, whose entire body trembled and whose complexion shifted continuously, and spoke with a chilling intensity. Upon hearing Qin Xian's words, the ancient moon demon felt a shiver run through her body. Slowly, she turned her head to behold Chu Tianyang, who was still struggling to crawl. Their eyes met, and within Chu Tianyang's gaze, tears and blood mingled as he shook his head repeatedly, trying to cry out in a hoarse voice to stop what was happening, but no sound emerged. The ancient moon demon instantly turned back, wiped away her tears, and suddenly released a powerful aura. A hazy essence of soul energy manifested and swiftly merged with the divine devil list in Qin Xian's hand. In that moment, Qin Xian sensed a connection forming between him and the ancient moon demon. Life and death lay at the mercy of a single thought. Master! The ancient moon demon rose to her feet and silently positioned herself behind Qin Xian. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Xian cast a glance at the despondent Chu Tianyang beside him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. These two had indeed shared a deep bond. He spoke. Rest assured. I merely wish to take her as my guardian. There are no ulterior motives. What? Chu Tianyang, his face etched with despair, widened his eyes upon hearing Qin Xian's declaration. He hurriedly crawled closer, disbelief evident in his expression, as if questioning whether Qin Xian was serious. The ancient moon demon felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing she had overthought the situation, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Observing the changing expressions of the two, Qin Xian continued, "Likewise, I have taken a liking to you. What say you? Would you like to become my follower?" As Chu Tianyang met Qin Xian's gaze, his heart filled with resentment. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had mentioned that you wouldn't take my wife, I might have agreed much sooner." He felt as if he had been toyed with. Now, after being beaten like a dead dog, he was told that Qin Xian had an interest in him and was considering him as a follower. Was this some kind of jest? All the pain he had endured and the anger he felt seemed utterly wasted. "You mean, you also wish to recruit me as a follower? It's not what I initially thought." Chu Tianyang stuttered, his voice hoarse. Qin Xian nodded once more, affirming, "Indeed." In an instant, Chu Tianyang felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, tears welling in his eyes. This scene left Qin Xian feeling somewhat embarrassed. "So, what will it be? Will you follow me?" Qin Xian inquired, pausing briefly before adding, "As of now, the ancient moon demon is my guardian." Sighing, Chu Tianyang glanced at his demon sister beside Qin Xian, and an essence of soul energy suddenly radiated from him. After a moment, Yifan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, second brother. Come, call me big brother so I can hear." He looked at the despondent Chu Tianyang, laughing heartily. "Get lost." Chu Tianyang shot back, glaring at the smug Yifan, his entire demeanor brimming with indignation. Yifan shook his head and turned to the ancient moon demon beside Chu Tianyang, sighing, "Ah, third sister, look at your man. His temperament still needs work. You must manage him better." The ancient moon demon was not in a particularly good mood either, especially with Yifan incessantly chattering away. Her expression turned frosty as she retorted, "Humph, mind your own mouth." He. Yifan chuckled, unperturbed, rubbing his head with a grin. Upon noticing Qin Xian nearby, who was manipulating the principles of yin and yang, his eyes lit up and he scampered over. "Young master, you're incredible. You've so easily subdued the two great prodigies of the yin and yang realm." As Qin Xian ceased his manipulation of the yin and yang principles, he felt a wave of satisfaction. With these principles now under his command, his power had surged further, and he had acquired the martial techniques of both individuals, expanding his arsenal of abilities. Hearing Yifan's flattery, Qin Xian nodded and cast his gaze towards the horizon, stating coolly, "It seems like others are approaching. Let us gauge their strength." "Yes, young master," Yifan replied, his expression turning serious as he promptly turned towards the teleportation array ahead, where several figures were drawing near. "Stop," Yifan commanded, halting in front of the 5 individuals. "Who are you, kid? How dare you obstruct the people of the Zhenshan sect? Are you seeking death?" One of the 5 stepped forward, shouting back defiantly, weapons drawn. Feigning ignorance to their aggressive stance, Yifan placed one hand on his hip and raised his thumb, swaying his head as he declared, "This formation is mine to guard. This path is mine to open. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. You dare to rob us of the Zhenshan sect? You're simply asking for death." The 5 individuals bristled with rage at Yifan's words. "Kid, prepare to die." Clang, clang. The sound of weapons unsheathing echoed as the 5 charged at Yifan. "What the hell? A sneak attack? No sense of martial ethics." Yifan exclaimed in mock astonishment, his sarcasm evident. "Vile! I will surely slay you," one of them roared, lunging at Yifan with a blade. Moments later, a cacophony of wails erupted as Yifan looked down at the pitiful figures sprawled on the ground, his expression one of utter disbelief. "This is just too weak." In an instant, Qin Xian appeared beside him. "Young master, these individuals lack strength. They are merely in the divine mansion realm. Should we let them pass?" Seeing Qin Xian arrive, Yifan promptly sought his counsel. Qin Xian glanced at the fallen figures, his hand summoning a dominant blade, a flash of steel gleaming as he swiftly dispatched them. With a swift motion, He collected 5 spatial rings and turned to leave. A faint voice reaching Yi Fan's ears. Trash belongs in the trash bin. Chapter 65. Enemies approach. Trash belongs in the trash bin? Why does that sound so cool? Yi Fan muttered to himself, feeling that the young master's words were imbued with a certain flair. I must remember that. A month later, in a certain valley within the Yuan Chu secret realm, dozens of prodigies had gathered. Their expressions varied, some filled with sorrow, others with anger, some calm, some in despair, and others eager for action. That Qin Xian is utterly outrageous. He blocks the exit and refuses to let anyone pass. The secret realm is about to close. If we do not exit soon, we will surely perish here. Truly despicable. What infuriates us further is that Qin Xian has 3 formidable guardians. Each one of them is incredibly strong. It seems none of us can hope to defeat them. Not necessarily. They may have a chance. Following the gaze of the speaker, the crowd turned to see 5 prodigies standing apart, their presence commanding respect as they engaged in fervent discussion. The teleportation array. Yi Fan reported, "Young master, the secret realm will close in half a day." Qin Xian gazed into the distance, nodding. For the past month, he and his companions had remained vigilant here, encountering numerous individuals attempting to exit the secret realm. However, they had all met with a grim fate. In a deep pit not far from the teleportation array lay a pile of corpses. Yet, none of the prodigies who met Qin Xian's standards had appeared. Fortunately, dealing with these intruders had allowed them to amass a wealth of resources, enabling significant breakthroughs in their powers during this month. As for the implications of killing so many, there were indeed consequences. If the outside world learned that Qin Xian had annihilated so many disciples from various factions and plundered their resources, they would surely unite against him. However, Qin Xian had long since ceased to care about such matters. From the moment he eliminated the first intruder, he had resolved not to spare anyone. It was either ally or enemy. The cultivation world thrived on opportunities and resources. Those who entered the secret realm were subject to fate. It was not unprecedented for individuals to block a teleportation array to seize resources. Yet these instances typically involved ambushing at specific arrays. The prodigies could escape through other arrays or band together against their aggressors. This time, however, Qin Xian had severed all alternative routes, leaving only a single exit. Those still within the secret realm had no other options for being besieged. Qin Xian merely chuckled. After a month of cultivation, each of them had achieved breakthroughs and grasped various principles. With the accumulation of numerous principles, Qin Xian now possessed the power of several dozen laws, capable of unleashing an explosive force that could rival the Great Saint Realm. No mere new generation prodigies could hope to defeat him in such a state. "They're here," Qin Xian remarked indifferently. "What?" Yi Fan was taken aback and immediately turned serious. Calling out to those behind him, "The young master says they have arrived." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, several figures descended swiftly behind Qin Xian. Lin Qingya, Yi Changsheng, Xiao Feng, Chu Tianyang, and the enigmatic Gu Yueyao. All present were extraordinary beings, including Lin Qingya and her companions, who had, over the past month, benefited from the substantial resources provided by Qin Xian, each subsequently breaking through to the extraordinary realm. Although they could not contend against those several ranks above them, overcoming a few minor levels posed no challenge, marking them as prodigies. As for Ji Yao, who stood at a distance, her true strength remained a mystery to everyone, and Qin Xian himself showed little concern. The group stood resolutely, each wearing a grave expression as their combined aura gradually coalesced. In the distance, a change in the scenery finally emerged. Behold, the first sight to greet their eyes was a multitude of starlight, obscuring the sun as it surged toward Qin Xian and the others. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be starlight was, in fact, a collection of celestial weaponry and formidable swords. Qin Xian's gaze remained tranquil as he raised his right hand and gestured forward. In that fleeting moment, Yi Fan and Lin Qingya leaped into action. Chaos erupted as the Chaos Golden Bell shield expanded rapidly, enveloping all within its protective embrace. Simultaneously, shards of ice began to crystallize before them, ultimately forming a massive ice wall that refracted dazzling blue light. Just then, the torrent of celestial weaponry descended, crashing against the colossal ice barrier, Boom, boom, boom. A series of resounding impacts erupted, akin to a brilliant display of fireworks, as the weapons detonated against the ice wall, creating numerous breaches. The celestial blades that pierced through the wall collided continuously with the Chaos Golden Bell shield, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. Kill! Slay the little demon Qin Xian! The deafening roars echoed from afar, as figures began to emerge on the horizon. There were easily 200 to 300 of them. Tianyang, Yueyao, Qin Xian spoke with a calm demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, his heart unwavering. Yes, young master, the two replied, bowing their heads before soaring into the air, unleashing their powers. Ninth Sun Burning Heaven Fist. Chu Tianyang radiated brilliance as he executed a powerful fist technique, unleashing fiery punches that soared toward the approaching adversaries. Meanwhile, Gu Yueyao moved gracefully, akin to a goddess beneath the moonlight. Moonlight descends. With a soft whisper from Gu Yueyao, a radiant moon suddenly appeared in the sky, casting a chilling aura. Instantly, beams of moonlight cascaded down upon the throngs below. A chorus of screams erupted as panic ensued. Help! Someone save me! It's burning! It's burning! What is this? Why can't I see anything? My hand is melting! Help! Cursed Qin Xian and his minions. You shall not escape unscathed. Boom! A scorching fist suddenly pierced through one unfortunate soul, evaporating him on the spot, leaving only a ring behind. The battlefield appeared decidedly one-sided. Within mere moments, the once formidable foes had dwindled to less than 100, their bodies strewn across the ground in a harrowing display. Observing the unfolding carnage, Qin Xian remarked softly, "You too should also practice your skills." Understood, Divine Son. Xiao Feng and Yi Changxing responded eagerly, their excitement palpable. Having witnessed the others engage, they were itching for their turn. With Qin Xian's encouragement, they unleashed their full prowess, charging into the fray. Chapter 66. 5 Great Powers, One Sword to Part the Heavens. The moment Yi Changxing plunged into battle, he could not restrain himself from executing a formidable sword technique, cleaving an extraordinary first-realm practitioner in two. Blood gushed forth, staining his sword crimson. Yet, Yi Changxing's heart raced with exhilaration. The thrill was intoxicating. This opportunity to clash with a multitude of enemies was rare, one he had never experienced before, as he surveyed the encroaching practitioners surrounding him. A surge of excitement coursed through his veins. His sword floated momentarily before him, and with a sudden flourish, he proclaimed, 10,000 swords return to the sect. In an instant, the swords before him erupted into a myriad of sword lights, enveloping Yi Changxing's figure. Go! With a forceful thrust of his hands, thousands of radiant swords shot out in every direction. Puff! Puff! Ding! The practitioners attempting to encircle him were instantly taken aback, desperately unleashing their formidable techniques to defend themselves. Yet they were pierced through, becoming mere pincushions. Ha ha ha! Delightful! Yi Changxing laughed heartily as he caught his returning sword, diving back into the fray, flushed with excitement. On the opposite side, Xiao Feng was equally caught in the fervor of battle. He unleashed a series of devastating kicks. Those struck found themselves grievously injured or, in the worst cases, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In midair, Xiao Feng shouted, "Attack! Attack! Attack!" His legs became blurs, phantoms of wind erupting with each kick, relentlessly battering a lone practitioner. With one final, thunderous cry, Xiao Feng's phantom legs converged into a single powerful blow that landed squarely on the practitioner, resulting in a visceral explosion akin to a watermelon bursting, showering the area with blood mist. Surrounding practitioners felt their resolve waver, the cacophony of screams and the sight of their dwindling companions instilling a creeping dread. They had never anticipated that once revered prodigies would be reduced to mere prey in the hands of others. As blood stained the earth, a chilling voice rang out, "Yin Yang Revolving Technique, Yin Yang Soul Destruction Finger." A blinding aurora, radiating black and white light, surged through the crowd, resulting in the instantaneous obliteration of several figures. Chaos ensued as their morale crumbled. Faced with life and death, they were merely young practitioners unable to withstand the immense pressure. "I can't take it anymore. I'm fleeing. This is impossible to overcome." Who would have thought that besides that little demon Qin Xian, his subordinates would be this terrifying? Wah, Mama, I want to go home. In a panic, the remaining 100 or so turned to flee. However, as they attempted to escape, a flurry of sword lights surged from behind, severing the heads of the first few to flee. Then, a solitary figure materialized in midair, his garments billowing as sword energy swirled around him. Those who flee shall face death without mercy. The voice, cold as ice, echoed with a demonic chill, devoid of any emotion. Those fleeing practitioners felt a shiver run down their spines, halting in their tracks. Yet, defiance still lingered among some. Li Wanxian. We merely formed a temporary alliance against that little demon Qin Xian. You have no right to dictate our fates. Others quickly echoed. Yes, we are not your subordinates, nor your soldiers. What right do you have to command us? If you have the ability, why not go after Qin Xian instead? Indeed, you may act tough here, but why not eliminate Qin Xian's guards? Before they could say more, a chilling sword light sliced through the air, and the heads of those daring to speak were sent flying. Amidst the stunned silence, four figures appeared beside Li Wanxian. The sight of these newcomers caused the previously defiant practitioners to tense up, silencing their protests. Meanwhile, as Qin Xian observed the 5 figures emerging in the distance, a faint smile graced his lips. He raised his hand, and instantly, Xiao Feng, Yi Changsheng, Gu Yueyao, and Chu Tianyang executed their final attacks, retreating to stand behind him. Young master, yes. Well done, Qin Xian nodded, offering slight praise. Before adding, finally, a few capable individuals have arrived. Joy illuminated the faces of the crowd as they followed Qin Xian's gaze forward. Those once dispersed practitioners, after a brief period of chaos, astonishingly regained their composure. However, unlike before, this time, 5 formidable presences loomed ahead of them, each one no less potent than Chu Tianyang. To their surprise, it was indeed them. Chu Tianyang recognized the approaching figures: Li Wanxian, Jian Wuxin, Yi Qisha, Zhong Ting, and Tuoba Hu. In an instant, when they were merely 100 meters away, they suddenly accelerated, resembling 5 streaks of light rushing towards Qin Xian and his companions. The 5 exchanged no unnecessary words, directly unleashing their martial techniques to envelop Qin Xian and the others. Kill, kill, the dual swords of immortals and demons, split heaven and shatter earth. The sword reflects my heart, slaying demons and extinguishing gods. Li Wanxian and Jian Wuxin unleashed their most potent combat techniques aimed squarely at Qin Xian, with a clear objective: capture the leader before subduing the rest. As powerful sword cultivators, they were the most suitable to eliminate Qin Xian, especially as 2 eminent masters of the sword-joining forces. Indeed, both were adept in the principles of swordsmanship, with Li Wanxian having grasped the concepts of sharpness, demonic paths, slaughter, and speed. Jian Wuxin, however, was rather unique, possessing only a single principle of swordsmanship, yet radiating an aura that was in no way inferior to Li Wanxian's. He appeared to be a pure sword cultivator, wholly devoted to his craft. Qin Xian nodded subtly, observing the 2 figures whose forms grew ever larger in his vision, and a surge of power from the principles of the law began to flow through him. In quick succession, a second and then a third wave of power emerged, culminating in a dazzling display of dozens of principles enveloping him like a blooming garden. What? The sudden assault from Li Wanxian and Jian Wuxin left them momentarily dazed, their hands gripping their swords trembling slightly at the sight of Qin Xian, whose power had erupted into a multitude of principles. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the 2 tightened their grips on their long swords. Despite their inner trepidation, they were now fully committed, with no choice but to press forward for a greater chance of victory. Moreover, as sword cultivators, once their swords were drawn, retreat was not an option. As the 2 formidable sword techniques descended, Lin Qingya, Xiao Feng, and Yi Changsheng remained unperturbed. Over the past month, they had witnessed the true extent of their prince's power, the once terrifying practitioners of various factions. Even the transcendent prodigies had not lasted a single move against him. For the 3, their prince was an invincible presence. In fact, Lin Qingya even cheered for Qin Xian, exclaiming, "Your Highness, turn them into pig heads." Laughter erupted from Yi Changsheng and Xiao Feng, devoid of any concern. Similarly, As the two sword strikes approached, Qin Xian felt dozens of principles of power instantaneously converge upon his hands, as if adorned with two magnificent gloves. He gently grasped the incoming sword attacks. With a resounding clash, the swords met, scattering shards of light in all directions. Li Wanxian and Jian Wuxin's blades could not penetrate, entirely thwarted. Witnessing this, Li Wenxian's aura of slaughter transformed in an instant. Akin to a demon ascending to celestial heights, a fleeting, ethereal presence surged forth, and with his right hand, he summoned the divine sword of immortals, slicing towards Qin Xian's brow. The peak power of the heavenly realm sent a chill down Qin Xian's spine. Meanwhile, Jian Wuxin's eyes glimmered with sword-shaped sigils, gradually forming a transparent blade aimed at Qin Xian's heart, poised to strike. Humph! Qin Xian scoffed, thrusting his hands forward to seize the two swords forcefully in an explosive moment. His overwhelming strength caught them off guard, their bodies being yanked forward, their stances becoming disordered in their shock. Qin Xian's hands transformed into fists, as dozens of principles entwined and struck fiercely at their chests. In an instant, they were sent hurtling backward, blood spraying as they soared through the air. Qin Xian's figure flashed, appearing directly in front of them, and he lifted his right leg, delivering a crushing blow to Jian Wuxin. With a resounding crash, Jian Wuxin plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground. Simultaneously, Qin Xian directed a kick at Li Wanxian. Fortunately for Li Wanxian, the earlier attack on Jian Wuxin granted him a fleeting moment to react. And he crossed his twin swords in defense. Oh, then let me add a bit more force. Qin Xian's brow arched as he intensified the power in his leg. Boom! Li Wanxian was taken aback. The force behind Qin Xian's kick exceeded his expectations, shattering the crossguard of his twin swords and slamming into his chest. Consequently, Li Wanxian, along with his weapon, crashed into the ground with a speed surpassing that of Jian Wuxin, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Those observing from a distance, the once mighty prodigies of various factions, watched in horror as Li Wanxian and Jian Wuxin were reduced to a state akin to that of beaten dogs. Their hearts froze, and they trembled at the sight of Qin Xian hovering above them. Initially, they believed that with Li Wanxian leading the charge, they would surely triumph over Qin Xian and escape the secret realm. Hence, they had mustered their courage to follow him, desperate to leave before the realm closed or face a grim fate within. However, they could never have anticipated such an outcome. The once mighty Li Wanxian and Jian Wuxin, against the little demon Qin Xian, found themselves utterly powerless, just as they had been against Li Wanxian before. It was utterly inconceivable, and fear began to creep in as they recalled the tales of Qin Xian's brutality they had heard over the past month. Moreover, the earlier brutal slaughter had reduced their numbers from 200 or 300 to fewer than 100. If Li Wanxian and the others were to perish, they too would face a dire fate. No, I cannot remain here any longer. Better to live than to die. I must escape. Indeed, every second of life counted. I have yet to become an emperor. I cannot die like this, with Li Wanxian and the others unable to fight back against Qin Xian. We have no hope. We must flee. In an instant, panic spread among the practitioners of various factions, and unease took hold. Some began to gather their strength discreetly, preparing to flee. Once the first fled, chaos erupted as everyone began to scatter in panic. Qin Xian sensed this instantaneously. Want to escape? Not without my permission. His gaze turned icy as he regarded these worthless beings, now unworthy of the title of prodigy, true form of gods and demons. Qin Xian silently invoked, and an abundance of divine and demonic patterns surged across his body, rising from his feet to envelop him. Gradually, they converged at his brow, where black and gold divine patterns intertwined, forming a distinctive seal that resembled an ancient, mysterious script. An overwhelming aura of the second tier of the heavenly realm erupted from within Qin Xian in that moment. His realm ascended from the second tier of the extraordinary realm to the second tier of the heavenly realm. A significant leap across a major tier. Gazing at the fleeing practitioners, Qin Xian extended his left hand towards the void, chanting, divine technique. Left hand of the gods, with a swish, divine patterns flickered upon his left hand, and a rift appeared above the fleeing practitioners, from which a colossal golden hand emerged, enveloping them entirely. Qin Xian's expression turned cold as he clenched his left hand tightly, uttering the command, "Die." At that very moment, the enormous golden hand also tightened its grip. What is this? Why has such a powerful being appeared? Damn it. We can't escape. This space seems sealed. Could it be an Emperor-level powerhouse? It's over. We are utterly doomed. A cacophony of screams, cries of terror, and weeping filled the air as the golden hand's grip closed. The entire space fell silent, devoid of any sound. The golden giant hand gradually retracted into the fissure. Vanishing from sight. Chapter 68. The Dark Law, Night 7 Kill. Huh? Qin Xian dispelled the left hand of God and relinquished his true demonic form, immediately taking a deep breath. Earlier, in order to ensure the annihilation of all foes, Qin Xian had directly employed his demonic form, elevating his realm. However, the consumption of the demonic form was immense, and even Qin Xian felt a hint of pressure, making him reluctant to utilize it continuously. At that moment, Shua, a flash of light, darted through the corner of Qin Xian's eye, akin to the dawn blossoming in the depths of night. Qin Xian instantly sensed an overwhelming danger. What is this? A dagger appeared in the corner of Qin Xian's vision, its razor-sharp blade already grazing his neck. What followed was the sight of Night 7 Kill's eyes, filled with boundless killing intent in an instant. Every hair on Qin Xian's body stood on end, his blood surged through his veins, and his heart raced dramatically. At this perilous moment, with a fraction of a second, Qin Xian's left eye released an indescribable golden radiance towards himself and Night 7 Kill. Rewind. Shua. In that instant, the very fabric of space within the secret realm seemed to tremble. The time and space surrounding Qin Xian appeared to shift ever so slightly. Everyone felt an indescribable aura. From afar, Ji Yao instantly recognized the anomaly. Gazing at Qin Xian, who was about to be attacked by Night 7 Kill, she was astounded to see him inexplicably revert to the moment he had just slain over 100 cultivators, dispelling his demonic form. Meanwhile, Night 7 Kill remained hidden in the shadows, yet to reveal himself. This is the Law of Time. Ji Yao could sense a powerful aura of the Law of Time emanating from the location of Qin Xian. At that moment, she was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that Qin Xian possessed such formidable ocular techniques. Indeed, she observed closely. As Qin Xian executed his ocular abilities, all of it fell under her scrutiny. Could it be that Qin Xian possessed the extremely rare Time Eye, which appears once in a million years? Ji Yao's mind raced with conjectures, and she felt an even deeper sense of mystery surrounding Qin Xian. After observing for such a long time, all of Ji Yao's attention had been focused on Qin Xian. Whenever she believed she had discerned his true nature, he would refresh her perceptions with his abilities. The more she interacted with him, the more she perceived his enigmatic essence. Initially, she thought that with her abilities, she might be able to assist Qin Xian within the secret realm and subsequently become friends with him, even if it were merely as ordinary acquaintances. However, now it seemed that she had not truly aided Qin Xian at all, and he still regarded her with caution. Consequently, she found herself no longer even qualifying as an ordinary passerby, let alone a friend. This was an experience she had never encountered in her past life, in prior encounters, who had not received her with warmth and flattery, not only due to her extraordinary talent and stunning beauty, but also because of her surname. Ji Yao understood all of this, hence she had always brushed aside those who sought to ingratiate themselves with her, for she knew how her fate would unfold. But now, Ji Yao suddenly realized that forming friendships was not a simple matter at all. How difficult! For the first time, her heart was beset by a sense of defeat. Perhaps, I should not have approached you with ulterior motives. A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes concealed beneath the veil. Her heart lamenting, I merely wished for your assistance, even if it meant paying some price in the air. Qin Xian returned to the moment he had just dispelled his demonic form, his right hand instantly igniting with demonic runes. He abruptly turned and struck out at an empty space. The ancient demon fist. At that very moment, a cold gleam collided with Qin Xian's fist. Ding! A divine dagger was sent flying by Qin Xian's punch, and the arm wielding the dagger was instantly fractured. Night 7 Kill revealed himself, his face a mask of disbelief. How could you know? Knight 7 Kill suppressed the pain from his shattered arm and swiftly retreated to a distance. Astonished, he had believed he had accurately timed his attack to coincide with Qin Xian's moment of vulnerability, right after he had just slain over 100 cultivators, when he would let his guard down. But why did it seem as though Qin Xian had foreseen his movements? Not only did he perfectly evade the attack, but he also dealt a heavy blow in return. Qin Xian retracted his fist and glanced at him. Speaking, your skills are commendable and your assassination techniques are exceedingly precise. You can even render yourself invisible to others during the day. I surmise that your mastery is not solely due to a profound understanding of the Dark Law. Is it? Knight 7 Kill's eyes glinted with malice as he fixed his gaze on Qin Xian, responding. So what? Indeed, as Qin Xian had stated, he not only grasped the Dark Law but was also well-versed in the art of assassination. Moreover, the accompanying divine weapon in his hand, the hidden dragon blade, could aid him in remaining concealed to a certain extent. Additionally, he was an embodiment of the Dark Knight Saint body, allowing him to blend seamlessly into various shadows. His attire was also specially crafted, enhancing his ability to remain hidden. During the night, he thrived even more, with his power amplified. Just then, he had capitalized on the moment when Li Wanxian and Jian Wuxin attacked Qin Xian. Trailing behind and remaining concealed in Qin Xian's shadow, it was only when Qin Xian had relaxed that he launched his assault. Yet the outcome was a failure. No, how could this be? Qin Xian smiled slightly and continued. Your abilities are impressive. Why not become my personal bodyguard? Knight 7 Kill discreetly swallowed a pill, suppressing the sensation in his numb right arm as he retorted. You wish for me to be your bodyguard? What a pipe dream. Do not assume that just because you possess great strength, you can act with impunity. Furthermore, you expect me to be your personal guard. You are utterly deluded. Gazing at the figure clad in dark crimson, with only his eyes visible, Qin Xian remained unfazed, even upon realizing that Knight 7 Kill had secretly ingested a pill. Assassins, killers, only in the shadows do they pose the greatest threat. Once an assassin reveals themselves, their strength is drastically diminished, rendering them virtually harmless. You have witnessed my strength. Allow me to inform you that I exerted merely 20% of my power with that last punch. What? Though Qin Xian spoke with nonchalance, to Knight 7 Kill, it struck like a tempestuous wave. Only 20% of your power. Just now, he had been utterly unable to withstand that punch, even sensing a hint of death's breath. Had it not been for his hidden dragon blade absorbing a significant portion of the attack, he might have already perished. Yet this was merely a fraction of the opponent's strength. How can this be? Knight 7 Kill's initial thought was one of shock, quickly followed by disbelief. However, as he recalled witnessing Qin Xian annihilate over 100 cultivators in one move, he could not help but reconsider the weight of Qin Xian's words. Chapter 69. Yi Fan's Spring Heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Fan, Chu Tianyang, and Gu Yueao were also confronting formidable adversaries. Why, Yi Fan? You truly disappoint me. I once thought you to be a man of remarkable stature, yet you have let me down greatly. I never imagined you would follow a mere young lad, and you even take pride in it. I had some expectations for you before, but now, you have proven to be utterly lacking. Zhong Ting wielded a massive hammer, striking it against Yi Fan's Chaos Gold Bell, producing a series of deafening clangs. Yi Fan maintained the Chaos Gold Bell, gazing at Zhong Ting, whose explosive muscles and delicate features caused his heart to race. A flush crept across his face as he spoke. This young lady. May I inquire as to your origins? Boom. Zhong Ting swung her hammer fiercely, unleashing a tremendous force upon the Chaos Gold Bell. Simultaneously, a powerful gravity bore down on Yi Fan's body, imposing immense pressure upon him. Zhong Ting's voice echoed in Yi Fan's ears. I am the young lady of the Zhong family, you scoundrel. Yi Fan suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in astonishment, resembling glass orbs as he exclaimed. You mean to say, you are the young lady Zhong Ting of the Zhong family, the foremost family of body refiners in our Chaos Realm? It was no wonder Yi Fan was taken aback. Prior to entering the secret realm, he had heard the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land speak of her. It was said that the head of the foremost family of body refiners, the Zhong family, was quite fond of him and wished to arrange a meeting between their daughter and himself. However, he had declined, citing his imminent entry into the secret realm and promising to meet upon his return, that time. He had dismissed the notion, believing that the young lady of the Zhong family was likely just another dry, refined young lady and certainly not to his taste. But now, Yi Fan felt a surge of regret. Why had he not taken a glance back then? Indeed, it is she. Prepare to meet your demise. Zhong Ting let out a fierce shout, raising her massive hammer high above her head. A formidable force surged into the colossal weapon, descending upon her adversary with the weight of a mountain. Stop! Stop! I know you. Our Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land is acquainted with your father. Surely, you are aware of who I am. Yes? I am Yi Fan. Yi Fan continuously defended himself, unwilling to retaliate, hastily explaining. It is you, you rascal. Was it because you found me unattractive that you refused to meet me back then? Let me tell you, I am quite fond of my figure, and I do not require your approval. If you did not wish to see me, then I had no desire to see you either. Prepare to face your demise. The more Zhong Ting spoke, the more incensed she became, seemingly enraged by Yi Fan's past reluctance to even meet her. Showing no mercy in her strikes, no. You must listen to my defense. Please, allow me to explain. Yi Fan's face was filled with bitterness as he desperately countered Zhong Ting's wrath in stark contrast to Yi Fan's plight. Chu Tianyang and Gu Yueyao were engaged in an intense battle. Yang, this ancient sacred body truly lives up to its reputation. Being on par with the chaos sacred body. Is indeed terrifying. Gu Yueyao remarked, her delicate fingers gesturing as she furrowed her brow. Even our combined attacks have failed to inflict any substantial damage. It is certainly no weaker than Yi Fan's physique. The individual before them had a profound understanding of the laws of power. His physique extraordinarily fierce, and his defenses remarkably robust. With our individual assaults, it is challenging to breach. Chu Tianyang also frowned, gazing at the bronze-skinned, imposing figure of Tuoba who, Chu Tianyang, Gu Yueyao. I never anticipated that you would follow that brat. What a grand joke. In the illustrious Yin-Yang realm, the two divine heirs of the Sun and Moon sacred lands have allied themselves with a mere fledgling from the fallen Hongming sacred land. You both have truly fallen in my esteem. Furthermore, you have followed this boy and slain so many. It is utterly unforgivable. Today, I, Tuoba Hu, shall seek justice for the many cultivators of this place. With each step Tuoba Hu took towards Chu Tianyang and Gu Yueyao. He resembled an ancient beast, the ground trembling beneath him. His bronze skin deepened in hue, ancient six-dao fist. As he closed in, Tuoba Hu swung two enormous dark golden fists down upon Chu Tianyang and Gu Yueyao. Unleashing the clan's battle technique, the ancient six-dao fist. The moment the technique manifested, a terrifying force enveloped the two. Chu Tianyang and Gu Yueyao were immediately taken aback, feeling themselves ensnared and unable to evade. Yet, with an unspoken understanding, they swiftly moved closer together, their energies converging at a new, potent force surged forth as they executed their combined technique once more. This time, it was a newly fused move based on their insights gained from the source pool. Suddenly, a massive Taiji symbol erupted from their joined palms, expanding exponentially and colliding with Tuoba Hu's ancient six-dao fist. The explosion released a terrifying aura, scattering energy in all directions. Tuoba Hu sensed that his seemingly invincible ancient six-dao fist felt as if it had struck cotton. Its might drastically diminished, and its potency gradually being devoured. Get off me! Tuoba Hu's eyes widened in fury, his aura surging as he unleashed a barrage of punches against the Taiji palm. With a thunderous explosion, the Yin-Yang Taiji palm was shattered, and all three figures were sent hurtling away by the immense energy blast. Chu Tianyang cradled Gu Yueyao as they retreated, their feet leaving deep trenches in the ground. Dust filled the air, while Tuoba Hu's silhouette emerged from the smoke. What? You two managed to injure me. Your strength is commendable. Wiping the blood from his lips, Tuoba Hu glared at them, his body radiating a fierce murderous intent. Abandoning the joyful hours of the weekend, fervently writing, I thank everyone for their support. Chapter 70. Tuoba Hu's demise. What? As Tuoba Hu stepped out of the smoke, he instantly felt a powerful aura tremble. Turning his gaze skyward, he saw a colossal golden arm descend, obliterating over 100 cultivators below in a single strike. His expression shifted to one of terror as he caught a glimpse of Qin Xian, who appeared almost godlike in the air, sending chills down his spine. He quickly turned to face Chu Tianyang and Gu Yueyao, his aura erupting as he unleashed his full combat prowess. He was determined to swiftly overpower them and escape. For once he reached the teleportation array, he could finally rid himself of that little demon Qin Xian. Beside him, Zhong Ting relentlessly hammered away at Yi Fan. "Humph! You rascal, I will teach you a lesson later." With that, Zhong Ting hoisted her hammer, abandoning the defenseless Yi Fan, and made her way towards the teleportation array. She paid no heed to Lin Qingya and the others, dismissing their lowly strength entirely. The presence of Ji Yao, standing nearby, was entirely overlooked. In her perception, the girl's aura was exceedingly weak. "Don't!" shouting. "You must not go there." Yi Fan's heart raced with urgency. Suddenly accelerating, he charged towards Zhong Ting, enveloped in the chaos golden bell. "Silence! How dare you call her shouting? If you utter that name again, I shall tear your mouth apart." Zhong Ting glared at Yi Fan, her anger boiling over. All right, I won't say it again," Yi Fan quickly acquiesced, then added, "But you truly must not go there. If you do, I will undoubtedly suffer greatly, and the young master will surely deem me useless." "You scoundrel, how can you continuously refer to him as young master? Do you not possess any semblance of masculinity?" Zhong Ting's impression of Yi Fan as a prince on a white horse was once again shattered. "Step aside now, or I shall send you flying with a single blow." As a practitioner of the diamond sacred body, Zhong Ting, also a body-refining cultivator, did not wish to engage in a bitter fight with Yi Fan, recognizing their skills were rather evenly matched. She also wished to avoid being slain by that little demon Qin Xian. Thus, she was determined to break free and flee this secret realm. Suddenly, a dark golden light streaked past everyone, racing towards the teleportation array, pursued closely by Chu Tianyang and Gu Yueyao. "Damn it!" Chu Tianyang cursed under his breath. Watching as Tuoba, who drew nearer to the teleportation array, a surge of rage coursing through him, Ji Yueyao's face was equally filled with frost. He had not expected Tuoba, who had appeared ready for a fierce battle, to suddenly break free from their grasp and dash towards the teleportation array without a backward glance. Watching Tuoba, who was now nearly stepping onto the teleportation array, Gu Yueyao and Chu Tianyang felt a tremor of despair wash over them. "It's over. The young master will certainly not spare us." Their expressions were filled with bitterness, a sense of unutterable frustration enveloping them. Meanwhile, at the teleportation array, Tuoba, who stepped onto it, his face lighting up with joy. "Ha ha ha, I, Tuoba, who am finally getting out of here. Qin Xian, prepare to be hunted by all factions. Your Hongming sacred land will surely vanish from this world because of you." "Ha ha ha ha." Tuoba, whose face was alight with exhilaration, and he could not help but laugh uproariously, his voice echoing through the heavens. Even Qin Xian, who was conversing with Yi Qisha from a distance, could hear him clearly. Yet, Qin Xian remained unfazed, just as everyone, including Tuoba, who himself believed he would escape the secret realm. A voice rang out in his ears, "It seems you are celebrating a bit prematurely." "What?" Before Tuoba, who could fully comprehend, a sharp pain erupted in his waist. Boom! A tremendous force suddenly crashed down upon Tuoba, who, sending him flying from the teleportation array, he tumbled across the ground, rolling for hundreds of meters until he collided with a massive boulder. Finally coming to a halt at this moment, Tuoba, who lay bloodied, confusion clouding his eyes. Crack, crack, cracked. A cacophony of shattering sounds erupted as the colossal stone split into fragments, revealing Tuoba, whose head was buried within the rubble. In a flash, a figure appeared before him, placing a foot firmly upon his chest. With a violent cough, Tuoba, who spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered. "Qin Xian!" Confusion flooded his gaze as he lay on the ground, struggling to turn his head. Upon glimpsing the distant Qin Xian, who stood defiantly opposite Yi Qisha, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Turning back to the Qin Xian before him, he could hardly fathom the reality. "Qin Xian, there are two?" A sharp pain surged through his abdomen, snapping Tuoba back to his senses. Gazing at the bloodied figure of Qin Xian before him, he suddenly bellowed, "Qin Xian, you shall surely face retribution. Your Hongming sacred land will undoubtedly pay the price for your actions." With a chilling expression, Qin Xian unleashed a powerful kick, sending Tuoba hurtling away. The force of the blow shattered his meridians, and had he not possessed the ancient sacred body, his very being would have been obliterated by that strike. "I initially intended to spare you. Yet you proved to be utterly ungrateful," Qin Xian remarked, clad in white as he strode forward. "Since that is the case, I, Qin Xian, shall grant your wish and send you to meet the King of Hell." Before Tuoba could utter a word, Qin Xian raised his foot, dozens of strands of law power coiling around it, and delivered a decisive blow to Tuoba's face. The ground trembled violently before settling into an eerie silence. Qin Xian, lifting his foot, turned and returned to the vicinity of the teleportation array. Meanwhile, Zhong Ting, still contemplating escape, stared in shock at Tuoba's head, now deeply embedded in the earth, his limbs twitching uncontrollably until they finally stilled. A shiver coursed through her body as cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. "This Qin Xian is terrifying, so violent, so ruthless," she thought, mentally labeling him with various terrifying epithets, her grip on the heavy hammer growing numb. In the distance, Yi Qixia prepared to once more defy Qin Xian, alongside Li Wenxian and Jian Wuxin, who had regained some composure. They were equally taken aback by the scene, especially upon witnessing the formidable Qin Xian. Seated near the teleportation array like a deity, the absurdity of encountering not one, but two such powerful figures was overwhelming, leaving them questioning their very existence. Such a powerful little demon, and there are two of them? This is utterly ridiculous. Is there no hope for survival? What use is resistance? Ding! Li Wenxian swiftly sheathed his dual swords, declaring coolly, "You all carry on. I shall not partake any longer." He then approached Qin Xian, kneeling on one knee and stating, "I, Li Wenxian, pay my respects to the young master." His demeanor was earnest, devoid of any hint of rebellion. Having heard Yi Fan address Qin Xian as young master, he felt assured in his submission. Chapter 71. The reclamation of the three great prodigies. Yi Qixia and Jian Wuxin exchanged glances, grappling with the decision before them. Each of them was a paragon among their peers, destined for greatness, with the potential to ascend to the realm of emperors or even touch the heights of supremacy. The thought of bowing to a mere child of 5 or 6 years was deeply unsettling. Yet, this very child wielded power beyond comprehension, rendering escape nearly impossible. "Excellent, your decision is most commendable." Qin Xian was thoroughly pleased with Li Wenxian's swift acquiescence. He looked towards Yi Qixia and Jian Wuxin, asking, "So, what have you two decided? Will you follow the path of Tuoba or become my loyal adherents? Rest assured, joining me will prove to be a fortuitous choice. I can guarantee that the realm of emperors is far from your limit." Qin Xian spoke with an air of arrogance, confidence saturating his words. Both Yi Qixia and Jian Wuxin trembled at the implications of his declaration. The realm of emperors was not the ultimate peak. Could it be that beyond the emperors lay the supreme? To follow Qin Xian might mean survival and the possibility of becoming supreme beings themselves, while resistance would surely lead to their demise. Indeed, both were young, with boundless futures ahead of them. They were reluctant to meet their end. Confronted with such a formidable Qin Xian, resistance seemed futile. Moreover, the fact that a child could possess such strength, capable of slaying even supreme bodies, was nothing short of astonishing. Aligning with such an extraordinary talent was far from shameful. Perhaps it would lead them to even greater heights, rather than being reduced to mere refuse. Facing the specter of death, no one remained entirely unmoved. In the realm of cultivation, death could obliterate one's very essence, leaving no hope for rebirth. Enough. I, Jian Wuxin, am devoted solely to the sword. Whether I follow or not is inconsequential. For my heart shall forever dwell within the sword. Jian Wuxin, rarely vocal, knelt before Qin Xian in allegiance. Qin Xian nodded, appreciating the dedication of the sword-wielding warrior. Turning to Yi Qixia, he inquired coldly, "What is your decision?" As Qin Xian's icy voice echoed, Yi Qixia's expression changed beneath his mask. He sensed that Qin Xian's patience was waning. Thoughts whirled in his mind before he finally gritted his teeth and declared, "I submit? Excellent." A smile blossomed on Qin Xian's face, his heart brimming with joy. The prowess of these three was commendable, particularly Yi Qixia, whom Qin Xian held in high regard. The successful subjugation of all three filled him with satisfaction. He then retrieved the divine demonic list, recording their soul origins. Meanwhile, Yifan continued to plead with Xiao Ting, "Little Ting, please trust me. The young master will not allow you to leave. When he arrives, do not resist." Zhong Ting glared at Yifan, exclaiming, "Impossible. I will never." "Never what?" Before her words could finish, a light, airy voice reached her ears. Yifan, noticing the arrival of someone, immediately adjusted his demeanor and respectfully stated, "Young master." Zhong Ting gasped, instinctively stepping back, her grip tightening around the heavy hammer. Yet, the cold sweat on her forehead and the anxious tension in her hands betrayed her inner turmoil, especially upon seeing her former companions, Yi Qixia, Li Wanxian, and Jian Wuxin, aligning themselves behind Qin Xian in submission. Her heart raced and her pupils constricted. "You just claimed you would never." "What?" Qin Xian halted, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the striking girl before him. Her body brimming with explosive energy, feeling that she was uniquely captivating. In the distance, Lin Qingya, Xiao Feng, Yi Changsheng, and the Chu Tianyang couple converged, blocking Zhong Ting's every escape route. What do you all want?" Facing the encroaching crowd, Zhong Ting felt a surge of panic. The powerful auras surrounding her, particularly from Qin Xian and his three followers, weighed heavily upon her. "I want you to become my follower," Qin Xian stated coolly. "What? Absolutely not." Zhong Ting immediately refused, tightening her grip on the hammer, though her expression betrayed her true feelings. Seeing Zhong Ting's evident distress, Yifan steeled himself and stepped in front of her. Kneeling before Qin Xian,